Thank you for watching this video. Your support means a lot and motivates me to keep creating more content. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe so you won't miss upcoming videos. Part 5: She stood on tiptoe, wanting to put the crown on Lin Baici's head, but he was too tall. The maid frowned slightly. So tall? How troublesome. Should I just chop off his calves? Lin Baici half squatted down, his head becoming level with the maid's. The maid felt comfortable now. Congratulations, my new master. The maid put the small golden crown on Lin Baici, then stepped back a few paces to look him over. Very handsome. He was the most handsome one among all the people who had taken first place. When some time passes and a new game is prepared, she will come to find him to play. It was decided so happily. The maid hummed a little tune, took off one shoe, and extended her right foot, which was wearing a white long stocking, in front of Lin Baici. Come, here is your reward. Lin Baici frowned deeply. What does this mean? Let me lick it. Is this maid sick in the head? The others were also stunned. This is called a reward? Xiao Hongyao was speechless. The man in sunglasses felt that this girl with the high ponytail didn't understand anything. This reward was absolutely amazing. Oh my, I'm sorry. I made a mistake. After teasing Lin Baici, the maid put on her little leather shoe, walked to the side of the suitcase, bent down, and pulled out a square box the size of a watermelon. The box was golden and shiny, with a hole on top, just big enough for a hand to reach inside. Come, draw your reward. The maid held the box with both hands, signaling for Lin Baici to come over and draw his prize. Gurgle. Lin Baici's stomach was hungry, and his sense of hunger increased suddenly. Inside are all good things. What a pity. You cannot beat this maid. No matter. Endure it a little longer. Next time, I will definitely devour her. Lin Baici walked up to the maid and reached his hand into the lottery box. What the hell? What is this? Lin Baici touched something slimy. The texture was disgusting, and he almost instinctively pulled his hand out. However, he forced himself to endure it. Seeing this, the maid was even more satisfied with Lin Baici. This was also a small test. If the master pulled his hand out due to nervousness, fear, or disgust, the lottery would end immediately. This would also mean the reward was gone. Inside the lottery box were some cards. Lin Baici groped around for a while, and not having received any commentary from the god of gluttony, he grabbed one at random. He pulled it out to take a look. The card was the size of a palm, covered in text that Lin Baici could not understand, but he recognized the graphic drawn on it. It was a Gothic-style handheld oil lamp. Luckily you did not grab more, otherwise, your qualification for the reward would have been voided. The maid took the card, confirmed it, and took a gift box tied with a ribbon from her suitcase, handing it to Lin Baici. Thank you, Lin Baici said politely. You are today's winner. You have the right to make one request. The maid stood with her hands behind her back, wearing a sweet smile as she looked at Lin Baici. This was a small extra benefit the maid was giving because she appreciated Lin Baici. Kiss her, the god of gluttony urged. Lin Baici was stunned. Was this request not a bit too much? Not to mention that the maid was a god, even if she were an ordinary girl. If he were to kiss her like that, he would probably get 2 slaps in the face, right? Stop talking nonsense. Kiss her. All right. Ever since the god of gluttony started speaking, it had never been wrong. So Lin Baici decided to go all out. He suddenly took a step forward, quickly reached out his right hand to wrap around the maid's slender waist, and kissed her on the lips. Because he lacked experience, Lin Baici even missed the mark slightly. It was a bit embarrassing. Holy crap, awesome. As expected of God Lin, he even dares to kiss a rule-contaminated object, not even afraid of being corrupted by the rules. The crowd exclaimed in shock, each of them feeling as if they had just witnessed a small loach trying to devour a sea dragon king. This move by Lin Baici was too domineering, and also too suicidal. Xiao Hongyao was worried that something might happen to Lin Baici and gripped her short blade tightly, while Nan Gongshu raised an eyebrow, her face showing signs of deep thought. Lin Baici was not the type to be this reckless. So why did he act this way? The maid did not expect Lin Baici to launch a sudden attack and was stunned for a moment. But then she wrapped her arms around his neck and responded to him. The taste was not bad. After a long while, Their lips parted. Lin Baici took 3 steps back, putting some distance between them first to avoid being caught off guard if she suddenly attacked. "Sorry, I couldn't help myself." Lin Baici apologized with his mouth, but his hands were already prepared to deal with any attack from the maid at any moment. The maid stuck out her pink little tongue and licked her lips, then took off her shoes and removed her white silk stockings. "If you want to play the maid game again in the future, just take a deep sniff of these stockings, and I will appear in a few days." The maid smiled sweetly and began to pack her things into the suitcase. The eyes of the crowd fell upon the white silk stockings in Lin Baici's hand, filled with both envy and fear. This represented the approval of the insane maid, but it was also a danger. Lin Baici held these stockings that still carried body heat, his entire body feeling numb. "Do I look like a pervert to you?" The maid finished packing, looked around the bar to make sure nothing was left behind, then looked at Lin Baici and waved her small, fair hand at him. "Goodbye, master." The insane maid pulled her suitcase and hummed a little tune as she left. "Do not move yet." Nang Gongshu signaled for everyone to wait a little longer. The maid exited the bar, crossed the alley, and arrived on the main street. The autumn sunlight spread across the ground like a layer of golden sand. The maid clasped her fingers together, raised them above her head, and stretched. "Hee, that was so much fun." The maid walked onto the sidewalk. She was very beautiful and was wearing a maid dress. Logically, she should have been very eye-catching, but none of the passing pedestrians looked at her. It was as if she did not exist at all. The maid walked to an intersection. After waiting for the red light and walking to the other side, she suddenly frowned and turned her head to look at the street opposite. A figure wearing a light yellow trench coat was gradually moving away. A newcomer. The maid took out her phone, intending to notify that game dog, because Haijing was his territory. But after dialing 2 digits, the maid stopped. "Forget it. It has nothing to do with me. Besides, the more chaotic this world is, the more interesting it becomes. Dragon and Beauty Bar. Should be fine now, right?" Everyone looked toward the entrance. 5 minutes had already passed. "Looks like it is fine now." Nang Gongshu let out a sigh of relief and then apologized. "I am sorry for letting everyone suffer such an accidental contamination. From now on, for the next year, all consumption by everyone in this bar will be on the house. The landlady is generous. It is not your fault. That insane maid is known as one of the 7 great mysteries, always appearing and disappearing like a ghost. Anyway, we have really seen something today. Just this incident alone is enough to brag about for a lifetime." As the crisis was resolved, the crowd became excited. These 7 great mysteries were known as the most mysterious and unknown rule contaminations in the world of god hunters. Some people were full of confidence and wanted to challenge one, but waited 20 years without encountering one, while some newcomers might run into one as soon as they became god hunters. It was a completely random event. I say everyone, you still owe God Lin money. Remember to gather it quickly. After the transgender person finished speaking, they asked Lin Baici, "God Lin, how should we pay you?" Lin Baici did not want to have too much interaction with these people. Nang Gongshu saw through Lin Baici's subtle thoughts and smiled. "If you don't mind, you can have them leave the meteor coins with me. Rest assured, I am very familiar with them, and I won't mess up the accounts." A chill ran through the crowd. This sentence seemed like Nang Gongshu was guaranteeing she wouldn't make a mistake, but in reality, it was a threat, telling everyone that she knew the background of every single person present. "Want to welch on a debt? That is not going to happen. Then I will have to trouble you, Anshu." Lin Baici noticed that everyone's eyes were gathered on the gift box. This was a reward given by the crazy maid, and everyone was curious about what it was. Lin Baici chuckled. He certainly wouldn't show it to these people. "Please, everyone, do not leave. People from the Safety Bureau will arrive as soon as possible." Jiu Hongyao flashed her credentials and spoke in a professional manner. "Anshu, I'm sorry, but you won't be able to operate as usual today. It's fine." After such an accident, even if she were allowed to continue operating, Nang Gongshu was not in the mood. "Little Lin, keep an eye on these people. I'm going to make a call." Jiu Hongyao ran outside the bar. Because of the sudden rule contamination, the high ponytail girl's phone was broken, and she needed to go buy a new one immediately. "God Lin, Are you selling these white silk stockings? Having experienced a rule contamination together, the transgender person knew that Lin Baici was quite easy to talk to. So they boldly asked. Hearing this, the others immediately chimed in. That's right, Lin. If you're selling, know a few wealthy buyers. I guarantee the price will satisfy you. This is the personal clothing of the crazy maid. It might be a divine taboo item. You can't sell it. But keeping this thing around would be very dangerous. Right. Items like this that were helpful for deciphering gods were precious objects that major organizations would pay a high price for. As long as Lin Baici named a price, there would definitely be people who dared to take it. Don't sell it. Nang Gongshu swept her gaze over these people. I don't want to hear about what happened today being spread around. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The crowd fell silent, terrified. Nang Gongshu knew that people's mouths could not be kept shut. She did this only to buy some more time for Lin Baici. Once he grew up and became a lion level, or even a dragon level, when others wanted to covet his divine taboo items, they would have to weigh whether they were qualified enough to do so. I definitely won't sell it. Lin Baici was not short of money for the time being, and he still wanted to wait until he reached the dragon level to summon that crazy maid and have a huge feast. It was just that he felt a bit depressed that he had to smell the socks to summon her. Gluttony God. How much divine grace does she have on her? Lin Baici was curious. In any case, it will be enough for you to have a hearty meal, the Gluttony God urged. Hurry up and explore the divine ruins to increase your strength. It is too agonizing to see it but not be able to eat it. Jiu Hongyao found a nearby mobile service center, went in, bought a random phone, swapped her SIM card, and called Jiu Hongmian. The call connected, and the high ponytail girl shouted, Sis, send people over quickly to the Dragon and Beauty Bar. What happened? Jiu Hongmian's voice was puzzled. She knew the proprietress of that bar. There shouldn't be anything Nang Gongshu couldn't handle. I brought little Lin. I brought Lin Baici to the bar to hang out today, and I didn't expect to encounter the crazy maid. Jiu Hongyao was very excited. Being able to survive after experiencing the crazy maid's rule contamination was proof of one's strength. Although most of the stages were cleared thanks to Lin Baici. What? Jiu Hongmian's voice fluctuated. Jiu Hongyao repeated it again. Hurry up and send people over to handle the aftermath. Jiu Hongmian called her secretary, and after giving instructions, she asked Jiu Hongyao, What does that maid look like? What is she carrying? She is very beautiful. She has a suitcase, and she can pull all sorts of things out of it. What about the game content? Jiu Hongmian stood up, picked up her coffee cup, and took a sip. It was quite thrilling. Jiu Hongyao gave a brief introduction. These details would all have to be written into a report and submitted later. Jiu Hongmian listened quietly, but thoughts were swirling in her mind. The crazy maid had a new game. Who got first place? Chapter 150. Baici has a tough life. His horoscope clashes with gods. Lin Baici got first place. Jiu Hongyao boasted, Let me tell you, he is super amazing. He was far ahead in every stage. The others could only eat his dust. It was a total crushing victory from start to finish. How about it? My eye for talent is pretty good, right? If you had agreed to give him a quota for admission without an exam earlier, he would already be a member of my team by now. Mentioning this, Jiu Hongyao felt super depressed. When the crazy maid appeared, were there any powerful god hunters in the bar? Was Nang Gongshu there? If there was any regret, it was just a little bit. The proprietress was there, and two members of the Lost Coast happened to be there too. One of them was even a main force, but they were all taken out by Lin Baici. Jiu Hongyao helped Lin Baici ask for rewards. I can testify. So hurry up and arrange the bonus. Also, please send more people to protect little Lin's mother. Lost Coast. Did they come to Haijing for Lin Baici? Jiu Hongmian took a sip of coffee. If this speculation was correct, then Lin Baici must have hidden some things. And these things happened when he killed Black Shark 3. It seems I need to investigate. Sis, hurry up and show some sincerity. Go and invite Lin Baici again. Jiu Hongyao urged. He is so outstanding. Do you think you are qualified to be his team leader? Jiu Hongmian knew how much her sister was worth. The risk of death in exploring the divine ruins was too great, so Jiu Hongmian always secretly threw obstacles in her path. Why was Jiu Hongyao able to become a team leader? Because a team leader can lead a squad. Given Jiu Hongyao's personality, she certainly wouldn't be willing to join another team as a mere member. But if she couldn't recruit enough teammates, she wouldn't be able to enter the God Ruins. I am a bit lacking, and I might not be a perfect match for little Lindsay, but he definitely wouldn't look down on me. Jiu Hongyao's tone was quite confident. Jiu Hongmian felt that if she let these two continue to spend time together, her younger sister might return home with a big belly before she knew it. That is all for now. Let us talk later. You need to send people over immediately. Jiu Hongyao hung up the phone, listening to the busy signal on her phone. Jiu Hongmian fell into deep thought, her interest in this Lin Baici growing just a little bit more. The 3rd Division of the Special Operations Department of the Security Bureau was very fast. After receiving the mission, it only took them 15 minutes to arrive at the Dragon and Beauty Bar. All God Hunters who had suffered from rule contamination were invited back to the Security Bureau building to undergo a simple investigation. Lin Baici and Nan Gongshu were the exceptions. They did not even need Jiu Hongyao to step in and vouch for them. It was clear that Jiu Hongmian had given special instructions to the section chief leading the team. The 3 of them left the bar and arrived on the main street. In the God-forbidden game, they had been too busy trying to survive to pay any attention to the time. Once they came out, Lin Baici realized it was already evening. Time had passed very quickly. Baici, you look like this. You cannot go back to school anyway. Why not come to my place and stay for the night? Nan Gongshu invited him. Can I go too? I have not played with Dao Wang for a long time. Jiu Hongyao looked at the landlady with eager eyes. Dao Wang was a German shepherd, and it was very intelligent. Remember to buy some dog food for Dao Wang. Nan Gongshu had experienced too much deceit and treachery, especially in the God Ruins, where every person's heart could be tainted. Therefore, the landlady had a very good impression of the simple-minded Jiu Hongyao. That is a must. Jiu Hongyao explained to Lin Baici, Dao Wang is so smart. It can even do addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division within 100. Lin Baici was speechless. He had not intended to go to Nan Gongshu's house, but with the high ponytail girl interfering like this, he could not refuse. Wait a moment. Nan Gongshu went to the garage and drove out a Mercedes-Benz GLE. After picking up Lin Baici and the others, she drove toward Runjiang Garden in the suburbs of West City. It was a luxury villa area. Nan Gongshu had several properties in Haijing, but she mainly lived here for the sake of peace and quiet. An hour later, they arrived at the residential complex. Lin Baici took a look, and even though he knew nothing about real estate, he could tell that the houses here were absolutely, incredibly expensive. He estimated they must be worth over 100 million. The Mercedes drove into the complex, and the noisy streets and bustling city seemed to be instantly cut off, suddenly becoming quiet. Individual detached villas were separated by maple trees and camphor trees, full of privacy. Because the plot ratio was very low, the complex was huge, but there were not many residents, which ensured sufficient tranquility. The asphalt roads were kept very clean, and from time to time, one could see 4 large mushrooms, which were actually disguised trash cans. How much are the houses here? Lin Baici was curious, feeling that living in a place like this would be quite nice. I do not know. When I bought it, including the renovation, it was 120 million. Nan Gongshu had never paid attention to such questions. Lin Baici currently had 20 million in his hands and felt like a small nouveau rich. But looking at it now, he was still very far off. Do you like it? The landlady chuckled. I will gift you one, Andy Shu. Do not joke around. I might actually take you seriously. Lin Baici felt that if it were the version of him that had just graduated from high school, he would definitely have been awkward and at a loss for words when facing a wealthy woman like Nan Gongshu. But now, his strength had brought him confidence. As the saying goes, money is a man's courage, and for a god hunter, strength is his foundation. I am not joking. Nan Gongshu looked at Lin Baici through the rearview mirror. You only suffered a loss because you just started. Once you explore a few more god ruins and your reputation rises, buying a house like this will be as easy as buying Chinese cabbage for you. By then, even if I offer to give you one, you might not even care for it. One must embrace a powerful ally early. if one waits until someone has already made it big to try and build a connection, it would be too late. In other words, Nang Gongshu was optimistic about Lin Baici's future. Actually, as long as little Lindsay agrees and signs that genius clause contract my sister gave him, he could get 100 million immediately. Jia Hongyao's large eyes rolled. I also think the houses here are nice. If you like it, you should buy one quickly. As far as Jia Hongyao was concerned, houses and such did not matter at all. Even if it were a doghouse, she could live in it happily. She was not particular about these things. She was only interested in exploring the god ruins. She said this purely because she wanted Lin Baici to sign the contract quickly. The house next door. The owners recently immigrated and are in a hurry to liquidate their property. If you want it, I can help you negotiate. I estimate 70 or 80 million would be enough. Nang Gongshu was lying. Because for the sake of peace and quiet, she had bought the two closest houses next to her own as well. She could tell that someone like Lin Baici would not easily accept others' favors. So she wanted to thank him in this way. Come to think of it, the fact that she was able to pass through today so easily was all thanks to him. No money. Lin Baici shrugged his shoulders. Actually, I can lend it to you. Nang Gongshu parked the car in the garage and led the two of them into the villa. As soon as she opened the door, Lin Baici saw a German shepherd holding a pair of women's slippers in its mouth, sitting in the entryway. When it saw Nang Gongshu, it immediately came over, wagging its tail to welcome its owner. Dawan, Jia Hongyao squatted down, patted the dog's head, and handed the dog food she had bought on the way to the German shepherd. This is my new friend, Nang Gongshu introduced him. Woof woof. The German shepherd barked twice, as if it were saying hello. A dog that has been irradiated by divine remains. It possesses spiritual intelligence. Eating it can nourish the body, enhance male vitality, and strengthen one's constitution. A hot pot meal is recommended. Nang Gongshu did not need to lift a finger. The German shepherd trotted out from the shoe cabinet, carrying two pairs of slippers in its mouth, and presented them to Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao, distinguishing between men's and women's sizes. Dao Wang is so smart, Jia Hongyao praised, patting the dog on the head. Seeing Lin Baici observing the dog, Nang Gongshu smiled and explained, I picked up this dog by chance when I was exploring a divine ruin in my youth. You do not need to worry. It has not been contaminated by any rules for all these years. Lin Baici smiled. Though he did not fully believe such claims, gluttonous god, can it cause rule contamination? Lin Baici had not forgotten that just a few days ago, he had killed a dog and obtained a divine grace called One Breath, 100 Flavors. A loyal dog, as long as you do not harm its master, it is harmless to humans and animals. It loves chewing on stewed pork ribs. You to go take a shower first. I'm going to cook. Nang Gongshu led the two to the guest rooms. An hour later, the three of them sat at the dining table. Shu Andy's cooking is still as good as ever. Jia Hongyao began to wolf down the food spread across the table. These dishes were prepared by the hand of a divine taboo item. Lin Baici picked up his chopsticks and was about to eat, but upon hearing this, his hand froze. What is wrong? Not to your taste. Nang Gongshu was surprised. Everyone who came to her home as a guest was conquered by her culinary skills. Shu Andy, are you sure it is safe to eat these dishes? Lin Baici asked, concerned. Of course there is no. Nang Gongshu stopped mid-sentence, her face showing surprise. You could tell. Lin Baici smiled faintly. I have been eating this for over 10 years. Nang Gongshu chuckled, picked up a chicken leg, and placed it in Lin Baici's bowl. Eat without worry. The cook in my house makes food that is beneficial to the body. Nang Gongshu's cheeks flushed slightly. She possessed a kitchen knife that could summon a cook with exceptionally exquisite culinary skills, which had earned Nang Gongshu the reputation of a cooking expert among her friends. Now that her little secret had been exposed, Nang Gongshu felt a bit embarrassed. The food is fine. Lin Baici took a bite of the chicken leg. He also had a cook of his own who specialized in making a treasure porridge, but he dared not use her because she would treat people like firewood to be burned. Nang Gongshu was very curious about how Lin Baici had discovered the connection between the food and a divine taboo item so quickly. After the meal, the three moved to the living room to continue chatting. As a gathering place for god hunters, The dragon and beauty bar collected a vast amount of information, and as the owner, Nang Gongxu naturally knew a great deal. For instance, the signature divine grace of a dragon-level hunter and their debut history. Lin Baici listened, finding it thoroughly engrossing. Currently, the most impressive newcomer in the security bureau is called Lin Baici, but once you join, she will likely have to step aside. Nang Gongxu offered a compliment. All right, it is getting late. Let us get some rest. Nang Gongxu saw the two back to their guest rooms, finally having some time. Jia Hongyao lay on the bed, took out her phone, and opened a WeChat group called Soul of the Dragon. Detective Jia, where is everyone? Hibernating. Jia Hongyao sent a red envelope worth 100 yuan. Feast brother. Just finished attending a funeral feast. 20 for dishes on the table. Very sumptuous. Prime Minister Crane. I smell the scent of showing off in our detective's words. Is there some good news? He was still the fastest at grabbing red envelopes today. Hot but immortal, same question. Detective Jia. Have you all heard of the Mad Maid? Very good. Now it is my turn. In the past, Jia Hongyao could only watch as these dragon-level big shots led teams to explore divine ruins and share their experiences, which made her incredibly envious. Now, it was finally her turn to share her own experience. So satisfying. Hot but immortal. One of the 7 great wonders, right? Heard of it, never seen it. Uncle Savage. Department head Jia seems to have experienced it, but the file is top secret and requires contribution points to access. Within the Security Bureau, there were some extremely important documents that required contribution points to view, because having contribution points made it less likely that a person was a double agent, a wandering red ghost. You didn't run into that mad maid, did you? Given Jia Hongyao's personality, if it were Jia Hongmian's achievement, she would not be showing off. My daughter is #1 in the world, Hongyao. Are you still in one piece? Feast brother, how many people died? Do I know them? If I know them, I will go attend the funeral feast. Below were a long string of replies, and even some old lurkers who had not been seen for years surfaced to chime in. Mainly because the news of the Mad Maid was simply too important. Detective Jia. I met that Mad Maid today. My sister confirmed it. She is indeed one of the 7 great wonders. Snake Princess. How tall is she? Feast brother. I get you caring about a man's height, but why do you care about a woman's? Snake Princess. Don't talk to me if you aren't at least 1.8 meters tall. Feast brother. No personal attacks allowed. Uncle Savage. I must pop up at a time like this. Prime Minister Crane, mind your manners. Uncle Savage sent 10 red envelopes of 100 yuan in a row, pushing the conversation up. My daughter is #1 in the world, seeing you so happy. You must be fine, right, Detective Jia? That goes without saying. Let me tell you guys, little. Jia Hongyao suddenly felt depressed. She wanted to show off the process of how she and Lin Baici cleared the mission. But if she said it, everyone would definitely turn their attention to little Lin. What if they tried to poach him? Little Lin, you are so outstanding. You are making things very difficult for me. But we are best friends who can even have children for each other. So you should be able to resist the poaching from these team leaders, right? Whatever. If I don't show off, I won't be able to sleep tonight. Detective Jia, due to confidentiality regulations, I cannot disclose the specific details. I will just give you a general idea. That crazy maid had a gourmet luck roulette. Whatever she spun, she had to eat. The dragon-level big shots listened intently. Given Jia Hongyao's intelligence, combined with the fact that these big shots usually looked after her, she had no defenses up and was easily tricked into spilling the beans. Feast brother, looking at it this way, if it weren't for that Lin Baici, all of your families would have been holding funerals by now. Savage Uncle Hongyao, you need to step up. You are a team leader now, but your performance makes you look like a mere accessory to someone else's success. Great Snake Lady, I want to be an accessory too, but unfortunately, I don't have a strong thigh to cling to. Oh heavens. Please grant me a 6-foot-tall thigh to hold onto, Prime Minister Crane. I hope you don't mind me asking. But what was the final reward Lin Baici received? Detective Jia, I don't know. I didn't look. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but sigh. Jia Hongyao was truly naive. Compared to her sister, they were like heaven and earth. Hot but immortal Hongyao. Let's set up a dinner. My treat. And bring Baici along, Detective Jia. Do you think I am stupid? I have remembered you. Once my team grows, the first person I will poach is the ace of your team. Feast brother, Detective Jia. Has your luck been a bit bad lately? My daughter is #1 in the world. That is right. If you calculate it, in these past 2 months, you have encountered 2 divine ruins and 3 instances of divine item contamination. Savage uncle. This crazy maid incident should count as a divine ruin, Detective Jia. Now that you mention it, it really does. Jia Hongya realized it only after the fact. Great snake lady. Should I say that Lin Baici is cursed with bad luck? Or is his life so tough that his destiny suppresses the gods? Ordinary god hunters usually run into trouble when encountering rule-based contamination so frequently. But judging by what Jia Hongya said, Lin Baici always turns danger into safety, eats well, and comes out as the final winner. No, I must find an opportunity to meet him. Feast brother, you could let him enter the Qin Palace. Maybe he would break the curse. Detective Jia, Feast brother. Can you stop coming up with such terrible ideas? Jia Hongyao was a bit unhappy. The Qin Palace was so dangerous. Was he trying to send little Lin to his death? Feast brother, my apologies. He sent a large red envelope. Because of the topic of the crazy maid, everyone was in high spirits and kept chatting. Lin Baici lay on the bed, browsing the origin forum for a while, when his childhood friend sent a video call request. The moment Li Wei saw Lin Baici, he noticed his background. Holy crap, old boy. Why are you staying in a hotel again? Li Wei started to worry. His childhood friend wasn't becoming a kept man, was he? No, I helped a friend move today. It was too late. So, I just stayed over. Lin Baici had no choice but to make up a lie. Is this friend of yours a second-generation rich kid? Although this was a guest room, the decor was quite high-end. Anyone could tell that this household was not short on money. A first-generation rich person, Lin Baici chuckled. Forget about which generation they are. You have nothing to do tomorrow, right? Come find me to hang out. We haven't seen each other in a long time. We need to get together. Li Wei urged Lin Baici to get moving. Tomorrow doesn't work. How about next week? Lin Baici also wanted to grab a meal with his friend. You don't even have a girlfriend. Why are you so busy? Li Wei was puzzled. How do you know I don't have a girlfriend? Lin Baici retorted. With your indecisive personality, if you wait to pursue a girl yourself, it will take forever. Even when girls pursue you, you keep pushing them away. Li Wei knew that during their 3 years of high school, there were girls who liked Lin Baici, but because his family was poor, he was insecure and didn't dare to date. When will you ever man up? If I had your looks, I would have already had 3 kids by now. Get lost. Lin Baici knew Li Wei was joking. He wasn't that kind of person. Sigh. Why are girls so hard to pursue? Li Wei sighed. If I met someone who threw themselves at me, I wouldn't even mind if she were she-devil. Baici, are you asleep? I warmed up some milk. Nang Gongshu knocked on the door, her voice ringing out from the hallway. Huh, I think I heard a woman's voice. Li Wei looked suspicious, staring at Lin Baici. If you are short on money, tell me. I have a little bit here. We absolutely cannot go down the path of being a gigolo. Chapter 151. Lin, the time management master, the door is unlocked, Lin Baici shouted, looking at Li Wei's large face on the screen. I'll come see you next weekend. I'm hanging up now. Also, if you're short on money, tell me. I just received a bonus recently. What bonus? Li Wei was very curious and lowered his voice. Let me see what the rich lady looks like. If she is very pretty, actually, it might not be impossible. Lin Baici ignored his friend, hung up the video call, and got out of bed. Were you chatting? Nang Gongshu pushed the door open and entered. She was carrying a tray with a glass of milk, a plate of diced fruit, and a slice of cake. Yeah, a classmate. Lin Baici looked at the attentive landlady and quickly tried to decline. You're too kind. I'm already full from dinner. You're at an age where you're still growing. Eat a bit more. The landlady placed the items on the table, but she had no intention of leaving. Instead, she sat down on the edge of the bed. Thank you so much for today. These ordinary foods are just trash to you. You need meteor stones, divine remains, and other foods that contain divine energy. Hurry up and enter a divine ruin. I only did what I could. Lin Baici said modestly. What you consider what you could is a life-saving grace to others. The landlady handed the milk to Lin Baici. Drink it while it's warm, Lin Baici wanted to say. With you sitting right here, how am I supposed to drink it? The landlady was wearing a floral pajama set, likely made of silk. It looked incredibly soft and silky, clinging entirely to her body and perfectly accentuating her voluptuous curves. Furthermore, it seemed she wasn't wearing any undergarments. Who could possibly resist this? Lin Baici felt that the landlady was challenging his weak points. Of course, it was also possible that she was simply used to dressing this way at home. An old clown who has taken a liking to you. Don't let your 1.9-meter height fool you. You are very likely unable to hold your ground. Lin Baici took the milk and found it was neither too hot nor too cold, exactly at the right temperature to drink, which showed just how attentive the landlady was. I heard from Hong Yao that you're a freshman at Haijing University of Science and Technology. Nan Gongshu teased. There are very few girls at that school. It's all right. Lin Baici thought of Zhuqinan. A small quantity didn't matter as long as the quality was high. Besides, there was also Gu Qingxiang, who could single-handedly pull up the quality of the girls at Haijing University of Science and Technology by a whole tier. Actually, in his own class, Ji Xinyan was also very pretty. She could easily be rated as the department beauty. It was just her style of dress it felt a bit too tea-like, or perhaps just too fashionable. Many girls learned how to dress by watching Xiaohongshu, but Ji Xinyan was the one teaching others how to dress on Xiaohongshu. Bai Zhou's looks were a tiny bit inferior to Ji Xinyan's, but since fair skin hides 100 flaws, she was still stunning. Lin Baici had almost never spoken to her because her demeanor felt very cold and aloof. To put it simply, she was the type of girl who looked difficult to pursue at first glance. The competition among you boys will be intense. You need to plan ahead. Nan Gongshu looked Lin Baici over, looking at him from the side. His facial contours were also very handsome. The Haijing Academy of Drama has many pretty girls, but if you're dating across to different schools, these 4 years of romance will be tough. Eating together, watching the moon together, studying together, those should be the happiest times. Nan Gongshu recalled her own college days, which were spent almost entirely in training. What a pity. Yeah, Lin Baici nodded. He was looking forward to it. But the problem was he hadn't seen a girl who made his heart flutter yet. Tired? Shall I give you a massage to help you relax? Nan Gongshu patted the bed. Come on, lie down, no need. Before Lin Baici could finish, he was grabbed by the arm by the landlady and pulled down onto the bed. The milk. Lin Baici was still holding the milk and didn't dare to struggle with any force. Otherwise, he would spill it. Then, he felt something soft sit on his lower back. Next, his shoulders were gripped by 10 slender fingers. Do you work out often? Nan Gongshu could feel that Lin Baici's frame was very solid. One touch told her it was the firm, rugged kind of muscle. Lin Baici held the milk in his left hand, and having the landlady sitting on his back made him feel very insecure. If she were to suddenly launch an attack, he wouldn't be able to resist in this position. So, completely subconsciously, Lin Baici activated his divine favor, Red Rolling Stone, and summoned a small clay figure. Nan Gongshu had keen perception and sensed the fluctuation of divine power within Lin Baici's body. She knew he had definitely activated a divine ability. This left her filled with emotion. Lin Baici being valued by Xiao Hongmian was clearly not without reason. He really had some tricks up his sleeve. Relax. Nan Gongshu tugged at Lin Baici's ear. Even though she was being guarded against, the landlady didn't feel frustrated. Instead, her appreciation for Lin Baici grew even higher. To survive and grow to the dragon level, one had to maintain this kind of vigilance at all times. And Lin Baici felt his head spinning, feeling somewhat at a loss. You think I'm just massaging blindly? This is a divine favor, Nan Gongshu explained. White light glowing on her hands, they could dispel fatigue, relieve muscle soreness, and even repair wounds and scars. Of course, the most important effect was mental soothing. Nan Gongshu's massage could make a person feel as if they had returned to their cradle, wrapped in gentleness and comfort, filled with a sense of security. When the person being massaged was in this state, their guard against Nangongshu would drop significantly. Although it wouldn't reach the point of answering every question asked, they would open their hearts, feeling that Nangongshu was understanding and a sympathetic, kind auntie. Nangongshu didn't intend to pry information out of Lin Baici. She simply wanted to help him relieve his fatigue. However, she discovered that Lin Baici's spirit was still in a state of high excitement and hadn't calmed down. This willpower. It was quite impressive. Nangongshu took the milk from Lin Baici's hand and placed it on the bedside table. Her various divine favors leaned toward the mental category, and what she hated most was encountering people with strong willpower like Lin Baici, because the effects would be greatly diminished. Auntie Shu, do you know anything about the Bizan divine ruins? Lin Baici felt he needed to distract himself, otherwise it would be too uncomfortable. Why ask about those ruins? Nangongshu was puzzled. The hottest topic in the Divine Hunter Circle right now was the great underground palace located in the Kinling Mountains. I have a friend who invited me to explore the Bizan divine ruins. The only divine hunter Lin Baici knew was Jia Hongyao. She was a good fighter, but as for offering advice, sorry, someone with double D stats in intelligence and nursing was helpless. Now that he knew Nangongshu, and having experienced the Mad Maid's divine taboo game together, Lin Baici felt the landlady's character was decent enough to try developing a friendship. Then this friend of yours must have a lot of influence in the Korean hunter circle. Nangongshu provided some background. The Koreans are very stingy. They always want to go to other countries to explore their divine ruins, but they guard their own tightly. They never open them to outsiders. Even if they can't clear them, they keep them for themselves. They don't allow anyone else to interfere. If you can get in, just selling the information on what you see and hear inside would earn you a lot of money. Of course, with your vision, you probably don't care about that little bit of money. Inside the bedroom, the atmosphere gradually quieted down. Auntie Shu thinks so highly of me. I do care. Lin Baici thought to himself. I'm just a poor guy. I can't even afford a villa like this. If you were short on money, you can be my boy toy. Nangongshu Shu teased. Lin Baici did not dare to touch upon such a topic, so he quickly changed the subject. Is the Bizan god ruin worth exploring? Korea has a few god ruins that are worth exploring, and Bizan is one of them. It is a major 10-year god ruin. Nangongshu shared everything she knew. It is said that there is a deity inside, and the primary radiation pollution turns people into living dead. In most god ruins, if humans cannot leave in time, they will gradually turn into dead flesh men. Some of them will attack humans, while others will not. But in the Bizan god ruin, what appears are living dead, and they will crazily attack all living life. If you go in, make sure to bring enough gunpowder weapons. Bullets are not effective enough against dead flesh men, but they have considerable lethality when killing the living dead. Lin Baici gave a hum, indicating that he had remembered. Our Kyushu also has quite a few 10-year major god ruins. At worst, you could go to Japan, Europe, or even Egypt. These god ruins produce godly taboo items corresponding to their history. As for a place like Korea, their ancestors were a vassal state. Even if there are good things, they are just leftovers that slipped through our ancestors' fingers. Nangongshu's voice was soft, and listening to her speak was simply a pleasure. I think I will explore the minor god ruins first. Lin Baici did not want to be reckless. Steady development was the golden rule. Has that friend of yours mentioned how much tax they will collect? Generally, when exploring god ruins, god hunters must pay taxes to the country where the god ruin is located based on the value of the spoils. If it is more than 30%, then do not go. You would just be working for free. No taxes. Lin Baici chuckled. Jin Yingjin had said that all proceeds would belong to him, and she would also offer 10,000 RMB, 10,000 meteor coins, and a great godly taboo item. Looking at it now, the sincerity was quite high. Why have the Koreans suddenly become so generous? Nangongshu frowned slightly. Pies do not fall from the sky for no reason, Xiaobai. You must be careful. They definitely have ulterior motives, I know. Lin Baici felt the landlady move downward, sitting on his lap and beginning to massage his kidneys. You know. Nangongshu was curious. Can you tell me? They want to poach me. There was nothing to hide, and besides, Lin Baici did not intend to go. They want me to join the official Korean God Hunter organization, Sojong-jing. Nang Gongshu was astonished. Lin Baici remembered the name of the organization. Who is the person trying to poach you? Nang Gongshu was curious. If it is just some nobody, do not believe them, Jinxian. Lin Baici thought to himself that even if the big boss of Sojong-jing showed up, he would not leave. It is actually him. Nang Gongshu was relieved. No wonder. Is this person very famous? Since he could not refuse, he might as well enjoy it. Lin Baici had never had a massage before, but that did not stop him from thinking the landlady's technique was excellent. The leader of the Taeguk Tiger Corps, known as the Descendant of the Sun, is one of the iconic figures of Korea and one of the successors to Sojong-jing. Would you say he is famous? Nang Gongshu was shocked. She had not expected this person to have his eyes on Lin Baici. However, thinking about the genius recruitment terms Xiao Hongmian had offered Lin Baici, and recalling his performance in the Crazy Maid's Godly Taboo games, Lin Baici was definitely worth recruiting. As for the compensation, Nang Gongshu did not ask. But since it was Jinxian making the move, it certainly would not be stingy. What is his character like? No stains so far. And his reputation is quite good, Nang Gongshu warned. However, I still suggest you do not go to the Bizen God Ruin. Even if Jinxian is genuinely recruiting you, what about the others? To them, you are ultimately a foreigner, and they will definitely find trouble for you. What does an old clam know? This trip to Bizen must be made. You can give up anything, but you cannot miss out on eating a deity, the gourmet commented. The two chatted a bit more, and then Lin Baici's phone rang. It was a video call from Little Fish. Who would dare to answer this? The landlady was still sitting on his back. When Nang Gongshu saw Lin Baici hesitate, she guessed his concerns and got off him. Get some rest early. The landlady left the room and helped Lin Baici close the door. Lin Baici clicked to answer, and Hua Yu's bare face immediately appeared on the screen. What are you doing? It took so long. Hua Yu saw Lin Baici's background. Hey, you are not at school. Fortunately, it did not look like a hotel. Otherwise the streamer would have suspected Lin Baici was staying in a room with another woman. Yeah, I am at a friend's house. It is too late, so I did not leave. Lin Baici sat up. Han Yao is here too. Lin Baici did not know why he added that. However, after hearing that, Hua Yu's word mood immediately vanished. With Jia Hongyao following him, Lin Baici certainly would not be able to do anything inappropriate. Xiaobai, let me tell you, at the dinner party today, someone actually wanted to get me drunk. I just punched him twice with my little fists, and he was knocked out cold. The drunken immortal fist was simply a divine skill. Just a light punch or two, and the opponent could not handle it. I really want more divine grace, but the god runes are too difficult and it is easy to die. However, if I follow Xiaobai, it should be relatively safe. Hua Yu had a talkative streak, chattering away about her affairs. Lin Baici listened quietly, occasionally responding with a word or two. Hua Yu grew tired and prepared to change her posture, but her movement was too wide, and the thin strap of her camisole slipped off her shoulder. Lin Baici caught a glimpse of a small pouch. Hua Yu was startled, her face turning completely red, and she quickly hung up the video. 3 minutes later, Little Fish sent another video call. The signal is bad. Time to change phones. Lin Baici changed the subject. Damn it, Xiaobai. Are you trying to avoid taking responsibility? The little fish girl questioned him. No. What did I even do? Lin Baici looked completely bewildered. Hee, were you scared? Hua Yu said triumphantly. Let me tell you, my martial arts skills are actually very high. I specialize in dealing with scumbags. The little fish girl was still wearing that camisole. She hadn't changed her clothes, which also meant she didn't mind being seen by Lin Baici or the possibility of a wardrobe malfunction. If Lin Baici were a bit more proactive, he could easily win this female streamer's heart. It was just a pity that he lacked that awareness. The two chatted for a while before ending the call. Lin Baici glanced at the time. Oh my god. It had been over half an hour. This wouldn't do. My precious time cannot be wasted like this. Lin Baici felt it was necessary to practice some time management. And then another video call came in. It was from the Korean girl. Appa, good evening. Jin Yingjin smiled sweetly. You are way too self-disciplined, aren't you? Lin Baici saw that Jin Yingxin was running. The phone was placed on the treadmill stand, capturing the Korean girl's upper body. She was wearing a sports bra that tightly compressed her chest, which rose and fell with her movements, tracing beautiful curves. If I'm not disciplined, I'm afraid I won't be good enough for Appa. Jin Yingxin looked aggrieved. Appa, you never take the initiative to chat with me. Lin Baici felt a headache coming on. He truly hadn't reached out to Jin Yingxin, or rather, he hadn't even reached out to Hua Yuyu. From the perspective of a friend, he seemed to have neglected them. I called you this morning, but it went straight to voicemail. Did you run into another rule pollution? Jin Yingxin teased. But after she finished speaking, she saw Lin Baici's silence, which left her stunned. No way. Did you really run into one again? Yeah. Lin Baici nodded. Jin Yingxin was impressed. Appa, what kind of luck do you have? Are you being targeted by the goddess of luck? You aren't hurt, are you? Jin Yingxin looked at Lin Baici and saw he seemed to be in good condition. So she felt he should be fine. Lin Baici didn't think his luck was bad, because this time, he had made a huge profit again. First, he had taken out 2 members of the Lost Coast, resolving a crisis. Then, he gained a divine grace called Meat Grinder Strike, and finally, 12 divine taboo items. Holy crap, how many? Lin Baici did the math. And even he was shocked. It was somewhat unbelievable. Isn't this too many? The Dream Top, the Colossus Strength Gloves, the WWI Ayula Badge, and the Cursed Dagger were all spoils of war obtained after killing people. The Champion Darts, the Coffee Machine, and that Gothic handheld oil lamp from the gift box were rewards for clearing the stage. The Butcher's Mask, the Gluttony Apron, the Voodoo Staff, and the Goblin King card were spoils obtained from purifying the rule pollution. Besides these, there was the Lover's Lipstick given by the woman in leather pants, as well as thousands of meteor coins owed by others. Counting it all up, he had really hit the jackpot this time. Lin Baici suddenly wanted to go through another one. In the black altar bowl sat the white silk stockings left behind by the crazy maid. If he took a sniff, he could summon her and play another round of the master game. It was a pity that he had to participate in such games himself, otherwise, he could just give these white silks away to trap someone else. You really shouldn't leave the school for a while, Jin Yingxin suggested sincerely. It's probably just a coincidence, Lin Baici chuckled. He was going to visit his childhood friend next week, so he shouldn't run into any rule pollution. The two chatted for over 10 minutes, and Jin Yingxin tactfully ended the conversation. Appa, get some rest early. It seems Appa isn't interested in sporty beauties. What kind of clothes should I wear next time? You get some sleep early too. Lin Baici put away his phone and took out the large gift box. He opened it. An oil lamp full of Western Gothic style appeared before him. The black metal lamp body was engraved with patterns of Western deities and demons. Ghost Spirit Oil Lamp. No need to light it, just blow on it twice, and it will automatically ignite. In the human world, there are always things that the human eye cannot see. When you carry this oil lamp, you will see them when passing by graveyards, ancient houses, or dilapidated castles. Absolutely do not use it. If you are looking for a thrill, you can carry it out to play late at night. Gourmet review. What do female ghosts taste like? I really want to chew on one and find out. Chapter 152. Shall buy. I gave you a chance, but you couldn't seize it. What is the use of this thing? Lin Baici didn't believe in ghosts or gods. He felt that there were no ghosts in the human world, so the gluttonous god saying that this thing could see ghosts must be an exaggeration. It sees things that the human eye cannot normally see. Can it see Sadako or Naishakian? Lin Baici wanted to roll his eyes, but after saying this, he suddenly froze. There are no ghosts in the world, but there are divine taboo items. If there were a cursed videotape or a grave site contaminated by divine remains, it might actually be possible for ghosts to appear. Thinking of this, Lin Baici felt his scalp tingle, because he realized he didn't have any magical artifacts to slay ghosts or monsters. This was quite troublesome. The more Lin Baici thought about it, the more restless he became. He couldn't sleep. So he put away the ghost spirit oil lamp and went to find Nangong Shu. Knock knock. Lin Baici knocked on the door. Aunt Shu, are you asleep? Just a moment. Dozens of seconds later, Nangong Shu opened the door. She was wearing a white bathrobe, and her elegant collarbones were visible. "What's wrong?" "I just opened the gift box the crazy maid gave me. Inside was an oil lamp that can see certain dirty things. I wanted to ask, has there ever been a divine ruin in the world that appeared like a monster?" Lin Baici asked humbly for advice. Nangongshu really wanted to say just this. "I should have known better than to open the door for you. And here I was, actually looking forward to it." "Are you talking about god ruins that contain monsters like ghosts and spirits?" Nangongshu understood immediately. "Europe has ghosts, and we have spirits here, but the most common ones are over in Japan. All sorts of filthy things emerge one after another. Their night parade of 100 demons is no joke. How do you kill these kinds of monsters? Do you need specialized weapons?" Lin Baici had not expected that they actually existed. He hoped he would never run into one. His preferences were normal. He had no interest in intimate encounters with the dead. Yes, the rule-based pollution in those types of god ruins is extremely troublesome. Most god hunters are unwilling to touch them. If a monster loses its head, it basically dies. But if a ghost loses its head, that is not necessarily the case. "Come inside and talk." Nangongshu invited Lin Baici into her bedroom. "Should we go to the living room instead?" Lin Baici did not move. He always felt that entering a woman's bedroom late at night was not quite right. Nangongshu turned back, glanced at Lin Baici, and smiled. "Is this the cave of the silk web? Am I going to eat you or something?" Since she had put it that way, Lin Baici stopped being coyed out inside the landlady's bedroom. There was a faint fragrance. The decor was simple and elegant, and the most abundant items were, surprisingly, books and magazines. "Sit wherever you like." Nangongshu sat back on the bed, leaning against the headboard. This posture left her thighs exposed. Over in Hong Kong, there have been god ruins of this type, and some god-forbidden items that are highly lethal to ghost-type monsters have leaked out. Around here, in the regions of Mount Mao and Penglai, such god ruins have appeared, but not many. Taoist priests from Mount Mao, Lin Baici smiled. "Speaking of Taoists, there is a Julu god ruin in Jizhou that has existed for 10 years. It is said that a meteor crashed into Zhangzhou's treasure hoard, radiating many Taoist-style god-forbidden items. It is quite difficult to clear." Nangongshu saw Lin Baici sitting on a stool and muttered that he was a coward. Zhangzhou, that great virtuous teacher from the Three Kingdoms period. Lin Baici was surprised. "He still has a treasure hoard?" "Yes, the leader of the Yellow Turban Rebellion." Nangongshu smiled. "Do you think someone who climbed to that level of status would be a pauper?" "No." Whether it is actually related to Zhangzhou is unknown. For now, Lin Baici was more interested in Bizan and the Qin Palace. As for this Julu god ruin, he would think about it later. "The most famous god ruin in Hong Kong is a gambling ship," Nangongshu continued. "At the time, a meteor crashed into the high seas and just happened to affect this gambling ship. Most of the Eastern horror elements you can think of are all on there. It would be no exaggeration to call it a grand collection of horror-themed god-forbidden games. Going up there to play around is definitely more thrilling than visiting a haunted house." Nangongshu looked at Lin Baici. "Are you interested?" Lin Baici shook his head. "Are you kidding me? I would never go to that god ruin. Even if you killed me." Lin Baici never watched Hong Kong or Japanese horror movies. He was scared. Some say this gambling ship god ruin could rank among the top 10 most difficult god ruins in the 9 provinces. But it was eventually removed from the list. It is not even as bad as the Qin Palace. Nangongshu, however, wanted to go and see it for herself, to enjoy that experience of being scared out of her wits. Lin Baici guessed. "Not difficult enough." "No, it is because this gambling ship is still drifting on the ocean to this day. It cannot be detected by radar or satellites at all. So whether a god hunter can find it depends entirely on luck," Nangongshu explained. "In short, because so few people go up there, and consequently so few people die, it lacks reference value. For example, the Qin Palace has seen several dragon-level hunters fall. That is just hearsay. People scaring each other." Lin Baici felt that it was just a case of too many people spreading the story, leading to exaggeration and becoming increasingly distorted. "But you still have to be careful. If you go to Hong Kong or Macau to play in the future, remember never to take a boat out to sea. Once you enter the range of that gambling ship, Any type of vessel will lose control and eventually drift toward it. Nangongshu warned. That gambling ship is like a harbinger of disaster. The people on any ship that encounters it die. And their states of death are bizarre and varied. Lin Baici was not panicked at all. He had no plans to go to Hong Kong or Macau anyway. So, he certainly would not run into that gambling ship. If you want equipment of this type, I can keep an eye out for you. They are generally more common over in Japan. Nangongshu had extensive connections and access to such channels. Then, I will have to trouble you, Sister Shu. Please help me see if there are any God-forbidden items for killing ghosts. Price is not an issue. Lin Baici smiled slightly, feeling very confident. He did not have much money, but he already had over 20 God-forbidden items. If the landlady found something good enough, Lin Baici would not hesitate to trade two for one. The chat with the landlady was very pleasant. When Lin Baici noticed the time, it was already 2:00 a.m. He hurriedly stood up. I am sorry. I have delayed your sleep. It is fine. Nangongshu thought to herself. You are not planning to just leave like this, are you? It is so late already. Are you not going to do something? Look at this bed. It is so big and soft. You could roll around on it however you like. Get some rest early. Don't bother seeing me out. Lin Baici quickly slipped away and helped the landlady close the door. Nangongshu looked at the door and suddenly let out a soft laugh, mocking herself. What has gotten into me? I have been on my own for 20 years. Why did I suddenly have a change of heart? It could only be said that Lin Baici's looks and personality were very much to Nangongshu's liking. Or perhaps, Nangongshu had discovered an unpolished gemstone and wanted to play a cultivation game for once. Just think about it. The #1 dragon-level god hunter in the 9 provinces, trained by her own hand. How satisfying would that be? In this society, there are too many bad women. Lin Baici is still young. So to keep him from being deceived, I have to toughen him up. Haijing Academy of Fine Arts, Building B, 3rd floor, Art Studio 302. The night was already very quiet, like a black curtain draped over the earth, as if it intended to smother the world. An old man in his twilight years. Outside the window, crickets were chirping. A girl sat before an easel, having remained motionless for a full 6 hours, like a statue. The pale light of the energy-saving lamp fell upon her tall figure, casting a shadow on the floor that looked like a ghost devoid of its soul. The walls of this classroom were stained with various pigments, creating the atmosphere of a horror movie in the middle of the night. Creak. The door hinge groaned, and a man with graying hair, roughly 50 years old, walked in. Shen. You should go to sleep. The person who arrived was the vice dean. He lived in the faculty housing of the art academy. Having just finished his work, he was smoking on his balcony when he noticed the lights were still on in this teaching building. Knowing Shen was still there, he came over to check on her. As a genius who had held an art exhibition in Paris, Shen was entitled to the exclusive use of a classroom. I will go soon, Shen replied. But her body did not move an inch. It was clearly a perfunctory response. However, the vice dean did not blame her. Instead, he sighed with a sense of heartache. Creation is not something that happens overnight. The vice dean wanted to persuade Shen not to ruin her health. But when his gaze fell upon the easel in front of her, he froze. How could this be? The painting on it was Shen's imitation of Van Gogh's classic masterpiece, Sunflowers. When the vice dean had looked at it at noon, the golden and orange-red flowers were brilliant in color and full of vibrant life, making one feel that life was so beautiful that one should not waste a moment. But looking at it now, under the pale light, the fine hairs on the leaves of those flowers seemed like wriggling tentacles, and the flower centers looked even more like the eyes of a demon. The vice dean instantly gasped, goosebumps breaking out all over his body, uncomfortable, chilling, a sense of insane, grotesque strangeness rushed toward him, like the giant hand of a demon gripping the vice dean's throat, leaving him nearly suffocated. Why was it the same painting? How could there be such a massive difference just by looking at it at different times? The vice dean looked at Shen. This girl was elegant and tall, usually keeping to herself, with pitifully few words. Her cheeks were thin, and her skin had the pallor of someone who never saw the sun. One could tell at a glance that she was not in good health. Her long black hair was wrapped into a large bun with a handkerchief at the back of her head. Her apron was splattered with many pigments, looking messy and chaotic. "Dean, it is too late. Go back and sleep." Shenshin wanted to be alone. A genius is truly different from the rest, the Vice Dean remarked with emotion, then advised, "Creators also need nourishment. You stay in the studio all the time, and you know too little about this world. This National Day, an Egyptian delegation is holding a historical artifact exhibition at the Haijing Museum to promote cultural exchange between the two countries. You should go and take a look." "I do not like crowded places," Shenshin refused. She said exactly what was on her mind and did not change her attitude just because the other person was the Vice Dean. "I know you do not like crowds." The Vice Dean took out a ticket. "Admission is by ticket only for the first 3 days. So, it will be less crowded. You can go and see it then. For the following 4 days, it will be open to all citizens of the city. However, during those last 4 days, because there will be too many people, over a dozen precious artifacts will be removed and will not be on display." Shenshin nodded. The Vice Dean walked over, placed the ticket on Shenshin's school bag, and then left. Before he stepped out of the classroom, he glanced at the oil painting once more. The seeds in the center of those sunflowers looked like eyeballs, dense and packed, as if a demon had come out for a stroll in the dead of night. Shenshin did not touch the ticket and continued to stare blankly. Li Jing woke up early, bought some steamed buns at the cafeteria, and hurried to the classroom. Ever since she was guided by Shenshin last time, her painting skills had improved by leaps and bounds. Recently, she had even been blessed with good luck. A game company had commissioned her for some work. Although it was only a small company, the price they offered was not low, allowing Li Jing to save up a small nest egg. The door to classroom 302 was closed, but the lights were on. Shenshin didn't pull an all-nighter again, did she? Li Jing pushed the door open, poked her head in like a hamster, and took a look. Her gaze was immediately drawn to the oil painting on the easel. The morning sun spilled through the window, with some rays landing on the easel, reflecting the sunflowers as vibrant and full of life. A sense of an impending bountiful harvest rushing toward her. This was a very warm oil painting. Looking at it made one feel as if they were reading a heartwarming story. Li Jing knocked on the door and then walked in. "Shenshin, thank you for your guidance before." Shenshin turned around and gave a hum, acknowledging her. Li Jing suddenly felt that such a dry expression of gratitude lacked sincerity. So she remembered the ticket she had just ordered. This National Day, there is an ancient Egyptian artifact exhibition at the Provincial Museum. I have a ticket. If you have time, you can go and see it. The ticket cost 350, which was a bit expensive. But for Shenshin, Li Jing was more than willing. "No need, I already have one." Shenshin refused. Li Jing felt a little disappointed. Then she saw the oil painting in her school bag and quickly took it out. "Shenshin, can you give me some more advice?" This was her graduation project. Shenshin took a look. This classmate was imitating the French painter Ingres's The Grand Odalisque, the original of which is currently in the Louvre. "You emphasize the female physiological features too much. Sometimes, just the right amount of concealment is actually more alluring," Shenshin commented. Li Jing felt a bit awkward. Recently, when she drew character designs for that game company, what they wanted was large breasts, perky buttocks, and minimal clothing. Earning money is nothing to be ashamed of. How can one create good work while starving? Shenshin smiled faintly. As long as you pour your heart, soul, and passion into it, it is a good piece of work. Thank you. Li Jing nodded repeatedly. Shenshin turned her head back, continuing to stare blankly out the window. Li Jing knew it was time to take her leave. She walked a few steps, then suddenly remembered something. By the way, Lin Baici just posted a new video. Have you listened to it? It is simply amazing. Shenshin raised an eyebrow, put down her paintbrush, took out her long outdated mobile phone from her pocket, and opened the Bilibili app. In her following list, there was only one content creator, Lin Baici. Shenshin clicked on his name and, sure enough, saw a new video. Click to play. Why is that? This person has no concept of self, no concept of others, no concept of living beings, and no concept of longevity. All phenomena are illusory. If you see that all phenomena are not phenomena, then you see the Tathagata. It is the Diamond Sutra. A gentle and mellow voice flowed from the phone, carrying the enlightenment and open-mindedness of someone who has tasted all the worldly smoke and fire, entering Shenshin's ears. Shenshin had never cared about external objects like phones or clothes, but today, she had an urgent impulse to change her phone, because the sound quality was too poor. Along with the chanting, wisps of sandalwood incense seemed to drift through the classroom, and a high monk in simple robes walked by barefoot, wholeheartedly preaching the Dharma. Shenshin's recent irritable mood faded away, and in her chest, a heart of Buddha seemed to have condensed. Li Jing had originally wanted to chat with Shenshin about Lin Baici, but seeing that Shenshin began to replay the video after finishing it once, she tactfully left. Shenshin listened to it 7 times in total, and only when her phone was about to run out of battery did she stop. Still feeling unsatisfied, Lin Baici's new video not only did not disappoint, but it far exceeded expectations. It had only been a few days, and the views had already reached 10 million, and looking at the trend, it would soon break 100 million. Shenshin moved her finger, scrolled down the screen, and looked at the comments section. I hope my mother stays healthy and lives to be 100 years old. I hope I can successfully pass the civil service exam this year and get a government job. Please let me find a girlfriend this year and successfully get out of the single life. In the comments section, the messages were all the same. Everyone was making wishes. What is going on? Shenshin was puzzled, then chuckled softly. Had they turned Lin Baici's video comments section into a wishing pool? Some people left messages accompanied by icons of incense and fruits. Shenshin had originally wanted to leave a comment to share her thoughts, but seeing these wishes, she didn't want to break the pattern and gave up. Just as she was about to close the app, she noticed a private message. She clicked on it and found it was sent by Lin Baici. Thank you for your support. I specially produced this version of the Diamond Sutra for you. I hope you like it. So it was written for me. The corners of Shenshin's mouth curved, revealing a smile. What is happening? Suddenly, there is a sense of happiness. Shenshin stood up, raised her hands above her head, stretched, and when she was about to pack her things to leave, she saw the oil painting on the easel again. She shook her head, pulled the canvas down, tore it up, then picked up her paintbrush and began to paint with bold strokes. In just over 10 minutes, a painting of sunflowers was born. In the golden morning light, the flowers were filled with hope. Shenshin looked at the ticket on the table. She had originally been in no mood to go, but now, going out for a walk is not a bad idea. After Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao had a sumptuous breakfast at Nangongshu's house in the morning, they said their goodbyes and left. What are you planning to do for the National Day holiday? Jia Hongyao skipped along, stepping on the sunlight. Haven't decided yet. Lin Baici wanted to go home, but he also wanted to take advantage of the National Day holiday to look at some houses, buy one, and then bring his mother over directly. Buying a house is not like buying cabbage. After all, one still has to choose carefully. For example, the surrounding environment, the neighbors, the property management of the residential complex. He had learned all of this while chatting with Nangongshu last night. How about exploring a god ruin? Jia Hongyao was full of enthusiasm. Forget it. Lin Baici was speechless. Haven't you had enough fun during this time? Most god hunters would have had a mental breakdown if they encountered this many rule-based pollutions. All right then. Jia Hongyao felt a little disappointed. Then shall we find a place to have some proper fun? Stop. Lin Baici looked at her high ponytail. I think I should stay away from you this National Day. Every time you take me out to play, nothing good ever happens. She is a jinx, through and through. Chapter 153. Lin Baici wants to fall in love. If something goes wrong next time, I will be your maid for a month, washing clothes, folding quilts, and cooking. Whatever you say, I will do. Jia Hongyao was going all out. Don't. I have PTSD from maids now. Just hearing those 2 words makes me want to shake. Lin Baici felt that he would never be interested in girls wearing maid outfits again. It is all that crazy maid's fault. Why do I feel like you had quite a bit of fun? Jia Hongyao stared at Lin Baici suspiciously. I don't know who it was that ended up kissing that maid. Do you know? I was scared to death at the time, terrified that the maid would bite your tongue off. The high ponytail was not joking. She had gripped her knife at the time. ready to burst into action at any moment to attack the crazy maid and provide cover for Lin Baici. Lin Baici felt awkward and quickly changed the subject. Can you cook? What kind of question is that? I have over 30 signature dishes. I can make you eat for a month without repeating a single one. Jia Hongyao hummed proudly. I'll let you cook for me when there's a chance. Lin Baici rubbed his stomach. He was gradually starting to take an interest in gourmet food. Call me when you have time, and I'll prepare the ingredients in advance. Jia Hongyao rolled up her sleeves, eager to show off her exquisite culinary skills immediately. Let me tell you, don't look at my older sister as being famous in the security bureau. In reality, she can't cook at all. She only survived because of me. Do you dare say that to your sister? Lin Baici burst out laughing. Jia Hongyao was stunned for a moment, then poked a small fist into Lin Baici's left rib. Can we not have a pleasant conversation? It is not against the law to brag a little, is it? Lin Baici suddenly reached out and flicked Jia Hongyao on the forehead. Damn, you are hitting my head again. Jia Hongyao pounced, hanging onto Lin Baici's back. She crossed her legs to lock around his waist, then used her right arm to choke his neck, followed by using her left hand to clamp down on her right wrist, applying a rear naked choke to strangle Lin Baici. I told you, flicking my forehead will make me stupid. How am I supposed to rely on my intelligence to make a living in the future? The girl with the high ponytail had been flicked on the forehead by Jia Hongyao often when she was a child, so she had an over-the-top reaction to this gesture. Mostly, she felt that if she had been hit a few years less, she would be Detective Jia, a sleuth comparable to Sherlock Holmes by now. You can rely on your physical strength to make a living, Lin Baici teased. You have a rank strength and a rank speed. Although his neck was being choked by Jia Hongyao, the girl with the high ponytail was not using much force, so it did not hurt at all. Relying on physical strength is too low class. I want to lead a team. I want to rely on wisdom to purify rule-based pollution. And I want to become a dragon wing of Kyushu. Since she was 7 years old, Jia Hongyao had been working hard toward this goal, running every day, doing strength training, combat practice. For 15 whole years, she had never stopped. Even now, Jia Hongyao was still persisting, though she had reduced her training volume to make time for watching detective dramas. You can do it, Lin Baici encouraged her. Upon hearing this, Jia Hongyao's body trembled. She asked with a mix of nervousness and anticipation, Do you really think I can do it? The girl with the high ponytail had been discouraged by her sister too many times. If it were not for her strong will, she would have already given up on being a god hunter. Having gone on missions with Lin Baici a few times, the girl with the high ponytail felt admiration, envy, and even a tiny bit of worship for him. So hearing Lin Baici's words now made her heart flutter with joy. Definitely, in terms of combat, Jia Hongyao was a genius. She did not need to use her brain. She could defeat many people just by relying on her instincts. If she were in a primitive society, she would definitely be the top hunter. And her physique was truly outstanding. I do not mean her chest, but her physical constitution. It is like a prerequisite for becoming a football legend. The body must be durable. No matter how many times she was tackled or collided within fouls, she would never suffer a major injury. Even if she were injured, she could recover quickly, allowing her to maintain a very high attendance rate year-round. Jia Hongyao had exactly that kind of constitution. If everyone ate one meteor coin, the extent of the girl with the high ponytail's physical enhancement would definitely be higher than most god hunters. Of course, the most important point was that Jia Hongyao had a great personality. Perhaps it was because she was too simple-minded, but she could not understand other people's sarcasm or mockery. She treated everyone with sincerity, which made her easy to trust and earned her many friends. If Lin Baici were to explore a god ruin, he would definitely bring Jia Hongyao along, because he dared to entrust his back to her and believed she could hold the line. Hee. Jia Hongyao laughed happily, her mouth unable to close. Looking like a husky that had just received its favorite treat, she jumped off Lin Baici's back and patted his shoulder hard. You have a better eye than my old sister, to be honest. Your sister is too intimidating. Lin Baici had only met Jia Hongyao twice, and each time he felt a palpitation, as if just by speaking a few words, His entire being had been seen through by her. That goes without saying. Even dragon-level big shots do not dare to breathe loudly in front of her. Jiu Hongyao began to complain about her sister's various evil deeds. You have no idea. I was bullied so miserably by her when I was a child. The two of them hailed a taxi and chatted until they reached the Dragon and Beauty Bar. Afterward, Jiu Hongyao retrieved her car and drove Lin Baici back to his school. In front of the school gate, I say, "Little Lin, why don't you quit school? Isn't it great if we go break god ruins every day?" Jiu Hongyao felt very happy when she was with Lin Baici. "Where are you going to find so many god ruins for you to break?" Lin Baici rolled his eyes. The moment a meteor carrying a god ruin falls, the local branches of the security bureau stationed everywhere would send out god hunters to purify it. If they could not handle it, they would request reinforcements from headquarters. Therefore, the existing god ruins were all the very difficult ones. Once exploration began, it was bound to cause losses. Because of this, the security bureau encouraged those rogue god hunters to explore them. If they broke them, that was even better. If they could not, they could at least gather some intelligence. When the god ruin expanded again, and the security bureau was forced to intervene, having that intelligence could increase their success rate. You have no idea how incompetent those foreign countries are. It is just like the pandemic. They are completely irresponsible, especially in Africa and the Americas. Ordinary people there can only pray for their own luck. Jiu Hongyao chuckled. Even in Southeast Asia, there are quite a few god ruins. Their relevant departments want to manage them, but their strength is too poor. So, as long as you want to, there are plenty of god ruins out there. Lin Baici raised an eyebrow. 10-year-old major god ruins are too dangerous. We can pick 3-year-old ones. Actually, I think 5-year-old ones are worth a try too. Jiu Hongyao calculated. With just the two of us, our risk resistance capability is too poor. We need to find at least 3 more trustworthy teammates. It would be best if they have healing-type divine graces. In Jiu Hongyao's study, there was a very thick stack of project proposals. Let's wait until winter break. Lin Baici planned to explore the Bizan God Ruin. As for now, of course, he wanted to enjoy his wonderful university life. During the summer vacation, Lin Baici planned to study hard and find a good job in the future. He had not even planned on finding a girlfriend, but now that was no longer necessary. After attending classes every day and ensuring he would not fail any subjects, he could just go wild. A girlfriend must be arranged. With over 20 million in his bank card, he could not just let it sit there and rust. By the way, is there any large, empty space? I want to practice driving. Lin Baici had a driver's license, but he did not plan to go straight onto the road. He wanted to practice for a while first. How about the HJ racetrack? If you want to practice driving, you have to get on a real track to improve your skills quickly. The place Jiu Hongyao mentioned was the venue for the F1 Grand Prix in Kyushu, which had top-tier hardware facilities. Is it really necessary to go that high-end? Lin Baici just wanted to find a playground or something similar. Don't worry about it. I will handle it for you. Jiu Hongyao left. She still had to go back and write a report regarding the crazed maid, and the security clearance for this report would undoubtedly be very high. Only a few people would be allowed to read it. I can write high-level reports now too. It is truly painful yet joyful. What should I do today? Lin Baici suddenly realized that he did not even know what normal college students did on weekends. Those with girlfriends should be dating. But what about those without? Play video games. Lin Baici turned around and walked toward the west. He knew there were a few internet cafes over there. Although he had already bought a top-of-the-line Alienware computer, Lin Baici still planned to check out the internet cafes. After all, they had a better atmosphere for gaming. However, Lin Baici had not walked far when he saw Gu Qingxiang. She was holding a large box, with another one stacked on top of it. Lin Baici immediately ran over. Gu Qingxiang, what are you doing? Let me help you carry them. Lin Baici reached out and took the box on top. For some reason, he just did not want to call Gu Qingxiang counselor. No need. Gu Qingxiang felt embarrassed to let a student help her. Are you moving? Lin Baici saw that there were quite a few household items in the boxes. Yes, I do not know why, but the people in the Bashu residential complex have all moved out. And I noticed that many of my neighbors are missing. Gu Qingxiang had originally lived there because it was cheap. But later she found that there were too many student couples. So she planned to move out. She had originally intended to stay until the lease ended. But now she could not wait any longer. Moving to a new place is for the best. That complex has too many people and is too chaotic. Lin Baici looked in the direction Gu Qingxiang was walking. Have you already found a new place? Yes, it is not far from here. Because it was close by, Gu Qingxiang did not hire a moving company and was moving things back and forth by herself. In any case, there were no large pieces of furniture. I will help you. Lin Baici took out his phone, originally intending to call a moving company since he was not short on money now. But after hesitating for a moment, he put the phone back into his pocket. I am definitely going to earn this favor today. Lin Baici felt that moving together would be a better way to foster their friendship. Gu Qingxiang refused twice, but seeing Lin Baici's persistence, she let him be. Lin Baici had good stamina and great strength, and with the added boost from the colossal strength gloves, he could carry quite a lot of things at one stop by noon. After 7 trips back and forth, they were finished. What do you want to eat? My treat. Gu Qingxiang picked up her bag, ready to head out. You have not even unpacked your things yet, so going out to eat is too much trouble. Let's order delivery. Lin Baici took out his phone, opened Meituan, and found a restaurant that offered delivery. He ordered a bunch of food, ensuring a mix of meat and vegetables, with both dishes and soup for a balanced meal. Half an hour later, the delivery arrived. Gu Qingxiang opened the door to get it. The delivery driver looked at her and thought this girl was so beautiful. He felt his heart skip a beat. As Gu Qingxiang closed the door, she called out, Baici, stop working for a moment. Come wash your hands and eat. Upon hearing a man's voice, the delivery driver's heart instantly turned cold. She has a boyfriend. The delivery driver felt miserable and wanted to cry. You bought too much food. Gu Qingxiang looked at the table full of dishes and complained a little. It was too wasteful. Eat more, you are too thin. Lin Baici did not stand on ceremony, sat down, and set the bowls and chopsticks for both of them. Gu Qingxiang felt a warmth in her heart upon hearing those words. The two of them chatted about daily life while eating. After lunch, they continued to pack, and it was not until 3 in the afternoon that everything was finished. Gu Qingxiang looked at her brand new living space and said, Don't leave tonight. Lin Baici was stunned. He had heard her clearly, of course, but the implication of that sentence startled him a little. No, don't misunderstand. Gu Qingxiang felt embarrassed. Not only her cheeks but even her neck and ears turned bright red. I meant that I will cook dinner tonight, and you can eat here. Oh. Lin Baici thought to himself, you scared me. What do you like to eat? Gu Qingxiang was a good cook. I won't bother you anymore. I eat at the cafeteria tonight. Lin Baici prepared to take his leave. There were still more than 2 hours until dinner time, and if he stayed here the whole time, what if Gu Qingxiang felt it was inconvenient? You help me move. Before Gu Qingxiang could finish, Lin Baici was already walking toward the door. You are living alone out here, so if you need any help, just give me a call. Don't be a stranger. If I build a good relationship with the counselor, won't I be able to coast through my 4 years of college? How delightful. Inform the people in your class that tomorrow at 1 in the afternoon, they should go to room 2003 of the C Block teaching building for the class's first official meeting to elect class committee members. Gu Qingxiang chased after him to give the instructions. Lin Baici left the residential complex, and while passing by a milk tea shop, he ran into Ji Xinyan, class monitor. Ji Xinyan waved her hand, smiling as sweetly as a flower. Are you calling me? Lin Baici was surprised. Ji Xinyan was looking at him when she called out. But he was not the class monitor. Yes, all the members of our girls' dormitory have unanimously agreed to elect you as the class monitor. Ji Xinyan was wearing a pair of tight jeans today, brown knee-high boots, and an off-the-shoulder wear-upon wool sweater that really showed off her figure. Thank you. But could you guys choose someone else? Lin Baici did not want to be the class monitor. He had no time to manage class affairs. That is not up to me to decide. Ji Xinyan had already guessed that Lin Baici would not be interested in such a position. What do you want to drink? My treat. If this were back in high school, Lin Baici would have definitely refused, But now, vanilla lemon blast. He could just find an opportunity to treat her back later anyway. Ji Xinyan stood in line to buy the milk tea. She noticed that after Lin Baici arrived, many girls were eyeing him. Just as men love to look at beautiful women, women also love to look at handsome men. Otherwise, why would so many women be obsessed with idols? The clothes on Lin Baici were cheap, off-the-rack items, and he no longer wore the Rolex he had on at the start of the semester, likely to keep a low profile. Combined with his lack of effort in dressing up, he looked like any ordinary college student, yet he was simply too outstanding. He was tall with handsome features, especially those eyes deep, dark, bright, and spirited, as if they were glowing. These were not peach blossom eyes, but they were mesmerizing. Furthermore, the confidence radiating from within him made him look incredibly dashing. Lin Baici was naturally confident, not only because he was wealthy but also because of his identity as a god hunter. In a sense, he was in existence at the top of the food chain. Having a boyfriend like this to take out would be such a face saver. Ji Xinyan sighed inwardly. After buying the milk tea, she handed a cup to Lin Baici. Here is the half-sugar one you wanted. Why? Lin Baici did not understand the implication. If you get fat, many girls won't be able to feast their eyes on you anymore, Ji Xinyan teased. Lin Baici was not sure, but he felt like he was being flirted with. Right. Since you drank my milk tea, shouldn't you be my bag-carrying lackey for an hour? Ji Xinyan spoke with a faint smile, which made it easy for people to develop a good impression of her. Whatever. Lin Baici did not mind. Where are your friends? Generally speaking, girls always moved in groups. Do you think someone like me would have other girls willing to hang out with me? Ji Xinyan rolled her eyes. Her lips were coated with lipstick, and as she sipped gently on the straw, her lip line looked beautiful. Why? Ji Xinyan just dressed too fashionably and looked a bit tea-like manipulative. But in their few brief encounters, Lin Baici felt this girl was actually quite decent. Because they would be overshadowed and look like ugly ducklings, Ji Xinyan pouted. Most girls with some sense of self-awareness, when choosing best friends, generally do not pick those too far from their own level. Because no one wants to be outshone. After all, what girl does not hope to be a princess herself? Walking with Ji Xinyan was like being a maid. It was a blow to one's confidence. Even girls of Baijiu's caliber would not hang out with Ji Xinyan. Although there was not much difference between the two, they would inevitably be compared. As the saying goes, two kings cannot share the same mountain. When gathered, they could not be the center of attention, but apart, they were the brightest stars. Of course, Ji Xinyan acting alone was more about wanting to enjoy a leisurely afternoon. Otherwise, with her emotional intelligence, she could quickly become good friends with anyone. You are quite confident? Lin Baici chuckled. If it were in the past, he would not have said such things because it might have displeased the other party. But now, Lin Baici did not care. Likewise, Ji Xinyan's eyes curved as she looked at Lin Baici and took a big sip of her milk tea. The boys she had encountered before were all very awkward when facing her, but this Lin Baici was composed and relaxed to the point of being infuriating. Oh my! I think I might actually like him a little. What should I do? I'm going to Yonghui to buy some things next. Do you want to come along? Although she had asked Lin Baici to be her bag-carrying lackey, Ji Xinyan still asked, "Let's go." Lin Baici had nothing to do anyway. Which department is that guy from? He is so handsome. You actually don't know. That is Lin Baici from the School of Electrical Engineering. At the freshman orientation party the day before yesterday, he sang a Buddhist sutra and stunned the whole audience. A Buddhist sutra. Is it as impressive as the Heart Sutra by Lin Renon Bilibili? Wait, they both have the surname Lin. Could it be the same person? It is the same person. Singing a sutra is nothing. On the day of the military training report performance, he stabbed a dog to death with a single spear. The girls in line were chattering away. Lin Baici did not know that he had become a minor celebrity at Haijing University of Technology. Chapter 154, The Tea Girl in the Sidewalk. Autumn leaves drifted down, resembling the melancholy of lovers parting. Lin Baici and Ji Xinyan, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, drew many gazes. To be honest, looking solely at his attire, Lin Baici was still lacking quite a bit, almost as if he were not a match for Ji Xinyan. But he made up for it with his high level of attractiveness. Class monitor. If you changed your clothes, there would definitely be no shortage of girls chasing after you. Ji Xinyan pursed her lips toward a girl at the 10 o'clock position. See that? That girl in the trench coat has already glanced at you 3 times. I think this outfit is just fine, anyway. No matter what he wore, it would get dirty once he entered a god ruin. Fine, it doesn't highlight your aura at all. Ji Xinyan looked at him with disdain. If I had your looks and paid more attention to my outfits, let alone dominating the freshman year, even those old hand senior sisters in their 4th year wouldn't be my match. At that point, she wouldn't even have to worry about abortion money, because people would be throwing themselves at her. Lin Baici gave a perfunctory smile. Class monitor. Why don't we go to the big shopping mall downtown? Ji Xinyan had a sudden whim and pulled Lin Baici toward the roadside, preparing to hail a taxi. No, what time is it already? Lin Baici shook his head. Lights out isn't until 10. If we go for a stroll and grab some dinner, we have plenty of time. The more Ji Xinyan looked at Lin Baici, the more she felt it was a waste of such a good clothes hanger. Sigh, what a waste of good talent. A taxi pulled over. Ji Xinyan grabbed his arm and dragged him toward the car. I really do not want to go. Lin Baici had grown up without ever really shopping at malls. He had worn school uniforms for years, and even when he did buy clothes, he just picked them up from roadside shops. So, psychologically, he was quite resistant to the idea. In life, you have to experience many firsts. Leave the clothes shopping to me. I guarantee you will have a pleasant experience. Ji Xinyan had high emotional intelligence, but even she was a bit puzzled this time. Lin Baici should not be short on money. Yet his behavior was very much like that of a child from an ordinary working-class family. Uncle, to Wanda Plaza. When taking a taxi, Ji Xinyan never called the driver just a driver. She always called them a sweet uncle. This was a trick she had figured out through experience. It made the taxi drivers consciously improve their manners, so she would not have to hear any foul language or crude remarks. However, Ji Xinyan only took taxis occasionally. She usually drove herself. A driver's license. With the connections of Ji Xinyan's father, getting a license was not a problem at all. The car drove for over 30 minutes, and they arrived at the Wanda Plaza. Ji Xinyan scanned the code to pay the fare, pulled Lin Baici inside, wandered around aimlessly for half a circle, and then headed straight for the 3rd floor. The clothes on the 1st floor are quite expensive, regardless of whether you can afford them or not. It is best not to wear them while at university. Ji Xinyan imparted her wisdom. Lin Baici looked at the clothes Ji Xinyan was wearing. He did not recognize the brand, but judging by the fabric and the cut, they could not be cheap. Do not look at me. I am different from you. I do not seek to be low-key. Ji Xinyan accepted Lin Baici's scrutiny with great composure. She even placed her right hand behind her head and her left hand on her hip, striking a pose like a fashion model. A girl wearing expensive clothes can make many suitors back off. Otherwise, you would be annoyed to death by them. Ji Xinyan shared her secret. Lin Baici moved his lips, but in the end, he said nothing. Are you thinking that I am a bit materialistic? That I have tarnished the purity of love? Ji Xinyan shrugged her shoulders. Boys who see a girl is very wealthy and still dare to pursue her are either toads lusting after swan meat, or they have the confidence that comes with talent. But boys who do not dare to pursue her definitely lack the guts. So, I believe that even if you miss out on them, there is no need to feel regret. What if this boy strikes it rich in the future? Lin Baici countered. If he strikes it rich, that has nothing to do with me. Ji Xinyan laughed. You surely do not think I would regret it, do you? A girl who would feel regret only shows that she is doing poorly for herself and that her judgment is poor. Sorry, that was a slip of the tongue. Lin Baici felt that Ji Xinyan was quite thoughtful. Why apologize? This is just a normal conversation. Ji Xinyan covered her mouth with the back of her hand and chuckled a few times. Of course, given my personality, I would definitely curse that man who struck it rich and wish for his good luck to be transferred to my husband. A fascinating woman. Why not take a bite? Just this one. Ji Xinyan saw a brand, grabbed Lin Baici, and walked inside. You sit here first. I will go find some clothes. When the sales assistant saw this scene, she knew that the man had no say in the matter. So she went straight to Ji Xinyan to recommend the new autumn and winter arrivals. Where am I? What am I doing? Have I gone crazy? Lin Baici sat on the sofa provided for customers in the store, feeling a bit dazed. He had actually followed Ji Xinyan to go shopping at a mall. He felt a bit restless, but he could not just leave Ji Xinyan behind, with no other choice. Lin Baici took out his phone, intending to read a novel to pass the time. However, he had only read 2 chapters when Ji Xinyan returned with several pieces of clothing. Behind her, the sales assistant was carrying 7 or 8 more. Go to the fitting room. Ji Xinyan instructed Lin Baici on which top to pair with which pair of pants. Is this too much? It was so troublesome. It was fortunate that Lin Baici had a photographic memory, or he would have been completely confused just listening to her. Being able to wear clothes and wearing them well are 2 different concepts. Ji Xinyan was like a fashion queen and would not allow Lin Baici to argue. Hurry up! She pulled Lin Baici up and pushed him into the fitting room. Forget it. Since I am already here, I might as well try them on. Lin Baici began to change. The first outfit. Light-colored casual pants paired with a blue jacket. When Lin Baici walked out of the fitting room, the sales assistant's eyes lit up, and she blurted out, "Your boyfriend looks so handsome in this outfit. Change it. It is too mature. The youthful innocence of a college freshman is gone. And that will not do." Ji Xinyan was not satisfied. Lin Baici saw that Ji Xinyan did not deny the sales assistant's words. So, he felt embarrassed to explain that they were not boyfriend and girlfriend, as it might make Ji Xinyan feel awkward. He tried on 7 outfits in a row, and Ji Xinyan was able to find all sorts of faults with every single one. Lin Baici felt completely numb. It is just wearing clothes. Does it really have to be this particular? The female sales assistant's face turned green. After more than 20 minutes of tossing and turning, if the other party did not buy anything, the sense of disappointment would be too great. After all, no matter how you looked at it, they seemed like a couple who were not short on money. God bless. Please let them buy at least 1 set. The sales assistant prayed in her heart. Big sister has been running around serving us for so long. So just pick this pair of jeans and the hoodie to show some appreciation. Ji Xinyan looked at Lin Baici. How about it? You decide. Lin Baici actually thought all these outfits were quite good. He had to admit, the tea-loving girl really had a strong sense of fashion. Pack them up. Ji Xinyan ordered. Lin Baici walked toward the counter, preparing to pay, but was grabbed by Ji Xinyan and pulled toward the sofa. Rest for a bit. We still have more to try on later. The sales assistant smiled brightly. These 2 pieces of clothing added up to 1,800, and a commission of nearly 200 was in the bag. She had not misjudged them. These were truly wealthy people. When they bought clothes, they never looked at the price tags from start to finish. Following this, Lin Baici followed Ji Xinyan to 5 more shops. They weren't luxury brands, and one couldn't even call them high-end menswear. But once the clothes were on Lin Baici, they perfectly accentuated his personal charm. If you look closely at your facial contours, they actually belong to the rugged type, which suits clothes like flight jackets or Western cowboy styles, Ji Xinyan explained. Lin Baici thought to himself, with these 8-pack abs of mine, no one would believe me even if I claimed to be a frail scholar. A man should have a coat that he can show off. With your height, you can pull off anything. Ji Xinyan saw a shop selling coats and prepared to go in. Let's skip this kind. Lin Baici quickly refused. He felt that people who wore these kinds of clothes were either successful businessmen chewing on cigars, or mafia bosses who could pull a Chicago typewriter out from under their coat the moment they opened it. Then let's switch to a trench coat. As soon as Ji Xinyan entered the shop, 2 female sales assistants hurried over to greet them. They had spotted this pair from afar, looking at the pile of bags in their hands. It was a full-blown shopping spree by a wealthy patron. This time, Ji Xinyan didn't let Lin Baici try anything on. She picked out a light coffee-colored one directly. 7,000 yuan. Are you sure it will fit? Lin Baici sat on the sofa, waiting to swipe his card. Rest assured, Ji Xinyan chuckled, looking very confident. Every piece of clothing you tried on was picked by me. Do you think any of them didn't fit? Lin Baici thought about it, and it really was true. There were only styles that didn't suit him, never sizes that didn't fit. The female sales assistant had been working for 5 or 6 years, And this was the first time she had seen someone like Lin Baici, who would just swipe his card for whatever was picked out for him. Ji Xinyan was very satisfied with Lin Baici's performance. In fact, if Lin Baici had refused, she would have bought it herself to give to him. And if he didn't want it, she would have just thrown it away. But the fact that Lin Baici chose to trust her made Ji Xinyan very happy. I just love straightforward men. Alright, let's go, time to eat. Ji Xinyan looked at the 6 outfits. Very satisfied with today's haul, Lin Baici called out to stop Ji Xinyan. What? Are you addicted to shopping now? Ji Xinyan teased. In this shopping spree just now, he had spent over 20,000 yuan in less than 2 hours. Yet Lin Baici hadn't even blinked. This gave Ji Xinyan a rough idea of Lin Baici's financial status. You've been running around for so long. Pick out a piece of clothing you like, and I'll buy it for you. Lin Baici quite liked these clothes. After all, who doesn't want to look more handsome in the future when going shopping? He could ask his sister to help him pick things out. Then I'll pick this one. Ji Xinyan pointed casually at a beige long trench coat. The female sales assistant was instantly excited. This piece cost 30,000 yuan. Please wrap it up. Lin Baici instructed the sales assistant. Your boyfriend is so good to you, the sales assistant said with envy. Ji Xinyan didn't deny it. She had been secretly watching Lin Baici's expression, wanting to see his reaction. But until the sales assistant brought the POS machine over to swipe the card and announced the price of 30,000 yuan, Lin Baici maintained an indifferent attitude. However, just as the sales assistant was inserting Lin Baici's bank card into the POS machine, Ji Xinyan reached out and pulled the card out. Swipe this one. Ji Xinyan handed over a credit card. Lin Baici frowned. I said I would buy it for you. You can just treat me to a meal later. Ji Xinyan gave a sweet smile. Just kidding. Ji Xinyan. I am not the kind of girl who accepts gifts from men so easily, but I am very satisfied with your attitude. The two finished their shopping and wandered around the 5th floor, which was entirely dedicated to food. What do you want to eat, Japanese cuisine or Western food? Lin Baici knew these two were relatively expensive and decent enough to take someone to. Hey Lao. Ji Xinyan had no intention of fleecing Lin Baici. I've been craving it for several days. Let's have hot pot. And order plenty of meat. After the two finished their meal, they took a taxi back to the school. The sky had already turned dark. The two walked through the campus, the light from the street lamps casting their shadows long. Yet they were like two parallel lines that would never intersect. There were couples strolling through the campus. The two walked to the front of Canteen No. 1 and stopped. You go back now, from here. They had to part ways. I'll walk you back. Lin Baici felt it was the polite thing to do. Aren't you afraid of being misunderstood? Ji Xinyan teased. Shouldn't it be aren't you afraid of being misunderstood? Lin Baici retorted. In his view, it was usually the girl who didn't want to admit she had a boyfriend, always keeping it a secret for a long time. Ji Xinyan was so beautiful. If word got out that she had a boyfriend, her popularity would definitely plummet. Class monitor. Do you not realize how famous you are? The name Lin Baici is already the #1 person among the freshmen. Ji Xinyan looked at the starry sky, her expression carrying a hint of self-mockery. If you walk me back, they will definitely call me a green tea bitch for ruining you. Let's go. Lin Baici walked toward the girls' dormitory building. First time? Ji Xinyan asked curiously. Lin Baici nodded. Ji Xinyan feigned excitement and waved her little fist. I've gotten another first from you. What about eating? That one doesn't count. Lin Baici suddenly felt a bit concerned, wondering if Ji Xinyan still had her first or not. Rest assured, it is a little cherry that no one has ever tasted. May I ask, with whom? Ji Xinyan stood on her tiptoes and leaned her head toward Lin Baici. You tell me quietly, and I promise not to tell anyone else. Lin Baici turned his head and saw T's sister's fair neck and her translucent earlobes. This woman is so smooth. Little Lin, don't look. You can't handle her. Ji Xinyan was playing on a completely different level. Dealing with a guy like Lin Baici, who had zero dating experience, was as easy for her as reaching into her pocket to take an object. It is a friend of mine. Lin Baici did not mention Huo Yu by name, but he assumed Ji Xinyan probably did not watch live streams and would not know she was a major streamer. This time, Lin Baici guessed wrong. Back when live streaming was at its peak, Ji Xinyan had been curious for a few days and tried it out herself. But she never had the patience for it. Furthermore, she disliked the comments from certain low-quality viewers, so she kept flaking on her schedule. The popularity she had initially gained due to her high attractiveness and great figure quickly vanished into thin air. Now, only a few old fans remained, still hoping for Ji Xinyan to return. I hope she is not prettier than me. Ji Xinyan intentionally gave a confident smile. And then she caught Lin Baici smiling as well. Oh no. She is a pretty girl. And at the very least, she is not inferior to me. Ji Xinyan immediately thought of the Korean girl she had seen at the Friends Cafe that day. If it were her, she felt she really might not be able to compete. That figure, that beauty. No man could resist such a weakness. Downstairs at the girls' dormitory, Lin Baici and Ji Xinyan said their goodbyes. If I were to give you a hug, the relationship between us would definitely become a hot topic in the girls' dormitory these next few days. Ji Xinyan teased. Why don't I take advantage of your fame and get a little popular myself? Lin Baici did not know how to respond to that. Even Jin Yingxian, who sent him selfies every day, had never said anything so ambiguous. Forget it. I do not want to get splashed with sulfuric acid by people who have a crush on you. Ji Xinyan waved her hand. Bye-bye. Lin Baici could hear the sounds of girls chatting. With his current eyesight, a casual glance allowed him to clearly see the clothes hanging on the balconies. Better leave quickly. 10 minutes later, Lin Baici returned to the dormitory. Where did you go to have fun yesterday? Jin Jiayu was leaning on his bed, seeing Lin Baici. He asked casually while simultaneously transferring 1,000 yuan to an ex-girlfriend who had asked him for money. Liu Yu, who was scrolling through videos, let his gaze fall on the bags Lin Baici was carrying. Keep buying. Once you start getting addicted to those small loans, your life will be over. However, Liu Yu quickly remembered that Lin Baici still had tens of thousands in prize money, enough to last him a while, and he immediately felt depressed. I went to see a high school classmate, Lin Baici explained casually and went to the balcony. After making sure no one was looking, he kept only 2 sets of clothes outside and put the rest into the black alms bowl. Zhu Daguan poured a cup of instant coffee for Lin Baici. Old Bai, how about collaborating with me on the show? Daguan, stop trying to leech off Old Bai popularity. Fang Mingyuan, who was sitting on his bed playing with dumbbells, interjected upon hearing this. Ever since Old Bai sang a Buddhist chant at the orientation party on Friday, his popularity had exploded. Currently, among the top 10 trending posts on the campus forum, 8 were about him. The remaining 2 were about senior sister Mikan. How can you say that? How is it leeching? I am a major streamer with over 1 million fans myself. Let us call it a win-win. Alright, Zhu Daguan complained. He did not actually have 1 million fans. And as a streamer without any real talent, he relied entirely on his gift of gab and clowning around. He had to constantly create content to keep things fresh, or else his fans would drift away. This time, Zhu Daguan had set his sights on Lin Baici. This roommate of his was simply a hidden gem. The way he sang that Buddhist chant, even the most heinous sinner could turn over a new leaf after hearing it. Which was why Zhu Daguan wanted to partner with Lin Baici to create a show. Old Bai, I have watched the videos you posted. The quality is great, but the production is too rough, and there is no marketing at all. What about those haters in the comments section? Are you just going to ignore them? It is such a waste. Zhu Daguan handed the coffee to Lin Baici. I do not like drinking this. Lin Baici refused. The price of drinking Zhu Daguan's coffee was too high. Let us sign a contract and let me handle the operations. Okay, I guarantee you can earn 5 million in a year. This was the result of Zhu Daguan's careful deliberation. The rice bowl of live streaming might not last a lifetime. So, he wanted to start a company, become his own boss, and incubate internet celebrities. Lin Baici was the most readily available candidate, and he could take advantage of his proximity to get the best results. 5 million. Liu Yu did not believe it. Do you think money is just hell money? Although live streaming is not as explosive as it used to be, it is not bad either. Besides, Old Bai can venture into short videos. Look at his natural advantages. He is truly blessed by the heavens. Zhu Daguan was envious. He himself looked a bit rough around the edges and could only take the comedian route. Old Bai, we are friends. Would I lie to you? 5 million. I just do not believe it. Liu insisted. It was not that he did not want Lin Baici to earn 5 million, it was just that he himself would never earn that much money in his entire life. Brother Jin, help me persuade old Bai too. Su Dogwin sought backup. Chapter 155 Class Monitor. A storm is coming. Everyone has their own aspiration, so do not force old Bai. Because Jin Jiayu was so wealthy, he did not need to compromise himself or worry about how others felt. He usually did whatever he wanted. But that did not mean he was a fool with low emotional intelligence. No matter how nicely Zhu Daoguan phrased it, his core intention was to treat Lin Baici as a cash cow to make money off him. Jin Jiayu would not help with that kind of favor. Even brothers settle accounts clearly, let alone the fact that the friendship between Lin Baici and Zhu Daoguan had not reached that level. Brother Jin, Zhu Daoguan made a bitter face, his expression as if to say, I am looking out for Lin Baici. Why is he so ungrateful? If old Bai wanted to eat from this bowl, he would have started working on the second video the moment the first one became a hit. But look at what he is doing instead. He often stayed out all night, living even more recklessly than himself. Jin Jiayu considered himself to have learned a thing or two about reading people from his father. But he could not see through Lin Baici. Lao Bai, do you realize that this might be the only opportunity in your life? Zhu Daoguan sighed upon hearing Jin Jiayu say this. He desperately wanted to create a viral hit and become a top-tier streamer, but he could never quite manage it. Yet Lin Baici had achieved it and didn't cherish it at all. It was infuriating. Since Lao Bai doesn't want to be an internet celebrity, stop forcing him, Liu Yu advised, thinking to himself that he should just let Lin Baici mess around, regardless of whether he could succeed in the future. He at least hoped he wouldn't seize this particular opportunity. Making videos is too tiring. Lin Baici made up an excuse to brush them off. He had wanted to be a content creator before because he thought the industry was profitable and a quick way to get rich. But he wasn't short on money now. He could sell any one of the divine taboo items on his person and net at least 10 million. Moreover, exploring divine ruins was thrilling. That feeling of adrenaline secretion was absolutely amazing. Tiring. Zhu Daoguan was speechless. My dog could mash on a keyboard for a bit and make a video better than yours. Lin Baici's scripture chanting video had a background image that was dull as death, just 2 or 3 pictures of Buddhas, and the audio quality was terrible too. It was entirely carried by the chanting itself. Thinking of this, Zhu Daoguan felt as if he had been soaked in lemon juice and drowned. He was sour through and through. Why won't the heavens grant me a bite to eat either? Lin Baici finished washing up and got into bed. He had too many secrets, and living in a dormitory was too inconvenient. Plus, there was this terrible environment and Zhu Daoguan's stinky feet. It was truly maddening. After Lin Baici acquired the divine grace One Breath, 100 flavors, his sense of smell had been enhanced, allowing him to detect scents that ordinary people couldn't normally perceive. To be honest, even if a 6-person dormitory was kept very clean, it was still not as comfortable as living alone. Lin Baici decided that once he got more familiar with Guqingxiang, he would move out. The topics that guys could talk about were generally limited to a few types of games: international affairs, women, and ball sports. Lin Baici's interest in these had faded. He wanted to talk about divine runes, but his roommates definitely wouldn't understand. So, he could only browse the origin forum. He searched for Crazy Maid, and quite a few posts came up. Lin Baici read a few, but they were all hearsay and bragging. One look at the posters and it was clear they had never experienced it firsthand. There were also people posting to acquire divine taboo items related to the Crazy Maid. Among them, someone said they wanted to collect the maid's clothing, especially her silk stockings. Black ones were more expensive than white ones, and they were even open to meeting in person. Such a poster seemed like a pervert. But Lin Baici knew they were an insider. They were clearly trying to scam a pair of stockings, because smelling them could summon the Crazy Maid. Who would be stupid enough to sell them to you? Lin Baici muttered to himself, then realized something. Wait, no. It was possible that someone had obtained the Crazy Maid's white silk stockings from someone else but didn't know their effect, in which case they might very well sell them. After sorting the posts chronologically, Lin Baici found that the hottest one had been posted yesterday, claiming it would reveal detailed intelligence on the crazy maid. Lin Baici clicked on it and found that the post was hidden. One had to pay 1 million to view it. Lin Baici was stunned. This actually works. He looked at the poster's ID, big giant, and for no reason. Lin Baici thought of the dwarf who had raided the divine ruin with him. He looked at the number of buyers: 11. There were still suckers out there who weren't short on money. Lin Baici immediately sent a message to Jia Hongyao. Lin Jia Daiyugui. Did you see that hidden post about the crazy maid on the origin forum? It costs 1 million to view. Jia Hongyao was clearly on her phone, as she replied immediately. Detective Jia. I saw it. 1 million is just a threshold to filter targets. Then the poster will contact the buyers privately and finally trade the crazy maid's intelligence for meteor coins. Lin Jia Daiyugui. It can be done like that, Detective Jia. This person is someone who wants money more than their life. On the origin forum, not all intelligence can be sold. If you're not careful, you might just get yourself killed. Lin Jia Daiyugui. Is it okay to answer questions in the help section? Lin Baici suddenly felt a little worried. Detective Jia. Earning a few tens of thousands or 100,000 in pocket money. Nobody cares. His case is clearly abnormal. Just wait and see. He'll definitely be banned within 3 days. Do you really think the moderators don't do their jobs? Lin Jia Daiyugui understood. Lin Baici scrolled down the page to read the replies. There were people cursing the poster for being a clout chaser, some who were curious, and others just spamming. Just as he was about to scroll further, the post disappeared. The post you are viewing has been deleted for violating forum rules. The poster's account, as well as the account that provided the invitation code, have been banned simultaneously. We ask all forum members to take this as a warning and cherish your respective accounts. 3 sentences were displayed in huge red text on the blank page. This poster must have been a survivor from the Dragon and Beauty Bar yesterday. Come to think of it, I should be the person most familiar with the crazy maid, right? The taste of the maid's red lips is still lingering on my mouth. Actually, if I change my perspective, aren't these white silk stockings equivalent to a ticket to see the crazy maid? When I'm short on meteor coins in the future, I could sell a batch of tickets and gather everyone who wants to see the crazy maid. Of course, life and death would be up to fate. I wouldn't care. Lin Baici casually searched for the other 6 great mysteries. They were the librarian, Postman Malone, Cinema Paradiso, the Black Knight, the Wandering Merchant, and the Headless Bride. Among them, the posts related to the Headless Bride were the most numerous. Lin Baici couldn't help but chuckle. What kind of monsters and freaks are browsing the origin forum? Your XP systems clearly have some problems. Lin Baici clicked into the help section. The post asking how to activate the urinal had gone up in price. But Lin Baici had no intention of answering. If he let it simmer a bit longer, maybe the price would go up even more. The post he had answered regarding the meaning of the pattern had not yet been settled. But the request time had been shortened to 1 week. However, Lin Baici was not in a hurry to get his hands on such a small amount of money. Lin Baici looked at the poster's ID, praised the sun, and guessed that the other party would likely post similar requests again. But he did not intend to answer them. A person must know how to hide their light under a bushel. Gaul, in the suburbs of Paris, inside a villa, a middle-aged man was smoking, his brows tightly furrowed. He held his phone to his ear with his left hand. Soon, the call connected. Has the matter been resolved? A voice full of vigor came through. Uncle Ju, can you tell me what exactly you are trying to do? On the middle-aged man's left index finger, he wore a jade green ring that shimmered with mysterious colors in the lit room. What is it? Constipated lately? Or just in a bad mood? Uncle Ju teased. The 2 people I sent to investigate that Lin Baici are both dead. This middle-aged man was the leader of Lost Coast, nicknamed Black Sea God. He could not help but be angry. It was one thing for Mechanical Tuna to die. But Shen Fujiang was an old friend who had been with him for 10 years and was a subordinate he trusted immensely. Yet, he had ended up dead in Haijing. Uncle Ju responded indifferently. Is that your answer? Black Sea God suppressed his anger, forcing himself not to roar. After all, besides being his major client, the man on the other end was also the master of the Kowloon Hall in Hong Kong, a hegemon who could summon wind and rain, Old High, the dead cannot return to life. Please accept my condolences. Uncle Ju consoled him. Screw you. Black Sea God could not hold it in anymore, although he was ruthless. He treated his subordinates well. Someone like Uncle Ju was being insulting. Don't beat around the bush with me, tell me. What is going on with that Lin Baici? I already sent people to Qiantang to find that Manhua. And he said the clay figurine idol had already been destroyed. Why are you still being so relentless? Uncle Ju knew he could no longer hide it, and he still needed Lost Coast to do some dirty work. So he confessed. He obtained a primordial god remnant. What? Black Sea God was shocked, then suddenly realized it was hidden inside the clay figurine idol all along. No wonder Uncle Ju wanted this god-forbidden item. Black Sea God had always been puzzled. This thing looked unremarkable. Yet it was worth Uncle Ju spending a fortune to have Lost Coast take action. Now he understood. The Kowloon Hall in Hong Kong was a key target of surveillance by the Kyushu Security Bureau. Once they made a move, they would be watched immediately. However, if Lost Coast stepped in, it would not attract attention. If it weren't for Lin Baici's unexpected appearance, the primordial god remnant would already be in Uncle Ju's hands. Thinking of this, Black Sea God's expression shifted, and he decided to make a trip to Haijing himself. That was a primordial god remnant. It was worth taking a risk. It had been 30 years since the first appearance of the god ruins. Most of the collected god remnants were merely bodily tissues that had long lost their vitality. But the primordial god remnants were different. It was said that they were still alive, seemingly because they originated from one of the most primitive gods. Regardless, this thing was many times more precious than ordinary god remnants. Black Sea God understood that this Kowloon Hall master definitely did not have good intentions by telling him this big secret. But the temptation was great enough to be worth the trip. At worst, I will mobilize the entire Lost Coast team. Help me bring back the primordial god remnant, and I will increase the commission I promised you tenfold, Uncle Ju proposed. Fine. Black Sea God finished speaking and hung up the phone. Anyone who believed that was a fool. From here on out, it would be a test of skill. And that Lin Baici, he had actually killed 4 of my team members. I will make you know the consequences of provoking me. Black Sea God. Black Sea God called his team members one by one, telling them to gather in Haijing. Taking advantage of this National Day holiday, I will pull off something big. Buenos Aires, a seaside villa. A middle-aged man with short hair sat on the sofa, shirtless. After putting down his phone, he picked up the building blocks on the coffee table and continued to assemble them. There were slight wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, and his hair was graying. But this did not make him look old. Coupled with a pair of long, narrow phoenix eyes, it instead gave him the air of a fit and alluring older man. Click, click, click. Uncle Ju's hands moved, his speed so fast that they left after images. 3 minutes later, the large pile of building blocks scattered on the coffee table had been assembled into a giant octopus. You lost. Uncle Ju smiled slightly and placed the giant octopus on the coffee table. Opposite him was a man in his 30s, wearing only his underwear. He was kneeling on the floor, his hands anxiously and hurriedly piecing together blocks. Upon hearing Uncle Ju's words, he suddenly panicked. Uncle Ju, give me one more chance, I beg you, the man pleaded. I already gave you one. Uncle Ju crossed his legs, took out a pack of Marlboro cigarettes, and with a flick of his wrist, a cigarette slid out. He caught it with his lips and pulled it from the pack. The cigarette was lit, and Uncle Ju took a deep drag. You were the one who chose this game, I. The man had not expected that even in his best game, building blocks, and with his divine grace activated, he still could not win. Remember, you can lie to anyone, but not to me, Uncle Ju. Uncle Ju exhaled a puff of smoke, tapped the head of the newly assembled octopus with his finger, and stood up to leave. The man saw Uncle Ju turn around, exposing his back to him. A surge of malice rose in his heart, and he prepared to make a desperate move. But before he could even fully stand up, the octopus on the coffee table suddenly expanded, shooting out 6 tentacles like sharp arrows that pierced the man's body, then pulled with force. Splat! The man was dismembered by the octopus, and blood and internal organs splattered all over the floor. Julong walked out and pulled the door shut behind him. Lin Baici. Julong gazed at the deep blue sky, The Black Sea God should have already set off for Haijing, right? Don't you dare die before I get back. I think snatching the progenitor god's remains from your hands should be much more interesting than taking them from the Lost Coast. Oh my. It has been a long time since such a brilliant and stunning newcomer appeared in the 9 provinces. Lin Baici counts as one. But it is a pity she is Jiaholmian's dog. I still prefer those wild dogs, so Lin Baici. Do not let me down. Bite back with a frenzy. A new week began, eating, attending classes. Looking at the girls, life was ordinary yet warm. Before 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the students of Software Engineering Class 01 had all arrived at room 2003 in the C building. Gu Qingxiang arrived 10 minutes early. Seeing that the students were all present, she announced that the first class meeting of Class 01 had officially begun. The topic for today is to elect the class committee. Gu Qingxiang wrote down positions like class monitor, youth league secretary, and study commissioner on the blackboard. Which students would like to take on which positions? You can speak up boldly. Do not be afraid. You are in university now, so you should strive to create a good start. Gu Qingxiang encouraged them. I have noticed that our counselor is actually quite pretty. It is just that her style of dress is too dowdy. Look at this skirt, even my dog would not wear it. Su Dogwen was speechless. A gray long skirt that covered her ankles, paired with a small jacket. What era is this style from? Does the counselor have a boyfriend? Liu Yu was curious. What are her hobbies? Liu Yu wanted to get on good terms with Gu Qingxiang. Not sure. She just arrived at Haijing University of Technology as a counselor. Not many people know her, so I cannot gather any intelligence for the time being. Zhu Dogwen had tried to cozy up to Gu Qingxiang several times by offering small gifts, but he had been rejected every time. Gu Qingxiang waited for a few minutes, but no one responded. It seems everyone is still a bit shy. Then let us start with the class monitor. Gu Qingxiang looked over the students. Students who want to be the class monitor, please come up to the stage and give a speech. Swish. Everyone looked at Lin Baici. In everyone's eyes, the position of class monitor belonged to no one but Lin Baici. Singing Buddhist scriptures at the orientation gala and stealing the spotlight was one thing, but the key was that during the military training report performance, he had shot a mad dog. That heroic posture was absolutely domineering. Also, during military training, Lin Baici had bought water for everyone. It was not a huge favor, but everyone remembered it. Gu Qingxiang saw that everyone was looking at Lin Baici and smiled encouragingly. Student Lin, it seems everyone already has a candidate in mind. Are you willing to serve everyone? If everyone needs anything in the future, whether it is money or effort, I can help. But as for the position of class monitor, forget it. I am not used to being a leader, and I am afraid that if I let it go to my head, I will become distant from you all. Lin Baici declined. Hearing Lin Baici's humorous remark, everyone laughed, and the class atmosphere instantly lightened and became harmonious. Old Bai, you are too humble. Someone shouted. It was from the neighboring dormitory. Old Bai, hurry up and get crowned king. Your underlings are waiting to wave flags and shout for you. Zhang Jixu looked like a brute, but he had an extraordinary sense of humor. Leader, you will be everyone's beast of burden from now on. Move quickly and get on stage to give your speech. Only Jin Jiayue dared to joke with Lin Baici like that. Seeing Lin Baici's popularity so high, Liu Yu was incredibly annoyed. If the guy does not want to do it, then let it go. Let someone else go up. Why must you force someone who does not want to? Lin Baici shook his head again. As someone who stayed out overnight every few days, how could he set a good example? Besides, he was planning to move out and live off campus recently. Clap, clap. Gu Qingxiang clapped her hands. Since student Lin Baici is unwilling, does anyone else want to be the class monitor? Pei Fei looked around, stood up, and walked toward the podium. Everyone immediately looked over. Lin Baici applauded, and seeing this, others began to applaud as well. Pei Fei's anxious heart relaxed slightly because of the applause. She had clearly prepared a speech. Although she was nervous and stuttered a little, she managed to finish it. Is there anyone else? Gu Qingxiang wrote Pei Fei's name on the blackboard. Liu Yu took a deep breath, stood up, puffed out his chest and sucked in his stomach, and walked toward the podium with what he considered a perfect posture. Fellow students, my name is Liu Yu. compared to Pei Fei's. Liu Yu's speech contained more substantive things. For example, he talked about seeking benefits for the class, promising that once he joined the student union, he would strive to arrange for more people to get in, fight for work-study opportunities for students from poor families to reduce their financial burdens, and organize social mixers. This kid came prepared. Fang Mingyuan was shocked. Zhu Daoguan curled his lip, thinking to himself, "You only just realized." In the whole dormitory, this Liu Yu is the most calculating one. Chapter 156, The Second Milk Tea of Autumn. Wishing everyone a happy Mid-Autumn Festival. After Liu Yu finished his speech, he bowed, stepped off the stage, and sat back in his seat. He kept his chest out and head high, looking straight ahead, trying his best to maintain a good image for everyone. But inside he was going crazy with anxiety, dying to see how others were reacting. I should have this in the bag, right? Liu Yu felt that Pei Fei was just a pathetic insect, not worth worrying about. Next is the voting segment. Gu Qingxiang placed a cardboard box on the podium and handed out the slips of paper she had prepared. Secret ballot. Whoever you favor, write their name down and come up to vote. Let us begin. Everyone looked at each other, and a few people looked at Lin Baici. Lin Baici wrote Pei Fei's name on the slip. He looked around, and seeing no one move, he ignored it and went up to the podium to cast his vote. Once he moved, the others began to move as well. Please have 3 students come up to count the votes. This was to ensure fairness and prove there was no fraud. I will do it. Ji Xinyan raised her hand, and without waiting for Gu Qingxiang's approval, she stood up and walked toward the podium. Compared to the average student who acted timid and nervous in front of the counselor, Ji Xinyan was much more composed and at ease, because she had never felt that a counselor was anything particularly intimidating. Pei Fei had to avoid a conflict of interest, so he could not go up. In the end, it was Fang Mingyuan and a girl named Tao Nai who went up to the stage to count the votes. Ji Xinyan did not stand on ceremony. She stood in front of the ballot box and reached in to grab a slip. She opened it, took a look, and froze. Student Ji, read the vote. Gu Qingxiang urged her. Once this class was finished, she still had to go to other classes to oversee their committee elections. And time was tight. Lin Baici, Ji Xinyan announced loudly and showed the slip to Fang Mingyuan and Tao Nai. Whispers immediately broke out in the classroom, because Lin Baici had clearly stated that he did not want to be the class monitor. Yet people had still voted for him. However, everyone understood this mentality. It was just a class committee election. More than half of the people didn't take it seriously. They didn't know that being a class committee member made it easier to join the student union or the party. They were simply voting based on personal preference, choosing whoever they felt like. It was an anonymous ballot, after all. Stay calm. It's just a technical adjustment. Liu Yu comforted himself. Ji Xinyan pulled out the second slip. Lin Baici, 5 in a row. All written with Lin Baici's name. Liu Yu couldn't take it anymore. He started cursing internally. Damn it. Are these people brain dead? The guy already said he doesn't want to be class monitor. Why are you still voting for him? Liu Yu was about to go crazy with anger. Pei Fei gave a bitter smile, regretting that he had volunteered for the position. Liu Yu. When Liu Yu heard Ji Xinyan call his name, his spirits instantly lifted. Here it comes, here it comes. My comeback and counterattack are about to begin. He stared at Ji Xinyan's lipstick-coated lips, wishing she would read out 10 Liu Yus in one breath. Lin Baici, Pei Fei, Pei Fei. Ji Xinyan continued reading down the list. When Lin Baici's vote count exceeded 16, the atmosphere in the classroom became somewhat noisy. Everyone was whispering and discussing, glancing at Lin Baici from time to time. In the entire class 01, there were 32 students, 13 of whom were girls. Lin Baici had received 16 votes, which meant that even if he received no more votes, he would still be the class monitor candidate with the highest count, because even if Pei Fei and Liu Yu took all of the remaining 16 votes, they would only be tied with him, and that possibility no longer existed. Ji Xinyan stopped counting and turned to look at Gu Qingxiang, because there was no point anymore. Student Lin, what do you think? Gu Qingxiang was surprised. She hadn't expected Lin Baici's popularity to reach such a level. Old Bai, everyone values you so much, just take the position. Zhang Jixu shouted out. Many of the boys also began to persuade him. Liu Yu's expression was awkward. His hands clenched tightly under the desk. Jin Jiayue looked at Lin Baici, understanding the root cause of this situation. Everyone was a freshman, and school had only just started. They hadn't spoken to each other much, let alone the boys and girls not being familiar with one another, even among the boys. Some hadn't even spoken to Liu Yu. Lin Baici was well known among the girls for buying water during military training, shooting the mad dog, and chanting Buddhist scriptures at the welcome gala. As for the boys, his reputation as a god of gamblers was earned when they all played cards together. Not to mention, he was great at basketball. And then there was that Alienware laptop of Lin Baici's, worth tens of thousands, just lying on his bed without a password. Usually, Fang Mingyuan was the one playing on it. Occasionally, Jin Jiayue would call people over to play games, and others would use that laptop. At first, everyone was worried about breaking it, until Jin Jiayue said one thing: if Old Bai cared, he wouldn't just leave it lying on his bed like that. Lin Baici had seen others playing on it several times and hadn't cared at all, even leaning in to watch. This generosity and open-mindedness made everyone admire him. Who wouldn't want a class monitor who was excellent, open-minded, and easy to get along with, at the very least? It was more comfortable than being bossed around by someone like Liu Yu. This was only because Lin Baici didn't want to be class monitor. Otherwise, he would have definitely secured 90% of the votes. If not a unanimous election, Lin Baici stood up with everyone's kindness. It would be tactless of me to decline further. Thank you all for your support. Also, I don't know what I can do yet, but if you have any problems, you can come to me, and I will try my best to help you solve them. Lin Baici's words were grounded and sounded much more pleasant than Liu Yu's empty promises. Clap, clap. Everyone applauded. Then the candidate for class monitor is decided. Gu Qingxiang smiled lightly, causing Zhu Daoguan, who had been stealing glances at her, to think to himself that she was truly a top-tier beauty. If he could win her over, damn, he could brag about that for the rest of his life. Fuck. Liu Yu was extremely annoyed, feeling that these people were all blind, no different from having no eyes at all. The subsequent elections for other positions were somewhat routine. Pei Fei became the Youth League secretary, Fang Mingyuan the sports representative, and Liu Yu, because he looked like a top student, managed to snag the position of study representative. Listening to the applause, Liu Yu only felt it was ironic, but he held it in. He felt that with the way Lin Baici frequently stayed out all night, he would make a mistake sooner or later. When that time comes, I will take back everything I lost, Liu Yu secretly vowed. When it came to the position of arts representative, there was an unexpectedly fierce competition between Ji Xinyan and Bai Zhao among the girls. More voted for Ji Xinyan, perhaps because they felt Bai Zhao was too cold and aloof. On the boys' side, more voted for Bai Zhao, because Ji Xinyan's style of dress looked out of place for a freshman. Everyone preferred a sweet girl over a tea girl like GXI and YN. In the end, Ji Xinyan lost by 3 votes. The class committee election ends here. Let us congratulate all the members of the committee, and I hope you can lead the class through a colorful and vibrant university life. After Gu Qingxiang finished speaking, she left the classroom, leaving the time to the students. I say everyone, shouldn't we create a class group chat? Zhu Daoguan's social butterfly syndrome flared up again. He went straight over to the girls' side and started asking for their WeChat IDs. As expected of a big streamer, he's got the confidence. This scene made Zhang Jixu drool with envy. He still has to ask for them himself. For my guys Lin Baici and Jin Jiayue, people offer them up voluntarily. Fang Mingyuan teased Lin Baici and Jin Jiayue. Class monitor, you've just taken office. Where are the red envelopes? Zhu Daoguan chuckled. Let everyone share in the good fortune, right? Lin Baici didn't say a word. He simply sent 5 red envelopes of 100 yuan each into the class group. Zhu Daoguan, the class monitor is generous. Wishing you good kidneys and a good appetite. Legend to 3, take it easy. Don't be so flashy now, and end up drinking porridge next month. Rising Sun, I can afford an extra chicken leg tonight. Thank you, class monitor. I bow to you. Should we all change our nicknames to our real names? Pei Fei suggested. She had taken a look Legend 23 was Fang Mingyuan, and Rising Sun was Zhang Jixu. The red envelopes are too big. Some people felt embarrassed to claim them. After all, everyone was a student spending their parents' money. Being this extravagant didn't feel right. Dream Hunter. Everyone, keep the hype going. As soon as he said that, he sent 10 red envelopes in a row, each worth 100 yuan. Many girls clicked on Dream Hunter's profile picture. Although there were no clues, they felt this must be the second-generation rich kid, Jin Jiayui. Liu Yu had originally wanted to send red envelopes too, but Lin Baici and Jin Jiayui had set the bar so high that sending a small amount made him feel stingy, while sending a large amount made his heart ache. Lin Baici had also considered this issue and quickly moved to remedy it. Lin Baici, oh my, I was so busy thanking everyone for their warm affection that my hand slipped and I sent too much. Don't follow my lead. Everyone, my heart is aching to death right now. Hearing Lin Baici's self-deprecating remark, everyone started teasing him in the chat, and the other class committee members felt a sense of relief. Lin Baici, if you want to send red envelopes, 10 yuan at most is enough to show the gesture. Don't send any more. Lin Baici, this is the first order of business after taking office as class monitor, so you must listen, because of this sentence. Bai Zhou gave Lin Baici a deep look. Liu Yu breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that he had finally managed to take advantage of Lin Baici. Pei Fei sent a 10 yuan red envelope. Responding to Lin Baici's call, Lin Baici had money. But at a time like this, he couldn't show it off, otherwise, it would make the other committee members look bad. So, he called out to Jin Jiayui, Lin Baici, big spender Jin, come send a 100 yuan red envelope to close it out. He knew Jin Jiayui wasn't short on cash. Every night while watching streams, he would toss out thousands of yuan. The reason Jin Jiayui hadn't been throwing money around in the group was mainly because he wasn't a committee member and felt he didn't have the standing. Now that Lin Baici had said this, he felt he had face, and immediately sent a 1,000 yuan red envelope. Dumpling, is this really okay? Fang Mingyuan, don't worry. Instead of letting the big tycoon Jin tip those female streamers he's never even met, it's better to use it to treat us to a meal. Even Hu Wenwu knew that in Jin Jiayui's eyes, spending a few thousand yuan was the same as spending a few cents. Anything under 10,000, he couldn't even be bothered to keep track of. Jin Jiayui, actually, I have met them. This one sentence made the boys incredibly envious. Look at him, he didn't care at all about what the girls thought of him. No matter how much of a playboy he was, there would always be someone chasing after him. Zhu Daoguan, how about we all go out for a meal tonight? Zhang Jixu, that works. Jin Jiayui, let's go, my treat. The words of a rich kid are always so domineering. Pei Fei, let's wait until the weekend. Today is to rush. Bijou. We could hold it on the last day of the National Day holiday. In the end, after some discussion, everyone decided to have a group meal on the afternoon of the 7th day of the National Day. There was a class at 4 o'clock English. Everyone headed to the classroom in 2s and 3s. People were still talking in the group chat, especially Zhu Daoguan, who wouldn't stop. He was as active as a rabbit in heat. Although the English teacher wasn't a woman, Lin Baici attended the class very seriously. He would have to go abroad to explore the divine ruins in the future, and not knowing English would be too inconvenient. Speaking of which, since he was preparing for Korea during the winter break, should he cram some Korean? Although Jin Yingxin would definitely come along as a guide, and she likely wouldn't lie to him. Knowing some himself would certainly be much more convenient. During the break, a girl wearing jeans, sneakers, and a hoodie walked over. She was carrying 2 cups of milk tea and sat down right next to Lin Baici. Swish. Everyone's eyes turned toward them. It was Yukiunan, the girl Lin Baici had saved. I'm afraid of getting fat. Lin Baici felt a headache coming on. What was this girl trying to do? In all honesty, Yukiunan was still very beautiful, and her taking the initiative to bring him milk tea could greatly satisfy his vanity. But the problem was, Lin Baici was a bit panicked. He had no idea how to deal with girls who took the initiative like this. I asked for sugar-free. Yukiunan's voice was flat. Lin Baici turned the milk tea around. Damn, it really was sugar-free. He should have said he liked it with sugar just now. Classmate you already thanked me last time. You don't need to come again. Lin Baici didn't play coy. He pulled the milk tea toward him. Preparing to accept it, Jukyunan didn't speak. Seeing Lin Baici move, Shu reached out first, grabbed the milk tea, poked the straw in, and then pushed it back in front of Lin Baici. Damn, this girl isn't interested in the class monitor, is she? Zhang Jixu was envious and sent a message in the group. Jukyunan was the #1 beauty of the freshman year, and she was also a top student. Her college entrance exam score was the highest among the new students, truly talented and beautiful. Fang Mingyuan, he bolder. Get rid of the isn't, Jojo. Why didn't the class monitor agree? Surely he doesn't look down on girls of this caliber. Everyone wanted to know why. In his own class, Ji Xinyan and Bai Zhou were both quite outstanding, but one seemed too much of a tease, while the other was too arrogant. They were definitely not the type of girls to chase after a man. This Jukyunan, however, could be said to have lowered her stance quite a bit. I want to treat you to dinner tonight. Jukyunan looked at Lin Baici. If I don't agree, will you come back again? Lin Baici asked curiously. Yes. Jukyunan's answer was firm and decisive. Lin Baici felt his whole body go numb. Could this girl be a yander? What are you afraid of? You won't get pregnant, the gluttonous god commented. Or is it that you can't even afford the abortion fee? As a predator at the top of the food chain, the prey has been delivered to your mouth, and you actually won't eat it. Did you grow a mouthful of teeth just for show? Fine, let's have dinner together tonight. Lin Baici agreed. Okay, 6:30. I'll wait for you at the east gate. After saying this, Jukyunan stood up and left. Liu, class monitor. When flowers are ready to be plucked, you must pluck them, waiting for you to get off the market. Liu did this on purpose. Once he said this, the other girls, especially Bai Zhou and Ji Xinyan, would definitely have their favorability toward Lin Baici drop significantly. When class ended, Lin Baici packed his books and headed straight for the east gate. Envious. The class monitor might be having a wild night tonight. Su Daoguan sighed. Money is a good thing, but some girls don't quite understand the power of money yet, and value looks more. And that is something Zhu Daoguan is relatively lacking in. At the school's east gate, Lin Baici arrived 15 minutes early. But when he got there, he found that Jukyunan had arrived even earlier. I booked a dumpling restaurant. If you don't like it, we can change to another one. Jukyunan looked at Lin Baici. The sky was getting dark, and the streetlights and moonlight mingled together, shining on Jukyunan's oval face, making her black pupils look like water. This one is fine. Lin Baici noticed that when Jukyunan looked at people, her gaze never dodged. It was always direct and sharp, like a knife. This was a girl with a rather tough personality. The two walked toward the dumpling restaurant, neither of them speaking. Jukyunan was used to silence, while Lin Baici didn't know what to say. After all, the girls he currently knew were all the expressive type, so they were always the ones to bring up topics. The two entered the dumpling restaurant, went to a private room, and ordered 2 dishes, 1.5 gin of dumplings, and 2 bottles of drinks. Is it enough? Jukyunan didn't ask if the food was to Lin Baici's taste, but rather if it was enough. It's enough. Lin Baici didn't like to waste. Soon, the food was served. Lin Baici thought it would take over an hour to eat, but it was finished in 15 minutes. During that time, other than refilling Lin Baici's tea, Jukyunan didn't say a single extra word. This left him completely bewildered. It seems I was just being narcissistic. She didn't intend to chase after me. She just wanted to treat me to a meal to thank me. After this realization, Lin Baici felt much more at ease. He paid the bill, walked out, and headed back toward the school. When they reached the school gate, Lin Baici stopped. I'm planning to go to Yonghui supermarket to buy some things. Are you going? Lin Baici felt that things could end here. Surely he wasn't expected to walk Jukyunan back to her dormitory. No, I'm going to attend evening self-study. Jukyunan's words made Lin Baici feel a bit ashamed. As expected of a top student, she was much more disciplined than a slacker like himself. Then goodbye. Lin Baici left. After walking more than 30 steps, he subconsciously looked back and saw that Jukyunan was still standing in the same spot, watching him. Seeing Lin Baici turn his head, Jukyunan waved her hand. What exactly is this girl trying to do? Lin Baici didn't understand. He had originally just been humoring Jukyunan, But since she wouldn't leave, he had no choice but to go to the supermarket. He pushed a shopping cart and began to sweep the shelves. Passing by the liquor section, he unexpectedly saw Ji Xinyan. The tea girl picked up 2 green bottles and put them into her cart. The bottles had Korean text on them. Lin Baici didn't recognize it, but he knew this was SOJU. What is this for? Did she get hit hard by not being elected as the arts committee member? Ji Xinyan, Lin Baici walked over. The tea girl was caught buying alcohol by Lin Baici, but she wasn't embarrassed at all. Didn't you go to dinner with the top student girl? Finished eating. Lin Baici also casually picked up a bottle of soju. Is this stuff good? Is the alcohol content high? Finished eating. Ji Xinyan was shocked. She subconsciously glanced at Lin Baici's lower half, really wanting to ask class monitor. You aren't impotent, are you? It's only 7 o'clock. And you're already done eating. And after dinner, you didn't go for a walk or anything. The top student girl gave you the opportunity. And this is all you did. Lin Baici couldn't possibly like men, could he? Let's go. I'll treat you to milk tea. Lin Baici wanted to return the favor for Ji Xinyan helping him choose his clothes. Milk tea is too sweet. Drink this. Ji Xinyan picked up a bottle of soju and shook it. She had originally planned to find a restaurant and drink by herself. But since Lin Baici had delivered himself to her, they might as well drink together. Ji Xinyan didn't care about being a class official, but being outdone by Bai Zhao made her unhappy. The baby is bitter inside. The baby wants to drink. Chapter 157, Lin Baici. Who doesn't play by the rules? Where are your friends? Should we call a few over? Seeing this sign from Ji Xinyan, the possibility of her getting drunk was very high. What would he do then? He didn't want to have to support the tea girl back to the girls' dormitory. No friends. This lady is a lone star of heavenly destruction. Ji Xinyan rolled her eyes, thinking to herself that Lin Baici would never have a girlfriend in this lifetime. She didn't want to waste any more breath, threw a dozen bottles of soju from the shelf into the cart, and dragged Lin Baici to the checkout. Lin Baici was speechless. With the tea girl buying so much, it seemed she really intended to drown her sorrows in alcohol. The two of them finished paying the bill and walked out, carrying a large bag of items, heading straight for the street of delicacies. Let's have barbecue. It has the right atmosphere. Ji Xinyan made the decision. Autumn had arrived. The weather was turning cool, and business at the barbecue stalls was no longer as booming as before. The tea girl led Lin Baici straight to the Yang'er barbecue stall. Boss, give us 1 grilled lamb leg and 2 vegetable platters. Ji Xinyan found a seat near the edge and sat down. After calling out the order casually, she handed the menu on the table to Lin Baici. What do you want to eat? Order it yourself. You're quite familiar with this, aren't you? Lin Baici was surprised. He had assumed that a refined girl like Ji Xinyan wouldn't eat barbecue on the side of the road. Do you think I'm the kind of woman who, when going out to eat with a man, only goes for Japanese or Western cuisine, and has to take photos for her social media feed before eating? Ji Xinyan was long used to being treated like a green tea girl, but in reality, she hadn't even had a boyfriend yet, though her theoretical knowledge was very rich. That depends on the person. For example, with you. I also find eating barbecue interesting. Ji Xinyan giggled. When the meat is grilled and served, let's take a few photos together. I'll post them on my social media for 3 days straight. Just saying I have a boyfriend. Lin Baici looked down at the menu. He had to admit, he was a bit overwhelmed. Ji Xinyan twisted open a bottle of soju and handed it to Lin Baici. Then she opened one for herself, without using a glass. She clinked her bottle against Lin Baici's and took a swig. Looking at this practice posture, the tea girl definitely didn't drink little in her daily life. Lin Baici had only eaten at this restaurant twice, but the boss already remembered him. There was no helping it. Every time he came, he brought a different girl, and the quality of them was always shockingly high. The boss glanced at Ji Xinyan, then looked at that pile of soju, feeling that something might happen between them tonight. He was instantly envious as hell. Damn it, scumbag. The boss's barbecue skills were quite good, but Lin Baici and Zhu Qiunan had already eaten, so he wasn't hungry. Ji Xinyan also had no mood to eat, so she just kept drinking. Soon, 8 empty bottles were placed on the ground. Ji Xinyan had indeed been in a bad mood at the beginning, but after half a bottle of soju, She didn't care much about today's failure anymore. Instead, she wanted to get Lin Baici drunk even more to hear his heartfelt words. So she drank quickly, wanting to settle it fast. But Lin Baici was in a state where his eyes remained clear, and it felt as if what he drank was just water. He showed no signs of drunkenness at all. I say, class monitor, your alcohol tolerance is quite something. Ji Xinyan felt that she was going to have to fight a war of attrition today, so she changed her tactics. It's alright. Lin Baici's physique had been strengthened, so his metabolic ability was naturally strong. And he had also activated the wine pool and meat forest ability, making it even harder for him to get drunk. Of course, Lin Baici wasn't afraid of being drunk, but he was worried about indigestion from eating too much. If Ji Xinyan knew this, she would definitely scold him for not playing fair. How about we play a game of truth or dare? Ji Xinyan blinked her charming eyes, looking at Lin Baici. Each person can ask the other one question, and the other must tell the truth. If you don't want to say it, you drink 1 glass of alcohol. If you decide not to say it after hesitating, you drink 2 glasses. A prey that thinks it is a hunter has launched an attack on you. Not playing. Lin Baici had no interest in Ji Xinyan's past. Why don't you follow the script? Ji Xinyan pouted. No sense of fun. The T-girl started using reverse psychology. I'm afraid of hearing things I shouldn't. Lin Baici thought to himself that he had too many secrets that couldn't be let out. Do you know that if a woman doesn't get drunk, a man has no chance? Ji Xinyan rested her elbows on her knees, propped her chin with her hands, and gazed at Lin Baici under the streetlights. Because she had been drinking, the T-girl's cheeks were slightly flushed, and her expression carried a hint of tipsiness. To be honest, her moist, large eyes were still quite seductive. Please call me a gentleman from now on. Lin Baici picked up his glass, toasted Ji Xinyan, and took a sip. BFFT. Ji Xinyan laughed. Look, isn't it better to be a bit more humorous like this? Why be so stiff and serious? The days are too long. Life is too short. How disappointing it would be to go into the grave with regrets. Come on. First question. What kind of girls do you like? Ji Xinyan turned her head and shouted, Boss, bring for more glasses over. Lin Baici was silent. He hadn't really thought about this question carefully. However, he still remembered how the social death sword had commented on him that he liked older women wearing black silk stockings and high heels. Lin Baici subconsciously thought of Nangong Shu. Could it be that I like the anti-type of woman? Come on, 2 glasses. Ji Xinyan filled the glasses, signaling that Lin Baici could drink. You wouldn't be a sore loser, would you? Lin Baici glanced at the T-girl and directly picked up the 2 glasses, downing them in one go. Fine, since you want to play, I'll let you see the power of the wine pool and meat forest. Have you ever been in a relationship? Lin Baici counterattacked. Ji Xinyan looked into Lin Baici's eyes. That's the first question. I'll give you one extra piece of information. My theoretical knowledge is very rich. All learned from watching little movies. Lin Baici frowned. He had originally thought this theoretical knowledge referred to dating experience. But after Ji Xinyan added the words little movies, it was easy for people to think in the wrong direction. Lin Baici's mouth moved, but in the end, he didn't have the nerve to ask. Are you trying to ask what little movies are? Ji Xinyan smiled. They are just some edited romance movies, like Titanic, Jane Eyre, and so on. I believe you, you ghost. Lin Baici felt he had been tricked. He couldn't grasp the T-girl's level at all. My turn. Ji Xinyan's eyes rolled. Are you a virgin? Lin Baici felt like he was being tortured. Drink. Ji Xinyan filled Lin Baici's glass. Still 2 glasses. She was certain that Lin Baici was thin-skinned and wouldn't dare to speak up. Lin Baici conceded defeat. Let's try again. Do you have any plans for the future? Do you intend to stay in Haijing? Ji Xinyan understood the principle of balancing tension and relaxation. Pushing too hard would only make Lin Baici develop a rebellious streak. So she began steering the conversation toward his ideals. Firstly, such topics sounded sophisticated. And secondly, most men love to brag, especially in front of women. Ji Xinyan was simply giving Lin Baici this opportunity. At the same time, she wanted to hear what kind of unconventional ideals Lin Baici might come up with. Lin Baici fell silent. His previous thoughts were very simple. Get into a good university, find a good job, settle down in a big city, keep his mother from suffering, and find a wife who loved him, with a decent salary. After paying off the mortgage and deducting living expenses, he would still have some spare money to spend on things he liked. His childhood friend Li Wei was also working hard toward this goal, but now, since Lin Baici became a god hunter, he hadn't thought about the future. He was currently still struggling with whether or not to join the Kyushu Security Bureau. In truth, he was already tempted. His only worry was the fear of losing his freedom. He admitted that after gaining a little power and achieving some results, he had become a bit arrogant. In short, he didn't want to be managed by others. He had no interest in becoming a dragon-level god hunter or a member of the Kyushu Dragon Wings. What he wanted right now was to acquire more divine grace, god-forbidden items, meteor stones, and god remains. Therefore, he planned to take the god hunter license exam during the winter break and then head to Korea to explore the Bizen god ruins. If there were good things belonging to foreigners, it would be a waste not to take them. It's just a casual chat. Is it really that difficult? Ji Xinyan was surprised. In her expectations, Lin Baici's grandiloquent speech did not come. Instead, he fell into deep thought, and it was the kind of expression that clearly showed he had something on his mind and was indecisive. It's difficult. Lin Baici thought of Jia Hongyao. The big bear was simple-minded. Her life goal was to purify all the god ruins, become a Kyushu Dragon Wing, and protect this world. To be honest, Lin Baici quite admired the big bear. If it's difficult, then just drink. Ji Xinyan suddenly realized that she couldn't read Lin Baici anymore. He might be hiding another side to himself. Lin Baici didn't use his glass. He picked up the bottle directly and downed half of it in one go. Hey, this isn't beer. Ji Xinyan was a bit startled and hurriedly picked up some food with her chopsticks, feeding it to his mouth. Quick, line your stomach. Be careful not to hurt it. Lin Baici didn't eat it because those chopsticks had been used by Ji Xinyan. What? Are you disgusted by my saliva? Ji Xinyan curled her lip and put the chopsticks down, secretly cursing herself for panicking. Lin Baici wasn't her boyfriend. If he ruined his stomach, so be it. Why was she in such a rush? This girl is so skilled. As a predator at the top of the food chain, it's not surprising that she occasionally flips her car, as punishment for being disgusted by me. This time I'll continue asking. How many confidants do you have? Ji Xinyan started again. 3, I suppose. Lin Baici had met Jia Hongyao the latest, but he was closest to her, and since they had lived and died together several times, he treated the big bear like a brother. If she died, he would support her spouse and family for the rest of their lives. Huo Yu and Jin Yingshan were friends, but the Korean girl was too humble when facing him, which made Lin Baici feel very guilty. That's quite a few. Ji Xinyan curled her lip. Scumbag. How am I a scumbag? Lin Baici felt wronged. If he were even a little bit shameless, he would have already slept with Jin Yingshan, and he guessed Huo Yu wouldn't have resisted either. As for Jia Hongyao, he couldn't bring himself to do it. As a large amount of soju went down, Ji Xinyan's chatterbox opened up. She stopped plotting against Lin Baici and, like a friend confiding in another, began to talk about her own troubles, influenced by this atmosphere. Lin Baici also said quite a bit. Why not join? Let me tell you. No matter the era, an iron rice bowl is the most stable. There are many hidden benefits that you won't even see if you don't get inside. Besides, according to what you said, your friend is still very weak right now. Join first. If you enjoy the work, keep doing it. If you're unhappy, just resign. Ji Xinyan felt that Lin Baici's worries were meaningless. But no matter what you choose, just don't regret it. The journey of life is so long. You will always encounter beautiful things again. Lin Baici felt that what Ji Xinyan said made sense. By the way, you aren't talking about a friend who doesn't actually exist, are you? Ji Xinyan glanced at Lin Baici and thought about it. No, that wasn't right. Given Lin Baici's age, it wasn't time for him to take the civil service exam yet. Ding dong. Lin Baici's phone rang. He took it out and saw it was Jin Yingshan's customary selfie greeting. Ji Xinyan leaned her head over. Lin Baici immediately caught a faint, pleasant fragrance. Sent by your friend, not eating alone. That's nice, Ji Xinyan teased. She was smiling on the surface, but her heart skipped a beat. Damn it. That Korean girl is ruthless. Has she really stooped to this level of throwing herself at him? She recognized the girl in the photo. It was the Korean girl who was next to Lin Baici when she first met him at the Florentine cafe. The Korean girl was wearing only her lingerie, standing in a massive walk-in closet, and had photographed most of the wardrobe. This was a girl with schemes, because the theme of this selfie was those clothes, while she only revealed half of her body. But this peekaboo effect was even more alluring. Lin Baici gave a perfunctory laugh. He wanted to put the phone away, but Ji Shinyan had already tactfully pulled back. Princess of Monte Cristo. Appa, I'm attending a charity gala hosted by the president's wife tomorrow night. Which dress do you think I should wear? Lin Jia Daiyugui. No matter what you wear, you will always be the most dazzling princess. After Lin Baici sent it, he immediately regretted it and hurriedly tried to recall the message. Damn it. When you have had too much to drink, your brain does not function as well. And such complimentary words are easily misunderstood. Princess of Monte Cristo, I saw it. Thank you for the compliment. Appa, I do not know if I am a princess, but I do know that you are my king. Why not a prince? Lin Baici did not quite understand. He glanced at the time and put his phone away. It is getting late. Shall we head back? Okay. A girl with high emotional intelligence knows when to stop. Ji Shinyan turned her head. Boss, check please, coming right up. The boss came over with the payment QR code and could not help but glance at Lin Baici. He was so envious he felt withered. Brother, you have been here 3 times, and the girls have paid the bill every time. I truly admire you, brother. The key is that all 3 girls were very pretty, each with their own unique charm. But if he had to choose, he would pick today's one. The boss's gaze swept over Ji Shinyan's tight jeans and knee-high boots. I just love this style. When Ji Shinyan stood up, she swayed a little. Lin Baici quickly reached out to steady her arm. I am fine. Ji Shinyan looked at Lin Baici with a smile. But if someone wanted to carry me back, I would not refuse. Lin Baici smiled slightly and let go of the tea girl. Hey, you really do not know how to seize an opportunity when it is given to you. Ji Shinyan shook her head. The 2 of them walked toward the school under the moonlight, perhaps because they had talked too much earlier. They were not in the mood to speak now, remaining silent until they reached the girls' dormitory building. Ji Shinyan's tolerance for alcohol was truly impressive. Although she looked a bit unsteady, she did not need Lin Baici's support and walked back on her own. Bye-bye. Ji Shinyan waved her hand and returned to the dormitory, finding everyone there. Shinyan, did you go out drinking? Pei-Fei smelled the alcohol on Ji Shinyan and asked with concern, even getting out of bed to pour her a glass of water. Yeah, I ran into a friend, Ji Shinyan explained. Everyone believed her, except for Bai Zhao, who was lying on her bed listening to music with headphones on. She curled her lips into a smile. Just a loser's self-consolation. Ji Shinyan went to wash her face, thinking to herself, Bai Zhao must be laughing at me for being a loser. Right, that is right. I did fail, but I took a step closer to Lin Baici today. Happy. Ji Shinyan hummed a little tune. In the dormitory, everyone had actually been quite anxious. After all, Ji Shinyan had lost to Bai Zhao in the competition, and they were all afraid that their relationship would become awkward in the future. But seeing that Ji Shinyan was fine, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Shinyan is still very broad-minded, Pei-Fei remarked with emotion. After washing up, Ji Shinyan applied a facial mask and lay down on her bed. She opened her WeChat group and sent a message to Lin Baici. Your conscience is lying. Are you back yet? Ji Shinyan thought for a moment, pulled the thin strap of her pajamas down a bit, took a close-up photo of herself wearing the mask, and sent it to Lin Baici. Your conscience is lying. Do I look like a female ghost? I wonder how Lin Baici's dinner with Zhu Qianan went, Liu Zilu asked curiously. Zhu Qianan probably fell for Lin Baici. The suspension bridge effect. It is not surprising. Bai Zhou's answer sounded very rational and objective. Not necessarily. Lin Baici is quite excellent, Pei-Fei commented. Excellent in what way? Singing well, playing cards well. In Bai Zhou's view, excellence that cannot be converted into money is not called excellence. Hey, do you guys think Lin Baici's family is actually rich? He was handing out red envelopes so aggressively today. Jojo had snatched over 100 yuan today. Enough to add a chicken led to her meals for several days. Not rich. Baijiao's answer was without hesitation. When Ji Xinyan heard this, she almost laughed her mask into pieces. But I noticed he seems to have changed his phone again. It was not just Jojo. Several other girls had noticed it too. Huabei, Jibai. All sorts of small loans if you want to use them. You can too. Baijiao felt that Lin Baici was just putting on a show by sending so many red envelopes. After all, his dressing habits really did not look like those of a child from a wealthy family. Someone like Jin Jiayui is truly rich. This was something Baijiao could be certain of. What? Do you want to be the young mistress of the Jin family? Ji Xinyan teased. Baijiao had originally wanted to say that Jin Jiayui only had money and was not qualified to marry her. But thinking that this might reach Jin Jiayui's ears, she kept it to herself. I would love to. Liu Zilu giggled. Xinyan, Baijiao. You two better not fight me for him. Don't worry, Ji Xinyan thought to herself. Even if I had to choose, it would be Lin Baici. Baijiao could not be bothered to respond to such topics. However, if she really had to choose between Lin Baici and Jin Jiayui, she would choose Jin Jiayui. When Lin Baici returned to the dormitory, everyone was there. Old Bai, what was the result? Is the relationship official? Zhu Daoguan asked curiously. We only ate for 15 minutes, and then we went our separate ways. Lin Baici shrugged his shoulders. Then it seems she was just expressing her gratitude. Zhu Daoguan analyzed. When Liu Yu heard this, he felt relieved. If Lin Baici had managed to chase the top student of their grade, he felt he would not have a comfortable 4 years of university. Then, why did you come back so late? Zhu Daoguan sniffed. Did you go drinking? Ran into a fellow townsman, Lin Baici replied vaguely. As he walked to the sink, his phone rang. Chapter 158 Lin Seeking Baici. Lin Baici took out his phone and opened WeChat. A selfie of a face mask appeared on the screen. Ji Xinyan had very nice skin, smooth shoulders. Lin Baici curled his lips. Ji Xinyan, are you drunk? You send photos like this to people. He reckoned that if Jin Yingjin saw this photo, she would probably send something even more daring, and would definitely be stirred up. Brother Jin, between Baijiao and Ji Xinyan, which one do you like more? Zhu Daoguan asked with concern. Jin Jiayui thought for a moment. Both are fine. Damn, Brother Jin. You are so greedy. Zhu Daoguan felt that trouble was brewing. With Jin Jiayui's financial resources, if he really set his mind on pursuing a girl, the other party probably wouldn't be able to hold out. I never pursue girls. Jin Jiayui was watching a live stream and saw a few greetings sent by his ex-girlfriends on WeChat, but he couldn't be bothered to reply. Dominating. Fang Mengyuan gave a thumbs up. Brother Jin, leave Ji Xinyan to me. Zhu Daoguan liked Ji Xinyan's type. Liu Yu heard this and glanced at Zhu Daoguan. A toad lusting after a swan's flesh. Hold by. Which one do you like? Zhu Daoguan shouted at the top of his lungs, curious about how Lin Baici would choose. I don't like either of them. Even if he did, he wouldn't tell him. With that mouth of Zhu Daoguan's, if he said it today, all the boys would know within 3 days. I don't believe it. Zhu Daoguan chuckled. How about you let Ji Xinyan to me? As long as you don't make a move, I have a 60% chance of winning her over. I wish you success. Lin Baici went to bed. Over the next 4 days, Lin Baici lived a life that was both plain and fulfilling. Finally looking like a typical college student, attending classes, eating in the cafeteria, reading novels, and playing games. On Wednesday, Huo Yuru came by once, and the two had a meal together. Jia Hongyao was quite busy this week, so she only made 2 phone calls. She had originally promised to take Lin Baici for driving practice, but she couldn't find the time. On Friday evening, around 7 o'clock, Lin Baici was sitting in the library, sending a message to his childhood friend. Lin Jia Daiyugui, do you have time tomorrow? I'll come to see you. After a while. Li Shangui, I await your arrival. After setting the time, Lin Baici flipped through the October magazine in front of him. Ding dong. Little fish. The queen has arrived. Welcome me quickly. Lin Baici sent a kotoing emoji. Little fish, I bought tickets. Let's go to Disneyland together tomorrow. Lin Jia Daiyugui, I have plans to eat with a childhood friend. Little fish. Followed by a crying emoji. Little fish, can I go with you? Lin Baici didn't expect Huo Yuru to say that. He was considering the potential consequences of bringing the streamer along. But Huo Yuru had already sent a new message. Little fish, sorry. I spoke out of turn. You guys go have fun. Lin Baici didn't know why Huo Yuru was apologizing. In fact, from the streamer's perspective, meeting Lin Baici's childhood friend was similar to making their relationship public more than friends, but not yet lovers. She could claim the girlfriend spot first and give Lin Baici's childhood friend a preconceived impression. If she could win his favor, her status in Lin Baici's heart would also rise. Not long after Lin Baici finished chatting with Huo Yuru, Jin Yingjin sent a message again. Princess of Monte Cristo. Appa, is it okay if I come to visit you during the National Day holiday? The Korean girl's tone was a bit pitiful, and it was accompanied by a pleading emoji with watery eyes. Lin Baici replied with one word. Subsequently, Jin Yingjin sent a 12-second video. She was wearing blue yoga pants and a pink tank top, and she did a full split right on the floor. Her flexibility was incredible. Appa, I'm so happy. I have nothing to repay you with, so let me do a split for you. In the video, Jin Yingjin smiled sweetly. Having agreed to meet during the National Day, Lin Baici put down his phone and started reading the magazine. But within a few minutes, there was a message on his phone. It was from Ji Xinyan, asking him to go shopping on the weekend. Lin Baici didn't know how those Sea Kings managed their time. He only knew 3 girls and was already feeling overwhelmed. He had been sitting here for more than half an hour, but had read less than 2 pages of the magazine. He had been chatting the whole time. Lin Baici replied that he had plans. After waiting for a while, Ji Xinyan replied with an O. Lin Baici felt that this time, he should be able to read in peace. But less than 5 minutes later, a tall girl sat down next to him. It was Yukiunan. What a coincidence. Lin Baici smiled slightly and greeted her in a low voice. Not a coincidence. I saw you and specifically sat over here. Yukiunan was very beautiful. As she walked over, boys were already looking at her. And now that they heard this, they all stared at Lin Baici in unison. If envious gazes were arrows, Lin Baici would have been riddled with holes. Zhu Liang wouldn't need to borrow arrows with straw boats. He could just carry Lin Baici back. Lin Baici was completely stumped. How was he supposed to respond to that? Damn, what a loser. A boy was furious. If it were me, I would have gone all out to pursue her already. Yukiunan didn't say anything more. She sat down, opened her book, and started studying. For the sake of quiet, Lin Baici had chosen a secluded corner. But after Yukiunan sat there, people started frequently coming to the nearby seats. Generally, as long as there were enough empty seats in the library, everyone would try to space themselves out, leaving a seat in between. But these boys were different. They all crowded over here. Clearly, their motives were impure, even if they couldn't get Yukiunan's WeChat. Just admiring her from up close was good enough. A girl with a strong will. She is worth having. You can try to develop her into a team member. When safe, she is a teammate. In a crisis, she is emergency rations. Your God Hunter team should all be your food, the gourmet commented. A quarter of an hour passed. Lin Baici noticed that Yukiunan hadn't even lifted her head. Her focus was terrifyingly high. As expected of a top student, Lin Baici marveled. With this talent combined with the vanilla prayer mat, she should be able to achieve great things. Help me watch my things. Yukiunan stood up. Back in high school, her belongings were always going missing: erasers, pens, and on 2 occasions, she even returned from physical education class to find her jacket gone. During the period leading up to her high school graduation, her things went missing most frequently, especially several notebooks. They would vanish in the span of a single lunch break. Okay, Lin Baici guessed that Yukiunan had gone to the restroom, but a few minutes later, she returned holding 2 bottles of mineral water. The top student opened the cap right in front of Lin Baici and placed the water in front of him. Remember to stay hydrated. After saying this, Yukiunan lowered her head to study. Lin Baici's mood was somewhat difficult to describe. He looked at the bottle of mineral water. It would be a lie to say he wasn't touched. Moreover, how meticulous was Yukiunan? She had unscrewed the bottle right in front of him. This meant that the water was safe. Given Lin Baici's cautious nature, let alone Yukiunan, even if Ji Xinyan, with whom he was slightly closer, had handed him a bottle of water that hadn't been opened in his presence. He wouldn't have drunk it. After all, there was Liu in his dormitory who liked to add extra ingredients to other people's water cups. One could never be sure if someone else might do the same. Damn it! The boys around them looked at Lin Baici, green with envy. Nowadays, girls are all little princesses who expect boys to be thoughtful and dote on them, expecting them to unscrew a bottle cap for a guy. Are you kidding me? That would lead to a breakup on the spot. But this beautiful girl had taken the initiative to buy water for this guy and even opened it for him. Damn it! I really want to punch this guy. What should I do? Thanks. Lin Baici didn't act coy and took a sip. Juqianan let out a nasal sound. During the summer vacation, Lin Baici had looked forward to his university life. Attending classes, eating, and studying in the library with a girlfriend. Juqianan had given him that experience. Though it felt a bit strange, Gu Qingqiu sat not far away, staring at Juqianan in astonishment. What is this girl doing, chasing after Lin Baici? How brave! Gu Qingqiu felt envious. The way she pursued love was very cool. Lin Baici read the magazine for a while and wanted to leave. He glanced at Juqianan, wondering if he should say goodbye. Juqianan noticed Lin Baici's unusual behavior and turned her head to look at him. Are you leaving? Yeah, Lin Baici nodded. Get some rest early. Don't stay up late. After saying this, Juqianan continued to lower her head to study. Am I being cared for? Lin Baici had a strange feeling. Because Juqianan didn't know about his identity as a god hunter and saw him as an ordinary classmate, Lin Baici felt this was different from the concern shown by Huayu and Jin Yingjin. And most importantly, this was his classmate. Damn, what am I overthinking for? Lin Baici cursed himself for being overly sensitive. He stuffed his paper and pen into his backpack, intending to return the magazine to the reading desk before leaving. But a commotion suddenly broke out in front. He walked over and saw a slightly chubby girl blocking the library door. My Apple earbuds are missing. None of you can leave. The thief must be among you, the girl shouted, her expression very agitated. If you lost your earbuds, go find the thief. Why are you blocking the door? Exactly. I have an urgent matter and need to get back to the dorm. You're being too selfish. Some students who were originally planning to leave were blocked inside the library and were very unhappy. Whoever is in a hurry to leave is the thief, the chubby girl yelled. Because of her anxiety, her cheeks were flushed and her breathing was rapid. Once she said this, many students shut their mouths because, logically speaking, it made sense. And no one wanted to get involved in such trouble. I have already called the police. Everything will be clear once they arrive. The chubby girl widened her eyes, staring at these people, looking at everyone as if they were the one who had stolen her wireless earbuds. Lin Baici shook his head. This woman was too stupid. This kind of intimidation was meaningless. It would only alert the thief to discard the earbuds or hide them elsewhere. The students were no pushovers either. Not wanting to argue with the girl, they directly surrounded the librarian. Lin Baici turned his head and scanned the people around him. Some students looked up, gazing toward the scene in confusion, while others gathered around. Juqianan came over. What do you think, generally speaking, after committing a crime? A thief will definitely leave the crime scene immediately. Of course, if it's a habitual offender with an extremely strong psyche, they might instead stay in the library, as that would minimize their suspicion, Lin Baici analyzed. Because there is surveillance at the entrance. If it were a habitual offender, they would choose to stay in the library. Juqianan nodded. Go check the surveillance. Someone shouted, and everyone immediately reacted. If there was surveillance, they could clear their names. Juqianan shook her head. She knew the library only had cameras at the entrance, and it wasn't even certain if they were working. Then she noticed Lin Baici was also shaking his head, clearly having noticed the same problem and knowing this method wasn't feasible. The library's surveillance is only at the entrance. The librarian was a middle-aged woman with a helpless expression. Things occasionally went missing in the library, but everyone usually just accepted their bad luck, considering it a loss to avoid further disaster. This girl was the only one causing trouble, making a scene and calling the police. So annoying. Lin Baici, tall and long-legged, stood in the crowd and could still look out toward the library. Blocking the door like this isn't a solution. How about this? Everyone lets you check their bags and pockets. and those who are cleared can leave. How about that? The librarian made a suggestion among the students here. Some indeed had urgent matters and agreed upon hearing this. But others didn't want their bags searched. Why should they? Wait until the police arrive. They didn't agree. And the chubby girl disagreed even more. No, the Apple earbuds are so small. What if the thief hides them in their underwear and carries them out? The chubby girl shook her head and stared at the people around her. However, I can start by roughly checking a few of the most suspicious ones. How do you determine who is the most suspicious? Someone sounded annoyed. Sixth sense. The chubby girl replied. My sixth sense has always been very good, and besides, if you have nothing to hide, it won't kill you to let me check, will it, in the crowd? Guchinkyu could hardly listen anymore. What kind of twisted logic is this? It might not kill them, but being treated as a suspect by you is an insult in itself. How much did you pay for your Apple earbuds? Guchinkyu asked. 2,000. When the chubby girl said this, her expression was arrogant and filled with a sense of superiority. They are very expensive. I will give you 2,000, and this matter will be over. As soon as Guchinkyu said this, swish, many people looked over. Even Lin Baici was no exception. He was not short on money, but he felt annoyed at the thought of giving 2,000 yuan to a girl like this. Guchinkyu was different. To her, money was not as important as a good mood. She wanted this girl to get lost quickly and stop being an eyesore. The chubby girl looked at Guchinkyu. Then, she felt both envy and jealousy. This girl with the oval face was very beautiful. Her denim skirt and light blue sweater made her already outstanding figure look even more graceful. And the way she carried herself when she spoke, one could tell at a glance that she was a wealthy young lady born with a silver spoon in her mouth. This was a temperament that those various types of bitches could never fake. To be honest, while the chubby girl was jealous, deep down, she really wanted to agree, because although she was unreasonable and overbearing, she was not stupid to the extreme. She knew that the longer this dragged on, the smaller the chance of getting her earbuds back. She had bought the earbuds from the official website for 18.99, so getting 2,000 yuan now could be considered a profit. The only problem was that if she took this money, she would definitely be talked about and called greedy. But the temptation was too great. Are you sure you want to give me 2,000 yuan? The chubby girl was worried the other party was playing with her. Bring your phone over, and I will transfer the money to you. Guchinkyu took out her phone. The chubby girl walked over and sized Guchinkyu up. Damn it! Why are these people born in Rome? It isn't fair. The others saw that the matter was over and breathed a sigh of relief. And then quite a few people began to observe Guchinkyu. Is she a rich second-generation heir? Under normal circumstances, he would give someone else 2,000 yuan for no reason. Zhu Qianan spoke up. Swish, everyone looked over. What is this? Is there a second round? If you do this, you will only embolden the thief. The correct approach should be to find them. Even if you don't find them in the end, you must make them experience the psychological torment of being on the verge of discovery at any moment. Zhu Qianan explained. This way, they might change their ways. What if they become even more addicted to stealing because of the luck of not being caught this time? Guchinkyu retorted. The chubby girl really wanted to snap at Zhu Qianan. What does it have to do with you? I just want to take the money and leave. It is not my loss, is it? Why are you babbling on and on? That is a possibility. That is why we must find them if possible. Zhu Qianan looked around the area and then looked at the chubby girl. When did you discover the earbuds were missing? How much time passed between the last time you used them and when you discovered they were gone? Guchinkyu curled her lips. The great detective has arrived. I went to the bathroom, and when I came back, I couldn't see the earbuds anymore, the chubby girl recalled. About 5 minutes or so. Zhu Qianan looked at her phone. The exact time. This? I don't remember very clearly. The chubby girl was being evasive. She wanted to get the money quickly. What if the rich girl next to her changed her mind? As long as the other party gave her the money, even if they regretted it and asked for it back, she could find all sorts of excuses to brush them off. The chubby girl thought that as long as she did not give this girl any information, she would not be able to solve the case. But she clearly underestimated Zhu Qianan. If you cannot remember, I have reason to suspect that you lost the earbuds yourself. Zhu Qianan's tone was cold. When the crowd heard this, they immediately started shouting, because this possibility was very high. Moreover, those who had long been impatient started to lash out directly. If you lost the earbuds yourself, why are you bothering others? Are you suffering from persecutory delusions? Hurry up and go to the bathroom to find your earbuds. So annoying. Always causing trouble for others. Many people's counterattacks came. Convinced that the chubby girl had lost the earbuds herself. Around 8:30. The chubby girl's face turned anxious, and sweat appeared on her forehead. What time exactly? Give me an accurate number, Jukyunin demanded. I didn't look at my phone at the time. The chubby girl was nervous. Does anyone know how long she has been making a scene here? Jukyunin asked. With so many people, surely someone was in a hurry to leave, and naturally, they would have checked their watches. Because people in a hurry are particularly sensitive to time. She has been blocking the way here since 8, someone replied. Jukyunin looked at the administrator. Working backward by half an hour. Everyone who left the library is a suspect. Of course. A smart thief would certainly not leave the crime scene immediately. At least if Jukyunin were the one committing the crime, she would not leave. If the thief has not left the library, then they are a repeat offender, Guchinkyu added. During this time, she had observed the expressions of the students around her, and none of them looked panicked. If the thief was among them, it meant they had very strong psychological fortitude. Lin Baici activated one breath, 100 flavors, whoosh. A scent mixed with several different odors surged into his nasal cavity like a tsunami. Achoo, achoo. Lin Baici immediately started sneezing. The smell is unbearable. There is the scent of sweat, various cosmetics, and a hint of something burnt. Damn it. Who took their shoes off in the library? Even if it were a beautiful woman, she shouldn't be taking her shoes off. Lin Baici endured the discomfort and walked over to Jukyunin. Did you find any clues? Chapter 159 Haixing Normal University. Contamination appears. Jukyunin shook her head. Then let's wait for the police. After saying this, Lin Baici turned and walked away. Both Jukyunin and Guchinkyu were a bit surprised, feeling that Lin Baici's move was quite abrupt. Of course it was abrupt. Lin Baici appeared to be talking to Jukyunin, but his real purpose was to walk over, get close to the chubby girl, and sniff the scent on her. Then, he would use that scent to find the wireless earbuds. In his view, the thief must have hidden the earbuds to protect themselves, intending to come back and retrieve them at a later time. Lin Baici wandered around the library. Many people had gone to the front to watch the commotion, while others, adopting a none-of-my-business attitude, remained in their seats to study. Since they hadn't stolen anything anyway, they were quite calm. After Lin Baici activated 100 scents in a breath, his nose became sharper than a dog's. After walking half a circle, he suddenly caught the chubby girl's scent in the fiction section. He looked around, memorized the faces of a dozen people nearby, and then followed the scent toward the bookshelves. However, the moment he stepped inside, he suddenly turned back. Lin Baici swept his gaze across the area. 3 girls hurriedly lowered their heads. All 3 of them were suspicious. Generally speaking, a thief would definitely pay attention to the place where they hid the stolen goods. Of course, since Lin Baici was a celebrity now, one couldn't rule out the possibility that they recognized him and were just checking him out. Lin Baici walked between the bookshelves. He slowed his pace, his eyes scanning the shelves, and then he stopped at the very back, pulling out a book. 2 wireless earbuds were resting quietly behind that book. The items were very small, so they were completely hidden by the book, making nothing look out of the ordinary. Sniff, sniff. Lin Baici took a deep breath. On the earbuds, besides the chubby girl's scent, there was another one, although it was faint. It didn't escape his 100 scents in a breath detection. Lin Baici shoved the book back, grabbed a random book, and walked out. He pretended to be casual as he passed by the 3 girls who had been eyeing his back earlier. The first one, the second one. Lin Baici stopped and looked at her. This girl had short hair and was wearing cropped jeans that exposed her ankles, paired with a white top. On a scale of 10, her appearance was a 6. Beside her sat an MK bag. The girl noticed Lin Baici, looked at him, and even offered a slight smile. Lin Baici sighed inwardly. She was definitely a repeat offender with nerves of steel. If he didn't have 100 cents in a breath, he would never have been able to confirm that she was the one who hid the earbuds. Lin Baici sat down. "Classmate, is something the matter?" the short-haired girl asked. "Go and return the earbuds to that girl," Lin Baici commanded. The short-haired girl was shocked upon hearing this, but she maintained her composure, even putting on a puzzled expression. "What are you talking about?" Lin Baici didn't speak, his gaze fixed on her coldly. The scent on this short-haired girl was the same as the trace left on the earbuds. Lin Baici absolutely did not believe she hadn't touched them. The short-haired girl felt her skin crawl under Lin Baici's gaze. His eyes were too sharp, as if they could see right through her soul. "You're just unlucky today. I happened to see you when you stole the earbuds. By the way, I also happened to record a video." In truth, Lin Baici could have waited for the short-haired girl to retrieve the earbuds and caught her red-handed. But he didn't have the time or the leisure for that. Moreover, given the chubby girl's terrible attitude, if this hadn't happened in a library, he wouldn't have bothered to get involved, knowing how long it would take for the police to sort things out. The short-haired girl's face changed. She didn't doubt Lin Baici's claim because when he walked into the bookshelf very earlier, she had been worried that he might discover the earbuds. Now it seemed this boy had gone to confirm their location. Damn it, he must have been watching me the whole time, otherwise he wouldn't have checked the bookshelf. "You should feel lucky. I'm in a good mood today and don't want to report you." Lin Baici smiled slightly. The short-haired girl was very cautious. She didn't speak because she was worried Lin Baici might be recording her. "Just pretend you found the earbuds and go return them to that chubby girl." Lin Baici stood up. "I'll give you 5 minutes, otherwise, suffer the consequences." The short-haired girl watched Lin Baici leave, her expression conflicted. In the end, she didn't dare to gamble on whether or not Lin Baici had video evidence. She cursed under her breath and went to the bookshelf. When she retrieved the phone, she paid special attention to her surroundings, especially Lin Baici, to ensure she wouldn't be caught on camera. After getting the phone, the short-haired girl walked quickly toward the front. As for an excuse, she had done this kind of thing so many times that she didn't even need to think about it. Lin Baici sat back in his seat and flipped through a magazine. Soon, the red clay mudman scurried back like a mouse, hugging the corner of the wall. "You thought that just because I was sitting here, I couldn't capture evidence. You have no idea how powerful a god hunter is." Lin Baici leaned over, took the phone from the red clay mudman's hand, and after stopping the recording, he checked the video. Very good. Although the footage wasn't very clear, the short-haired girl's action of retrieving the earbuds was captured without omission, which was enough to serve as evidence. The red clay mudman didn't know how to use a phone, but that didn't matter. Lin Baici just needed it to hold it up and aim it at the short-haired girl like a slingshot. "You have begun to display the demeanor of a predator at the top of the food chain, but you are not ruthless enough yet. Once you catch your prey, you must bite down and kill it. Do not give her a chance. Control her, enslave her." Lin Baici heard a commotion coming from the front. Quite a few people were starting to criticize the chubby girl, saying that she had lost her own earphones and ended up causing trouble for others. The chubby girl had suspected the short-haired girl of stealing her earphones, but as soon as she voiced this, she was blasted by the crowd. "How can you be so ungrateful?" The short-haired girl was very indignant. "If I were a thief, I could have just tossed these earphones away to clear myself of suspicion. Why would I bother returning them to you, with the way you conduct yourself? Let alone receiving a red envelope of gratitude. It is no wonder you cannot even get a simple thank you." Everyone, remember her face. If she runs into trouble again in the future, do not help her. The short-haired girl was still not satisfied and glared at the chubby girl. "If you slander me again, I will expose you on the campus forum." The chubby girl lost her nerve and hurriedly apologized. I am sorry. As for the thank you red envelope, she was not willing to send one at all. "I found the earphones back through my own ability, so why should I send a red envelope?" The matter was resolved. Everyone dispersed. Jukyunan and Guchinkyu did not move. They were observing the short-haired girl, suspecting her, but they had no evidence. Could it be that Lin Baici did it? Guchinkyu was puzzled because she had been observing Lin Baici the whole time. She saw him wandering around the library for more than half a circle, and now, He had returned to his seat to read. In her view, this was not a man who would give up easily. Since he had gotten involved, he would definitely see it through to the end and would not give up halfway. So, since he had returned now, there was only one answer. He had found the thief and used some kind of method to make the thief return the earphones. Then how did he find her? Guchinkyu deduced the whole situation from start to finish again and realized that there were not enough clues to identify the thief. Since it was a problem that could not be solved by common sense, it had to involve some other supernatural ability. Very well. There was only one answer left. Lin Baici is a god hunter. Upon thinking of this, Guchinkyu was very surprised. Among my fellow students, there is actually a god hunter. That is impressive. Due to her family background, Guchinkyu had come into contact with such people before. Also, why did Guchinkyu rule out the possibility that Lin Baici had simply seen the thief? Because if he had seen her directly, he would not have needed to wander around the library. He could have just gone directly to the thief to confront her. Resolved, Lin Baici saw Jukyunin return and asked with a smile. Jukyunin nodded. But it has nothing to do with me. Jukyunin lowered her head, spinning her pen with her right hand, but her mind was not on her studies. I do not know if Lin Baici is a warm-hearted person or not, but I do know that a person like him will not stop once he starts doing something. Then, why did he give up after wandering around for half a circle? Could it be that he realized there were not enough clues and did not want to waste his effort? Jukyunin could not figure it out, but this did not affect her assessment of Lin Baici. In any case, she would study hard, and in the future, the money she earned should be enough to support him. So even if Lin Baici were a bit incompetent, she could accept it. Lin Baici intended to slip away, but before he could move, the short-haired girl walked over. Can we talk? The short-haired girl looked at Lin Baici, her attitude humble and submissive. Jukyunin saw this scene and her eyes narrowed sharply. Sure enough, this girl was the thief, and her returning the earphones was clearly because Lin Baici had done something. Jukyunin's curiosity was instantly piqued. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. Lin Baici smiled faintly. The short-haired girl looked at Lin Baici's handsome face and felt ashamed and embarrassed. Her worst side had been seen by him. How humiliating. I actually had my reasons, the short-haired girl explained. I do not care about your reasons, I said. This matter is over, and I do not know you. Lin Baici waved his hand. Troublesome. But the short-haired girl did not think so. After all, the other party still had a video of her stealing the earphones on his phone. If he suddenly remembered it one day and wanted to threaten her into doing some unspeakable things. Thinking of this, the short-haired girl subconsciously glanced at Jukyunin. What am I thinking? Look at his girlfriend. She is prettier than me and has a better figure. Even if this guy wanted to cheat, he would not look for me. Oh, right. I do not care if you steal things in the future, but if I see it, you know what will happen. Lin Baici said indifferently and stopped paying attention to her. This coldness made the short-haired girl feel humiliated, but the more understated Lin Baici was, the more she dared not doubt the weight of his words. Forget it. I will just walk around him in the future. In such a large school, it is impossible to run into him again. The short-haired girl left. She actually wanted to add Lin Baici as a friend and send him a red envelope, both to express her submission and to leave behind some evidence. At worst, at a critical moment, she could claim that this guy was blackmailing her, but Lin Baici's attitude made her put away this little scheme. Lin Baici noticed that Jukyunin was tilting her head to look at him and cursed to himself, thinking it was bad, so he stood up. I am leaving first. What did you do? Jukyunin frowned. Lin Baici had been with her the whole time. It was impossible for him to have witnessed the girl stealing the earphones, and without evidence, the person would not have admitted it so easily. I will tell you when we become friends in the future. Lin Baici gave a perfunctory reply and hurried away. Oh my god. This girl is too smart. I cannot handle it. If I spend a few more days with her, I will not be able to keep any of my secrets. Lin Baici felt that no matter how beautiful, virtuous, and gentle Jukyunin was, he could not marry her, because she was too smart. Her husband would probably be caught by her the moment he even showed a sign of wanting to cheat. Guchinkyu, sitting in the distance, saw the short-haired girl approach Lin Baici and revealed a faint smile. It was confirmed. He was indeed a god hunter. Then, Gu Qinkyu looked at the pretty girl beside her. Can't understand it, right? That is exactly how it should be. She had learned another secret about Lin Baici, and it was one she enjoyed all to herself. How delightful. Gu Qinkyu began to hum a little tune. On Saturday morning, Lin Baici slept until 7:30, got up to wash, and then set off for Haixing Normal University. While waiting for the bus outside the school gate, he bought to meat buns. Because it was the weekend, there were many students heading to the city center. As soon as the 167 bus pulled up, a large crowd of students squeezed in front of the doors, packed together like sardines in a can. Many girls looked on with disdain, and surrounded by the unpleasant odor inside the carriage. They vowed to work hard to make money in the future. Even if they could not afford a private car, they would at least be able to afford a taxi. Lin Baici took the bus just to experience the daily life of an ordinary college student, and he felt it was not bad. He noticed that the space around pretty girls was always the first to be filled. Ding dong, a WeChat message arrived. Lin Baici took out his phone. Li Shangui, something came up suddenly. It will probably take an hour. Go wander around on your own after you arrive. The two had a great relationship, so there was no need for apologies. Lin Baici opened the map and looked at the attractions near Haixing Normal University. He found that it was not far from the sightseeing tower by the river, only a 20-minute taxi ride away, and the 167 bus went directly there. That is the one. Lin Baici swayed along with the bus for the whole journey. When he arrived at the riverside and stepped off, he saw the sightseeing tower rising into the clouds. It was said that at night, there would be giant advertisements on the tower, visible from a great distance. To hang an ad for one night cost millions in advertising fees. Perhaps because the National Day holiday was approaching, everyone wanted to finish their work quickly and go home for the festival. So there were not many people out playing this weekend. The riverside was relatively empty. A flock of pigeons landed on a small plaza, cooing softly. A girl was squatting on the ground, feeding the pigeons. Lin Baici could only see her profile, but he was still stunned by her beauty. Her long hair was like clouds, coiled behind her head and held in place by a hairpin. Her cheeks were slightly thin, and her skin had an unhealthy pallor, clearly indicating she did not go out often. However, this appearance gave her a sickly, delicate beauty. She was like a begonia struck by frost, or snow shaming the plum blossoms. A rare feast. Her soul is very delicious. It is recommended to start eating immediately. The girl seemed to notice Lin Baici's gaze and looked over. Lin Baici smiled and turned to leave. The moment Shenshin saw Lin Baici, she wanted to invite him to be a life model, because the proportions of this young man's body were simply too symmetrical. The golden ratio was nothing compared to this. However, since the other party left, she did not chase after him. In all things, one must still rely on fate. Thus, Shenshin continued to feed the pigeons. In her heart, she had already painted these pigeons over and over again. After Lin Baici finished touring the sightseeing tower and took a taxi to Haixing Normal University, Li Wei was still busy, so he had to wander around alone. It had to be said that the ratio of girls at a normal university was shockingly high. With a larger base, the probability of seeing pretty girls increased significantly. Along the way, Lin Baici saw at least 7 or 8 girls with quite impressive looks. The God Eater's commentary gradually became concise. What is this place? It is a plump sheep pen. Look at those lambs. I am hungry. Catch one to eat. Happiness is just that simple. Gurgle. Lin Baici's stomach suddenly growled. What is going on? Is there a God-forbidden item nearby? Lin Baici immediately looked around. He could be certain that this hunger was not because he had not eaten enough. The God Eater did not answer. Under the cover of his backpack, Lin Baici took out the god-asking tortoise shell and performed a divination. Clatter. The tortoise shell fell to the ground. It did not speak because a boy had run over. Classmate, may I ask, where did you get this tortoise shell? Why does it look like a cultural relic to me? The boy speaking was not tall, had a square face, and wore thick glasses. His eyes were not on Lin Baici, but fixed on the tortoise shell in his hand. I bought it at a roadside stall. Lin Baici frowned and tucked the tortoise shell into his pocket. classmate. Hoarding cultural relics is a crime. The boy pushed up his glasses with his finger, unable to see the tortoise shell anymore. He began to size up Lin Baici. Lin Baici turned and walked away. Hey, wait a minute. The boy chased after him. I don't mean anything else. I just want to borrow it to take a look. Get lost. Lin Baici would not lend it. I am a student in the archaeology department at Haixing Normal University. My name is Zhu Dongui, classmate. There is something wrong with this tortoise shell of yours. You are not qualified to possess it. Zhu Dongui tried to persuade him. Lin Baici stopped and stared at Zhu Dongui. Are you threatening me? No. I was just curious for a moment and wanted to borrow it to see. 15 minutes. I will return it to you after I am done. Zhu Dongui recalled the appearance of the tortoise shell and felt it looked like a relic from before the pre-Qin period. This young man must have been lucky and picked up a bargain. As for grave robbing, that was not impossible either. Lin Baici looked at Zhu Dongui and felt annoyed. The main thing was that after being delayed by this guy, the hunger had disappeared, which meant the god-forbidden item that had caused the hunger was gone. 10 minutes is fine too. Zhu Dongui left. I study archaeology and have solid professional knowledge. I won't break it. And if I identify it as a cultural relic, you could make a big profit. That statement was a pure lie. Zhu Dongui identified the tortoise shell as a cultural relic, which meant his graduation thesis was as good as done. Furthermore, with this achievement and the resulting fame, he might even land a good job. As for this boy, he wouldn't get a single cent. Trafficking in cultural relics was a crime, after all. Sure. Lin Baici smiled and took out the tortoise shell of divination, handing it to the boy. Since you are looking for death, I will send you on your way, a mere ant. Yet it covets the wealth of an apex predator. It is recommended to roast it over charcoal and feed it to the dogs. Chapter 160 Lin Baici, decisive in killing. A cool autumn breeze blew across the campus of Haixing Normal University, and the leaves on the plane trees were already visibly withered and yellow. The moment Zhu Dongui saw this tortoise shell, he fell in love with it. It was the size of an adult's palm and a warm yellow color, perhaps because it had been handled for so long. Its surface had become smooth and lustrous, looking at first glance like a piece of top-quality jade. There were some irregular patterns on the back, crisscrossing like the tracks of fate, exuding a mysterious and strange beauty. It seems to be conveying some kind of information. Zhu Dongui felt that these patterns were like some kind of language, conveying a revelation, much like those oracle bone inscriptions. When the tortoise shell was in his hand, a warm sensation immediately traveled from his palm. Zhu Dongui subconsciously gripped it tighter. So comfortable. I want it so much. The greed in Zhu Dongui's heart was unstoppable. He rubbed the jade piece vigorously, as if wanting to leave his mark upon it. The person who sold me the tortoise shell said this thing could be used for divination. Lin Baici watched Zhu Dongui's actions and felt incredibly disgusted. Not to mention such a precious cultural relic. Even if one were just playing with someone else's mobile phone, one shouldn't act like this, right? He hadn't expected to run into such a piece of work on his first visit to Haixing Normal University. A narrow-minded, dark-hearted fellow. What he cannot obtain, he will not let others have either. Obliterate. Divination. Zhu Dongui heard what was said and nodded. That's right. In the pre-Qin period, whether it was for sacrificial rites or before launching a war, one had to perform divination to determine good or bad fortune. Zhu Dongui was in the archaeology department, so his professional knowledge was decent. He hadn't thought of divination himself. But after hearing Lin Baici's words, he decided to give it a try. In any case, if it didn't work, he wouldn't lose anything. So, Zhu Dongui silently recited in his heart, "How is my fortune recently?" After asking, he didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt the tortoise shell heat up slightly. At the same time, a thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. You shall face a bloody disaster today. It is a great omen of misfortune. It must be psychological, right? Zhu Dongui muttered to himself, fiddling with the tortoise shell. Beautiful. Zhu Dongui couldn't put it down. He didn't even want to return it to Lin Baici. Can you return it to me now? Lin Baici suddenly wanted to join the Kyushu Security Bureau. Just for that license to kill. Let me study it for a few more days. I'll help you decipher the characters on this tortoise shell. Don't worry. I won't charge you, Zhu Dongui proposed, adjusting his glasses with his hand. Lin Baici stopped wasting words, reached out directly, and grabbed Zhu Dongui's wrist. What are you doing? Zhu Dongui was startled and exerted force with his hand, not wanting to let Lin Baici take back the tortoise shell. Lin Baici had completely run out of patience and landed for slaps on Zhu Dongui's cheeks. Slap, 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 slap. Zhu Dongui was stunned, his mouth corner splitting open. Lin Baici gripped Zhu Dongui's wrist hard. He screamed in pain and subconsciously loosened his fingers. The tortoise shell fell. Lin Baici caught it smoothly, then followed up with a kick to Zhu Dongui's stomach. Zhu Dongui staggered back a few steps and landed on his butt on the ground. I'm going to call the police, Zhu Dongui shouted. The commotion here caused the girls passing by to look over. Hey, go ahead and call them, Lin Baici sneered. Does this god of hunger fear you? He didn't even leave Haixing Normal University, but continued to stroll around. Zhu Dongui's face burned with pain. He quickly took out his phone and secretly snapped a few photos of Lin Baici. As long as I have the photos, I can find you even if I don't know your name. Zhu Dongui had originally wanted to report Lin Baici for illegal possession of cultural relics, but after thinking about it, doing so would be harmful to others without benefiting himself. How can I get my hands on that tortoise shell? Zhu Dongui followed Lin Baici from a distance, various thoughts swirling in his head. How is it? Lin Baici held the tortoise shell to his ear and asked, Master, rest assured, I have completed the curse. It will be finished soon, it spoke. And if it had a face, it would surely be filled with fawning. Don't do those curses like sudden head turning or rapid aging, understand? Lin Baici hadn't thought about dealing with ordinary people before, so he hadn't given these instructions. Master, I am, after all, a sacrificial tortoise shell from the Shang dynasty. The kings, ministers, and those buried alive with the dead that I have seen are countless. I know what to do and when. It chuckled, very confident in its professional expertise. When it needed to manifest a miracle, it would create a grand spectacle. But when it needed to secretly harm someone, it would remain calm and ripple-free, as if nothing had happened. Killing today was just a small test of its skills. Back when the tortoise shell was in the royal palace, killing consorts, ministers, and even 3 kings, those were truly the most delightful days. How lethal is your curse against god hunters? Lin Baici was curious. Curse, to put it plainly, is also a form of power, just more mysterious and unpredictable. The divine power possessed by you god hunters will weaken the power of the curse. The stronger you are, the weaker the effect of the curse, it explained. Likewise, those with vigorous blood and chi and a strong physique will have a slightly higher resistance to curses. But to me, all mortals are merely ants. Lin Baici nodded, indicating he understood. Master, it has been so long since I last performed divination that my skills have grown rusty. Can we hold a ritual? Let me have a good, satisfying time. I really want to see what humans look like after being cursed. It was practically dying to do so. I am so dedicated to my craft, wanting to work overtime every single day. Yet my master simply refuses to allow it. How depressing. If I let you perform divination whenever you want, I will be dragged away by the authorities in a few days. Lin Baici did not dare to let this turtle shell run wild. Because its divination was essentially a curse, a manifestation of evil power, he turned back and saw that the male student was still following him. Realizing he was being stuck to like a piece of adhesive plaster, he spotted the nearby teaching building and immediately rushed inside. Zhu Dongui, worried about losing his target, also ran over quickly, only to see Lin Baici's figure flickering in and out of sight on the stairs. Damn it! Without a second thought, Zhu Dongui took long strides up the stairs. He prepared to threaten him one more time. If he truly could not get the turtle shell, he would go to his mentor. At the very least, giving it to his mentor would be beneficial for his postgraduate entrance exam. Zhu Dongui chased him to the 3rd floor, but he still had not caught sight of Lin Baici, which made him somewhat anxious. Where is he? Zhu Dongui walked to the 2 classrooms near the 3rd floor staircase and peered inside. Empty. So, he ran to the 4th floor, but still saw nothing. Fuck, is that guy a ghost? Zhu Dongui cursed. As he headed back downstairs, he began to think about his next plan and how to maximize his own interests. Then, as he stepped onto the 6th stair, his foot suddenly slipped, and he missed his footing. Zhu Dongui tumbled onto the stairs. He was completely stunned, screaming. He rolled down the steps, and then his head hit the wall with a dull thud. Splash. Fresh blood immediately gushed out, drowning his face. Help! Zhu Dongui tried to call for help. Someone fell down the stairs. Call 120 quickly. His head is cracked open. Is there any saving him? Several students who witnessed the scene immediately began to shout. Zhu Dongui thought of the notion that had flashed through his mind when he used that turtle shell for divination. If I had known today would bring a disaster of blood, I should not have left the house. Some kind-hearted students came over to help Zhu Dongui. Lin Baici appeared at the top of the stairs, looking coldly at the boy who had tried to extort him. Through the crowd of moving heads, Zhu Dongui saw Lin Baici standing on the 3rd floor. The look in the other man's eyes, as if he had known this would happen all along, gave him a sudden jolt of terror. Was I plotted against? Zhu Dongui broke out in a cold sweat. Lin Baici waved his hand. Goodbye, you. Zhu Dongui was both anxious and furious. Judging by the shape of the other man's mouth, he must have said goodbye. He wanted to point the finger at this guy, but as his blood drained away, his head, which had suffered a violent impact, could no longer form coherent words. Lin Baici left. Many students in the classrooms heard someone shouting that someone had died and ran out to watch the commotion. The hallway was suddenly swarming with people. Lin Baici walked against the flow, brushing past them. He knew that at the final moment, he should not have appeared at the scene of the incident, and even less should he have waved goodbye to that boy. But that guy's behavior was so disgusting that if Lin Baici hadn't been sarcastic, he would have felt uncomfortable for the rest of his life. Lin Baici exited the teaching building, the autumn sunlight spilling onto him, feeling somewhat warm. What was the result of that person's divination? Lin Baici was curious. Death by accidental fall. It chuckled. Actually, I prefer the slow, chronic way of dying. His phone rang. It was Li Wei. Are you done with your business? Hearing his childhood friend's voice, Lin Baici's mood improved significantly. Where are you now? I will come find you. Even through the phone, one could hear Li Wei's full-throated energy. In front of the teaching building that looks like a cannon barrel, under the plane tree, Lin Baici hung up the phone. Less than 5 minutes later, a familiar figure came speeding over on a mountain bike. Because of the speed, it looked as if he were riding on wheels of wind and fire. Li Wei squeezed the brakes. Screech! The mountain bike came to a sudden stop in front of Lin Baici. Li Wei put one foot on the ground, took one look at him, and couldn't help but exclaim, "How has it only been a month? And you've grown this tall again?" "Second growth spurt," Lin Baici said casually. "Your skin has gotten better too. And these eyes, they look so spirited." Li Wei parked the bike and walked up to Lin Baici, examining him carefully. Because they were childhood friends who had grown up playing together, Li Wei was too familiar with Lin Baici. He could notice even the slightest change. "What are you doing?" Lin Baici pushed Li Wei's head away. "I'm not a girl. Stop looking. A simple-minded fool. I'd be worried about getting an infection if I eat prey like this. What do you think of this mountain bike?" Li Wei patted the seat, his expression boastful. "It only cost 300. Pretty cool." Lin Baici knew that when Li Wei was in high school, he rode an old bike and had always dreamed of buying a mountain bike. During the first few days of school, I helped a senior student move house. He saw how hard I worked, so he sold me this bike he didn't use anymore. Li Wei chuckled. I checked Taobao. The original price was over 2,000. By the way, how did you get here by bus? Lin Baici looked at Li Wei. He was still the same as before, round face, short hair, small eyes, ordinary and healthy. However, it must have been because he worked a part-time job for half the summer, as his friend had tanned, and his mental state was excellent. It seemed he was adapting well to his new environment. Then you should ride this back when you go home. Li Wei patted the mountain bike. The Haijing University of Technology campus is several times larger than my normal university. You will need it in your daily life, and it will save you from walking to and from class. No need. You keep it. Lin Baici could not help but reveal a smile at the corners of his mouth. This is what friendship is. I bought this mountain bike not just because I like it, but also because I was looking forward to finding a girlfriend soon and taking her for a ride around campus. Li Wei sighed. But now I realize it is so hard. Finding a girlfriend is difficult, and even if you find one, she probably would not want to ride on it. Things with 2 wheels are destined to not have as much face as those with 4. You will find one, Lin Baici encouraged him. You take it and ride it. With that face of yours, I bet you will have a girlfriend soon, Li Wei said with envy, then wrapped his arm around Lin Baici's shoulder. Old bye. We have to work hard, not to mention driving a BMW or Mercedes. We should at least have one private car. I have discovered that as long as you have a car, it is so much easier to pursue girls. If you have some spare time, why not go get a driver's license? Lin Baici had a 2 million yuan Mercedes-AMG, a gift from the Korean girl. When the time came, he could just make up an excuse and let his childhood friend drive it. If I have that kind of time, I might as well work a part-time job. At least I can earn some money. When Li Wei brought up this topic, he immediately laughed. Do you know how much I earned this summer vacation? Without waiting for Lin Baici to answer, Li Wei held up 4 fingers and waved them triumphantly in front of Lin Baici. 4,000? Lin Baici did not want to stand there like a fool. Let's go. Let's find a KFC and sit for a while. Whenever the 2 of them went out to hang out, they basically solved their lunch at KFC. KFC, today, I am treating you to a big meal. Li Wei pushed his bike and walked side by side with Lin Baici. Let me tell you, money in Haixing is just too easy to earn. Once I graduate from university, I must work hard to stay in this city. Lin Baici did not know if money in Haixing was easy to earn, but the money in the Divine Ruins was certainly easy to come by. He touched the wallet in his pocket. In just over a month, he had saved 20 million, and that was just in cash. If he were to sell a few divine taboo items, he would instantly become a multi-millionaire. Xiangkalai was a very popular restaurant near Haixing Normal University. The prices were not expensive, and the food was delicious. Their drunken immortal chicken is excellent. I have eaten here when hanging out with my roommates. It was just that Li Wei and Lin Baici had arrived a bit late, so they had to wait for a table. Eating at a street stall is fine too. Lin Baici had come here to catch up with his childhood friend. What they ate was not important. That will not do. Li Wei refused. He could not compare in terms of looks. And from childhood to adulthood, Lin Baici's grades had always been better than his. Now that Li Wei had finally earned some money, he felt that he had finally surpassed Lin Baici in one aspect, so naturally, he wanted to show it off. Of course, there was no malice, it was purely a small sense of competitiveness at play. He saw Lin Baici take out his phone to check the time and could not help but be surprised. You bought an Apple phone. It even looked like the most expensive Pro version. Lin Baici did not really care what kind of phone he used anymore. So extravagant. Li Wei was envious. He could only dream of such a phone. If he were to buy it himself, he would definitely not be able to bring himself to do it. Li Wei, suddenly, a girl called out. Lin Baici turned his head and saw a girl of medium height with a ponytail, wearing jeans and a fleece HODIE. With those big eyes, she looked pure yet possessed a hint of charm. Class monitor. Li Wei immediately put away his relaxed attitude and became serious. Are you here to eat? The girl looked at Lin Baici. Is this your classmate? Yeah, my childhood friend. Li Wei quickly introduced them. Old Bai. This is our great class monitor, Kai Wenqi. Hello. Lin Baici smiled. This girl was a 6 out of 10, and her cheerful, outgoing personality could add another point to her score. Hello. Did you not book a private room? Would you like to join us? Kai Wenqi invited them. No. You guys go ahead and eat. Li Wei quickly declined. All right then. Kai Wenqi had only extended a polite invitation. Seeing Li Wei refuse, she went straight upstairs with the waiter. They had booked a private room in advance. Do you like her? Lin Baici teased. There were 7 people in that group, all girls. And Li Wei's gaze had been fixed on Kai Wenqi the whole time. It is not exactly liking her. I just feel that her approachable personality is quite nice. There was nothing to hide from his childhood friend. A girl with grand ambitions. A mediocre life is not what she pursues, and for that, she is willing to sacrifice some things. Success is her only obsession. University is the hunting ground where she tests her skills. After Kai Wenqi and her group sat down and ordered their food, they started chatting about Lin Baici while they waited. Li Wei's childhood friend is so handsome. He could go be an idol trainee. He does not look like he is from our school, does he? The girls chattered away. I will ask. Kai Wenqi smiled and sent a message to Li Wei. Yao Kaojiwa. I have a friend who has taken a liking to your childhood friend. Curious. Which school is he from? Yishengui Haijing University of Technology, Software Engineering. Yao Kaojiwa got it, followed by a smiley face. He is from Haijing University of Technology. After Kai Wenqi said this, everyone's impression of Lin Baici improved even more. Looks like he is not just a pretty face. I heard that coders have very high salaries. Graduates from Haijing University of Technology should find it easier to stay in Haijing than us. Right. At least after 10 years of hard work, they will be able to afford a house. The girls discussed. How do you guys plan to spend the National Day holiday? Kai Wenqi changed the subject. I am not planning on going home. I intend to go to the museum to take a look. I heard there is an exhibition, and I want to broaden my horizons. Kai Wenqi wanted to find some companions. My class monitor said her friend is interested in you. Li Wei said with envy. How are you spending the National Day holiday? Lin Baici chuckled. None of those girls added together were as pretty as Zhu Qiunan. And she was even a top student in her freshman year. I have already found a short-term job. I am planning to make some quick money over these 7 days. Li Wei had been obsessed with money lately. Only with money would he have the confidence to find a girlfriend. Don't push yourself too hard. If you are short on cash, just let me know. Lin Baici and Li Wei finished their meal, walked around the campus, visited his dormitory, and hung out until 5 o'clock before saying goodbye. Hurry back. At the school gate, Lin Baici got into a taxi and waved at Li Wei. The taxi started moving. Less than 200 meters later, Lin Baici's stomach let out a growl. Gurgle. A sudden sense of hunger washed over him. Stop the car, Lin Baici shouted, immediately scanning his surroundings. What is wrong? The driver asked, confused. I lost something. Lin Baici was worried about his phone running out of battery or being stolen. And he always kept over a dozen 100-yuan bills in his wallet for emergencies. He did not care about the change at this moment, handed the driver a 100-yuan bill, opened the door, and got out. Chapter 161 Warning. Warning, a deity has descended. It was currently the time when people were getting off work. So the streets were crowded. Coupled with the fact that they were near a university, there were quite a few students around. So as far as Lin Baici could see, it was just a sea of heads. This was not going to be easy to find. Lin Baici took a deep breath, calmed his mind, walked left and right, and carefully felt the intensity of his hunger. It is to the north. Lin Baici immediately quickened his pace, his eyes sweeping across the pedestrians ahead. There were students in school uniforms with youthful faces, weary workers covered in the dust of their travels, and housewives on electric scooters picking up their children and rushing home to cook dinner. Suddenly, a back view caught Lin Baici's eye. It was a tall person, judging by the broad shoulders and narrow waist. It should be a man. He was wearing blue jeans, yellow marten boots, and a black hooded sweatshirt on his upper body. The hood was pulled up over his head. He kept looking around, though it wasn't clear what he was looking for. Lin Baici noticed that when he was not looking around, he would keep his head down. Furthermore, besides sunglasses, he was also wearing a large face mask, completely obscuring his features. What is this guy being so sneaky for? Lin Baici frowned. The closer he got to this person, the stronger his hunger became. There was no doubt about it. This guy had a divine relic on him. Lin Baici took out his phone, intending to snap a photo and send it to Jia Hongyao. If the person belonged to the safety bureau, he would leave it to them. Click. The moment Lin Baici took the photo, the man suddenly turned his head, looked over, and in the next instant, he turned and ran. Lin Baici instinctively started to chase him. There was definitely something wrong with this guy, otherwise, why would he run? Lin Baici possessed 9 divine favors and several top-tier divine relics. So, he was incredibly bold now. Even if the opponent were a deity hunter, he would not be afraid. He lengthened his stride, moving like the wind and acting like thunder. Reaching within 30 meters of the man in an instant, the man looked back, saw that Lin Baici had already closed the distance, and was startled. The next moment, he suddenly dashed toward the road. Swish, swish, swish. It was not a red light, and cars were flowing like a dragon on the 6-lane road. Lin Baici hesitated. Should he rush across? Actually, relying on the giant locust legs, Lin Baici could easily leap across. But the problem was that there were too many people on the road right now. What if he was witness? Just as Lin Baici was about to step onto the road, a speeding BMW slammed into the man, emitting a loud thud. Screech. The BMW skidded for another 10 meters, crashed into 3 other cars, and finally came to a stop. The man was thrown to the ground and rolled several times. Because of the sudden accident, the nearby cars were braking hard, and the road was in chaos for a moment. Lin Baici's eyes narrowed, and he immediately began to sprint. That person was definitely not dead, because he saw the BMW that hit him. Its bumper was dented insignificantly. Even with Lin Baici's currently enhanced body, being hit like that would not leave such severe marks on a car. Sure enough, before the man's momentum from rolling could stop, he suddenly sprang up and bolted toward the other side. What is going on? Are they filming a movie? Is it plainclothes police catching a thief? Someone is hurt. Passers-by were clamoring, and the entire flow of traffic was interrupted. Lin Baici chased the man in the hoodie into a shopping mall. He had lost his target. The opponent ran very fast, and the terrain here was complex. If he just ducked into any random corner, Lin Baici would be left blind. The hunger was fading rapidly. 10 minutes later, Lin Baici could no longer feel it. This meant the person had already put some distance between them. Lin Baici left the mall, stood on the street, dialed Jia Hongyao's number, and told her about the incident, starting 5 days ago. Pollution incidents began appearing in Haijing. The victims all turned into a painting. Jia Hongyao's expression was excited. The person you described is very likely the culprit, turned into a painting. Lin Baici did not quite understand. It is as if the whole person was imprinted onto the floor. Jia Hongyao struggled to find the words. The person is gone, and on the floor. It looks just like a painting. This pollution sounded hair-raising. I will tell my sister and have her send people to monitor the area around Haijing Normal University as soon as possible. After finishing the serious business, Jia Hongyao asked about Lin Baici's National Day plans. Are you still going home? I am not going back. Lin Baici was planning to practice his driving skills. That. Jia Hongyao felt too embarrassed to speak. It is fine. I do not need you to accompany me. Lin Baici could tell that the girl with the high ponytail likely had things to do during the holiday. It seemed the driving practice plan would have to be postponed again. I am sorry, work came up suddenly, and I cannot turn it down. Jia Hongyao sighed. Hey. You make it sound as if I would be pining for you like it has been 3 autumns if I did not see you for 3 days. I admit you have a great figure, but that alone is not enough to be that attractive. Wait until I finish my work, and I will properly spend 7 days with you. Jia Hongyao ended the call. Lin Baici held a taxi and returned to school. On the 6th floor of the shopping mall, in the restroom, a sales clerk wearing a short skirt, black stockings, and small high heels walked in while playing on her phone. When she looked up, she suddenly shrieked. The sales clerk jumped in fright, her face turning pale. Some heartless person had left an anatomical model in the restroom, the kind used by students at the medical university. It was split down the middle. One side showed normal muscle fibers, while the other side displayed the internal organs. The sales clerk dodged to the side, skirted around the anatomical model to enter a stall, and after she finished using the restroom and came out to wash her hands, she discovered that the model was gone. It must have been some employee who left it there while they went to the restroom. Damn it, that scared the life out of me. I definitely need to add a chicken leg to my dinner to make up for this. Lin Baici arrived at his stop, cut off, and as he walked through the school gate, he dialed his mother's phone number. Mom, Li Wei is not coming home for the National Day holiday, and I am not going back either. It just so happens that a senior has a project and asked me to help out. Lin Baici was laying the groundwork so that the next time he gave his mother a large sum of money, it would not arouse her suspicion. That counts as a chance to gain experience. Work hard, Lin's mother smiled. Everything is fine here. You do not need to worry about me. Lin Baici did not hang up until he reached the bottom of building No. In truth, he knew all about those trivial matters: what she was eating, how she was getting along with others, whether her studies were keeping up, but he knew his mother just wanted to hear his voice a little longer. The next few days were as calm as water. Lin Baici discovered that despite having 20 million in his possession, he actually did not know how to spend it. He invited Hu Wenwu and Fang Mingyuan out for a meal, which cost over 700, making Hu Wenwu feel quite pained, but for Lin Baici, it did not even cover a single day's interest. Lin Baici was so bored he almost wanted to go clear a god's ruin. Fortunately, just before Lin Baici was about to grow mold from idleness, the National Day holiday finally arrived. Brother Jin, want to go out and have some fun together? Zhu Daoguan invited Jin Jhui in the dormitory. Liu Yu and Fang Mingyuan had left last night. Hu Wenwu was not going home to save money, while Zhu Daoguan and Jin Jhui simply did not want to go back. No, I have a date with an internet friend. Jin Jhui lay on his bed, showing no intention of washing up. You are doing online dating too? Zhu Daoguan was surprised. Jin Jhui was never short of girlfriends. Not long after the semester started, he had already gone through to him. Women were truly like clothes. If he did not like them, he would just toss them aside. I am not doing online dating. The other person is the one who wants to see me. Jin Jhui was indifferent. Besides, meeting an internet friend is like opening a blind box. You never know what a woman will look like once the filters are turned off. Is she very ugly? Hu Wenwu was curious. Whether she is ugly or not is not important. The main thing is that her soul is interesting. The only ones Jin Jhui decided to meet were those who made him feel happy while chatting. Of course, this also had to do with Jin Jhui throwing money around, sending a few hundred yuan in red packets every few days, combined with the fact that he was quite handsome, meant that, honestly, many women could not resist such a weakness. Class monitor. What are you doing today? Jin Jhui sat up. How about you come with me to meet my internet friend? We can play a game of the prince and the pauper. Do you think my internet friend will be disappointed or even more excited when she sees you? Are you not afraid that the class monitor will take your internet friend to a hotel? Zhu Daoguan was jealous. Brother Jin, why do you not take me? If he takes her, then so be it. What is the point of a woman I have never met in person? Jin Jhui was just playing around. He had had nearly 100 girlfriends so far. What kind had he not seen? So, he really did not care about this. Zhu Daoguan wanted to change how he addressed Jin Jhui to Daddy Jin. This was equivalent to Jin Jhui setting the trap and preparing the bait, only for Lin Baici to come along and reap the rewards. However, Zhu Daoguan looked at Lin Baici's face and realized he probably did not need anyone else to set the trap for him. I have an appointment today. Lin Baici put on his backpack and headed out. Just a moment ago, he had received 2 text messages. Princess of Monte Cristo Alpa, I have arrived. Shall we have breakfast together? Little fish, this palace has arrived. Little Lin, come quickly to receive me. Lin Baici had an appointment with Little Fish today, but he had not expected Jin Yingjin to arrive so quickly. However, he was not to timing anyone, so he remained quite calm. You go ahead and order, make it for 3 people. Yu is here too. Lin Baici called Jin Yingjin, went downstairs, and saw Hua Yu. The streamer was wearing an emerald-colored velvet short skirt today, paired with black pantyhose, and on her feet were beige, princess-style round-toed shoes. Her top was a nude-colored base layer paired with a khaki knit cardigan, and topped with a beret, making her cuteness level explode. Shall buy? Hua Yu waved. She was not carrying her Pikachu backpack today, having switched to a handbag slung over her left arm. Are you not cold? Lin Baici looked at the streamer's pantyhose, which looked quite thin. They only look thin, but they are actually quite thick. If you do not believe me, touch them. Hua Yu lifted her leg. Let us go. Let us go eat. Lin Baici changed the subject. How could he possibly touch them? Do you prefer white silk or black silk? Hua Yu walked side by side with Lin Baici, or bare legs. That was a question that seemed difficult to answer. Have you not confirmed it yet? Hua Yu giggled. Then find a time. You come to my place, and I will wear every type of stocking for you to see. With those two thin little legs of yours. What is there to look at? Lin Baici teased. Among the girls he knew, Huoyu was the shortest and had the least impressive figure. She was just a petite girl. The only thing that left a deep impression was her cute, sister-like style. In any case, when she acted spoiled, she should be invincible. Oh, you are discriminating against me. Huoyu pouted her little lips. Do you know that a girl like me who looks 15 forever is the rarest kind? Because it is not against the law. The two chatted idly as they headed straight for a Sunshine fast food restaurant. As soon as Huoyu walked in, she saw Jin Yingjin. There was no helping it, the Korean girl was too eye-catching. It was impossible not to notice her. And quite a few boys eating there were also stealing glances at her. Jin Yingjin stood up and immediately ran over. Yu, long time no see. Hello, Sister Yingjin. Huoyu gave a sweet smile, but in her heart, she let out a wail. It is over. The world for two is gone. What is the plan for today? Huoyu took a sip of soy milk. She actually had 2 Disneyland tickets stuck in her pocket, but since Jin Yingjin had come, they definitely would not be able to go. I will listen to Appa's arrangements. Jin Yingjin did not mind, as long as she could hang out with Lin Baici. It was fine. Let us go to the museum. There is an ancient Egyptian artifact exhibition today. After we finish looking around, we will go eat, and in the afternoon, we can tour a few spots in Haijing. Lin Baici had considered Disneyland, but it was the National Day holiday, and there were too many people. He did not want to wait in line. It is settled then. Both girls nodded immediately. Regardless, they had come to hang out with Lin Baici. Even if he wanted to sit by the river and watch others fish all day, they would accompany him. After the three finished their meal, they set off immediately. Jin Yingjin had driven there, even though she was a foreigner, because she was wealthy. She lived a more carefree life than Huoyu, who was a big streamer. The provincial museum was on Dongshin Road when the three arrived. It had only been open for half an hour. There were quite a lot of tourists, and the line was very long. Let us wait. After Lin Baici finished speaking, Jin Yingjin ran off. A short while later, she came back with 3 bottles of water. Huoyu felt a lot of pressure. Are you not the eldest daughter of a chaebol family? Why are you so skilled at serving people? Oh my god. This humble one feels like I cannot compete with her. As they queued to enter the museum, Huoyu felt more and more defeated, to the point of wilting, because many people were stealing glances at Jin Yingjin. The Korean girl was naturally very tall, over 1.8 meters, with a pair of long, slender legs. She was wearing tight jeans paired with high-heeled leather boots, which was simply a lethal combination. The most infuriating part was that she was wearing a light gray open-chest sweater on top. Woo-woo. I will not fight for the position of the main wife anymore. Is it okay if I just be a concubine? Lin Baici and the 2 girls waited for 15 minutes before entering the museum. They did not know that in the distance, on the edge of the plaza, 7 people were observing them. Leader, that woman in the open-chest sweater is so beautiful. Can I have her? A fat man reached out and wiped his mouth. You will die on a woman's belly sooner or later. Blexi God cursed. It is the same old rule. Whoever contributes the most gets to challenge for the spoils first. It is just catching a newcomer. How much contribution can there be? The fat man said disdinfully. Do not be careless. I have a feeling that this boy might be bait to lure us out. Blexi God felt uneasy today. It was precisely because he feared this was a trap that he had not made a move, waiting instead for the team members to arrive. The timing was perfect now. It was the National Day holiday, and the population flow in Kyushu was high, making it easier for the Lost Coast to operate with more concealment. Do not cause extra trouble. Grab the person and leave. Blexi God instructed. Spread out, leader. Are we not waiting for Maheu? A woman in her 30s, wearing a bright red trench coat, asked in a low voice. That piece of trash Maheu. It makes no difference whether he is here or not. The fat man laughed and walked away on his short, thick legs. He had set his sights on another tall girl with a bun hairstyle. Blexi God waved his hand, walked to a stall, bought a bag of food, and squatted in the plaza in front of the museum to feed the pigeons. Grabbing someone was not something that required him to take action personally. Inside the museum, there were quite a lot of people. There were free tour guides explaining the history of every artifact to the visitors. In the first exhibition hall, all the artifacts were quite large, appearing visually striking. Lin Baici and the two girls stood in the crowd, looking at a black stone tablet over a meter tall that was cordoned off by a barrier in front of them. Golden hieroglyphs were carved onto it. Are there any mummies? Let us go see the mummies, shall we? Huo Yuyu was more interested in that. What is there to see in dried corpses? Jin Yingxin frowned. It is better to go see the pharaoh's burial objects. When it comes to Egypt, it has to be mummies and pyramids. Of course, I have to take a few photos. Huo Yuyu was only acting this way because she was with Lin Baici. Otherwise, she would have started a live stream long ago. We will see it all. The museum was not big, so they could easily walk through everything in 2 hours. However, just as he walked into the second exhibition hall, his stomach suddenly cramped. This hunger was more ferocious than ever before. Is there a god-forbidden item in this museum? Lin Baici frowned and looked around. There were quite a few people, so finding it would be troublesome. Let us look around first. Lin Baici stopped admiring the artifacts and instead scanned the crowd. When he looked toward the 10 o'clock direction, he began to salivate. There were a dozen people standing in front of a glass display case there. Inside the display case, there was a funeral mask made of gold and gemstones. These people all looked very ordinary. Lin Baici observed them, and one of the men, who was wearing a yellow trench coat and sporting long, artist-style hair, suddenly turned his head and looked over. Their gazes met. Warning, warning, a god has descended. Are you going to run, or take the risk to hunt? The god-eater suddenly spoke up. What, a god? Lin Baici was struck with horror. In ordinary god ruins, even a palm-sized piece of divine remains could cause such terrifying pollution. If that were the case, how terrifying would an actual god be? Lin Baici tried his best not to show any abnormality and whispered, "Let's go. We are leaving." Lin Baici was not afraid, but Huo Yuyu and Jin Yingxin were with him, and he did not want to put them in danger. What is wrong? Both girls were sharp and intuitive, and they immediately sensed that something was wrong with Lin Baici. We will talk once we are out. Lin Baici quickened his pace, but after walking only 20 meters or so, he was blocked by several girls. Classmate Lin, what a coincidence. Are you here to see the artifacts too? It was Li Wei's class monitor, Kai Wenqi, along with 6 of her friends. Their gazes fell upon Jin Yingxin and Huo Yuyu, and they were somewhat stunned by their beauty. Classmate Kai, come out with me. I need to discuss something. Lin Baici's tone was urgent. Are you very close with our Wenqi? He is Li Wei's childhood friend. We just got in. Kai Wenqi's friends chattered away. What is it? Kai Wenqi did not move. She felt that this childhood friend of Li Wei was not simple, and besides, if they left, their tickets would no longer be valid. She did not want to waste them. Chapter 162, The Hunt Begins. Fatty, whose nickname in the Lost Coast was Red-Headed Shrimp, followed the girl with the bun hairstyle into the 4th exhibition hall. There were many people here because mummies were on display. Most people's impression of ancient Egypt was limited to mummies and pyramids, so naturally, they wanted to take a look. Though they were greatly disappointed after seeing them, they were just air-dried corpses, hideous to behold. Even the mummies wrapped in bandages had become dirty and grimy due to weathering over the years. Red-Headed Shrimp had no interest in these artifacts, but he noticed that the girl with the bun seemed to like them quite a bit. She even took a sketchbook out of her backpack and began to copy the mummy that was said to be an Egyptian pharaoh. Hell, a girl who likes corpses, what a coincidence, I like them too. Red-Headed Shrimp licked his lips, preparing to walk over and strike up a conversation. But a young man wearing a yellow trench coat and sporting slightly curly long hair beat him to it. Although there are only a few strokes, you have already captured its essence. The trench coat man praised. Shenxing glanced at the man and lowered her head to continue drawing. She was a girl who did not like to talk. She felt that rather than wasting time on idle chatter, it was better to use it for thinking. Only when she was thinking did Shenxing feel that she was alive. The trenchcoat man did not feel awkward when he did not receive a response from Shenxing. Instead, he felt even more favorably toward her because of her focus. However, just as he wanted to continue the conversation, his back was suddenly shoved hard. The trench coat man stumbled forward, hitting the barrier. "Miss, are you an art student? You draw very beautifully." Red-headed shrimp stood next to Shen, wearing a face full of smiles as he started to hit on her. "Can you draw a sketch for me? I will pay 1 million. Ever since he became a god hunter and earned a lot of money, Red-headed shrimp's way of pursuing women had become throwing money at them. A literal $1 million throw, simple and crude. Of course, if the other party was not sensible, he would be more than happy to use some violence. Shen did not even glance at the fat man, her attitude icy cold. "I am not lying to you. Come on, at me on WeChat, and I will transfer the $1 million to you." Red-headed shrimp acted like a man of great wealth who was not short on cash. "You are desecrating art." The trench coat man turned back and began to rebuke him. He was not angry because Red-headed shrimp had bumped into him, but rather disgusted by his attitude toward art. Red-headed shrimp was amused and looked the trench coat man up and down. People who dressed like this were either into music or painting. In any case, they exuded a sense of decadent beauty and a feeling of superiority, as if everyone else was drunk while they alone were sober. When they were frustrated and their talent and works were not recognized, they always thought that it was not because they were not good enough, but because the mediocre people in this world could not understand or appreciate them. "What kind of nonsense is this?" Red-headed shrimp cleared his throat, and then toward the trench coat man, Tui. A glob of thick phlegm landed on the chest of the trench coat man's trench coat. "Get lost," Red-headed shrimp said with a malicious expression. "I am picking up girls. What are you yapping about? If you talk nonsense again, I will twist your head off." The trench coat man looked down at the thick phlegm on his coat. He took out a tissue, wiped the phlegm off his clothes, and then took the coat off and hung it over his left arm. "This coat was a gift from a friend of mine." The trench coat man's expression was calm, but the look in his eyes as he stared at Red-headed shrimp had become extremely cold. People nearby saw the conflict and, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire, moved away. "Oh, is he into art too?" Red-headed shrimp curled his lip. "His taste is not that great, is it? You look like an idiot wearing it. The word art coming out of your mouth is simply an insult." The trench coat man shook his head. "You deserve to die." Red-headed shrimp burst into laughter, his demeanor arrogant. Ever since he became a god hunter, many laws no longer had any binding power over him. So, for him to kill someone was truly simple, but for someone else to kill him, sorry, I am very strong. Red-headed shrimp crossed his arms over his chest and tilted his chin at the trench coat man. His meaning clear. "Come on then." The man in the trench coat looked at Shen. He did not care about others, but he was afraid of frightening this girl. However, he soon gave a self-deprecating smile. A girl who could be frightened by him, how would she be any different from those vulgar people? There would be nothing worth appreciating about her either. With that thought, the man in the trench coat looked at Red-headed shrimp, raised his right hand, and then pressed it down forcefully with his palm facing the ground. Die. An invisible force, like the crushing weight of Mount Tai, suddenly descended upon Red-headed shrimp. Red-headed shrimp felt a surge of intense danger. Before he could even react, he felt his entire body jolt as a massive force struck him, slamming him violently into the ground. The sensation was as if he had been crushed into the floor by a dump truck falling from the sky. Excruciating pain struck him instantly, only to vanish just as quickly. Red-headed shrimp's vision spun wildly. A second later, he realized he could no longer look around. He could only look upward. What is happening? Red-headed shrimp panicked because he discovered that his limbs were completely beyond his control, like a vegetative patient who possessed consciousness but could not command their own body. Is the opponent a god hunter? Have I been contaminated by a rule? Red-headed shrimp was frantic, wanting to shout for his team leader to come to his aid, but while his mouth could move, he could not emit a single sound. The onlookers nearby were dumbfounded. Is this a magic trick? It must be a magic trick. Otherwise, how could a person be slammed into the ground like that? But I haven't heard of any magic show taking place here. The tourists discussed it among themselves, all staring at Red-headed shrimp. Red-headed shrimp, who had been standing just moments ago, had been pressed down by the man in the trench coat's gesture as if he had been imprinted onto the floor, turning into a wall mural. That was right. Red-headed shrimp was gone. He was plastered directly onto the ground, his limbs fixed in place, with only his mouth and eyeballs able to move. This scene looked as bizarre as it could possibly be. Shenshin lowered her head, looking at red-headed shrimp's state. A hint of surprise appeared on her face. She was not afraid. She even extended her right foot and gently stepped on red-headed shrimp's head, then looked up at the man in the trench coat. "I apologize for the fright." The man in the trench coat gave an apologetic smile. The fact that this girl with the bun hairstyle did not show fear pleased him greatly. Just as he was about to invite her to lunch, rapid footsteps approached. It was the god hunters sent by the Kyushu Security Bureau to maintain order. They had sensed the fluctuations of divine power and had come to investigate the situation. Troublesome. The man in the trench coat sighed in annoyance, and a terrifying power suddenly radiated from his body. The tourists nearby screamed instantly, collapsing to the ground one by one, their bodies twisting in agony. Shenshin was stunned, staring at the man in the trench coat. "I will not hurt you." The man in the trench coat smiled slightly. Even as he said this, the humans around them began to deform because they were too close to the radiation. On their skin, fist-sized lumps of flesh swelled up rapidly, dense and numerous. Then, some of the lumps fused together, becoming even larger, while others burst open, leaking pus and blood. Soon, these people had turned into deformed monsters about 2 meters tall. Some could walk upright, while others had lost their legs and could only crawl. In the classification of the Security Bureau, these monsters were known as dead flesh humans, which were aberrations created after being exposed to the radiation of divine remains. At first, they still retained some human consciousness, but as time passed, this consciousness would dissipate, and they would eventually become walking corpses. They would follow their survival instincts, attacking every moving creature they saw and devouring them to ensure their own survival. Shenshin felt no disgust. Her first reaction was actually a desire to draw their current appearance. Her creative urge had been ignited. "Please, go ahead." The man in the trench coat had intended to leave, but now, he decided to wait for this lady to finish her drawing. "It is very dangerous in this museum right now. You must leave immediately. I will compensate you double for your ticket prices." After Lin Baici finished speaking, he led Huoyu and Jin Yingxin to continue rushing toward the entrance. This girl was the class monitor of his childhood friend, and since his friend seemed to like her, Lin Baici had decided to meddle in this affair. "Xiao Bai, what is going on?" Huoyu asked in a low voice. "There is a god in this museum. Let's leave first. If that guy starts radiating contamination, everyone here will be finished." Lin Baici had already taken out his phone and dialed Jia Hongyao. As an ordinary person, his words carried no weight. If he wanted to close the museum early and evacuate the crowd, he had to let the leaders of the Security Bureau step in. "I hope that God is just here to see the exhibition and won't cause trouble." To be honest, Lin Baici was a bit curious what were gods like. No matter what they are like, in the end, they will all become your food. Did that kid discover us? The young man who had been secretly watching Lin Baici frowned deeply and asked the woman in the red trench coat beside him, "Should we act early?" "Act." The woman in the trench coat immediately walked over quickly, because she was wearing high heels. The soles of her shoes clicked against the floor as they collided. The young man took out his phone and contacted his companion guarding the entrance, telling him to keep an eye on the target, and then called the Black Sea God, team leader. "The target may have discovered us." The young man, nicknamed White Pufferfish, was not very old, but he had already been with Lost Coast for 10 years and was one of the members Black Sea God trusted most. "Act." Black Sea God made a prompt decision. After speaking, he threw away the birdseed in his hand and strode toward the museum entrance. But just as he stepped onto the stairs, a terrifying radiation spread over, and then his vision changed instantly. The original clear autumn sky vanished, night descended, and he felt as if he were a piece of fabric that had been draped across the sky by the hand of a god. The stars shone brilliantly, and the bright moon hung high. It should have been a scene of flowers under the moonlight, with wine flowing in cups, but the Black Sea God had no heart to appreciate it. A bone-chilling coldness permeated his soul. Who brought the divine remains here? Black Sea gazed at the starry sky, his scalp tingling. Since no meteor had fallen, only one possibility remained. Someone had brought the divine remains here and removed them from the black coffin. The Black Sea God wanted to leave. This was the Haijing of the 9 provinces. With Jiahalmian guarding it, it was impossible for him to snatch the divine remains and escape unscathed. So, he wanted to flee immediately. But it was too late. Blackness surged forth like a tsunami, drowning everything in its path. Lin Baici stopped in his tracks. Damn it! Still a step too late. The surroundings were filled with mist. How the hell was he supposed to walk now? Xiaoyu. Huoyu realized that although she was nervous, she wasn't panicked, because Lin Baici was by her side. Appa, it is a divine ruin. Jin Yingxin took a few deep breaths to calm her heart. She had originally intended to become a god hunter, so encountering a divine ruin so suddenly actually felt like an opportunity to her. I can live and die with Appa. If this happens a few more times, I should be able to walk into his heart. What does he mean by that? If there is danger in this museum, the organizers should have known about it earlier, right? Looking at his expression, he doesn't seem to be playing games with us. The girls were left completely confused by Lin Baici's words. Giving double the ticket price, how generous. Wenqi, is this classmate of Li Wei's family very wealthy? Some were dismissive. Caring more about Lin Baici's family background, I don't know. Kai Wenqi hesitated. Should they leave? Then, as the radiation surged over, they felt as if they had been struck by an invisible force. Their entire bodies felt miserable, and their heads throbbed with splitting pain. Several girls couldn't help but scream, their faces twisted in agony. The only stroke of luck was that they were relatively far from the deity, so the dose of radiation they suffered wasn't very high, and they didn't immediately turn into dead flesh people. But if they couldn't leave in time, they would sooner or later turn into a puddle of rotting meat. Go find that boy. Kai Wenqi endured the discomfort and stumbled toward Lin Baici's direction. In her view, that boy must know something. There were many people trapped in this exhibition hall. Some tourists with weaker constitutions began to vomit under the radiation of the divine remains, and their bodies started to show signs of edema. A dozen or so elderly people were in an even worse state, lying on the ground, barely able to catch their breath. Over there, Kai Wenqi saw Lin Baici, pushed through the crowd, and rushed in front of him. Do you know what is going on? A divine ruin has descended. Lin Baici did not hide it. There really are divine ruins. Kai Wenqi had seen a few posts about divine ruins on the internet, but they were quickly deleted by the moderators, and she hadn't taken them seriously. She didn't expect that this was actually true. Lin Baici looked around. Since he couldn't run out, he would have to break the divine ruin. However, this time it wasn't just divine remains, it was a deity. How is this supposed to be handled? Handle it normally. A deity obsessed with art, especially fond of painting and sculpture. Who hates those who are disrespectful to art? Whether you can become a top-tier predator depends on your performance this time. Start the hunt. Kai Wenqi saw that Lin Baici answered so decisively, and there was no look of panic on his face, forming a sharp contrast with the fearful and nervous people around him. This made her think of a term, and she couldn't help but blurt it out. Are you a god hunter? Kai Wenqi saw Lin Baici nod, her small mouth forming an O shape. This was truly unexpected. She hadn't expected that this handsome boy, besides being a university student, actually possessed a legendary profession. I heard that every god hunter possesses a supernatural power. Kai Wenqi looked at Lin Baici, her heart filled with curiosity. Stop talking and conserve your energy. Lin Baici couldn't be bothered to answer her. Kai Wenqi felt that her chances of survival were higher if she followed this Lin Baici. She couldn't help but look at Huoyu and Jin Yingxin. His two female companions were both very beautiful, which made Kai Wenqi, who was already insecure about her looks, even less daring to try and gain any small advantages through feminine charm. Then, she would take a roundabout approach. Li Wei has talked to me a lot about you these past few days. Kai Wenqi looked around, as if making casual conversation. He has always been regretful about not getting into Haijing University of Technology and not being able to become your schoolmate. Huoyu glanced at Kai Wenqi and curled her lips. She was a top-tier streamer on Shark platform, and recently even had the popularity to become the #1, having fought her way out from so many competitors. What kind of tactics hadn't Huoyu seen? This woman was trying to get closer to Lin Baici. But she also understood, in this kind of environment, finding a man worth trusting was perfectly fine. After all, Lin Baici was so outstanding. Actually, I think Haijing Normal University is also very good. At least the girls in our school are quite talented. Being a good wife and mother is definitely not a problem. Kai Wenqi smiled. In ancient times, they would at least be considered talented women. That's right. Courtesans in brothels had to be proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Otherwise, they could only serve peddlers and pawns. Even if they swayed their waists all night, they wouldn't earn a few pieces of silver. Jin Yingzhen chuckled. Seducing my oppa in front of me. Do you think I don't exist? I'll bite you. Huo Yu wanted to laugh. You kimchi girl. You are so sharp-tongued. Classmate, do you know how to get out? A round-faced girl asked. Kai Wenqi's friends didn't have as many ideas as she did. They just wanted to get out quickly. Once the divine remains are contained, we will be able to leave. Lin Baici looked down at his phone. Another one broken. Where are the divine remains? The round-faced girl asked. I remember the museum entrance is this way. Let us go and try it. A girl with a pointed chin suggested. I choose to trust Lin, classmate. As soon as Kai Wenqi finished speaking, a terrified scream suddenly erupted from the 3 o'clock direction, followed by a booming, rumbling sound. More than 10 seconds later, the crowd surged. Tourists were running frantically in this direction, as if being chased by a pack of monsters, fleeing without any sense of direction. Lin Baici opened his backpack, took out the Titan strength gloves and put them on, then retrieved the cursed dagger and the voodoo staff, handing them to Jin Yingzhen and Huo Yu. You are an ordinary person. Do not use this divine taboo item unless it is a critical moment. I am worried you might get infected. Lin Baici cautioned the Korean girl. Understood. Jin Yingzhen gripped the dagger, feeling a warmth in her heart. Lin Baici draped the Bodhi messenger Kasaya over his shoulders, tucked the ham into his belt, and took the opportunity to explain the effects of the voodoo staff to Huo Yu. The female streamer looked excited. Does this mean I have been promoted to a great shaman? It feels so cool. The round-faced girl and the others were stunned to see Lin Baici suddenly pull out so many items, especially that withered wooden skull staff. It did not look like something that could fit into a backpack. And this kasaya he was wearing. What is the use of wearing that? Could it be that putting it on allows one to subdue demons and monsters? Lin, classmate, could you lend me a weapon? Kai Wenqi knew this request was very rude, but for the sake of safety, she could not care about much else. If I had known when I first met Lin Baici that day, I should have invited him to have a meal together. If the relationship were closer, it would be easier to ask for a weapon. Li Wei, you really are an idiot. Your childhood friend is a god hunter, and you actually did not know. Chapter 163 Death Rolling Stones. Kai Wenqi did not ask Lin Baici if Li Wei was a god hunter. She knew he was not, even without thinking, because the loser aura on him was too thick. The boy in front of her was different. He was too confident. It was as if there was light in his eyes. No wonder when she saw him last time, she always felt he was very arrogant and did not even bother to talk to her. Now that she thought about it, he was a god hunter, so he must have felt a sense of superiority when facing ordinary people. You are an ordinary person. You cannot use divine taboo items. Lin Baici refused. Kai Wenqi looked dejected. She had actually considered this possibility, but as a person, can one not have a dream? At this moment, Kai Wenqi suddenly wanted to take out her phone and send a message to Li Wei to confirm their romantic relationship, so that perhaps this boy would help her. Of course, Kai Wenqi was just thinking about it. After all, doing that would be too shameless. As for why she did not try to be Lin Baici's girlfriend, Kai Wenqi still had a bit of self-awareness. Xiao Bai, it seems the monsters are coming. Huo Yu stood on her tiptoes, looking toward the direction where the crowd was surging. Lin Baici also looked over. Chasing after these tourists were 12 large stones, each 3 meters in diameter. An old man tripped, and a stone rolled directly over him. Splat! The old man was like a burst hot water bag. His entire body exploded, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. By the time the stone rolled past, only a shriveled human skin and a pile of minced meat remained on the ground. Help! The old man was dead, but his cries were still ringing out. This scene made many people break out in a cold sweat. Lin Baici saw that after a stone crushed someone, it would kill them completely, leaving only a skin, but the person's face would be imprinted onto the stone, vivid and lifelike, wearing an expression of fear and panic, continuing to call for help as if they did not know they were already dead. Giant stone monster. Loves to crush people's heads the most. Rumble, rumble, 5 stones rolled, emitting a loud noise, each crushing toward different directions. Get out of the way. Do not block the path. Move aside. The crowd gathered more and more, becoming congested, and soon pushing and trampling began. Everyone wanted to live, and everyone wanted to stay as far away from those rolling stones as possible. 2 women got into an argument because of the pushing, then started fighting, and then a rolling stone came. They hurriedly separated and fled, but the stone was fast and rolled over the woman on the right. Splat. The woman died, but the face left on the stone was still screaming for help. The other woman had not even finished celebrating her narrow escape when that rolling stone suddenly stopped, changed direction, and rolled toward her. Everyone, do not push. Whoever pushes, these rolling stones will crush them. A young man in a suit, looking like a salesman, shouted. Well, you turned her head to look at Lin Baici. Is that so? Although there was no commentary from the gluttonous god, Lin Baici knew it was not, because he saw several unlucky people who had not pushed anyone. Yet the rolling stones still crushed them. Rumble, rumble. The 12 rolling stones began a massacre. We should hurry and run. The round-faced girl urged. What are we waiting for? If we wait for those stones to roll toward us, we will not be able to escape even if we want to. Let us run. Kai Wenqi wanted to persuade Lin Baici to go with them. It is too late. We cannot escape. Lin Baici observed the situation all around. The rule pollution has already begun. Either we follow the rules and complete the divine taboo game, or we eliminate the divine taboo item and purify the pollution. Otherwise, it is impossible to leave. The 12 rolling stones had spread out, like sheepdogs chasing a flock, driving the humans toward the center, clearly intending to gather them together. If anyone ran in a different direction, they would be hunted down until they died or ran back this way. If you want to survive, stop running and stay where you are, Lin Baici shouted, his resonant voice echoing above the crowd. Some people looked over, but more did not listen, keeping their eyes glued to the rolling stones with intense focus. If you do not want to die, do not run, gather here, Lin Baici roared again. Those unlucky souls being chased by the rolling stones had no choice. Many of them ran toward this side. Sure enough, the rolling stones immediately abandoned them to hunt down others. Kai Wenqi looked at Lin Baici with a face full of astonishment. In such a short amount of time, he had already discovered this key point. He is truly worthy of being a god hunter. My choice was correct. Following him should keep me alive. There are always some people to whom God extends a helping hand, yet they refuse to look or reach out to grab it. There were about 20 people who only thought about escaping quickly. Perhaps they were too panicked, or they did not hear or clearly understand Lin Baici's words. In any case, they were doomed. 5 rolling stones continued their relentless pursuit, never stopping until their targets were dead, while 7 others stopped and scattered around, watching these humans like hyenas. A large group of people had been completely targeted. Handsome, do you know the origin of these monsters? The salesman who had shouted earlier pushed through the crowd and walked to Lin Baici's side. Besides him, many other clever people did the same, because Lin Baici's judgment had been correct, and they wanted to hear his expert opinion. I do not know. Lin Baici spoke the truth. He did not rashly attack these giant stones. If they could not be destroyed by brute force, Lin Baici might attract their aggro and be prioritized for crushing. Better to observe the situation first. Are we just going to wait like this? You can try to run. We have to do something, right? The crowd muttered in low voices. The faces left behind on the rolling stones after people were crushed were still screaming and calling for help, and some even cursed the living, making the scene look terrifying and horrific. There was fog all around, with visibility at about 40 meters, not too thick. Clatter, clatter. A sound suddenly came from overhead. What is that sound? Jin Yingxin looked up and saw many cracks suddenly appearing on the ceiling, which then shattered, raining down upon them like hail. Cover your heads, Lin Baici shouted. Bang, bang. The stones hit the ground, making dull thuds. Some people reacted too slowly and immediately had their heads cracked open or their bodies bruised, letting out shrill screams. Everyone wanted to hide, but there was simply nowhere to hide. Some people intended to run, but as soon as they moved, those rolling stones moved toward them. Lin Baici noticed that among the falling stones, metallic flashes occasionally appeared. He stared at one, rushed over, brushed aside the walnut-sized debris, and found a silver coin. Could this be the key to clearing the level? Hurry and look for coins. Lin Baici leaned into the ears of Huo Yu and Jin Yingxin, whispering a reminder. Huo Yu and Jin Yingxin reacted quickly, and because they trusted Lin Baici's judgment, they immediately began to act. Kai Wenqi, being nearby, heard it too and quickly started moving, though her mouth did not stop. Are these coins useful? Kai Wenqi was worried. Would holding a coin cause the monsters to attack her? I do not know. Lin Baici could not guarantee it, and at the same time, he would not force others to listen to him. After all, one must be responsible for one's own life. Thanks, handsome. The salesman looked at the coin in Lin Baici's hand, and combined with Kai Wenqi's question, he immediately crouched on the ground to look for coins. He did not forget to thank Lin Baici to leave a good impression. What are you all doing? People in the distance saw the movement on Lin Baici's side and noticed many people bending over to look for something. They wanted to squeeze over. No one answered, because among the debris falling from the ceiling, the number of coins was very small, and they did not want others to know until they had found one. Otherwise, would that not just increase the number of competitors? I found one. A girl wearing a hair clip shouted happily, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Idiot! The salesman felt disdain, quickly stealing a glance at Lin Baici and then looking at his two female companions. Once you find a coin, you should make your fortune in silence, by shouting it out like that. Are you afraid that others won't come to snatch it from you? Lin Baici did not go to snatch it. Besides this girl with the hair clip, he also saw two other people find coins, quietly clenching them in their hands and pretending they had found nothing while continuing to search. Xiao Bai, there are none. Huo Yu was getting anxious. Keep looking. The number of coins was indeed scarce. In the current situation, one either had to snatch from others or rely on personal luck. Lin Baici did not go to snatch the coins from those lucky ones. For one, his self-esteem and pride prevented him from doing such a shameless thing. For another, he was not sure if the coins were useful. So, he wanted to see what happened to the others who had obtained them first. These people bending over to search could not be hidden at all. Others saw it too. Some asked what they were looking for, while others lowered their heads to search first. Some lucky guys found coins. Rumble. The 7 giant stones suddenly started up, accelerating in a straight line and rolling toward the crowd. They are coming, the crowd shouted, panicking again. The 7 giant stones rolled, chasing the people like panicked rabbits. This scene looked like children playing hawk and chicken. Except in this game, those caught by the rolling stones would die. One rolling stone rolled toward Lin Baici's side. Jin Yingxin signaled for Lin Baici to run. Get away from me. Lin Baici stared at the giant stone, his left hand gripping the coin he had found. At the same time, he observed the other people holding coins. Kai Wenqi heard this and quickly dodged away. But she was smart and followed the female streamer who held the voodoo staff. In her view, Huo Yu had a weapon and could certainly deal with the monsters for a while. If she died, she could just pick up the other woman's weapon. The giant boulders rolled at a high speed, but to Lin Baici, whose body had been strengthened, they did not pose a threat as long as they were just charging straight forward. After the boulder entered the 15-meter range in front of him, Lin Baici did not run, but tensed his muscles, ready to dodge at any moment. Appa, Xiao Bai, both of them were worried. That's too crazy. Kai Wenqi was shocked. This boy was so bold to actually take the initiative to test the boulder. In any case, if it were her, she definitely wouldn't do that. She would wait instead. If the boulders kept rolling like this, they would eventually target the people holding the coins, and then they would know whether they were effective or not. Lin Baici certainly knew of this method, but he didn't have time to wait. Moreover, as a god hunter, he could afford to take this risk. 2 meters is the safe distance. Lin Baici had already calculated the rolling speed of the boulder and even added a buffer. As soon as the boulder rolled to within 3 meters of him, he would immediately start to dodge. The boulder arrived, and the human faces on it all looked toward Lin Baici, screaming at him. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters. Just as Lin Baici's muscles were tensed and he was ready to dodge, the boulder that had rushed to within 3 meters of him seemed to hit an invisible wall, directly changing its course and rolling away from Lin Baici's right side. The hearts of Huoyu and Jin Yingzhen, which had been hanging in their throats, immediately settled back into their chests, and they ran toward Lin Baici. My oppa is the best in the world. Jin Yingzhen was happy. She hoped the Kyushu Security Bureau would never notice him. It works. Kai Wenchi was overjoyed. He guessed right. The salesman's expression shifted. While observing the trajectory of the rolling boulders, he scanned the ground, trying to find coins. But there were too few coins out there for. The salesman's gaze turned toward the girl who had picked up a coin earlier. It wasn't just him. Several other men were also staring at that girl, and 2 of them, fearing being crushed by the rolling stones, had already run over. "Give me the coin." A man with a hooked nose rushed to the girl's side and reached out to snatch her coin. "I picked it up." The girl struggled. The man slapped her twice, striking her face hard. "Stop!" Lin Baici roared. "You're shameless enough for snatching the coin. But what's the meaning of hitting someone in this life or death moment?" The hooked-nosed man wouldn't listen to anyone else and punched the girl in the face twice more. Nosebleed and tears immediately covered the girl's face. She began to cry. Get lost. After the hooked-nosed man snatched the coin, he kicked her in the stomach. Before he could even feel happy, he saw a young man standing beside him. "Don't be a busybo." Before the hooked-nosed man could finish the word, Lin Baici grabbed him by the throat. Because his breathing was obstructed, his mouth hung wide open, and his tongue lolled out. With the enhancement of the Colossus strength gloves, Lin Baici could lift a tripod with one hand and throw a horse with 2. He exerted force with his right arm and flung the hooked-nosed man away. The hooked-nosed man was thrown more than 20 meters away, crashing into the ground. In too much pain to get up for a while, the salesman narrowed his eyes. About 30 meters away from the hooked-nosed man, a rolling stone was heading toward him. Is this boy doing it on purpose, or was it unintentional? The salesman worried. If it were the latter, then this person was far too calculating. He was clearly trying to use this hooked-nosed man to test the effect of the coin again. Seeing the boulder rolling toward him, the hooked-nosed man was so scared he almost wet himself. Because of the way Lin Baici had thrown him, he couldn't stand up and could only crawl away. Fortunately, when the boulder rolled to within 3 meters of him, it changed its route. This allowed him to breathe a massive sigh of relief after surviving the ordeal. But before he could feel at ease, 7 or 8 men had already rushed toward him. Originally, some people didn't know about the coins, but after the hooked-nosed man snatched one in public, everyone knew about it. These 7 or 8 people were quite ruthless. In order to fight for the coin, they were hitting to kill. The 7 rolling boulders suddenly stopped. How many minutes? Lin Baici immediately asked the Korean girl. His phone couldn't be used, so he had to check a watch. But Lin Baici's Rolex was already gone. He had actually planned to buy a few mechanical watches as backups before entering the next god ruin. But who would have thought that just visiting a museum would lead to encountering a god? It should be said that many god hunters never even got this opportunity. Lin Baici had originally intended to count the seconds silently, but when the boulders moved, he saw Jin Yingzhen check her watch, so he gave up. 3 minutes. Jin Yingzhen replied, "Quick! Hurry up and find the coins," Lin Baici urged. These were truly 3 minutes that felt like years, and he didn't know if the rolling time of the boulders would increase next time. Everyone had come up empty-handed and grew anxious. Many people cast their eyes toward those holding coins, and a few who were blind to the situation even stared at Lin Baici. Clatter, clatter, above their heads. Cracks appeared in the ceiling once again, and walnut-sized debris fell down, mixed with some metallic glints. It was coins. Even if they were being pelted, everyone kept their heads up, trying their best to stare at the debris falling like hail. Wanting to be the first to find the coins, Lin Baici activated the Divine Grace Red Rolling Stone, and the little clay figure appeared. What it could do was attack targets with a sling. As for things like squatting on the ground to look for coins, it couldn't do that. It didn't have the intelligence. But Lin Baici took a roundabout approach. He had the red clay figure attack the coins. This was impressive. One had to know that the clay figure's marksmanship was so precise that it could hit a target 200 meters away with a stone. What kind of terrifying eyesight and accuracy was that? Of course, Lin Baici only needed its eyesight now. Bang! Bang! Two stones were thrown out. Lin Baici immediately gave chase. His eyesight was quite good, and he saw the two flying stones each strike a coin. He then kept his eyes locked on the one closest to him. Clang! The coin hit the ground. Lin Baici shoved through the crowd, rushed over, and picked up the coin. Then he went for the other one. But he didn't need to. Jin Yingjin had already run over. Xiaobai, I found one. Hu Yuyu was very happy, waving the coin at Lin Baici. Although many people looked over with greedy eyes, the female streamer was completely unfazed because Lin Baici was there. Whoever dared to snatch it, Lin Baici would surely bash their head in. He has an extra one. Kai Wenqi was excited. She wanted it. But the next second, she became nervous again. Hold onto it tight. Lin Baici gave the two girls a reminder before rushing toward the man with the hooked nose, who had already been beaten until his face was covered in blood, and he had passed out. The few people who had been fighting over him had also reached a conclusion. A burly man with thick muscles, who had clearly practiced boxing or some other combat sport, had ended up with the coin, and he had sustained very minor injuries. He is a god hunter. He shouldn't lose, right? How Wenqi worried. Lin Baici looked at this combat-trained man, his voice cold. Hand it over, buddy. You already have a coin. Why do you need so many? The combat-trained man clearly did not want to give up what he had already obtained. Is that any of your business? Lin Baici snorted coldly. Buddy, don't be so selfish. Leave a way for others to survive, and it will be better for both of us. The combat-trained man's tone also turned hostile. This guy had discovered the key to not being crushed by those giant boulders. The combat-trained man did not want to come into conflict with him, but that did not mean he was afraid of him. I was a freestyle fighting champion. The combat-trained man bared his teeth. Chapter 160 For Lin Baici's authority cannot be challenged. Some people did not care about the conflict between Lin Baici and the combat-trained man. They just wanted to survive. So, they moved quietly. But as soon as they left the crowd, they were targeted by the giant boulders. Rumble! The giant boulders rolled over, the human faces on them looking so ferocious and shrill that they were scared back into the crowd immediately. As long as a person did not think about leaving this place, the boulders would not attack them. Lin Baici heard the combat-trained man's words and smiled. He didn't say anything, his body moving in a blur. Swish! Lin Baici appeared in front of the combat-trained man, his right fist clenched, slamming it toward his head. So fast. The combat-trained man felt a chill in his heart. Relying on experience and instinct, he knew he couldn't dodge. So, he blocked with his left arm and threw a punch with his right. Let this kid know that I am not a pushover. The combat-trained man's thought hadn't even fully formed in his mind when Lin Baici's heavy fist had already smashed into his right cheek. The combat-trained man was like someone struck by a giant. Because the force was so great, his entire body flipped over, headfirst, hitting the ground with a thud. His legs flew high into the air before falling back down onto the floor. He passed out, turning into a pile of limp flesh. Even if you had won every fighting championship in the world, it wouldn't matter. Lin Baici bent down and picked up the coin the combat-trained man had dropped. The entire scene was deathly silent. No one had expected that this burly, muscular man wouldn't even be able to take a single punch from this boy. Kai Wenqi and her friends looked at Lin Baici, their little mouths hanging open in an O shape, their faces full of shock. Is he really this powerful? It felt even easier than a boxing champion beating up a kindergartner. Kai Wenqi swallowed hard, unable to stop herself from looking at Lin Baici's fist. She was a good student who hated fighting, smoking, and drinking. But right now, she suddenly felt that this punch from Li Wei's childhood friend was filled with a sense of violent beauty. I like it. Why was it Li Wei who got into Haixing Normal University, and not this Lin Baici? Jin Yingjin felt that Lin Baici had become even stronger. She just wanted to absorb the divine grace quickly, become a god hunter as soon as possible, and improve her physique. Otherwise, she definitely wouldn't be able to satisfy Appa. If it really came down to it, She would just have to let Huoyu join in. Lin Baici looked at the crying girl with the hair clip and flicked the coin with his right thumb. Clang! The coin flew over a distance of more than 30 meters and landed steadily in front of the girl with the hair clip. Take it, Lin Baici sighed inwardly. In this kind of rule-based pollution, while good luck is certainly important, if you don't have the strength to protect your spoils, you will end up as prey in a world where the strong eat the weak. Everyone looked at the coin in front of the girl with the hair clip, then looked at Lin Baici. I really want to snatch it, but I don't dare. The girl with the hair clip let out a cry of surprise. Like a starving dog pouncing on food, she scrambled to grab the coin, then nervously looked around. Thank you, thank you. The girl with the hair clip kept thanking him, crying tears of joy. Then, a flash of inspiration hit her, and she quickly stood up and ran toward Lin Baici. Kai Wenqi looked at Lin Baici with longing, trying to think of an excuse to ask for this coin. Handsome, can you give this coin to me? The girl with the pointed chin pleaded. Damn it, you seductive little bitch. You're actually trying to snatch my stuff. Kai Wenqi cursed inwardly, but she was too embarrassed to argue out loud. After all, they were roommates and had gotten along quite well before. Sorry, there's only one. Lin Baici handed the coin to Kai Wenqi. When we get back, take care of Li Wei. He felt that with Kai Wenqi's personality and emotional intelligence, she would definitely have a good future if she could help Li Wei out. Like getting him into the student council or the party, it might make his childhood friends resume look a bit better, making it easier for him to find a job in the future. I will. Kai Wenqi took the coin, overjoyed, but quickly composed her expression. I must remain reserved. Don't let Lin Baici think I am a frivolous woman. The 7 giant boulders, which had been watching the crowd like sheepdogs, suddenly started moving again, rolling toward the people. How much time has passed? Lin Baici asked. It was truly inconvenient not to have a watch. 10 minutes. Jing Yingxian took off the $1 million Patek Philippe watch from her wrist and handed it to Lin Baici. You wear it for now. Then, I will not stand on ceremony. Lin Baici took it. Rumble. The giant boulders rolled, and the game of eagle catches the chick began again. Everyone stared intently at the boulders, dodging them. Some people ran in advance, moving far away from the boulders, while others stayed in place, waiting until the boulders rolled toward them before they started to dodge. Each person's response highlighted their individual personality. Lin Baici held the coin, watching the boulders while keeping an eye on the people at the scene. If there were any guys with nasty personalities, he would send them out as cannon fodder. Then, Lin Baici noticed 2 people. One was a woman in a red trench coat, about 35 or 36 years old, with wine-red permed wavy hair and red high heels. On her not-so-pretty face, there was not a hint of panic. She was very composed in the face of the rolling boulders. Besides her, there was also a young man who was quite steady, although he actively blended into the crowd and was very inconspicuous. He was still noticed by Lin Baici. These 2 are not right. Worried about attracting their attention, Lin Baici immediately withdrew his gaze. Rumble, a giant boulder rolled, and the people in its path scattered and fled like a school of tuna targeted by a shark. A man seized the opportunity and dodged to the side. It felt as if he were dodging a car driving toward him on a highway. But before he could feel relieved, the giant boulder suddenly changed direction without any warning. The man, who had already slowed down, saw his expression change drastically. He wanted to dodge again, but it was already too late. Squelch! The giant boulder rolled right over him. Amidst the splashing flesh and blood, a shriveled human skin was left behind, and the man's face appeared on the surface of the boulder. Careful! The way the boulders roll has changed, Lin Baici shouted. This time, the boulders were no longer rolling in a straight line. Instead, they would suddenly change direction while rolling. This made it much harder for everyone to dodge. Squelch! Squelch! More than a dozen unlucky souls were crushed to death. The hook-nosed man who had been knocked unconscious by a group of people had just woken up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a giant boulder rolling over him. The hook-nosed man rolled to the side, but the boulder crushed his legs. The hook-nosed man screamed. After a chaotic scramble, the boulders stopped again, staying on the perimeter and staring at the crowd. Lin Baici looked down at the watch. 3 minutes. That was the duration of the boulder's movement. Clatter, clatter, on the ceiling. The sound of cracking echoed once again, followed by gravel raining down. Everyone didn't even care about the pain. They covered their heads with their hands and looked up, searching for coins. Kai Wenqi already had a coin, but she still took the initiative to look for more. This behavior made Lin Baici's impression of her much better. "Help me," the hook-nosed man wailed. His legs were pressed flat against the ground like a sticker. Because there were no open wounds, there was no heavy bleeding, but he was stuck to the ground and unable to move. "Xiaobai, how long will this rule-based pollution last?" Huo Yu asked in a low voice. "Is it true that those who get a coin can leave? I will go and test it." Lin Baici prepared to leave the crowd, but he was held back by Jinying Ziyiqi and Dao. "I will go." Jinying Zhen did not want to be a vase. She could handle this kind of cannon fodder work herself. After saying that, she didn't even give Lin Baici a chance to refuse and ran toward the outside of the crowd. "Be careful." Lin Baici followed her, ready to rescue her at any moment. Jinying Zhen felt a warmth in her heart. The moment the Korean girl left the crowd, the two giant boulders closest to her immediately rolled toward her. "Stop quickly," Lin Baici shouted urgently. "It seems it won't work." Jinying Zhen frowned. "I saw this first. It was clearly me. Let go." Some people started arguing over a coin, then began to fight, becoming a tangled mess. Lin Baici glanced at them. He would not act as a judge for disputes without clear ownership. He would let their personal strength decide. "Handsome, he snatched my coin," a girl cried out, shouting at Lin Baici. Lin Baici looked over. The young man in the hoodie standing next to her looked like a student being targeted by a school bully. The skin all over his body tightened. "I didn't." The hoodie-wearing youth shook his head like a rattle. Before Lin Baici could say anything, he threw the coin to the girl, and even then, he didn't forget to explain himself to Lin Baici. "It was indeed me who got it first." "Bullshit. It was clearly me who saw it first." The crying girl saw that the other party was a coward, and her courage immediately surged. "That's right. You saw it first. But I got it first." The hoodie-wearing man argued. He had seen how miserable the guy who claimed to be a fighting champion was, and he didn't want to get beaten up by Lin Baici. In reality, he had relied on his speed to snatch it a step ahead of the girl. He wouldn't have given up the coin otherwise, as he felt he was in the right. "Handsome, please make the call for me." "Little brother, I saw the coin first." Two more people started a dispute over a coin. They didn't fight, but instead wanted Lin Baici to make the decision. "I am not a judge." Lin Baici was speechless. He did not see what had happened, so he could not provide a fair judgment for this conflict where each side told a different story. To be honest, Lin Baici had no time to worry about such things. He still had to figure out how to escape. The woman in the red trench coat and the young man had also found coins and were safe. They must be god hunters, Lin Baici guessed. 5 minutes passed, and the giant stones began to roll again. This time, they did not just change direction suddenly while rolling in a straight line. They started rolling in completely irregular patterns. It was just like a billiard ball struck with full force. There was no pattern. They just rolled wherever they pleased. This was going to be troublesome. People could not predict the trajectory of the giant stones and had to rely on split-second reactions. A pair of middle-aged women, seeing a giant stone rolling toward them, were so terrified that their legs went weak, and they stumbled as they ran forward. One of them was less agile, tripped over her own feet, and fell. The other did not care about her, made a sharp turn, and ran to the side. "Don't leave me behind." The fallen middle-aged woman cried out to her best friend, just as she thought she was going to die. The giant stone suddenly changed direction, chased after her friend, and rolled right over her. Splat. Only a layer of skin remained, and some flesh and blood splattered onto the middle-aged woman's face. She was completely stunned. So, was her best friend's blood really this hot and this viscous? A giant stone rolled past the man with the hooked nose. He did not die, though it was hard to say whether he was lucky or unlucky. After all, having suffered such an injury, he certainly would not survive. Now, every extra second he lived was just an extra portion of suffering. The 7 giant stones rolled irregularly, creating an astonishing commotion. "Can you all stop crowding around me?" Kai Wenqi was on the verge of tears. Several of her friends had gathered around her. clearly wanting to benefit from the coin's protective effect. It wasn't just them. Other people who held coins also had several people standing around them. Kai Wenqi wanted to ask them to keep some distance, but she felt too embarrassed to speak up, truly courting death. One coin only allows one person to use it, otherwise, you will be attacked by the giant stones. Lin Baici heard the food god's commentary and immediately shouted, "Be careful, everyone. One coin should only be able to protect one person." Hearing this, Kai Wenqi no longer felt reserved. She bolted to the side, shaking them off. "I beg you, don't come over here." Her friends felt awkward. "Wenqi, how could you be like this?" The girl with the pointed chin accused her. Kai Wenqi felt a bit ashamed, but that feeling didn't last long, because those 7 rolling stones changed direction and headed straight toward the people who were holding coins while surrounded by crowds. "Wife, you take it." A man shoved a coin into his wife's hand and pushed away the people who had been crowding around them. Rumble. The rolling stones were coming. "Damn it. All of you get lost. Don't touch me." "Fuck. Get out of the way." The people holding the coins had not expected the young man's words to be true. They cursed in panic and scrambled to save their lives. "Thank you." Kai Wenqi kept thanking Lin Baici, because she had shaken off her friends in time. She was not chased by the rolling stones, however. The way her friends looked at her was already very cold. This friendship was definitely over. Lin Baici looked at his watch. This wave of crushing, in addition to the original 3 minutes, had lasted an extra 2 minutes because multiple people were sharing a single coin, causing the stones to hunt them down. Some unlucky souls did not last until the stones stopped. They died. Clatter, clatter. On the ceiling, gravel began to fall again. Everyone hurriedly searched for coins. By now, everyone could see that the coins were life-saving talismans. The trajectories of these rolling stones were becoming increasingly unpredictable, and the risk of death had greatly increased. So finding a coin was the safest bet. Lin Baici let the red clay doll continue searching for coins. Suddenly, he saw a dozen strong men pounce on a woman, knock her to the ground in a few quick moves, and snatch the coin from her hand. Then, they headed straight for their next target, student Lin. Kai Wenqi was terrified. The girl with the hair clip, who had already been hit once, moved closer to Lin Baici again. Under the threat of death, there is never a shortage of smart people. These strong men had banded together. In terms of physical force, they were the strongest. Instead of wasting energy and relying on luck to find a coin, it was better to rob others. Robbery. Turning what belongs to others into your own is always the fastest way to develop in this world. Of course, not just anyone could pull together a group of people in such a short time. At least, one had to have a silver tongue. Actually, there were a few others who had this idea, but their initiative and execution were far inferior, and they hadn't managed to form a group even now. Although it is the struggle of the weak, it is worthy of praise. Even the small fry at the bottom of the food chain will not be content with being eaten. The food god commented, "Handsome, help me." 3 unlucky people who had their coins snatched by this group shouted at Lin Baici, wanting him to help. Others who held coins and hadn't been attacked yet also scrambled toward Lin Baici, hoping to receive his protection. "Buddy, this has nothing to do with you." A young man with dyed yellow hair looked at Lin Baici. "We'll mind our own business." The punch Lin Baici had used to beat the fighting man was too violent, making the yellow-haired man wary. If there was any way to avoid it, he did not want to clash with Lin Baici. But if it came to that, he wasn't afraid either. After all, his side had more people to intimidate Lin Baici. The yellow-haired man shouted, "Who wants to join us? Come over quickly. As long as there are enough of us, anyone can get a coin." Some people, hearing this, immediately ran over. The yellow-haired man didn't take just anyone, and to prove that the spots in his team were precious, he pointed directly at a thin, bespectacled man and roared, "Get lost, you aren't qualified." This sentence caused some of the men who were still hesitating to start running toward him. Trying to use psychological warfare. Jin Yingxin curled her lip. What the hell is the use of having more people? Once Appa's muscle Buddha comes out, he will smash all your heads in. Don't worry about them, Kai Wenqi advised. She was still counting on Lin Baici for protection, so she didn't want anything to happen to him. She felt that Lin Baici should be able to handle fighting so many people, but if he were to get injured, it would be terrible and disadvantageous for escaping this god's ruin later. Return the coins to them, and I will pretend this never happened. Lin Baici stared at these people, his expression turning cold. What the hell does it have to do with you? The yellow-haired man was the initiator of the group. The first coin they snatched belonged to him. So, he was completely unbothered and had the leisure to trade barbs with Lin Baici. Survival of the fittest is the law of the jungle. That is fine. But since I am here, things must be executed according to my rules, Lin Baici declared. Because this was his hunting ground, most importantly, this yellow-haired man was challenging his authority. Did he think having more people meant having the right to speak? Naive. You idiot. The yellow-haired man cursed. Those who worked hard to find the coins, their fruits of labor should not be snatched away by robbers like you who reap without sowing. After saying this, Lin Baici lunged at the yellow-haired man. Kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Beat him. Grab their coins. The yellow-haired man shouted, trying to call more people to join in. But everyone was not stupid. Many were just watching. And only 5 gathered around him. Damn, a bunch of losers. Seeing these people shrink back, the yellow-haired man cursed in anger. However, he knew that venting his emotions at this moment was useless. So, he immediately calmed down and began to respond. Are you all stupid? Go and grab the coins from those women. If you have coins, you can live. Otherwise, just wait to be crushed to death by the boulders. To be honest, some people were tempted. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Baici had established his dominance with that punch against the fighter, someone would definitely be causing trouble for Jin Yingchen and the others right now. Chapter 165 The Mummy Returns. Lin Baici rushed in front of the 6 people and slammed his right fist toward the yellow-haired man. The yellow-haired man's pupils shrank instantly. He did not expect this boy to be so fierce. He was acting so lawlessly even when fighting 1 against 6. The yellow-haired man wanted to dodge, but Lin Baici's fist was too fast. The yellow-haired man took a punch to the chin and was sent flying. He rolled away and lay on the ground, life or death unknown. 2 men tried to take the opportunity to attack Lin Baici, but he slapped them both across the face. Slap, slap. Half of each man's face swelled up instantly, and they were left with ringing ears and buzzing heads. The other 3 were terrified. 1 froze in place, not daring to move, while the other 2 turned and ran. Lin Baici stretched out his long arm, grabbed the man who didn't dare to move, and used him as a human sandbag. Throwing him at one of the fleeing men, he knocked him to the ground, then strode forward, caught up to the other one, and punched him in the back. The man let out a miserable scream and collapsed to the ground. The entire crowd watched Lin Baici in shock. Although they knew he was quite strong, this was ridiculously strong. Facing 6 people, he just charged in and knocked them all down in less than 10 seconds. If you have the ability, go smash those stones. What kind of hero are you for bullying us? The man who had been knocked down by Lin Baici cried out in frustration. Why didn't you think about the fact that you would have a day like this when you were bullying others? After saying this, Lin Baici raised his foot and swung it into his chin. The man passed out. Go pick up your coins, Lin Baici commanded. Thank you. Long live the handsome guy. Beat these robbers to death. The recovery of their lost coins made these people excited, and they began to thank Lin Baici one after another. Lin Baici's expression remained calm. He didn't take action for these thanks. He was simply maintaining his status as a predator at the top of the food chain. He wanted these people to understand that in this place, he was the one in charge. His display of power was indeed effective. Those who had intended to form groups were now all cowed. 5 minutes passed quickly, and the boulders began to roll again. They accelerated, and while rolling in a straight line, they suddenly changed direction, moving irregularly. For ordinary people, the difficulty increased significantly. From time to time, someone was crushed to death, turning into a painting on the ground, with only their head remaining on the boulder. In just this short time, there were already dozens of human faces on each boulder, screaming, wailing, and cursing. However, as people kept dying, the crowded scene became looser, which actually made it a bit easier to dodge. Time was up, and the boulders stopped. Debris began to fall from the ceiling, and everyone hurried to look for coins. This time, no one dared to have any crooked thoughts. Under Lin Baici's suppression, the weak were protected, and they didn't have to worry about the coins they had worked so hard to find being snatched away. I found one too. The girl with the pointed chin was overjoyed. She had originally been with the round-faced girl and the others, but the moment she found a coin, she immediately ran away. She hadn't forgotten that if a group of people gathered around someone with a coin, they would be hunted by the boulders. The boulders began to roll again. One of them rolled toward the round-faced girl and her friends. The girl with the pointed chin saw her roommates being chased and fleeing in a panic. She clutched her coin tightly, her heart filled with relief. I am so lucky today. The girl with the pointed chin moved toward Lin Baici, because following him should be safer. The boulder chasing the round-faced girl suddenly bounced off the ground, tracing a parabola like a cannonball. Its speed suddenly doubled as it smashed toward the round-faced girl. Hurry and dodge, Lin Baici shouted, but the round-faced girl was too nervous to notice. She foolishly kept her head down and charged forward, only to be struck by a giant boulder falling from the sky. The boulder hit the ground, and flesh and gore splattered everywhere. By the time the boulder bounced up again, only a mangled pile of human remains was left on the ground, looking like a horrific oil painting. The sharp-chinned girl gripped her coin tightly, her entire body trembling. Kaiwenchi felt her mouth go bone dry. She hadn't felt much when others died because she didn't know them, but the death of the round-faced girl made her panic. This was her roommate, just half an hour ago. They had been laughing and chatting, the atmosphere quite harmonious. Damn this god's ruin, Kaiwenchi cursed. This time, the rolling stones changed their movement pattern again. They bounced up, flew 7 or 8 meters into the air, and then slammed back down. Bang, bang. It was as if they were bouncy balls being slammed against the ground by someone with great force. No one knew where they would bounce next, making them even harder to dodge. The fighter who had been unconscious on the ground ran out of luck. A stone landed on him, crushing him into a pulp. The yellow-haired Nan, having been punched by Lin Baici, hadn't lost consciousness, but he had a concussion. His head was spinning, and his limbs weren't as agile as before. When a giant boulder came crashing down, he couldn't dodge in time. He was crushed to death on the spot. Everyone was being chased by the boulders, crying for their parents and feeling completely desperate. Fortunately, the attack stopped after 3 minutes. When debris began to fall from the ceiling, those without coins scrambled frantically on the ground, digging through the rubble, hoping to find one to be exempted from the rolling stone attacks. Damn it! The man in the hoodie was having a mental breakdown because he still hadn't found one. Handsome! How much longer do we have to wait? The girl with the hair clip looked at Lin Baici, hoping for an answer. Although she hadn't been attacked because she had a coin, she was still terrified watching the giant boulders rolling around crazily and constantly crushing people to death. I don't know. Lin Baici observed his surroundings. Judging by the current situation, the next round of attacks from these boulders would likely feature new movement patterns. 5 minutes passed, and the boulders began to move again right on schedule. But this time, the moment the boulders started moving, Lin Baici's expression changed. Quick, throw away your coins, Lin Baici urged in a low voice, tossing his own coin away as he spoke. He didn't dare to warn everyone loudly because he didn't know how the boulders would react if everyone lost their coins. So he needed some cannon fodder. There was also that young man and the woman in the red trench coat. They were likely god hunters. Lin Baici didn't know if they were friends or foes, so he didn't want to alert them. After all, to Lin Baici, the threat posed by god hunters was significant. Huo Yu and Jin Yingxin trusted Lin Baici unconditionally. Upon hearing his words, they didn't hesitate to throw away the coins in their hands. Kaiwenchi hesitated for a moment. She didn't understand the point of what Lin Baici was doing, but she felt that he certainly wouldn't lead Huo Yu and Jin Yingxin into a trap. So she threw her coin away as well. However, she still kept a bit of caution, throwing it only a short distance away so she could quickly snatch it back if needed. What are you doing? The sharp-chinned girl was surprised. Do you not want to live? She did not throw her coin away. The girl who had cried to Lin Baici earlier was hesitant. The man in the hoodie had stolen her coin, and Lin Baici had helped her get it back. Logically, she should trust Lin Baici, but I can't do it. The crying girl looked at the rolling stones and was terrified. The girl with the hair clip, however, trusted Lin Baici and threw her coin away. After rolling a few meters, the boulders began to bounce. Bang, bang. Seeing this, Lin Baici felt relieved. His judgment was correct. This time, the boulders' targets were those holding coins. Quick, throw away your coins. Lin Baici reminded them again. The sharp-chinned girl remained unmoved. The crying girl was at a loss, but ultimately decided to trust Lin Baici and threw her coin away. It is too late. Once the rolling stones start bouncing, it means the target has been locked. It is a fight to the death. Throwing the coin away now is useless. The gourmet commented. Lin Baici felt a chill in his heart. This rule-based contamination was truly sinister. Those who survived by relying on the coins would absolutely never throw them away, which meant they were doomed to die. In this round, with Lin Baici suppressing the situation, many strong individuals couldn't snatch coins from others. Just imagine, if Lin Baici weren't here, people would have fought tooth and nail to grab a coin, only to discover that they had actually grabbed a death sentence. They would probably be so angry they'd explode on the spot. The sharp-chinned girl watched a rolling stone approach. She gripped her coin so hard her palms were sweating. It's okay, it's okay. I have a coin, the sharp-chinned girl muttered to herself. Recalling how heartless Kai Wenqi had been when she abandoned them earlier, she wished the boulder would crush Kai Wenqi to death. Very well. The boulder bounced up and flew toward her. Crush her, crush her. The sharp-chinned girl suddenly realized something was wrong. Why did it seem like the boulder was heading toward her? She turned and ran. The boulder hit the ground, and after bouncing up again, it slammed into her. Everything from the chest down on the sharp-chinned girl was crushed to pieces. Seeing this, Kai Wenqi trembled in fear and instinctively asked Lin Baici, "Why are people with coins being attacked too?" "Because this time, the boulders are attacking those who have coins," Lin Baici explained. "How did you know?" Kai Wenqi was shocked. The moment those boulders started moving, there was someone holding a coin in the straight line path of every single one of them. After hearing this, Kai Wenqi's small mouth formed an O shape. He could even see that. Are all god hunters this formidable? Or could it be that this Lin Baici before Maya's is simply too outstanding? Immediately, Kai Wenqi was filled with relief. Thank goodness I listened to him and threw away the coin. I shouldn't be attacked, right? The sobbing woman watched a giant boulder rolling toward her, panic-stricken. I already threw the coin away. Try your best to run, Lin Baici sighed. You threw it away too late. Hearing this, the sobbing woman burst into tears, looking at Lin Baici with expectation as if he were her last straw. Is there no other way? At least I don't have one. Lin Baici watched the boulder roll closer. The sobbing woman took off running, but it was useless. The speed of the boulder was too fast. Every bounce covered over 10 meters. And its aim was impeccable, crushing her to death instantly. The man in the hoodie hadn't found a coin and thought his survival rate for this round was low. But who would have expected this outcome? It left him overjoyed. Where there is laughter, there is crying. The unluckiest ones were those who had just picked up coins. They hadn't even enjoyed the immunity yet before they were about to die. Why are you chasing me? I have a coin. Stop chasing. I have a coin. The scene was chaotic again, but the scope was limited because everyone soon realized that the rolling stones were only chasing the 30 or so people who had coins. Some people looked at Lin Baici with suspicion. 3 minutes later, the boulders stopped. Why weren't you hunted? The salesman questioned. Do you know some inside information? Lin Baici couldn't be bothered to pay him any mind. If you know, please tell us, the salesman pleaded. That is right. You are the only one who knows the key information. How selfish. The middle-aged woman whose close friend had died questioned him with a sobbing tone. The crowd whispered among themselves. Because Lin Baici had displayed his violent side, they dared not point fingers at him, but their hearts were filled with dissatisfaction. Have you all forgotten who it was that told you to pick up the coins so you could survive just a moment ago? Jin Yingxian got angry seeing the attitude of these people. We didn't pick any up either. The middle-aged woman retorted. You didn't pick one up because your luck was bad. That doesn't mean you didn't hear Lin Oppa's words, Jin Yingxian accused. At the very least, those who picked up coins had survived the previous rounds. Student Lin doesn't know any inside information. He just has more meticulous observation skills. Kai Wenqi stood up. Helping Lin Baici at a time like this was a great opportunity to earn his favor. When everyone heard the reason Kai Wenqi gave, they were all stunned. This is too ridiculous, right? What exactly are these giant boulders? Is it rule contamination? I have heard of it before. We must be trapped in a god ruin. How can we get out? The crowd discussed it heatedly. The woman in the red trench coat, nicknamed Red Fin Whale, did not group up with the young men, even in this situation. They remained vigilant at all times, not letting Lin Baici discover their relationship. The two of them were over 30 meters apart, and as they locked eyes, they both saw worry in each other's gaze. This boy is very formidable. I heard he only became a god hunter 2 months ago. But isn't this too strong? The two of them had only discovered this key point by relying on years of experience exploring god ruins. While this Lin Baici, it was pure talent. Damn it, jealousy. White Porpoise wanted to kill this boy even more. The boulders moved again, and everyone's nerves tightened immediately. But they soon realized that these boulders were not attacking, but rolling away. Is it over? The crowd was overjoyed. Hurry and run. Where to run? In any case, we cannot stay here. Some left impatiently. Some stayed in place wanting to wait. And others gathered toward Lin Baici. Lin Baici walked a few steps in all directions, feeling carefully. When he turned to the front right, his hunger grew stronger, as if something delicious was attracting his attention in that direction. He just didn't know if it was a god taboo item or a deity. If it were the latter, the place I am going next is very dangerous. You all had better not follow. After Lin Baici finished speaking, he signaled for Huo Yu and Jin Yingjin to follow. The girl with the hair clip did not hesitate at all, chasing after him like a little tail. Kai Wenqi felt that Lin Baici saying this meant he didn't want any burdens. Her pride made her not want to follow, but she looked around. The corpses on the floor that had been crushed until only a layer of human skin remained shattered all her pride in an instant. She turned around, ran fast, and went to chase after Lin Baici. The salesman, the man in the hoodie, and the middle-aged woman also followed. He said it was dangerous. That is pure nonsense. Otherwise, why would he bring so many girls? Thin mist was still drifting around, and no one knew where to go. So they might as well stick together. White Porpoise and Red Fin Whale mingled in the crowd. Help me. The man with the hooked nose was not dead yet, but after his legs were crushed by the boulder, they were stuck to the floor like a decal, leaving him unable to move. A few minutes later, footsteps rang out. Someone is coming. The man with the hooked nose was overjoyed and immediately turned his head to call for help. Save. The man with the hooked nose did not finish his sentence. His voice stuck in his throat out of pure terror, because what ran out of the dark mist was a group of dried corpses. They were wrapped in burial shrouds, their bodies gone and skeletal. Their heads were not wrapped, revealing rotting flesh, shriveled eyeballs, and the rotten teeth in their mouths. Mummies? The man with the hooked nose had his hair stand on end. Because he could not run, he could only lie on the ground and play dead. The mummies rushed over, circled the man with the hooked nose twice, and like vicious dogs pouncing on food, began to gnaw on him. Rotten teeth bit into his flesh, and with a shake of their heads, they could tear off a piece of living flesh. Don't eat me, I stink. The man with the hooked nose cried out. There are many people over there, go eat them. The mummies bit the hook-nosed man to death, gnawing his corpse until it was a mangled mess. Before following the direction in which Lin Baici and the others had departed, the salesman followed Lin Baici for over 10 minutes, feeling that something was wrong. Buddy, has the terrain of this museum changed? Otherwise, if they had walked this far, they should have hit a wall by now. Yes, Lin Baici replied casually. His expression was grave as he wondered what he should do if he encountered a god. Although the gluttonous god said they were edible, the problem was, could he actually defeat one? He didn't want to end up as someone else's side dish. Kai Wenqi had urgently wanted to ask for information about the god ruins, but when she saw two things that looked like mountains of flesh suddenly appear in front of them, she was so terrified that her hair stood on end. What is that? The group stopped. The two mountains of flesh were over 3 meters tall and were slowly moving forward. They had legs, but they looked like they were suffering from polio. The two legs were thin, weak, and limp, completely unable to support the weight of such massive bodies. So they hung behind them like two tails. They are dead flesh men. Lin Baici looked at these piles of flesh dripping with pus and blood. His bronze sword should be able to kill them, but they were too filthy. So, he took out a pine torch and struck it against the ground. Whoosh! When the flames ignited, everyone's eyes were involuntarily drawn to them. A few seconds later, the middle-aged woman suddenly lunged at Lin Baici's arm. "What are you doing?" Kai Wenqi was shocked. Huo Yuyu swung her voodoo staff, thrusting it toward the middle-aged woman. But Lin Baici was faster. He flew into the air and kicked the middle-aged woman in the stomach. The middle-aged woman stumbled backward and landed on her bottom. The intense pain brought her back to consciousness. "What just happened to me?" The middle-aged woman was startled, because just a moment ago, she had wanted to embrace that ball of fire, longing to be burned to death by it. The two dead flesh men discovered the group and immediately began to crawl toward them. The faces on their bodies had long been squeezed into oblivion by the piles of fat, but they could still make sounds. Though they had turned into strange shrieks, the group backed away. Huo Yu and Jin Yingxin did not retreat. Standing right beside Lin Baici. Let's go slaughter them together." Lin Baici prepared to take the streamer and the Korean girl to have close contact with the dead flesh men to train their courage. "Can I go too?" Kai Wenqi volunteered. "Whatever." Lin Baici didn't mind. Holding the torch, he quickly approached the dead flesh men. Chapter 166, My King. "I have been waiting for you for a long time." The streamer and the Korean girl followed. Kai Wenqi hesitated. She was worried that if they encountered danger, Lin Baici wouldn't protect her, as she and Lin Baici were, after all, strangers. The others didn't move. These monsters looked terrifying just by sight. Seeing Lin Baici and the two women approaching, the two dead flesh men immediately shrieked and crawled toward them. Their speed wasn't slow, but they certainly couldn't outrun a normal young person. "How does it feel?" Lin Baici asked with a smile. Disgusting. Huo Yu frowned. "I feel like I won't want to eat boiled meat slices for the next month." A pervert in a different sense. Jin Yingxin came from a major conglomerate family and had heard and seen plenty of disgusting things. This kind of monster in front of her was, at most, visually uncomfortable, but mentally, she could handle it completely. "It seems your ability to handle pressure is quite strong," Lin Baici praised. "Be careful. This kind of monster will spit a sticky liquid that has mild corrosive properties." Lin Baici had never seen a dead flesh man before. He had read this from the information Jiao Hongyao gave him. After Lin Baici entered within 10 meters of the dead flesh man, a face that had been squeezed to the side by fat finally revealed itself. With a puff, it spat a large glob of red-green mucus toward Lin Baici. Lin Baici had been prepared. He exerted force with his right foot and moved toward the front right, not only dodging the glob of mucus but also not delaying his sprinting speed much. Splat! The mucus glob hit the ground and splattered, while a thick, foul odor permeated the air. After the mucus hits and splatters, it covers an area of about 1 square meter, and those splashing droplets can reach as far as 6 or 7 meters. Lin Baici glanced at it and noted these data points. Puff, puff. The dead flesh man was like a water gun, spraying glob after glob of mucus. Lin Baici moved laterally. After dodging the 6th one, the dead flesh man stopped spraying. It was likely that the mucus stored in its body had run out. He immediately lunged forward. It looked like he was going at full speed, but in reality, it was a feint. The information said that dead flesh men had no intelligence and acted entirely on instinct. But Lin Baici still intended to be cautious. The dead flesh man shrieked and lunged at Lin Baici. As long as a person was touched by that mass of fat, they would be stuck, engulfed, and eaten into its body. Lin Baici ran past the dead flesh man, taking the opportunity to thrust the pine torch into its body. Sizzle. A plume of acrid smoke rose, accompanied by a sizzling sound, just like charcoal grilled meat. The dead flesh man felt the pain and let out a shrill scream, accelerating as it lunged at Lin Baici. The other one also began to spray acid toward Lin Baici. Lin Baici opened up the distance, looked at the charred skin and flesh on the dead flesh man, and curled his lip. These dead flesh men were likely the result of direct radiation pollution from a god. In any case, the pine torch failed to successfully set them on fire. Of course, it could also be that the time they were burned by the torch wasn't long enough. "You, give them a shot," Lin Baici ordered. The streamer held the voodoo staff with both hands, aiming at one of the dead flesh men. Boom crack! A thick bolt of blue lightning erupted from the staff, hitting the dead flesh man in the blink of an eye, then bounced, took a turn, and struck the other one. Boom crack! Both dead flesh men were hit by the lightning chain, and fine, crackling arcs of electricity, like swimming fish, spread across their entire bodies. The divine grace of this staff does not have a paralyzing effect, but when struck by the lightning, the hearts of most creatures will suffer immediate damage, leading to arrhythmia or even cardiac arrest. The skin and muscles do not fare well either, as they suffer thermal damage, which manifests as localized burns, muscle spasms, and necrosis. The two flesh corpses were massive in stature and covered in layers of fat. After being electrocuted, they were severely wounded, emitting black smoke and a charred stench, and their speed slowed significantly. Seeing this scene, everyone's gaze immediately fell upon the voodoo staff in Huayu's hand. Shock, envy. Their expressions were varied. The design of the staff was terrifying, but its power was immense. They have such a great relationship. Kai Wenqi felt envious, and once again, the thought of asking Lin Baici for a weapon to protect herself crossed her mind. It didn't need to be this powerful, even 1/10 of this strength would suffice. Taking advantage of the weakened vital signs of the flesh corpses after the electrocution, Lin Baici immediately rushed forward and thrust the pine torch into the body of one of them. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The flesh corpse was ignited. Once the flames caught, the full power of the torch was unleashed. In an instant, the fire spread like a wildfire, engulfing the entire flesh corpse. The monster wailed and lunged madly at Lin Baici, but in the process, not only did its speed become slower and slower, but the flesh on its body was also rapidly burned into black ash, falling apart. In less than 10 seconds, the flesh corpse was completely burned to death, leaving only a pile of ashes on the ground. As for the other one, Lin Baici repeated the same process. The salesman and the man in the hoodie looked at the torch in Lin Baici's hand, green with envy. This was clearly a top-tier piece of equipment. It had a very high lethality against monsters. Let's go. Lin Baici extinguished the torch. Kai Wenqi ran to Lin Baici's side, wanting to ask about the origin of these items, but suddenly, screams came from behind. She hurriedly turned back and saw several mummies, agile and swift as hyenas, rushing out from the thin black mist and pouncing on the crowd. Swish, swish, swish. Several unlucky souls were tackled to the ground. Monsters, run, it's mummies, damn it. People were in a panic, sprinting toward Lin Baici's direction. Let's run. Kai Wenqi pulled Lin Baici, only to find him standing still. Although his brows were slightly furrowed, there was no panic in his expression. Is this the confidence of a god hunter? Lin Baici was puzzled. There were over a dozen people tackled by the mummies. Some had their throats bitten through and were killed on the spot, while others were being dragged away. Help, save me. The middle-aged woman who had lost her best friend screamed, struggling incessantly. But the strength of the mummy was immense, and she couldn't break free at all. Those mummies that had killed their victims pounced toward their next targets. You guys wait here. Lin Baici rushed out. He wanted to test the combat effectiveness of these mummies. If he could help, he would lend a hand. The man in the hoodie was tackled by a mummy. He struggled with all his limbs, and just as the mummy was about to bite his throat, a bronze sword slashed over. Swish! The bronze sword severed the mummy's neck. A head fell onto the man's face, hitting his nose so hard it stung, causing tears to flow. The headless mummy did not die immediately. Instead, it clawed wildly, attacking everything human nearby even more frantically. Lin Baici flew up and kicked the mummy in the chest. The mummy flew backward. Thanks. The man in the hoodie scrambled to get up, but then another scream followed. The head that had fallen on him bit into a piece of his flesh. The man in the hoodie was not entirely useless. Ignoring the disgust, he grabbed the mummy's head with both hands and tore it off. Just as the man was about to throw it away, Lin Baici spoke. Don't throw it, give it to me. Lin Baici swung his sword, swish, piercing through the head, and then touched it with the torch. Unlike the flesh corpses that required a wait, the moment the flames touched the mummy, it ignited in at most 2 seconds. The mummy opened its wide mouth and let out a shrill scream. Its headless corpse even ran over. Lin Baici used the pine torch like a spear and thrust it into its chest. The corpse was poked until it sat on the ground. Lin Baici swung the torch and rained blows down on its head and face. Every strike ignited a portion of its dry skin. Soon, the sparks grew larger. The range of the fire spread, and eventually, it burned into a human torch. Could it be that these mummies are easier to ignite because their bodies have lost all moisture? Lin Baici ignored the burning corpse and rushed toward the next mummy. He swung his sword and killed it. The head that had been skewered on the bronze sword like a kebab was burned to ashes. With the torch in his left hand and the dragon tooth in his right, Lin Baici fought with wide, sweeping motions, fiercely attacking the mummies. These mummies were agile and flexible, but their combat power was too weak. Aside from pouncing like mad dogs, they knew nothing else. In a word, trash. Of course, that was for a god hunter. For ordinary people, they were still extremely dangerous. Lin Baici slashed and hacked, cutting through them like a hot knife through butter. Any mummy in his path was sent flying by his blade. There was a problem. These monsters suffered almost no damage from physical trauma. For instance, an injury like decapitation didn't cause bleeding, nor did it kill them. The only impact was that without a head, they couldn't immediately track enemies to launch attacks. Lin Baici's explosive display attracted the attention of the mummies. They abandoned their respective targets and collectively pounced on him. Xiao Bai, Huo Yu was worried. A tall mummy rushed the fastest, its rotting mouth filled with decayed teeth, hissing at Lin Baici. Lin Baici swung his sword to strike. Swish! Just as the bronze sword was about to hack into the mummy, the creature twisted its body and extended both arms, choosing instead to grapple Lin Baici's arm. Do these monsters have intelligence? Lin Baici flicked his wrist, changing the strike into a slash, intending to sever the mummy's arm. However, the monster did not dodge or evade. It was determined to grab his arm. The other mummies also rushed over. Lin Baici shifted his center of gravity to his left foot, quickly lifted his right leg, and kicked the mummy in the stomach. The mummy was a split second too slow and was sent flying by Lin Baici's kick. Lin Baici held the pine torch in his left hand and swung it in a wide arc. One mummy was unlucky enough to be struck in the head. The next instant, its skull ignited as if it had been doused in gasoline, and the flames began to spread across its entire body. It was fearless, still attempting to grapple Lin Baici's arm. Lin Baici retreated quickly. He dared not let this thing touch him, or he would be set ablaze as well, and there would be no remedy for that. This was the drawback of the torch. It was difficult to control and could easily hurt himself. Xiao Bai, behind you! Huo Yu and Jin Yingxin shouted simultaneously. Lin Baici did not look back. His right arm, acting like a battering ram, smashed directly backward into the face of a mummy that was trying to ambush him from behind. The mummy was sent flying, and a dry, damaged eyeball popped out of its socket. Lin Baici stepped on it, crushing it. So strong. The group watched as Lin Baici fought nearly 20 mummies without losing the upper hand, stunned into silence. The salesman and the man in the hoodie were drooling with envy. Is this what a god hunter is? I want to be one too. Lin Baici did not activate his divine grace to summon the red clay golem, nor did he call out the muscle Buddha. Beyond hiding his strength, he wanted to take this opportunity to hone his own combat skills. Relying on external forces was ultimately not a long-term solution. When I have free time, besides practicing driving, I should add combat training. Lin Baici swung his sword. Flesh-shredding strike. Swish. The bronze sword slashed across a mummy's shoulder, under the enhancement of his divine grace. The dragon tooth blade sliced directly through its upper body, exiting from the waist. Furthermore, the muscles at the wound site were pulverized into meat paste, scattering like dandruff. The mummy, missing most of its upper body, writhed on the ground like a maggot. The battle erupted very suddenly and was extremely intense, leaving everyone unable to keep up with the action. As Lin Baici's bronze sword and torch flashed like a rabbit and a falcon, one mummy after another was knocked down. In less than a minute, they were scattered all over the ground. Suddenly, one mummy let out a strange cry. Hearing this sound, the other mummies immediately abandoned their siege on Lin Baici and followed it. Retreating into the depths of the mist, the crisis was resolved. Lin Baici took a look. Aside from the dozen or so unlucky souls who had been pounced on and dragged away at the very beginning, he had managed to save everyone else who had been knocked down later. Big brother. Thank you. The man in the hoodie thanked him sincerely. Don't mention it. It was just a small effort. Lin Baici waved his hand. Handsome. Could you tell us the origin of these weapons? The salesman offered a fawning smile, hoping to gather more intelligence. The situation was clear. This young man had outstanding combat power and knew a lot of information. Following him was the only way to have a high chance of survival, even if he couldn't get protection. Obtaining some information was worth it. No time. Lin Baici had no leisure to chat with the salesman. He was still contemplating what to do if they encountered a god. In truth, the most correct method was to find a safe place to hide. The provincial museum had turned into a divine ruin, so the security bureau would surely mobilize in full force. Geohalmian would likely enter the scene, and reaping the benefits while others did the work would be the best choice. But there was always a sense of unwillingness in Lin Baici's heart, as if a king at the top of the food chain had seen another king step into his territory. I must meet it head-on and bite it to death. Gurgle. Lin Baici's stomach growled. The hunger in his belly was becoming more intense. He wanted to eat something to satisfy this craving. I will say this again, if you follow me, there is a high probability you will die. Lin Baici warned. No one left. Because when encountering those rolling boulders, as long as one was smart enough to realize that picking up a coin would allow them to pass, they could survive. But encountering these mummies would surely mean death. At least Lin Baici was not cold-blooded and would save people. Lin Baici had said all he could. Relying on his hunger radar, he continued to search and move forward. After walking for about 10 minutes, he noticed that something was off with Huo Yuyu. What is wrong with you? Lin Baici scrutinized the streamer. I'm fine. Huo Yuyu scratched her back. Has rule pollution appeared? Jin Yingjin asked with concern. I am not sure. Lin Baici turned back and looked at the group. There seemed to be no abnormalities. Handsome, what is it? The girl with the hair clip asked. Nothing. Lin Baici doubled his vigilance toward his surroundings. After walking for another 7 or 8 minutes, a golden light appeared ahead, reflecting against the dark mist like the rising dawn. There was no need to ask. It was definitely a divine taboo item. The group walked over and saw a 12-meter-tall pyramid. On each face of the pyramid, a stone staircase led to the top. At the summit, a pharaoh's mask was suspended in the air. The eyes of the group were involuntarily drawn to the mask. It was crafted from pure gold. 2 walnut-sized red gemstones were embedded in the eye sockets, shining brilliantly. On the forehead stood a lifelike statue of a cobra deity. The guardian deity of Lower Egypt is the cobra god. Jin Yingjin muttered to herself. This golden mask belonged to a pharaoh of Lower Egypt, and due to the radiation of a god, it had been polluted into a divine taboo item. My king, I have been waiting for you for a long time. The mask spoke suddenly. Those 2 eyes made of gemstones seemed to come alive, and in that moment, everyone felt as if they had locked eyes with it. This sentence also felt as if it were spoken to every single person present. Within the crowd, a dozen or so people immediately rushed toward the pyramid, desperate to get their hands on the mask. That is mine. Bullshit. I am its true king. It is mine. They began to fight, their eyes bloodshot and filled with crimson veins. Xiao Bai. Huo Yuyu gasped. These people were attacking with extreme cruelty, gouging at eyes and kicking at groins, stopping at nothing to obtain that golden mask. Do you have the urge to claim it for yourselves? Lin Baici asked. A little bit, except for Huo Yuyu. Everyone nearby who heard Lin Baici's question nodded. Even Jin Yingjin was no exception. This urge is very strong. Jin Yingjin felt it and said with concern, could this rule-based contamination be designed to make us kill each other for the sake of the golden mask? Should we knock them down? Huo Yuyu stroked her staff with her left hand. She could attack from a distance. Wait a little longer. Lin Baici was not in a hurry. With his strength, no matter who snatched the golden mask, he could always take it back. Thinking of this, Lin Baici turned his head and glanced at the woman in red and the young man. They also had no intention of making a move. The dozen or so people on the pyramid decided the victor. A tall, burly man in his 30s became the winner, though he was in a sorry state. One of his eyes was blinded. Half his teeth had been knocked out, and his mouth and chest were covered in bloodstains. Yet, he seemed completely unaware of it. He stared fixedly at the golden mask, walked to the top of the pyramid, and reached out to take it down. What should we do? White pufferfish signaled to red-finned whale. If not for the accident that was Lin Baici, red-finned whale would have already started fighting for it. To be honest, Lin Baici's performance made her somewhat wary. The burly man put on the pharaoh's golden mask. From today on, I am your king. A majestic and solemn voice emanated from behind the mask. Lin Baici had heard this man's voice before, and it definitely did not sound like this. Could it be that he had been possessed by some kind of monster? Kneel down and offer your highest respects to your king. The burly man spread his arms, standing at the top of the pyramid with his head held high, like an emperor who had just ascended the throne, waiting for the crowd to kneel before him. No one knelt. Everyone looked in unison at Lin Baici, waiting to see what he would do. Their gazes drew the burly man's attention to Lin Baici. So, he looked down at him, his voice stern. Kneel. Perform the grand kowtow. Chapter 167. Flesh and blood. Cursive. Darkness surged, even though it had thinned slightly. Not much light could penetrate it, so the environment looked dim and permeated with a sense of oppression. Lin Baici kept a straight face as he looked at the burly man standing on the pyramid wearing the pharaoh's golden mask. Commoner, kneel. Seeing that Lin Baici did not kneel, the burly man roared immediately. His voice was filled with majesty and dominance, like an emperor who had conquered boundless territories. Stay where you are, Lin Baici whispered to Jin Yingjin and Huo Yuyu before walking forward. How can you prove that you are our king? He needed to get closer to the opponent to facilitate a sneak attack. Wearing this golden mask makes me your king, the burly man shouted, spreading his arms. Commoners, kneel and offer your cheers and applause to your king. Baici, it is too dangerous to defy him like this. Why don't you just kneel for a moment? Kai Wenqi said with concern. That is right, just kneel. You won't lose a piece of flesh for it, the salesman persuaded him. It is not shameful to do what you must to survive. The man in the hoodie spoke in a tone that suggested he understood him. Hurry and kneel, otherwise it might kill you. Seeing this, others also chimed in to persuade Lin Baici. They did not actually care about Lin Baici's life or death. They were worried that his recklessness would bring great trouble to everyone. For instance, by enraging the true pharaoh, Lin Baici was powerful and might be fine, but the others were not. Once they encountered danger, there was a high probability they would die. A bunch of selfish trash. Fine, great king, please accept my obeisance. Lin Baici took a few more steps forward and, as he made a gesture to kneel, he suddenly threw the dragon-tooth king's sword in his hand. Swish. The bronze sword carried a faint green glow, like a meteor flashing across the night sky in midsummer. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the burly man's throat with a wet thud. A spray of blood erupted, splattering onto the steps of the pyramid. The burly man stumbled back a few steps, then fell headlong onto the stairs. Thump, thump, thump. The burly man rolled down. Everyone's scalp went numb. No one expected Lin Baici to strike suddenly. His audacity was truly lawless. And this sword of his, could it actually fly? Impressive. White pufferfish stared at the bronze sword, a look of intense greed flashing across her face. This was a top-tier god-forbidden item. Red-finned whale did not pay attention to the sword. She was more focused on Lin Baici's character. It seemed he was a strong and fierce man, even if he were acting. He would never do something as demeaning as kneeling. As he did. The salesman examined the corpse for a few moments, then stared vigilantly at his surroundings, worried that monsters might suddenly swarm out to attack them. Lin Baici walked toward the burly man's corpse, but after a few meters, he suddenly stopped, because the guy's body was twisting and standing up again. What the hell? He is immortal. Has this guy turned into a monster? Should we run? The crowd was in an uproar. Filthy, lowly commoners. You dare to attack the greatest and most supreme king of ancient Egypt. I curse you all to be plagued by misfortune, disease, disaster, and war will soon claim your lives. The burly man stood there, shouting until his voice grew hoarse. A hole had been torn in his throat, and blood gushed out, soaking his clothes and making him look like a blood-drenched figure, terrifying and hideous. Hearing the fellow's curse, The expressions of everyone present turned ugly. It cannot be real, right? The salesman felt depressed, even if this curse did not take effect. Just hearing it made one feel ominous. Some people wanted to leave. It is useless. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, the curse will follow you, kill you, and then kill your family, relatives, and friends. Having blasphemed the Supreme King, death is your only outcome. After the burly man finished speaking, the two gemstone eyes on the golden mask he wore suddenly shot out to purple beams of light, sweeping across the entire area from left to right, affecting everyone. Damn it! The crowd jumped in fright, and some timid women even burst into tears. Lin Baici lowered his head and touched the part of his chest that had been swept by the beam. But he felt nothing. You said you just had to kneel. So, why did you have to kill it? Are you an idiot now? A woman with permed hair complained. Among these people, there were actually some who were very dissatisfied with Lin Baici for bringing the Pharaoh's curse upon them. But hindered by his powerful combat strength, they dared not grumble. Shut your dog mouth. Jin Yingjin scolded. You can get lost. No one is stopping you. Who are you? You glared at the permed woman. And please remember, if Lin Baici had not saved you just now, you would have already been snatched away by those mummies. He helped me, and I am grateful to him. But now he has led everyone into a trap. The permed woman deliberately twisted the concept, because the favor of saving a life was much greater than just helping someone. So by saying he helped, she implied she did not owe Lin Baici a massive debt of gratitude. Did you forget that I said earlier that following me is dangerous? Lin Baici glanced at the permed woman. Who told you to follow? The permed woman was left speechless. After the burly man walked to the top of the pyramid, he sat on the steps and looked at these people. Commoners, slowly enjoy your deaths. As the crowd was filled with trepidation, not knowing what to do next, a middle-aged, overweight man suddenly collapsed straight to the ground with a thud, without any warning. This incident made the people nearby scream as if they had seen a ghost, and they scrambled to push away, clearing a circular space. Lin Baici walked over, stood 5 meters away, and examined him carefully. Hey, the curse has begun. The first one, the burly man laughed. His right elbow rested on his knee, his palm supported his cheek, and he tilted his head slightly, wearing the leisurely expression of someone watching an opera. Xiaobai, is this curse the same as the rule pollution created by the turtle shell in the Palm Harbor divine ruin? Hu Yu muttered in a low voice, stealing a glance at the burly man on the pyramid steps. Should we go and snatch that golden mask? No rush. Lin Baici walked toward the corpse. That mask clearly has the effect of bewitching people's hearts. I am worried that if I come into contact with it, I will be controlled. Lin Baici walked to the side of the overweight man's corpse and poked him with a pine wood torch. This corpse became visibly shriveled, as if it had been exposed to the scorching sun in the desert, rapidly dehydrating, and the whole person looked 2 sizes smaller. Lin Baici rubbed the torch against the ground. Whoosh! Flames ignited, and then Lin Baici set the corpse on fire. It took less than 20 seconds for the corpse to burn into a pile of ashes. Any discoveries? The salesman asked anxiously. The moment his voice fell, another man collapsed to the ground with a thud, dying suddenly. The second one. The burly man chuckled, a playful smile appearing at the corners of his mouth, as if a king toying with all living things was watching a group of ants struggle. Lin Baici looked at the burly man. Logically speaking, since he had attacked it, it should hate him. So why was he not the first to die? Could it be because he is a god hunter? Is his mental willpower strong, and his resistance to curses also strong? Or could it be that its method of killing requires time to take effect? The longer the time, the greater the power. But regardless of the answer, there was not much time left for him. This second corpse also rapidly dehydrated and turned into a mummified state. Lin Baici looked at him, pondered for a moment, and then took out the butcher mask and gluttony apron from the black altar bowl and put them on. Yingxian, lend me your dagger. Lin Baici squatted beside the corpse and put on a pair of surgical gloves. What are you going to do? Kai Wenqi also crowded over. I can help. Dissect him. After Lin Baici finished speaking, he tore open the man's shirt, plunged the dagger into his chest, and slashed with force. The man's chest was cut open, and because he had turned into a mummy, not much blood flowed out. Lin Baici grabbed the corpse's ribs with both hands and pulled them apart with force, exposing the chest cavity, where all the internal organs were in a messy heap. Kai Wenqi saw it clearly. Kai Wenqi turned her head and vomited out the meal she had eaten in the morning. Quite a few people had urgently gathered around, wanting to see what Lin Baici was going to do, but this scene directly scared them until their faces turned pale. Hu Yu and Jin Yingtian also felt uncomfortable, but they still braced themselves and squatted nearby. You do not need to. The effect of the butcher mask was activated, and Lin Baici's hands immediately became skillful, as if he had reached the realm of a master chef who could butcher an ox with ease. Lin Baici intended to examine the entire body of the mummified corpse. If there were no external injuries, it would confirm that this was indeed the power of a curse. This was going to be troublesome. The only option left would be to attack that golden mask. Just as Lin Baici had removed more than half of the corpse's internal organs, another man died. This time, it was a young man. He collapsed to the ground without any warning. Lin Baici glanced at him briefly before continuing his examination. He could still remain calm, but the others could not. Fuck. What the hell is going on? How are they dying? A middle-aged man was incredibly agitated. His wife hadn't let him go fishing, and he had been bored to death. So, he had come to the exhibition to kill time. Who would have thought he would run into something like this? I am truly cursed. If I had just gone fishing, would I have run into this? The middle-aged man cursed and swore. He didn't dare to attack the burly man, and he didn't want to stay here and wait for death. So he called out to everyone, "Let's go. We're leaving this place." He wasn't stupid. He was worried that if he left alone, he would be targeted. So, he prepared to gather more people. Over a dozen people responded. After all, this seemed like the only way out. Don't hesitate, everyone, let's run together. The middle-aged man shouted, let's go. Running away doesn't necessarily mean we'll die, but staying here definitely means we will. What are you still standing there for? The crowd clamored, partly to incite more people to join, and partly to bolster their own courage by speaking loudly. Student Lin, shall we go too? Kai Wenqi urged. If we can't purify the rule-based pollution, it's impossible to leave. Lin Baici finished dissecting the corpse and found no abnormalities. Aside from looking like a mummy, there were no injuries at all. It was entirely the power of a curse. Bai Hedan and Hong Qijing exchanged a look. Even when it came to leaving, everyone's behavior was different. Some were hesitant, lagging behind to make it easier to turn back, while most followed the crowd, controlling their pace to be neither too fast nor too slow. Only a few who lacked intelligence were fooled, walking with hurried steps, wanting to get out of there as quickly as possible. But before they could get far, thump, 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 3 more people collapsed to the ground one after another. This scene terrified the crowd, leaving them frozen in place. Is it really impossible to leave? The middle-aged man was on the verge of tears. He wanted to go fishing, at least before he died. He wanted to go fishing one last time. Your line of thinking is correct. The gluttonous god suddenly spoke. The closer you are to me, the later you will be eaten. Lin Baici frowned. What did the gluttonous god mean by this? The closer they are to me, the safer they are. Is it because I am a god hunter? And what did it mean by eaten? So it isn't the power of a curse. But why did I dissect a corpse and find nothing? Could it be that I dissected it too late, and the monster that ate them had already disappeared? Lin Baici decided that next time, he would choose someone who had just died, and complete the dissection before the body could shrivel up. They are all men who died. Does that mean the women are fine? The woman with the perm had a trembling voice, as if she had discovered a new continent. But the very next moment, a woman in her 20s collapsed to the ground, her breathing stopping. Lin Baici immediately rushed over, tore open her top, ripped off her bra, and then used his cursed dagger to slice open her chest. Because Lin Baici was fast enough this time, the body hadn't shriveled yet, so fresh blood flowed out, sliding over her delicate skin. Bai Hedan leaned in behind the woman in red. What do you think of his approach to solving the problem? He's taking an unconventional path. The woman in red whispered, if it were me, I would attack that burly man, kill him first, and then have someone else hold the mask to see if the curse could be lifted. Bai Hedan nodded. As god hunters, They were more inclined to use cannon fodder. Let's wait and see. The woman in red didn't know if Lin Baici could successfully purify this rule-based pollution. But the composure on his face was inexplicably reassuring. And he was quite handsome. The woman in red sighed. What a pity. They were enemies, Lin Baici saw most of the blood surging toward the area beneath the liver. He immediately used his dagger to push the liver aside and discovered that a significant amount of blood had surged into the intestines. He hesitated for a moment, worried that touching the monster with his bare hands might be dangerous. But the opportunity was fleeting. He steeled himself, reached out, grabbed a handful of intestines, and gave them a hard shake. Swish. Some bodily fluids and blood splattered out. Lin Baici quickly swung his dagger, cut the intestines, and threw them onto the ground. One small section was clearly more swollen than the others, looking like a baby's small fist. This is it. Lin Baici's eyes lit up. The swollen part was moving rapidly along the intestinal tract. Lin Baici quickly tied knots at both ends of the intestine to trap it. After the swollen part moved to the knotted area and couldn't go any further, a few seconds passed, and with a pop, the intestine burst, and a bug the size of a chestnut crawled out. It was covered in blood, and it left a trail on the ground as it crawled. Holy shit! A dung beetle! The woman with the perm screamed. In ancient Egypt, this thing is called a scarab. Jin Yingxin looked at the bug. It was blackish purple. After leaving the corpse, it seemed panicked and was crawling toward Lin Baici, who was the closest to it, clearly wanting to enter a human body as quickly as possible. Appa, be careful, Jin Yingxin quickly warned. I didn't expect him to actually find it. Bai Hetan was shocked. You stay hidden. I'm going. The woman in red immediately ran toward Lin Baici. In the process, she grabbed the woman with the perm by her curly hair. Oh, what are you doing? It hurts. Let go. The woman with the permed hair shrieked, reaching out with one hand to grab the red-clad woman's wrist and the other to claw at her face. However, the red-clad woman was a core member of Lost Coast. To say nothing of the permed woman, who was just an ordinary person, even an average god hunter would be no match for her. The red-clad woman swung her hand, slap, slap, to solid. Resounding slaps landed on the permed woman's face. The force was so great that it directly dislocated her jaw. Lin Baici looked over. I am a god hunter. I used this one to test this scarab beetle. As the red-clad woman introduced herself, she tossed the permed woman toward the scarab, clearly intending to let the beetle enter her body. The color drained from the permed woman's face, leaving her deathly pale. Doing this is completely meaningless. Lin Baici did not help the permed woman. The accusations these people had leveled at him earlier left him feeling deeply disappointed. And as for this woman, didn't you say I didn't save you? That's fine. Then I won't save you. The permed woman collapsed to the ground, scrambling on her hands and feet, but the scarab crawled faster than she could move, rushing straight onto her body. Woo-woo. The permed woman looked at Lin Baici, wanting to call for help, but with her jaw dislocated, she couldn't make a sound. Moreover, her mouth was hanging wide open, making it very easy for the scarab to crawl right inside. The permed woman retched, thrusting her right hand into her throat, trying to dig out the terrifying insect. Jin Yingxin and Huo Yu stared at the woman in the bright red trench coat, their gazes vigilant. The others didn't care. They were all watching the permed woman. No one moved to save her. They all wanted to know if this was the kind of insect that caused the sudden deaths. The permed woman failed to spit the beetle out, terrified, her limbs trembling and tears streaming down her face. She lunged toward Lin Baici, wanting to beg for his help. In this moment, she felt deep regret. She shouldn't have spoken to Lin Baici with that attitude earlier, but she no longer had the chance. The permed woman collapsed to the ground. Before their eyes, she began to dehydrate and shrivel, turning into a mummified corpse. Lin Baici watched all of this. Once the permed woman had completely withered, he immediately crouched down, tore off her clothes, and began to dissect her. The bug is gone. The red-clad woman was astonished. Yeah. Lin Baici looked toward the burly man. Could the golden mask on his face control these insects? When did the bugs enter the bodies of those who died? The salesman couldn't figure it out. A bug that big, even a fool should have been able to notice it, right? You, 10 minutes ago, you scratched your back. Do you remember? Lin Baici asked. What did it feel like at the time? The female streamer recalled. I didn't feel anything. Lin Baici looked at the red-clad woman. I didn't feel anything either. The red-clad woman curled her lip. Could it be that beam of light that put these bugs into our bodies? Jin Yingxin remembered the beam of light shout from the eyes of the golden mask, which had swept over everyone. Chapter 168. Lin Baici shows his might, purifying the pollution. Lin Baici felt that those two beams of light were a form of intimidation, meant to strike fear into humans, but also a deception, a feint to make everyone believe that the sudden deaths were caused by a curse from the pharaoh, rather than insects. Although the rule-based pollution was already incredible enough, these were physical, tangible insects. Get hit by a beam of light, and bugs grow inside your body. Lin Baici still found it hard to believe. These insects are called flesh-eating scarabs. They are cultivated through curses and mysterious herbs. They have two forms, an insect form and a mist form. Once they land on a living being, they can enter the body through the pores. They love to feed on the blood of living creatures. In ancient Egypt, some pharaohs liked to use these magically cultivated flesh-eating scarabs to punish slaves and create the mummies needed for their burials. The God-Eater commented, "Your judgment is correct. Those two beams of light were a misdirection, making people think the deaths were caused by a curse, thereby causing them to overlook the flesh-eating scarabs inside their bodies. If one could not discover this, then no matter how hard a god hunter tried, it would be impossible to survive and purify the rule-based pollution." Lin Baici had an epiphany. The environment at the scene was dim, and with the black mist swirling about, even if there were other mists, they wouldn't be easily detected. When Huiyuyu subconsciously scratched her back, it was actually the slight irritation caused by the mist-form insects entering their bodies. When Lin Baici had asked Huiyuyu about it at the time, he had actually been somewhat vigilant, but the problem was, who could have imagined there were insects capable of turning into mist? It seemed he would have to be even more careful in the future. In the divine ruins, no detail could be missed. However, knowing the cause of death didn't help much. He couldn't just perform surgery on everyone to remove the bugs, could he? The flesh-eating scarab gradually transforms from mist to insect form inside the host's body, then begins to feed on blood while secreting a toxin. When this toxin reaches a certain dosage, the host dies. The healthier the host's physique, the longer they survive. Lin Baici curled his lip. It seemed that no matter what one was doing, having a healthy body was always a good thing. These scarabs have reduced activity in low or high temperatures. If the temperature changes drastically, they will flee the host's body due to survival instinct. Hearing this, Lin Baici immediately took a large pile of firewood and charcoal out of the black altar bowl, stacking them into a small mound. The others were dumbfounded. "What is up with that backpack of yours?" The salesman was shocked. How could such a small backpack hold so many things? If he went into smuggling, wouldn't he make a fortune? Because the black altar bowl was inside the backpack, the salesman didn't understand what he was seeing. But such a small trick couldn't fool the red-clad woman. There must be a space-type divine taboo item in that backpack. A flash of greed crossed the eyes of the woman in red. A divine relic capable of storing so many items was an absolute treasure, priceless and rare. Its value for exploring the god ruins went without saying. Supplies were a lifeline. Lin Baici poured another bucket of gasoline onto the wood pile and ignited it. Flames surged upward, the orange-red light shining brightly and dispelling some of the gloom. "Come over and warm yourselves by the fire," Lin Baici called out to Huiyuyu and Jin Yingxin. The woman in red moved over directly. The crowd surged forward, although they did not know why they needed to get close to this bonfire. Following Lin Baici was never the wrong choice. Bai hadn't squeezed his way over. Although he looked rather thin to others, he had great strength. With a push of his arms, he shoved the people in front of him aside. "Everyone squeeze in. Make some room for me. Give me a spot. Come on, shift to the side." Everyone wanted to warm themselves by the fire first, but there were too many people, and crowding was inevitable. "You are all so shameless." Huiyuyu looked at these people, her small mouth opening to retort. "How did you treat Lin Baici just a moment ago? Do you still have the face to come over and warm yourselves?" The crowd felt awkward, but asking them to leave was impossible. Lin Baici did not drive them away, mainly because he would need some cannon fodder during the subsequent exploration. However, The fact that these people had accused him earlier also made him feel somewhat disappointed, and he would absolutely not help them again. Let everyone fend for themselves. Look, it stood up. The man in the hoodie exclaimed. The burly man who had been sitting on the steps of the pyramid stood up and stared in this direction, specifically watching Lin Baici. Even through the mask, everyone could feel the hatred he harbored, as if he wanted to devour this young man. It seems the control this mask has over these bugs is also limited, otherwise, it could have just let the bugs inside everyone kill them directly. Seeing that the burly man was at his wit's end, Lin Baici knew that this round of rule-based contamination had likely been broken. The bonfire burned brighter and brighter, making the surroundings increasingly hot. The crowd felt uncomfortable being scorched by the flames, feeling as if their skin was about to char. But seeing that Lin Baici had not moved, they endured it as well. One by one, they began to break into a sweat. Just as Lin Baici was considering whether to add more charcoal or gasoline, he suddenly felt his stomach become uncomfortable, much like the feeling of wanting to vomit when carsick. Beside him, the expressions of Huo Yu and Jin Yingxin changed, and both covered their stomachs with their hands. How do you feel? Lin Baici patted the female streamer on the back. Before Huo Yu could finish her sentence, she retched and vomited a large pool of bright red blood, within which was a bug the size of a chestnut. Upon suddenly coming into contact with the air, it seemed quite panicked, its 8 abdominal feet waving incessantly as it tried to crawl away. Lin Baici immediately took out a jar and covered the bug with it. It came out. Huo Yu looked pleasantly surprised. But then she began to worry. The bugs inside Lin Baici and Jin Yingxin had not come out yet. Seeing this scene, everyone realized that Lin Baici's method was effective and began to crowd toward the bonfire. Damn it, don't push. You in the front have been warming yourselves for a long time. Make some room for us in the back. Get lost. At a time like this, who didn't want to live? Especially after seeing Huo Yu vomit a bug with their own eyes. Everyone was impatient to get the one inside their own bodies out. Consequently, people began to curse and shove, and it looked like a fight was about to break out. Shut up and stop. All of you, if anyone causes trouble, I will break their legs. Lin Baici's fierce gaze swept across these people. The scene instantly fell silent. The salesman and his group were like sheep encountering the king of beasts. They immediately cowered, not daring to breathe, let alone talk back. After all, not only could they not beat Lin Baici, but their survival now depended on him. So they had no choice but to submit. It is so great to be able to follow Xiaobai. Huo Yu watched these people not even daring to let out a peep, and she felt incredibly fortunate. If she hadn't known Lin Baici and had been trapped in the god ruins, she would have ended up in the same state. Jin Yingxin was anxious, rubbing her stomach forcefully. Suddenly, her stomach spasmed, and a wave of nausea rose, causing her to retch instinctively. Jin Yingxin vomited a large mouthful. Yingxin, you have a great figure, and the bug in your stomach is big too. Temporarily safe. Huo Yu even had the leisure to tease her, though this remark was somewhat self-deprecating. Looking at the Korean girl's tight jeans and chest-bearing sweater, she felt envious. With a look like that, what other talents did she need? She could just dominate everything, right? Huo Yu did not believe any man's weakness could withstand that. Oppa, thank you. Jin Yingxin let out a sigh of relief. Rest for a moment. Lin Baici was quick-witted and put the bug the Korean girl had vomited into the ceramic jar. Ugh. One after another, people began to vomit. When they saw the large bugs they had vomited out, they felt both lingering fear and relief. Xiaobai, why haven't you vomited yet? Huo Yu began to get worried. Could it be because Appa's constitution is too good? Jin Yingxin was also worried. Lin Baici saw that the woman in red and that young man had both vomited their bugs. But for him, there was only nausea and a slight urge to vomit. Big brother, that monster is trying to run. The man in the hoodie suddenly shouted. Over at the pyramid, the burly man wearing the golden mask was taking advantage of the moment when everyone was busy vomiting bugs and had no energy to pay attention to him. Intending to leave. Catch it, someone shouted. A dozen or so men had long hated this guy to the core. Now that the truth of the death curse had been uncovered, they were no longer afraid of this golden mask and all ran over in unison. They wanted to snatch it and give it to Lin Baici to earn some favor. After this crisis, Anyone with a bit of sense understood that if they wanted to walk out of this museum alive, they had to rely on Lin Baici. Therefore, they had to do everything in their power to gain his approval and convince him to let them cling to his coattails. These men ran very fast. The burly man was injured and stumbling, so he didn't get far before they caught up to him. A rain of fists slammed into the burly man. "Give it to me. I grabbed it first. Don't fight over it. This is the boss's spoils of war." Over a dozen men were brawling in a heap when suddenly, the burly man's chest exploded. Blood, rotting flesh, and bone fragments flew everywhere. Even more terrifying was the massive swarm of flesh-eating scarabs crawling out from his chest and surging toward these men. Because they were so close, the scarabs easily crawled onto their bodies. Holy crap! They were terrified and stunned, scrambling to dodge while using their hands to claw the scarabs off their bodies, all while trying to get away from the spot. The head wearing the golden pharaoh mask fell to the ground, and those two gemstone eyes immediately emitted a brilliant light. The men who were about to flee suddenly had their eyes turn blood red. They no longer cared about the scarabs on their bodies and began to fight each other, scrambling for the golden mask. As long as a man desires to be above others and has dreamed of becoming an emperor, his mind will be influenced by this golden mask in their eyes. Obtaining this mask means becoming a king. At the same time, the curse attached to it has the effect of incubating flesh-eating scarabs. Whoever wears it becomes an incubator. Lin Baici had originally thought this golden mask was pretty awesome and could be used to deal with other god hunters. But as soon as this commentary appeared, he immediately gave up on the idea. Are you kidding me? Whoever wears it dies. Who would dare to use that? Look at that burly man. His chest had a huge hole in it, like an insect nest, with hundreds of flesh-eating scarabs pouring out. The sight was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Yu kept rubbing her arms. She had trypophobia, and seeing this scene almost sent her into shock. Baihetan and the woman in red had originally intended to snatch the golden mask, but upon seeing this, they both stopped in their tracks. Let's wait a bit longer. Lin Baici couldn't spare any attention for the mask. He hadn't vomited the bug in his stomach yet. Is this taking too long? Lin Baici was worried. There weren't many people left who hadn't vomited the bugs out. He took out a bottle of mineral water and rinsed his mouth. Just as he was about to reach out and trigger his gag reflex, the urge to vomit finally reached its peak. Lin Baici spat out a pool of dark red liquid containing a bug. It was very small, not even the size of a thumbnail. He moved extremely quickly, intending to contain the bug, but stopped the next second. Yet, the bug lay limp in the pool of liquid, motionless. Baihetan and the woman in red exchanged glances, both seeing shock and confusion in each other's eyes. They were also god hunters, yet the bugs in their bodies were no different from anyone else's. So why was the bug inside Lin Baici dead? And why was it so small? There is definitely something wrong with this Lin Baici's body. The woman in red looked solemn. It seemed that Lin Baici hadn't relied on luck to kill Black Shark 3 and the others, but on pure strength. Want to eat a king at the top of the food chain? These rotten bugs don't have teeth strong enough for that. If these bugs had crawled in through Lin Baici's mouth, they would have been digested before they could even damage his internal organs. The golden mask has no intention of running away. It was just controlling the burly man to feign weakness so that you would chase him. As long as you get close to it, your mind will be influenced. Fortunately, those with strong willpower have stronger resistance. The dozen or so men were still brawling, with flesh-eating scarabs crawling all over them. Some had even bitten through their skin and burrowed underneath. Yet the men were completely unaware. This terrifying and disgusting scene made everyone afraid to get any closer. Lin Baici lit a pine torch and walked over. After approaching two men who were wrestling together, he thrust the torch at them. Flames ignited instantly. The two men screamed. The scarabs that had burrowed into their bodies sensed the mortal danger and quickly crawled out. But as soon as they touched the flames on the surface of the skin, they were ignited, burned to death, and fell to the ground. These people were beyond saving. The scarabs had already destroyed their internal organs. A quick death was a mercy. As Lin Baici set the fire, some bugs under the control of the golden mask tried to rush over to kill him. But Lin Baici waved the torch a few times and scared them off. He didn't want these things to escape the divine ruins. Who knew if they would become an invasive species? So, he suddenly accelerated and began burning the bugs. That torch is powerful. Bai Hetan felt envious. Wasn't this boy a newcomer? How did he have such good items on him? Could it be that he was being kept by Zhao Hongnian? There were quite a few bugs, and it took Lin Baici a quarter of an hour to clear them all out. Worried that the dozen or so men might also become incubators, he burned them to death as well. The golden mask lay amidst the ashes. Looking at this god-forbidden item, Lin Baici felt an urge to put it on his face. He didn't dare touch it with his hands, so he used the torch to nudge it into a small wooden box. After this divine runes mission ends, I have to ask Zhao Hongyao for a few black coffins. Carrying this kind of thing around made even Lin Baici feel a tremor of fear. Handsome, thank you. The woman in red walked over and extended her right hand toward Lin Baici. My name is Song Hizi, and I am a rogue god hunter, Lin Baici. Lin Baici smiled slightly and gave Song Hizi's fingertips a light shake. Be careful. You are being watched. This is an extremely experienced god hunter, and they harbor malicious intent toward you. Are they from the Lost Coast? Or are they just people who happen to run into us and want to kill for loot? Lin Baici had already been wary of these two, so he was not at all surprised to hear this assessment. The gluttonous god did not answer. Handsome, thank you so much this time. Everyone thanked him profusely, their faces filled with friendly and respectful smiles. Even a fool would not dare to give Lin Baici a cold look right now. That golden mask could probably be sold for a lot of meteor coins on the underground black market. If you need to, I have connections. Song Hizi said this to lower Lin Baici's guard. Rest assured, the commission fee will only be a symbolic amount. Alright, we will talk once we get out. Lin Baici started acting as well. As long as the price is right. I have other divine taboo items I want to sell. Oh, is this torch for sale? Song Hizi looked excited. Not for sale. This is my trump card for survival. Lin Baici shook his head, deliberately emphasizing the value of the torch so that Song Hizi would overlook his other trump cards. Whenever you want to sell, please be sure to notify me. Song Hizi looked regretful, but she sneered in her heart. If you do not sell it, I can just take it by force. Alright. Lin Baici looked at the crowd. I will say it again. Following me is very dangerous. Can we not just find a place to wait for rescue? The girl with the hair clip was truly terrified. Do you all feel nauseous and want to vomit right now? Song Hizi asked in return. Many people nodded. There is radiation pollution in the god ruins. If people stay here too long, they will turn into dead flesh people. We must contain the divine remains quickly before we can get out. Song Hizi explained. Also, staying in one place is just a slow way to die. If you go out and explore, you might find meteor stones and divine taboo items. These are all good things. Once you possess them, you can become a god hunter. In reality, one must absorb divine grace to be considered a god hunter. But Song Hizi was too lazy to explain in detail. Regardless, these words were meant to lure these people into acting together. If it were not for Lin Baici being nearby, forcing Song Hizi to restrain her viciousness, she would not have bothered with small talk and would have simply used violence to drive these people. Let us all go together. It is safer following the handsome Lin, the salesman urged. He wanted to stay with Lin Baici and become a god hunter, but if he were alone, he would likely be used as cannon fodder. Therefore, he needed to make everyone else follow along. With more people, it would not be his turn to be cannon fodder. This was the difference between people. While someone like the girl with the hair clip was still dazed and did not know what to do, the salesman was already planning for the future. Lin Baici relied on his hunger radar to explore the god ruins. The original layout of the museum had long since changed, which allowed the salesman and his group to once again experience the mysterious and terrifying side of the god ruins. From time to time, they could see corpses in all sorts of bizarre states of death. Rule pollution occurred here half an hour ago. There is the scent of divine grace. Lin Baici frowned. Just how many god hunters were in this museum? He continued to move forward, and after not walking very far, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Chapter 169 Egyptian Cat Girl. It is Zhao Hongyao. Lin Baici immediately started running. Judging by the sounds coming from ahead, the girl with the high ponytail must be in the middle of a fight, Everyone now regarded Lin Baici as their pillar of support. Seeing him run, their hearts tightened. They did not know what had happened, but they followed quickly, afraid of being left behind. Their luck was good this time. Lin Baici did not encounter any more rule pollution. 2 minutes later, he saw Xiao Hongyao. She was fighting a group of mummies, and there were over 100 people with her. Hongyao, Lin Baici shouted and joined the fray. These mummies were the same as the ones he had encountered before. Their combat strength was average, but there were many of them, however. Although the high ponytail girl had a D in intelligence, her strength and speed were both a rank. Wielding a short blade, she was hacking the mummies until they were wailing for their parents. Xiao Hongyao had originally heard a rush of footsteps and was worried that another group of monsters was coming. She was certainly safe herself, but it would be difficult to protect these ordinary people. Who would have thought that the person arriving was Lin Baici? Little Lin. Surprise and excitement instantly bloomed on Xiao Hongyao's cheeks. Why are you here? I came to see the artifact exhibition. Lin Baici held his torch, smashed a mummy's head, and casually set it on fire. I did not expect to run into god ruins again, and it was triggered by a god, no less. What a damn nightmare. This time it has nothing to do with me, right? Xiao Hongyao was quite concerned that she had run into god ruins both times she invited Lin Baici out to play. She worried that their horoscopes were incompatible, or that he might see her as a jinx with terrible luck. If that were the case, the chances of the two of them teaming up would be slim, which would be a huge blow to Xiao Hongyao, as she thought very highly of Lin Baici. If she could not get such an excellent team member as Lin Baici, Xiao Hongyao believed her career would be crippled, and she would definitely never catch up to her sister. It has to do with me. Is that okay? Lin Baici mocked himself, though he was indeed a bit worried. Could it be that he had a constitution that attracted rule pollution? The probability of god ruins appearing was not high, yet he had encountered 3 in the 2 months since he became a god hunter. During that time, he had also encountered a mad dog, and met a crazy maid at the Dragon and Beauty Bar. The danger level of that incident was definitely not much less than exploring a god ruin. Right. Lin Baici remembered the guy wearing sunglasses and a mask he saw after he felt hunger at Haixing Normal University. That person was acting suspiciously. He was clearly no good. Do not worry. I do not mind you. Xiao Hongyao laughed innocently, like a Siberian husky. She was being sincere. She even wished that Lin Baici could truly attract the god ruins, as that would allow her to explore more of them alongside him. Oh my. Should I move into little Lindsay's place? If I hadn't taken on a temporary mission this time, I definitely would have missed this god ruins. Gu Qingqiu stood in the crowd, watching as Lin Baici spoke with Xiao Hongyao while simultaneously slaughtering mummies. He was as relaxed as if he were on a picnic. Those hideous, terrifying corpses, which looked like hyenas, were easily sliced into by his sword, or had their skulls crushed by his strikes. With combat power like this, he was undoubtedly a god hunter. It is no wonder he could shoot a mad dog from dozens of meters away during the military training report performance. I just wonder how long he has been a god hunter. Thoughts swirled in Gu Qingqiu's mind. She knew she shouldn't be letting her mind wander and should be staying alert for those mummies. But she couldn't control herself. She wanted to observe Lin Baici. For the first time in her life, she found a boy who held such a strong attraction for her. It had nothing to do with love. It was pure curiosity. It was like a child seeing an anthill and wanting to dig it up to see how big it was, or like seeing the stars and wanting to know what was on them. After their frantic attacks proved fruitless, the mummies retreated. Xiao Hongyao was only one person after all, and she couldn't protect everyone. A few unlucky souls were still snatched away. Sister Hongyao, Yu called out to greet her. Little Yu, you are here too. After Xiao Hongyao finished speaking, she saw a woman dressed in the style of a Korean girl group walk up to Lin Baici and begin to size her up. Damn, is this the legendary chest-opening sweater? Even I find it heart-fluttering and want to give it a squeeze, let alone a man. The girl with the high ponytail felt a surge of joy. I have learned something. I have learned something. Haha, little Lindsay. Just wait to fall for my beauty trap. Hello, sister. Jin Yingxin took the initiative to greet her. Hello. As soon as Jiao Hongyao heard the girl's accent and saw her bowing slightly with her head lowered, she knew for sure this was a Korean girl. No wonder she was dressed so sexily. Speaking of which, those tight jeans must be very uncomfortable, wrapping around her thighs and butt like that, right? And these boots, don't they make your feet sweat? Jiao Hongyao was still wearing her signature sportswear and a pair of sneakers, her hair still tied in a high ponytail, exuding a sunny and lively aura. Hu Yu quietly compared them. Jiao Hongyao's chest was larger than Jin Yingzhen's, but she didn't know how to dress. Her sportswear completely failed to highlight her figure. What a waste. If only it were mine, Hu Yu pouted. If I had Jiao Hongyao's figure, I would wear chest-opening outfits every day. King Qiu, come here. Let me introduce you. Jiao Hongyao waved at Gu Qingqiu in the crowd. This is Lin Baici, my vice captain and good buddy. Gu Qingqiu walked over with a faint smile on her lips, looking at Lin Baici. Hello, my name is Gu Qingqiu. I have seen you before. Lin Baici returned the smile. A few days ago, at the Haijing University of Technology Library, a chubby girl had lost her Apple wireless earbuds and blocked the library exit, refusing to let anyone leave. This girl had stepped forward, asked the chubby girl the price of her earbuds, and then offered to give her 2,000 yuan directly to resolve the matter. Coupled with the fact that she was quite pretty herself, Lin Baici had a deep impression of her. Is that so? Gu Qingqiu thought to herself. I have seen you quite a few times. The video of you dunking is still on my phone. Do you know that ever since that day, I have insisted on waking up early to run for a week, hoping to see you play basketball, but you never appeared on the court. Hu Yu and Jin Yingzhen sized up Gu Qingqiu, feeling an inexplicable sense of crisis. This girl had a pure temperament, wearing a chiffon dress and an off-the-shoulder blouse paired with a jacket, carrying a bag, the very image of a well-behaved girl. Her skin was slightly pale, clearly the result of a long-term lack of exercise. But this actually gave her a delicate beauty, much like the feeling of Lin Daiyu. She was truly pitiable. At the library, Lin Baici thought of Zhu Qiunan. It was fortunate she wasn't here, otherwise, things would have gotten lively. Little Lindsay, let me tell you, Qingqiu is amazing. We just encountered a rule pollution, and it was she who found the key point to purify it. She even managed to get to identical divine graces. Jiao Hongyao had tagged along and managed to get a divine grace herself. Sister Hongyao, without your martial prowess, I wouldn't have been able to do it either. Gu Qingqiu was humble, but there was still a hint of pride in her expression, because this achievement was truly worth bragging about. Appa is even more amazing. He has already broken through 2 instances of rule pollution. Jin Yingzhen felt that Lin Baici was the strongest. Jiao Hongyao was shocked. This god ruins hasn't been open for long, and you have already cleared to God Taboo games. He is worthy of being my vice captain. So proud. Gu Qingqiu looked at Lin Baici. Her expression had changed, but her heart was full of regret. Why did I end up with this Jiao Hongyao instead of Lin Baici? I really want to see him purify rule pollution, but it is not too late. There should still be god taboo items in this god ruins. Unlike the others, Gu Qingqiu was not afraid. She had no intention of rushing to escape. Why did you appear at the provincial museum? Lin Baici asked curiously, signaling for everyone to continue moving forward. There is a 7-day exhibition of ancient Egyptian artifacts here, which will attract many tourists. My sister was worried that someone might take this opportunity to cause trouble, so she sent me to keep an eye on things, Jiao Hongyao explained. As long as it is within the city, whenever such large-scale exhibitions or events are held, the Security Bureau will send several god hunters to maintain order. In case someone uses a god taboo item to create rule pollution, they can handle it in time. However, basically, there are no people that extreme. Jiao Hongyao thought it was a routine assignment, but in reality, Jiao Hongmian had received intelligence that the Lost Coast had arrived in Haijing. If her younger sister had known, she certainly would have insisted on participating. So Jiao Hongmian had sent her way on a distraction. She just had not expected that Lin Baici would also come to the museum. How much do you know about gods? Lin Baici asked in a low voice. My clearance level is not high enough to view that kind of information. My sister knows, but she never talks about it. In short, if I see a god, I should run as fast as I can. Information regarding gods was classified as top secret. Those who had not made significant contributions to the Security Bureau were not qualified to access it. Gu Qingqiu's eyes lit up. You mean there is a god in this god's ruin? I am guessing, Lin Baici explained. I did not feel the shockwave that usually occurs when a meteor falls. Jiu Hongyao heard Lin Baici's analysis and realized it was indeed the case. This was a huge problem. Following that, she felt a bit more at ease. Fortunately, this was in the city center, and her older sister could bring people over very quickly. Is there really such a thing as a god? Huo Yu asked with concern. It would be better not to encounter one. Jiu Hongyao was also very interested in gods. Emotionally, she wanted to see one with her own eyes. But her reason told her that if she wanted to stay alive, she should not court death. As they talked, the group continued to explore, which made the journey less lonely. With more people around, the tension dissipated quite a bit. Jin Yingshan knew that Jiu Hongyao was from the Kyushu Security Bureau and that her older sister was Jiu Hongmian. She felt that the difficulty of poaching Lin Baici had increased significantly. Once a god's ruin appeared, the terrain would change. So even after walking for more than 20 minutes, Lin Baici's group had found nothing. Are we just going to keep walking around like headless flies? The salesman interjected, hoping to improve his relationship through conversation and join Lin Baici's small circle. I feel like this is a huge waste of energy. You can find a place to hide. Jiu Hongyao did not view them as cannon fodder, so she did not care at all whether these people followed or not. However, in a god's ruin, luck is very important. Even if you hide, you might still encounter rule-based corruption. Lin Baici remembered the Merit Buddha in Longchen Temple. It had been wandering around. He wondered where that thing had gone after the temple's god's ruin was broken. There is a situation, Gu Qingqiu whispered. She noticed that the ground ahead was covered in bloodstains, with bits of flesh that looked like what would be left behind if a human body had been run over by a dump truck. Everyone was horrified. Rule-based corruption has happened here. Jiu Hongyao rubbed the headless human murals on the floor with her foot. Could these be real people? Gu Qingqiu frowned. Why are there no heads? Because their heads are on the giant stone. The salesman was glib and explained everything in a few sentences with rapid speed. After finishing, he did not forget to butter up Lin Baici. Thanks to great god Lin, we were able to survive. The salesman did not know if Lin Baici would be angry if he addressed him by his name, so he simply called him Great God, just like how people addressed high-level players when playing games. Although Jiu Hongyao and Gu Qingqiu had not experienced this particular rule-based corruption, looking at this corridor that stretched over 100 meters, with the floor covered in these headless human murals, they knew exactly how cruel the events that had just occurred here were. Those who had survived because of Lin Baici finally realized his importance. Without him, everyone would have certainly been wiped out. After leaving this death zone, the group walked for another 10 minutes before discovering a new situation. Look, there are statues. Gu Qingqiu had excellent eyesight and was very meticulous in her observations, discovering the anomaly even before Jiu Hongyao. 30 meters ahead, there was a black statue. It looked like it was carved from some kind of precious stone and was suffused with a dark, dim light. The group walked over. The statue was of a female, over 1.5 meters tall, with a pair of cat ears on her head and a black cat tail on her tailbone, coupled with the whiskers on her face. She looked like an upright, walking cat person, lifelike and vivid. Could this be a real person? The salesman's sculpting led. Be bolder. Get rid of the could. Jiu Hongyao reached out to touch the statue, but Lin Baici grabbed her wrist. A poor soul who was cursed and turned into a cat person statue. The vital signs have disappeared, so do not panic. Touching it will not spread the curse. Her internal organs are still in a flesh and blood state. If you take them out now, they can be transplanted to someone else. Besides, if you have any needs, you can take advantage while it is still warm. It will definitely give you a different experience. Should we stop moving forward? The girl with the hair clip asked, feeling afraid. Many people had the same thought and began to persuade Lin Baici. It is probably too late. As soon as Lin Baici finished speaking, a soft, feminine voice rang out. Welcome to my kingdom. Everyone's faces were filled with terror. The girl with the hair clip looked at Lin Baici, her eyes full of pleading. Can we run away now? It is too late, Xiao Hongyao warned. Being able to hear this voice means the rule-based corruption has already taken effect. If we run away now, we will definitely be punished. If anyone does not believe me, you can try. No one dared to try. Not to mention that there was a cat person statue standing right there. Even if there were not, no one dared to gamble with their lives. If it is a blessing, it is not a disaster. If it is a disaster, it cannot be avoided. Let's go, Guchinku urged, a look of eagerness in her eyes. Everyone followed Lin Baici and walked forward cautiously. The cat person statues gradually became more numerous, including men, women, the old, and the young. There are over 200 of them. Wu Yu estimated. So many cat person statues stood here like a forest. After passing through them, everyone saw a huge stone platform. On the stone platform sat a pair of scales made of gold, with delicate cat god patterns carved onto them, each one standing out in high relief. The entire scale shimmered with a brilliant golden light, dispelling some of the gloom. Where is the monster? Guchinku looked left and right, a hint of excitement in her eyes. Jing Yingxin glanced at this girl, feeling that she was a lunatic. A black cat, 1.5 feet long, suddenly jumped onto the stone platform. It walked with elegant steps to the side of the golden scale and then curled up. It extended a paw and casually flicked the tray of the scale. The scale immediately bobbed up and down. I like learned people. So come and answer my questions. The black cat's amber eyes, which seemed almost psychic, swept over everyone present. 5 questions. Answer them all correctly, and you can leave this place. Cough, cough. And what if we answer wrong? Guchinku glanced at those cat person statues. Turn into things like this. Lin Baici looked slightly surprised. This girl was quite reckless, judging by her behavior. It wasn't that she didn't know this monster was dangerous, but rather that she didn't care at all. She is enjoying the thrill of walking on the edge of death. If you answer wrong, you stay here and listen to other people's answers. The black cat didn't explicitly say death, but everyone knew that once turned into a statue, there was no way to survive. Consequently, the atmosphere at the scene instantly became frozen and oppressive. Is anyone willing to step forward first to demonstrate their profound knowledge? The black cat asked, pawing at the scale again. No one spoke. If no one volunteers, then I will choose at random. The black cat's small paw lifted, moving slowly from left to right, then suddenly stopped. There were over 20 people in the direction the black cat's paw was pointing. Seeing this, their faces changed drastically, and they scrambled to dodge to the side in a panic. That male in the black top, please come over to answer the question. The black cat called him out. Great God, Lin? The man in black looked at Lin Baici. Don't look at Appa. Go answer the question quickly, Jing Yingxin urged him, worried that this man's actions would draw the black cat's attention to Lin Baici and cause him to be chosen to answer, which would be troublesome. Good luck. Lin Baici had no information at all, even if he wanted to help. He didn't know where to start. Does this black cat like the color black? Is that why it picked someone wearing black first? Guchinku reasoned. The people nearby heard this and immediately looked down at their clothes. Several people wearing black jeans immediately started taking off their pants. Better safe than sorry. The first question. The black cat curled up beside the scale and flicked it with its small paw. How many cats are there around me? Everyone immediately looked around, intending to count, but they didn't see a single cat. Am I blind? There are no cats here, right? Hu Yu rubbed her eyes. So, is it 0? The girl with the hair clip said, sounding very unconfident. It shouldn't be that simple, right? The salesman felt there must be a trap in this question. Could it be a brain teaser? If it asked how many fish there were, I could definitely count them. But cats, this isn't my specialty. The middle-aged man who liked fishing scratched his scalp. It feels like we are doomed. Chapter 170. All death traps on the stone platform. There was a golden scale with a black cat curled up beside it. As it asked the first question, it extended its pink, tender tongue to lick its paw, looking completely bored. However, this question fell upon everyone's ears like a summons from the Grim Reaper, as if its scythe would strike their necks at any moment to harvest their souls. The dark mist had become thinner, and visibility exceeded 50 meters, but the environment remained dim, and the silence was enough to make one's skin crawl. Not to mention the jungle of cat person statues in various poses, which seemed like they could wake up at any moment and pounce to take a bite out of everyone. The one being questioned was the man in black, but everyone was pondering the question, because it might be their turn next. You have 30 seconds to think. The black cat's small paw tapped the stone platform rhythmically. It was counting down. The man in black couldn't think of an answer at all and looked at Lin Baici for help. Great God, Lin, please save me. Your life is your own. Just give an answer you think is correct. Lin Baici shook his head. He didn't know the answer. Idiot. The salesman cursed in his heart. A cannon fodder had delivered himself to the door. Why not use him? Even if he was wrong, using him to eliminate one wrong answer would be good. In fact, Lin Baici had already considered this possibility. Because there were only so many answers the man in black could choose from. If he answered wrong, one option would naturally be eliminated. Time is up. Answer. The black cat urged. 0. The man in black replied tremblingly. What did you say? Speak louder. The black cat was displeased. Do these cat person statues count as cats? The man in black asked, answering a question with a question. The black cat looked disdainful. And I am the one asking you questions. Forget it. It seems you are also a fool. Accept your punishment. No, no. My answer is 0. The man in black guessed an answer. Answer incorrect. Punishment. After the black cat finished speaking, it flicked the golden scale. Give me another chance. The man in black panicked. Suddenly, a woman's voice rang in his ear. Since you're going to turn into a statue anyway, rush up and attack it. Fight for a hope of survival. The man in black didn't dare. He hesitated. When he finally gathered the courage to give it a try a few seconds later, he discovered that he could no longer move his body. The crowd erupted, as if they had encountered a ferocious beast, and they all retreated in unison, keeping their distance from the man in black. On his skin, certain areas began to petrify, with coin-sized black spots appearing and then spreading rapidly, covering his entire body within seconds. At the same time, a pair of cat ears sprouted from his head, and a tail emerged from behind him. Click. The man in black transformed into a cat-man statue, his expression of terror and panic frozen on his face, looking incredibly lifelike. Song Hizzy shook her head. She had used a divine grace to speak those words, hoping to use the man in black to test whether the black cat could be killed by physical means. But that guy was simply too cowardly. These cat-man statues are indeed transformed from living people. I wonder if they can ever be restored. Guqinkyu muttered to herself, filled with curiosity, and couldn't help but edge toward one of the statues to touch it. It actually still had body heat. Is there anyone who would like to volunteer? The black cat asked, its pair of intelligent, spirited cat eyes scanning the group. If you volunteer, you only need to answer 3 questions. No one responded, because if all the questions were like that, everyone felt they might as well wait for death. The black cat was not very happy. It raised a small paw, preparing to make a critique. Many people began to hide behind others, trying to stay out of sight. Xiao Bai. Huoyu did not hide. She simply moved closer to Lin Baici and hugged his arm. Jing Yingxin did the same. Xia Hongyao, being carefree, just stood right beside Lin Baici. Lin Baici saw Song Hizzy and that young man hiding behind others, and he couldn't help but curl his lips. How cowardly. Are they really not fit to be his competitors anymore? Little did he know, in the eyes of Song Hizzy and the White Puffer, Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao were just 2 idiots. As god hunters with superior combat power, why wouldn't they use that advantage? Why keep this cannon fodder around if not to use them? Lin Baici noticed that Guqinkyu wasn't hiding either. The girl was actually busy examining the statues. What are you all hiding for? The black cat was displeased, its small paw pointing 3 times in quick succession. You, and you. Come out and answer the questions. The fisherman, the girl with the hair clip, and a boy wearing a windbreaker were selected. Kai Wenqi was scared to death. She had also tried to hide near Lin Baici, but she was lucky. The black cat hadn't chosen her. First question. How many years do you think you can live? The question had actually changed, which made everyone breathe a sigh of relief because it seemed quite simple. 80 years, I suppose. This was the fisherman's minimum expectation. If he died too early, he wouldn't even be able to collect much of a pension. 60. The girl with the hair clip said it casually. She hadn't actually thought about it. 100 years. The boy in the windbreaker hadn't thought about it either. But he felt he should aim high. Except for this girl. It seems you are all people full of longing for your golden years. The black cat nodded. You have passed. Upon hearing this, the three of them were immediately overjoyed. The others were astonished. They passed just like that. The salesman felt the question was too simple. Second question. Are you willing to give me 20 years of your lifespan? The black cat asked. I'm willing. The girl with the hair clip gave her answer the moment she heard the question, not even considering what might happen if the black cat had a follow-up, because she was truly terrified. If she could leave this museum now, she would be willing to give up half her lifespan. The fisherman hesitated, because everything happening before his eyes was too bizarre, and he felt this black cat really had a way to steal 20 years of his life. The older a person gets, the less they want to die. However, the fisherman felt that currying favor with the creature was the best way to survive. I'm willing. The fisherman forced a smile. He actually wanted to add that he would give 30 years, but the words died on his lips. He didn't dare. The boy in the windbreaker was only in his 20s, very young, and he didn't care about 20 years of his life. He didn't answer immediately because he was wondering if there was a trap in the question. What if he was supposed to answer that he wasn't willing? The black cat looked at the girl with the hair clip and stroked its whiskers. I am very satisfied with your attitude. I will take 20 years of your life at an appropriate time. Okay. The girl with the hair clip nodded repeatedly. The black cat looked at the fisherman. I seem to see your reluctance. So I have decided to take 20 years of your life immediately. The black cat flicked the golden scale. Whoosh! The scale swayed up and down. The fisherman's face changed, and he immediately felt as if he were being violently drained by a syringe. His entire vitality and spirit flowed away. He instantly became exhausted. His limbs weak. His skin aged and sagged visibly to the naked eye, and many age spots appeared. His hair, which hadn't had much gray before, turned more than half white in an instant. Holy crap! Watching the fisherman suddenly become senile, everyone's heart sank. This was too terrifying, wasn't it? The boy in the windbreaker began to tremble subconsciously. The fisherman had only hesitated a moment in his answer and suffered such a punishment. He hadn't even answered yet. I'm willing. 30 years, 40 years, anything is fine. The black cat ignored the shouting boy in the windbreaker. 50 years. The boy in the windbreaker couldn't speak anymore, because his jaw had petrified. This cat doesn't care how much lifespan it gets, it just wants to be pampered. The faster the respondent answers, the happier the cat will be. It might let them go, and it might or might not come back to take their lifespan later. But if you make it unhappy, it will immediately take the respondent's lifespan. Would giving it a can of fish work? Lin Baici had some canned fish in his black alms bowl, which he had saved for himself to eat. It seemed he would need to prepare some cat food and dog food as well. Smart. It will give you back 10 years of your lifespan, the gluttonous god praised. Really? Lin Baici raised an eyebrow. If one could truly gain longevity, then this divine taboo item would be formidable indeed. What kind of sweet dream are you having? Of course it is fake. If you want to live longer, pay attention to your diet and exercise more. The third question. Are you willing to become a cat? The black cat asked. I am willing. The girl with the hair clip, having tasted the sweetness once, answered immediately. I am willing. The fisherman had learned his lesson and did not dare to delay for even half a second. Very good, as you wish. The black cat happily tapped the golden scale. The girl with the hair clip and the fisherman were dumbfounded. It wouldn't really turn them into cats, would it? The two of them guessed correctly. That was exactly what it meant. The black cat stopped asking questions and instead raised its small paw to pick new people. We were all willing. So why are you still turning us into cats? The fisherman wailed. Give us a chance. The girl with the hair clip looked at Lin Baici. Handsome, help me. Lin Baici had no way to help either. Could it be that the answer to this question should have been unwilling? Jiu Hongyao analyzed. That should not be it. Lin Baici concluded from the God Eater's commentary on the black cat's second question that the cat's questions were likely closely related to whether it was happy or not. If it was happy, the questions were simple. If it was unhappy, They would be very difficult. The girl with the hair clip was so scared that she collapsed on the ground crying and quickly turned to stone. The fisherman rushed toward the black cat, intending to kill it as a final struggle. But he turned into a statue before he could run more than a few steps. Everyone felt completely numb, feeling that this question was too difficult. What if they had answered and willing? Guchinkyu suddenly spoke up. How would you deal with them? Turn them into cat person statues. Swish. Everyone looked over, their faces full of shock. You are so brave. You actually dare to take the initiative to talk to that black cat. I really wish everyone present were such reckless people to die in my place. Since you have so much to say, why don't you answer? The black cat looked at Guchinkyu. Chinkyu, can't you have a little less curiosity? Jiu Hongyao was anxious. You will die. Cough, cough. I am used to it. Guchinkyu sighed. She had asked it off the cuff. But since she was already involved, there was no need to be afraid. Lin Baici noticed that this girl, who had a frail, Lin Baici-like air about her, was not very afraid despite being nervous, and even seemed eager to try. It has already been said that she enjoys the thrill of walking on the edge of death. One person is too few. Let's have a few more. The black cat's jewel-like eyes swept over the crowd. You three couples, come and answer the questions. The black cat chose 3 pairs of young men and women who were holding hands and leaning against each other. They were clearly couples. The first question, are you willing to become a cat? The black cat tapped the stone platform with its paw. The 3 couples were in despair. How could it be this life or death question right from the start? I am willing. I hope to become a cat in my next life to experience a different kind of life. Guchinkyu's answer came without any hesitation. And everyone could tell that this was her true sentiment, or rather, that she had considered similar questions before. For example, becoming a cat, a bird, or even a bamboo stalk in the next life. What everyone did not know was that when Guchinkyu was lying in a hospital bed as a child, unable to move for several years, she had thought about many things. Hearing Guchinkyu's answer, the 3 couples also gave the same response. Take a gamble. The black cat looked at Guchinkyu in silence. Guchinkyu stared back at the black cat. She was not very panicked. But Jiu Hongyao was very worried for her. Little Lin, help her. I have taken a liking to her and want her to be our teammate. In Jiu Hongyao's view, Lin Baichi's intelligence was very high, and he could quickly find the correct answers to these questions. The second question, between a cat and your partner, who would you choose to spend the rest of your life with? The black cat continued to ask, which made everyone perk up, as it meant that the beautiful crazy woman had answered correctly. Yes, in everyone's eyes. Even if Guchinkyu was not a lunatic, her thought process was not normal. I choose the cat, because many people are too boring. Rather than marrying such a person, spending the rest of my life with a cat is not bad at all. In Guchinkyu's heart, a partner could be a cat, a dog, or even a body pillow. Guchinkyu answered readily. But for the 3 couples, this was a life or death question. Furthermore, judging by the previous questions, they would be punished if they did not provide an answer immediately. I choose the cat. In the first couple, the woman spoke up. The man's expression changed immediately upon hearing this, and he glared at his girlfriend. I choose the cat. Choose the cat. In the second couple, the man rushed to answer. His girlfriend immediately burst into tears, looking aggrieved, and followed up with I choose the cat. The third couple had great tacit understanding. After looking at each other, they said the word cat in unison. I am very happy to hear that you like cats. But for the 2 who answered slowly, I am sorry. Accept your punishment. The black cat announced the result. In the first couple, the man shouted, woo. In the second couple, the girl cried while questioning her boyfriend. You said you would love me for a lifetime before. Were you lying to me? No matter how much dissatisfaction the 2 of them had, it was useless. They were turned to stone. Only the third couple survived. The third question, if I ran away from home because of an argument, would you take the initiative to come and find me? This is simple. The answer should be yes, right? After the man in the hoodie finished speaking, he saw the salesman and the somewhat cute girl beside the great god Lin looking at him with expressions that suggested he was beyond saving. Is that not correct? The man in the hoodie was completely confused. How could I possibly argue with you? Every mistake is my fault. You are absolutely never wrong. The boy answered too quickly, clearly having had personal experience with this. That is right. It is all my fault. The girl nodded. She was an expert at these death trap questions because that was exactly how she handled her boyfriend. The more intense the argument, the deeper the love. If these were ordinary people, I would not even have the interest to speak to them. Gu Qingqiu shrugged her shoulders. This time, two different answers appeared. Qingqiu. Jia Hongyao was worried. The black cat needs care. As long as the answer expresses this sentiment, one can pass. The fourth question. How many cats are around you? The couple heard this question and fell into immediate despair. It seems we did not make it through after all, the boy sighed. It does not matter. Being able to die with you is quite nice, as the girl spoke. She hugged her boyfriend. However, I think we should still take a guess. What do you think of the number 23? It is fantastic. The boy was caught between laughter and tears. At a time like this, you are still testing me. The number 23 was his girlfriend's birthday. Gu Qingqiu looked around. She had already counted the number of cat person statues surrounding her and was prepared to say that number. But just as she opened her mouth, Lin Baici suddenly made a sound. Lin Baici began to cough forcefully, covering his mouth and nose with his hand, looking quite uncomfortable. The entire room went silent. Lin Baici's sudden coughing startled everyone, and they all looked toward him. Song Hizzy noticed that a Western-style oil lamp had appeared in Lin Baici's left hand. Is that a divine relic? Otherwise, why would he be carrying something like that? It could not possibly be for lighting, could it? Gu Qingqiu, you must notice this. Lin Baici did not look up and did not make eye contact with Gu Qingqiu, as he was worried about being discovered by the black cat, once identified as cheating. Both of them might be turned into cat person statues. Lin Baici dared to help Gu Qingqiu partly because of Jia Hongyao's plea, and partly because he wanted to test the answer to see if the number of black cats he saw was correct. Of course, that day in the library, this girl had also left a good impression on Lin Baici. Help where I can. Gu Qingqiu was very intelligent. The moment Lin Baici coughed, she knew that this boy must have discovered some key detail and wanted to remind her. Otherwise, given the caution he had displayed, he would not have coughed so loudly. He did this clearly to attract her attention. Gu Qingqiu immediately noticed Lin Baici's right hand covering his mouth and nose. Since he needed to convey numerical information, using his hands was certainly the fastest way. Gu Qingqiu saw that Lin Baici first covered his mouth with his entire palm, then curled his pinky and ring finger. This clearly represented two numbers, 5 and 3. Then she saw Lin Baici clench his hand and immediately repeat those two gestures in succession. Gu Qingqiu answered, her voice clear. The couple had been prepared to report their birthday number, but seeing Gu Qingqiu so decisive, they immediately chose to follow her lead. The two said in unison, they were not geniuses, but their intelligence was certainly not low. Since this girl knew that God Lin, it was very likely she had received a hint from him. The black cat was silent, its large, jewel-like eyes examined Gu Qingqiu, and a few seconds later, it looked at Lin Baici. Did something happen that I am unaware of? Everyone held their breath, waiting for the black cat to announce the result. Chapter 171 Offering to the Cat God. The black cat extended a small paw, licked it, and then nudged the golden scale. The fifth question. Are you willing to dance with me? Hearing the black cat continue to ask questions, everyone let out a solid sigh of relief, followed by excitement. Great. That girl who seemed to have an abnormal train of thought got it right. In the eyes of these people, the black cat asking how many cats were around was a death sentence. As long as it asked, they would surely die, because there was no clue at all. And to guess the right answer, even the favorite child of the goddess of luck would likely fail. But now, this girl had answered correctly. Everyone looked at Gu Qingqiu with surprise and curiosity, wanting to know how she had deduced that number. A small portion of the people recalled the sound of Lin Baici's cough and looked at him. Could it be related to him? Willing. Gu Qingqiu blinked her moist, large eyes, looking at the black cat with excitement. Do you want to dance with me like this? Or in your cat person form? The black cat had originally stood up and taken a step, preparing to jump off the high platform, but Gu Qingqiu's words, combined with her expression, made its footsteps freeze. Is this girl a lunatic? Willing. the couple said in unison, their faces filled with anxiety. They had already prepared themselves to live and die together. But now that they had recklessly made it to the final question, they began to worry about gains and losses, feeling a psychological burden. Come and dance quickly, Gu Qingqiu urged. She even took a wet wipe out of her bag, carefully wiped her hands, and then sprayed some alcohol on them. This was her habitual preparation before petting a cat. Seeing this, the black cat turned around and lay back down in front of the golden scale. You have passed, you may leave now, the black cat announced, causing the couple to be overjoyed and embrace each other on the spot. Are we not dancing anymore? Gu Qingqiu looked at the black cat, her eyes unable to hide her disappointment. Such fine fur must feel amazing to touch. The black cat did not want to sneak with Gu Qingqiu. It even wanted to smash this golden scale onto her head. Student Lin, if it asks me how many cats are around later, could you please help me out? Kai Wenqi pleaded in a low, humble voice. Those standing near Lin Baici heard this and couldn't help but be stunned. Could that crazy girl's success in passing the test be related to the great Lin? Kai Wenqi wasn't sure if it had anything to do with Lin Baici. But asking for help was never a bad idea. Gu Qingqiu walked back, stood in front of Lin Baici, and looked into his eyes. Because of her chronic anemia, her slightly pale red lips moved. Thank you. Lin Baici smiled slightly. It was fortunate that Gu Qingqiu was quick-witted and understood his hand gestures instantly. If it had been the high ponytail girl with the D-grade intelligence, she would have been done for. How did you count the 53 cats? The salesman saw Gu Qingqiu's lip movements and understood that it was indeed Lin Baici who had intervened. But how did he manage it? His gaze then shifted to the oil lamp in Lin Baici's hand. Could it be related to this object? Gu Qingqiu also glanced at the oil lamp in Lin Baici's hand. But even though she was desperate to know the answer, she held back. No rush. I can observe him secretly anyway. A smile involuntarily spilled from the corners of Gu Qingqiu's mouth, and she hummed a little tune happily, as she had found another interesting recreational activity. As expected of my vice-captain, Gu Qingqiu had survived, and Jia Hongyao excitedly stretched out her right hand and wrapped it around Lin Baiqi's neck. How does that saying go? You can always trust the great Lin. Hu Yuyu was not panicked. Standing with Lin Baici gave her a sense of complete security. Exactly. Jia Hongyao nodded heavily and reached out to ruffle Lin Baici's hair vigorously. Song Hizzy and the white pufferfish were scrutinizing the oil lamp in Lin Baici's hand. Damn it! This kid really has a lot of good things on him. There is no doubt about it. He must be the boy toy kept by Jia Hongmian's family. The black cat looked at Lin Baici. It wanted to say, you coughed so loudly just now. Why don't you answer the questions this time? But for some reason, when its gaze met this human's, it suddenly felt a sense of palpitations. Forget it. I will ignore him. The black cat disregarded Lin Baici, waved its little paw, and pointed at 7 more people. Hu Yu and Jin Yingxin were both chosen, along with the man in the hoodie, and 4 other young people. They all shared one common trait. They were all single. But the Korean girl was a bit worried. Xiaobai, I'm counting on you. Hu Yu had never cheated in her life, and she never expected that the first time would be for the sake of survival. The pressure was quite high. Lin Baici opened his backpack, took out 4 cans of dace with salted black beans and a bag of sausages, and handed them to Hu Yu and Jin Yingxin. Go quickly. Offer them to the black cat first, Lin Baici urged. Brother Lin. The man in the hoodie looked at Lin Baici pitifully, like a stray dog begging for food. Lin Baici did not have many fish cans because he didn't particularly like them. He had bought them purely to balance his nutrition and add some seafood to his diet. After all, the space inside the black om's bowl was so large that it would be a waste not to fill it. Hu Yu and Jin Yingxin took the items and immediately ran to the stone platform. The black cat stood up and watched them cautiously. These are offerings. Hu Yu gestured with her hands. She had raised cats before and had experience as a poop scooper. So she deftly tore open the sausages and opened the fish cans, placing them respectfully in front of the black cat. Jin Yingxin followed suit. The black cat looked at the 2 girls, then at the food in front of it, and sniffed hard. It actually smelled quite good. The black cat walked over to the fish can, extended its little tongue, licked it, and began to eat. Seeing this, The other four people also ran over. Great Lin, please have mercy, I beg you. I will kowtow to you. One boy actually knelt down. There was no other way. If they couldn't answer the questions, they would truly turn into statues. He didn't want to die, regardless of whether it was useful or not. He had to ask first. Lin Baici couldn't bring himself to watch these people die. So, he took out 5 more portions of offerings, prepared to give them away. Student Lin Kai Wenqi was anxious, worried that there wouldn't be a portion left for her. Don't panic. I saved some for you. Lin Baici comforted her. For the sake of their childhood friendship, he had to help Kai Wenqi. Kai Wenqi raised her arm and wiped away her tears. She felt both fortunate and regretful. Fortunate to have met Lin Baici through Li Wei, but regretful as to why she wasn't a student at Haijing University of Science and Technology. If I had known, I would have studied harder back in high school. Thank you, Great Lin. The 5 people were overjoyed. But just at this moment, Song Hizzy walked over quickly. Wait. Song Hizzy grabbed Lin Baici's wrist. What are you doing? The 5 people looked at her fiercely. Song Hizzy didn't even glance at them. She looked into Lin Baici's eyes. Her tone solemn. Things are valued for their scarcity. The black cat has already received so much food. If you offer more now, the effect will likely be minimal. Upon hearing this, the man in the hoodie and the other 4 were ignited with rage. What do you mean by that? Are you trying to watch us die? What does Lin's stuff have to do with you, Great Lin? Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. The 5 of them started berating her, wishing they could tear this woman in the red trench coat apart. You aren't my family, so why can't I watch you die? Song Hizzy was speechless. Are these people sick in the head? Save you. Does anyone owe you anything? Cold-blooded scum, Great Lin. You are a good person. Don't listen to her. The 5 young people looked at Lin Baici in a panic, worried that this boy would listen to her words and refuse to give anything to everyone. Lin Baici frowned. To be honest, the attitude these 5 people were showing now made him somewhat annoyed. As for the possibility that Song Hizzy mentioned that offering too many tributes might be ineffective, he had also considered it. The system. Except for the guy in the hoodie, the other 4 are ungrateful people. Hearing this evaluation, Lin Baici immediately made a decision. He gave the guy in the hoodie a can and some ham. But as for the others, he would let it be. Great God Lin, what about mine? Great God, I don't want to die. Please help me. Great God, we trusted you. That is why we followed you. Are you really this cold-blooded? One man accused Lin Baici. Lin Baici frowned. And just as he was about to speak, Kai Wenqi had already lashed out. Student Lin has already said it several times that following him would be dangerous. It was you who insisted on following. Kai Wenqi spat out venom. Do you think I don't know about your little schemes to cling to a powerful person? Stop with the moral kidnapping here, cold-blooded. Have you forgotten that you are all alive until now thanks to Great God Lin? The salesman, in order to win Lin Baici's favor, also joined in the attack. The guy in the hoodie ran hurriedly toward the black cat, opened the items, and offered them up. Hit God, this is my tribute. The black cat took a look and pulled them toward itself with its paw. They are all mine. It is settled. The guy in the hoodie quietly breathed a sigh of relief. The first question. If this young man dies, you can survive. Are you willing for him to die while eating the canned fish? The black cat stretched out a paw and pointed at Lin Baici. Huo Yu and Jin Yingshan immediately gave their answer, not willing. The guy in the hoodie hesitated for a moment and shook his head. Among the other 4 people, 3 were conflicted. They wanted to answer willing, but that would definitely offend Lin Baici. With his combat power, even if they escaped this hurdle, they would still die. The man who had used moral kidnapping to call Lin Baici cold-blooded spoke up directly. Willing. Lin Baici looked at this guy. His facial features, with a sharp mouth and narrow forehead, carried an air of meanness and lack of gratitude. The system. In the face of death, the bottom line of some people will be very low. The gluttonous god chuckled. As a king at the top of the food chain, you can sympathize with these weaklings when you are full and bored. But do not forget your instinct to hunt. The law of the jungle has been the same since ancient times. The black cat looked at Jin Yingshan and Huo Yu, then glanced at the guy in the hoodie. Although the answers of you 3 make me very dissatisfied, considering that you offered tributes, I have decided to spare you. The guy in the hoodie was overjoyed. The black cat ignored the other four people and stared at Lin Baici. Are you not afraid of death? Why don't you hurry up and take out the delicacies? Everyone looked at each other in dismay. So this question of yours was just to threaten him and demand food. If you offer a tribute, I will allow you to leave. The black cat took a bite of the fish. Delightful. Little Lin, hurry up and give it the cans, Xiaohong urged. If I give you all the food, can I take them away? Lin Baici negotiated. That depends on how much delicacy there is. If there is enough, I will allow you to take your friends away. The black cat was not stupid either, licking its paw. Only limited to your friends. Should I count as his friend? Kai Wenqi was nervous. Great God, Lin. Once we get out, I will definitely treat you to a good meal. The salesman said with a fawning smile. Great God, give me a chance. I still have a family to support. I cannot die. Then, why didn't you go to work and instead had time to come to the museum to see the exhibition? Everyone was clamoring. Shut up, all of you. Lin Baici scolded. No rush. You think about it first. The black cat's small paw fumbled with a can, looking at the three people who had not yet answered. What are your answers? Two were willing, one was not. To think for so long, you lack sincerity. The black cat looked on with contempt. Accept your punishment. Signs of petrification quickly appeared on the three people's bodies. I answered quickly. I am very sincere. The man with the narrow forehead could no longer care about whether he offended Lin Baici or not. Living one more second was better. The next question. How many black cats are around me? The black cat asked. The man with the narrow forehead was in despair. He looked around. Who would know this? So, holding onto his last hope, he looked at Gu Qingqiu. I beg you, help me. You have chosen the wrong person to ask for help. Gu Qingqiu's expression was cold. The man with the narrow forehead looked at Lin Baici, let out a scoff, and cursed. I curse you all to die in this museum. After saying that, he suddenly turned and rushed toward the black cat. Since he could not answer the question, he would kill it. But he had only run 3 steps before his entire body was petrified. Everyone was struck dumb with fear. Lin Baici pondered whether he could kill it from a distance with the bronze sword or the champion dart. With the canned fish, the black cat's temper improved quite a bit. It lay lazily on the stone platform, its tone becoming sluggish. Next batch, you. The salesman and the white pufferfish were pointed out, along with 3 other couples. Damn it. The white pufferfish was chosen and felt very annoyed. In order to maximize his benefits, he pointed at Lin Baici and asked the black cat, why didn't you choose him? If you want delicacies, I can also get them for you. Top-tier caviar, truffles, foie gras. You can have whatever you want to eat. Hearing about these foods, the black cat's throat seemed to swallow, but its voice was sharp and angry, and its small paw slapped the stone platform hard. Are you teaching me how to do things? The black cat questioned. No, I just wanted to answer the questions with him, the white pufferfish quibbled. Great God, Lin. It seems your reputation precedes you. The salesman flattered him. Lin Baici thought to himself, precedes my foot. This guy is just trying to drag me down to hell with him. The black cat did not really want to ask Lin Baici a question, but this human actually did not take the initiative to offer a tribute. It was simply outrageous. He had to be taught a lesson. You. The black cat pointed at Lin Baici. Come out and answer the question. Human, if you are smart, you will quickly offer up all your canned goods, and I might spare your life. Appa, hurry and offer the tribute. Jin Yingxin was worried. That guy is so annoying. Huo Yu hated that young man to death. She would find an opportunity to give him a good beating with her drunken immortal fist. Offer a tribute, and you can leave safely. Or take a gamble and capture this black cat. There are several divine graces on this golden scale, which would be a huge harvest, but if you fail, you will turn into a statue. The gluttonous god commented. In the kitchen, there will always be cats and mice visiting. Lin Baici raised an eyebrow when he heard this. What did the gluttonous god mean by this? Could something related to the kitchen finish off this cat? Lin Baici immediately thought of the gluttonous apron and the butcher mask. Could it be that after catching this cat, he should dissect it? Would that scare it into submission? That did not seem to make much sense. The black cat waited for a few seconds, and seeing that Lin Baici remained indifferent, it became angry. Human, I will let you know the consequences of offending the cat god. The first question. How many black cats are around me? Everyone's gaze immediately turned to Lin Baici, like a group of failing students during a final exam, eagerly waiting for the top student, Lin Baici, to pass them a note. Oppa. What is wrong? Jing Yingxin did not understand why he did not just offer the tribute. Xiao Bai. Hu Yuyu was also confused. Great God. Answer quickly. The salesman was anxious to death. Could it be that little Lindsay has found the key to purifying this rule-based pollution? Jia Hongyao was excited. Gu Qingqiu looked at Lin Baici, her heart filled with joy. Taking an unconventional path and meeting the challenge head-on, Lin Baici did not offer a tribute to seek a safe passage, which made her favorability toward him skyrocket. Because she liked this type of man, Lin Baici looked calm. He walked forward a few steps, his gaze sweeping around the black cat. In his left hand, he carried an oil lamp. Its light was not very strong, but it was enough to cover the stone platform. In the eyes of others, there was only one black cat and one golden scale on the platform, but Lin Baici could see that there were many other cats lying on it. They were of all different colors. They seemed to notice that Lin Baici could see them, and they all looked at him in unison. Lin Baici did not meet their gazes, pretending he could not see them. This oil lamp is truly a good item. Lin Baici gripped the handle of the oil lamp tightly. It was called the Ghost Spirit Oil Lamp. When a person carried it, they could see things that were normally invisible to the human eye. Lin Baici did not answer immediately. He looked at the white pufferfish. 36. The white pufferfish cursed inwardly. He did not dare to hesitate because the situation was clear. Lin Baici could live as long as he offered a tribute. He, however, could not. 36. Lin Baici followed up with the answer. His brow furrowed slightly. It seemed this young man possessed a divine taboo item or divine grace that allowed him to see those black cats. The salesman and the other three couples heard Lin Baici's answer and immediately gave their own. The second question. Before the black cat could finish, it was interrupted by the white pufferfish. This isn't fair. They are stealing my answers, the white pufferfish accused. Who stole your answers? That is right. We saw them ourselves. You really know how to flatter yourself. The crowd cursed him. Shut up. The black cat roared. The second question. How many black cats are around you? Chapter 172. Petty Tricks. Daring to show off before an expert. Swish. The few people being questioned looked at Lin Baici in unison, waiting for an answer. Lin Baici frowned. Under the illumination of the Ghost Spirit Oil Lamp, he saw that the number of black cats around each person was different. Is there another trap? Lin Baici counted carefully once. 16. He was still not at ease. So, he widened his eyes, pricked up his ears, and even activated his 100 flavors in one breath, calling upon all his senses to try and confirm the number of black cats around him more accurately. Do not look at me. I cannot take care of you, Lin Baici said truthfully. Seek help from others. The three couples and the salesman were plunged into despair upon hearing this. Great God, Lin, you cannot just stand by and watch us die. I beg you. My family is very rich. I will give you money, lots of money, the 7 people begged. But seeing that Lin Baici was truly unable to help them, they turned to the white pufferfish, begging him to intervene. Heh, I can indeed see the black cats around. But why should I tell you? The white pufferfish smiled, finding it quite amusing. Wait for death. Bye-bye, you motherfucker. A man was provoked and lunged at the white pufferfish. The white pufferfish sneered, and with a right fist full of pent-up frustration, he slammed it into the man's face. The man was sent flying. Half of his jawbone shattered, and a third of his face caved in. Does anyone else want to taste my fist? The white pufferfish grinned viciously. Cat God. There are 11 cats around me. Do you want to ask me about the colors of these cats as well? He was doing this to put psychological pressure on Lin Baici. I have 16 around me, 7 black, 3 yellow, and 6 white, Lin Baici replied. The latter categories referred to the colors of the cats. When the white puffer heard Lin Baici state even that, his expression turned regretful and grave. Damn it. My psychological warfare tactic actually reminded him. I have 5 black, 4 yellow, and 2 white, the white puffer added. Great God, Lin, you have answered. Can you help me check mine? The salesman cried out. Lin Baici did not tell him the answer earlier. Everyone's answers were the same, and these people followed suit without issue. Now, if Lin Baici were to tell them the answer individually, what if there were hidden rules that forbade such actions? One had to be on guard. The black cat was very annoyed and wanted to bare its fangs. Why did you have to answer correctly? Am I lacking this one answer from you? What I am lacking is this kind of delicious canned fish. The third question. How many cats are around you? The black cat pushed the golden scale forcefully. Lin Baici wanted to say, are you ever going to finish? Are you obsessed with cats? Help, help. The salesman and the three couples all turned into cat-human statues. Even the struggling expressions on their faces were lifelike. No one cared about their life or death. Everyone was watching Lin Baici and the white puffer. Lin Baici scanned the area with his gaze and listened intently. No, it is 17. There is a sound behind those two cat-human statues, clearly. There is one hiding behind each. Lin Baici prepared to report the answer. But when his peripheral vision caught sight of the salesman, he closed his mouth again. He is a god hunter, possessing divine favors and divine taboo items. He called me out to answer questions. This already counts as forming a grudge. How could he not be plotting against me, or rather, has the plotting already begun? Lin Baici crossed his arms over his chest with his left hand and rubbed his chin with his right, thinking from the other perspective. For Lin Baici, the key to discovering the black cat was clearly this oil lamp. So, he would definitely focus his attacks on it. As long as it was shattered, the opponent would have no tricks left. But why hadn't he done it? This indicated that the opponent had tampered with things elsewhere. From this, it could be deduced that the sound behind the two cat-human statues might not have been made by cats, but was an illusion created by the opponent. The white puffer gave his answer, his tone very confident. He did not look at Lin Baici, but between his brows, a look of certainty had already emerged. Kid, you are finished. Why has student Lin stopped answering? Kai Wenqi was nervous. Could it be that he doesn't know? Don't panic. This is psychological warfare. Jiu Hongyao was very certain, with Lin Baici's intelligence, he could easily crush this young man. Lin Baici gave his answer. He still had the red clay figurine, which could be used as a scout. The black cat was depressed. He had answered correctly again. Next question. Before the black cat could finish, the white puffer interrupted. Wait, this Cuva isn't fair. You are favoring him, I am not. The black cat retorted. In any case, we don't know the correct answer either. Isn't it all up to you to decide? The white puffer provoked it. Count them yourself. The black cat sat up and patted its two small paws. Clap, clap. The cats around Lin Baici that were originally invisible all revealed their forms. Isn't this 15? He answered wrong. It seems it really isn't fair. People discussed it heatedly. To be honest, although Lin Baici had saved them, there were a few dark-minded individuals who were actually very annoyed with him in their hearts. They wished for his misfortune. Why is it that everyone else is trembling with fear, while you are handling it with ease? Little Bai won't be wrong. You shouted. That's right. Appa will absolutely not be wrong. Jing Yingxian glared at these people with cold eyes. Lin Baici pointed to a statue 10 meters away from him at the 2 o'clock position. There is one behind that. Everyone looked over. A black cat walked out from behind the statue. The white puffer's expression turned dejected. He knew that the trap he had dug had been seen through. Damn it. This guy is very sharp. Lin Baici pointed to another statue. You used some method to create a disturbance behind it, trying to mislead me. Did you think I wouldn't know? A petty thief, playing such cheap tricks. Daring to show off in front of an expert. Ridiculous, Lin Baici retorted. Though mainly to make the opponent lose his composure, Song Hizzy frowned deeply. Has this guy really only been a god hunter for a little over 2 months? She began to worry. Is it really a good idea for the Lost Coast to provoke such a formidable newcomer? This guy actually plays dirty. Kai Wenqi was indignant. How shameless. Little Lin is doing great. Jia Hongyao put her hands on her hips and laughed loudly. Do you know how fierce my vice captain is now? I will crush you. Gu Qingqiu couldn't help but applaud. The next question. Are you willing to abandon your family and spend the rest of your lives with me? The black cat asked, solemnly warning, if you choose me, your family members will turn into statues. The crowd was dumbfounded. Isn't this question too sinister? Moreover, They didn't really believe that this black cat could turn people thousands of miles away into statues. The black cat was very intelligent and guessed what these people were thinking. It took a bite of a sausage and looked at them. I cannot turn your family into statues immediately, but I will plant a curse. As soon as you come into contact with your family, they will be finished. The white puffer took a deep breath. I am willing to spend the rest of my life with you and buy you the most delicious food every day. The black cat slammed a paw onto the stone platform and roared at White Puffer. What do you take me for, pet? I am the cat god. If I want to eat something, people will offer it to me voluntarily. I do not need your charity. Afterward, it looked at Lin Baici. Answer the question. It had run out of patience. Since you will not offer a tribute, I will simply take it by force. As a cat god, the black cat actually preferred not to resort to robbery, as it felt beneath its dignity. Do it. Answer that you are willing, and you will turn into a statue. Otherwise, your family will turn into statues, the food god commented. In short, someone had to die for this question. I will wait for him to turn into a statue before I answer. Lin Baici smiled slightly. What? White Puffer was startled. Could I have answered incorrectly? He hurriedly looked down to check. Damn it. Spots were appearing on his body, so many of them. These were signs of petrification. White Puffer felt a surge of panic and suddenly lunged toward the black cat. Clang! He yanked off his belt, and the object instantly transformed into a snake, opening its fanged maw and flicking its tongue as it bit toward the black cat. This was a divine taboo item known as the snake whip. If he could not win through wit, he would win through brute force. The black cat's fur stood on end as it sprang from the stone platform and leaped into the distance. It let out a cry, and the surrounding cat person statues instantly came to life, pouncing toward White Puffer. White Puffer swung the snake whip. Snap, snap. The whip struck the statues, shattering their heads instantly. Bang, bang, skull after skull cracked. Brains splattered everywhere, and the bodies stumbled forward a few steps before collapsing to the ground. White Puffer wanted to grab the golden scale on the stone platform, but he discovered it had vanished. Little Lin, should we take him down? Jia Hongyao asked, gripping her short blade. Lin Baici flicked his wrist and threw the bronze sword. Whoosh! The bronze sword shot out with extreme speed, appearing before White Puffer in the blink of an eye. White Puffer swung the snake whip. The bronze sword was knocked away. Whoosh! A stone the size of a walnut suddenly shot out from behind a statue 5 meters away from White Puffer, aiming for his head. White Puffer waved his left hand. The flying stone was swatted away. Just you, White Puffer sneered. If he weren't in a rush to kill the black cat and resolve his crisis, he would have definitely slaughtered Lin Baici first. He could feel that as the spots spread, his limbs were becoming increasingly stiff. The cat person statues threw themselves at White Puffer like suicide soldiers, fearless of death, preventing him from getting close to the black cat. However, aside from their sheer numbers, they posed no threat to an expert like White Puffer. As his snake whip lashed out, he left a trail of corpses in his wake. Jia Hongyao intercepted him, her short blade drawn. Clang. White Puffer blocked the strike, his expression turning grave. As expected of Jia Hongmian's sister. So strong, I swear, I can spare your lives. White Puffer stared at Lin Baici. You should know that if we don't kill this black cat, none of us will be able to escape. Don't trouble yourself, I can do it on my own. Lin Baici had already figured out how to deal with the black cat. Stupid, arrogant. White Puffer cursed. He went all out, forcing back Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao, and continued to chase the black cat. Jia Hongyao might not be the brightest, but her combat prowess and execution were off the charts, and she didn't fear death. No matter what rank of god hunter you were, she had one approach: charge. The black cat darted and hid among the statues, its figure flickering in and out of sight. This was only because White Puffer possessed the divine grace of spirit vision that he could see it. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't even be able to find the black cat, let alone kill it. Of course, Lin Baici's ghost spirit lantern could also reveal the black cat's exact location, but the problem was that killing it was less beneficial than keeping it alive. Most god hunters, when faced with rule-based contamination, would first gather intelligence and attempt to clear the level to claim the divine taboo item. If that failed, they would resort to brute force, just like now. When White Puffer saw that he couldn't win through wit, he decisively chose to kill by force. "Help me," White Puffer shouted. Everyone heard this and felt a bit nervous. Who was he calling to? White Puffer had barely interacted with Song Hizzy before. Even when they walked together, they seemed like strangers passing by, so they assumed Lin Baici hadn't realized the two of them knew each other. Song Hizzy didn't move, because she felt that White Puffer had little hope of survival. As for killing Lin Baici, she believed she could handle it alone, and she could do it at any time. Damn it! White Puffer wanted to blurt out Song Hizzy's name to force her to join the fight, but the words died on his lips. He didn't dare to shout it. He was worried it would backfire, causing Song Hizzy to choose to kill him and make peace with Lin Baici instead. If that happened, his family would be doomed. White Puffer had no chance left. Entangled by Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao, he couldn't get close to the black cat. As the spots on his body spread over a larger area, his movements quickly became stiff, and his combat effectiveness plummeted. Jia Hongyao kicked White Puffer away. When White Puffer flew back, landed, and rolled a few times, he could no longer get up. He had petrified. He had become a cat person statue. Why did it take him so long to turn into a statue? Kai Wenqi didn't understand, and she felt both worried and fearful, as this guy had looked quite fierce. Because he is a god hunter. Huo Yuyu looked at these people. Who was his companion? Ku Qingqiu nodded. This was an obvious answer. God hunters had stronger bodies, so their resistance to petrification was significantly higher. Song Hizzy watched all of this with indifference. If Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao hadn't interfered, White Puffer probably would have been able to kill the black cat. It was just that, in doing so, a divine taboo item would have been lost. I will wait a little longer. Perhaps this Lin Baici has a way to subdue it, and when the time comes, I will kill him and seize the treasure all at once. The crisis was averted, and the black cat jumped onto the head of a cat person statue. The black cat was furious. "You actually dared to attack me. I will turn you all into statues. Everyone, answer the question. Are you willing to turn into statues and become my slaves?" "It was him who wanted to kill you, not us," Kai Wenqi argued. "That is right. And Xiao Bai and Sister Hongyao saved you." Huo Yuyu was very angry. "Shut up. I do not want to listen. I only want you all to die." The black cat shrieked. "Answer the question quickly." Meow. The black cat could not finish its sentence, as it turned into a simple meow, and the sound was filled with terror and panic. What the hell? What is going on? What is this now? Who is this middle-aged woman? Everyone was shocked, flustered, and scared to death. Song Hizzy's pupils shrank violently. A burly woman with a broad back and thick waist, nearly 2 meters tall, with arms thick enough for a horse to run on, suddenly appeared behind the cat person statue. She grabbed the black cat by the scruff of its neck and lifted it up. The woman was wearing clean, coarse linen clothes, an apron, and a white square kerchief wrapped around her head. "Where is my porridge?" The cook spun around in place, her expression furious. "Where is my big pot of porridge?" Everyone saw that when the woman turned, her back was exposed, and a kitchen knife was tucked into the apron strings at her waist. "It is that cook," Huo Yuyu exclaimed. She had a deep impression of this cook, whose voice was bold and who was even more fierce than Sun Ernian of Liangshan. After all, back at the Xiangji kitchen in Longshan Temple, everyone had drunk the porridge she cooked. The porridge was delicious, but the person was truly ruthless. If a guest could not identify the ingredients in the porridge, they would be beaten to death by this cook and thrown into the stove to be burned as firewood. Did Lin Baici summon her? Ku Qingqiu was curious. Is she also a divine taboo item? Jia Hongyao looked at Lin Baici, waiting for an explanation. It should be resolved now. Lin Baici smiled slightly. The gluttonous god was right. It was like the food chain, where one thing conquers another. Once the black cat was grabbed by the cook, it wilted immediately. It held its head with both paws and shrank its neck, looking like an unlucky thief caught stealing dried fish. "Who stole my fortune, prosperity, and longevity porridge?" The cook roared, swung the black cat, and prepared to smash it onto the ground. Lin Baici shouted. The cook looked over. "It is you." The cook still remembered Lin Baici. "Please calm down. I will help you find your pot as soon as possible." After hearing the gluttonous god's commentary, Lin Baici realized that when the rules of the Black Altar Bowl were unleashed, a Shangji kitchen would appear. Perhaps the cook who made the porridge had a way to deal with this black cat. Thus, he injected divine power into the Black Altar Bowl to activate it. If he had to drink porridge this time, even without the gluttonous god's commentary, Lin Baici was confident he could pass. This was because after the divine grace of the wine pool and meat forest was activated, it could enhance his appreciation for fine food and wine, allowing him to taste the best flavor of a dish and understand the mindset of the chef who prepared it. Coupled with the one breath, 100 flavors ability, Lin Baici felt he should not fall to this kind of rule pollution. However, he had not expected that there would be no Shangji kitchen, only the cook appearing. Could it be because this is a divine rune created by a god, and the rule pollution of the Black Altar Bowl has been suppressed? Lin Baici guessed. Fine, you had better be quick, the cook urged, then looked at the black cat in her hand. How do you want to deal with this little thing? Keep it in the Shangji kitchen to catch mice, Lin Baici suggested. That works too. The cook nodded, and then her body gradually turned into a phantom and disappeared. The black cat disappeared along with her. Everyone looked at Lin Baici, feeling anxious and uneasy. Is it over? Lin Baici ignored them and immediately rushed to the stone platform. Because the golden scale had appeared again, he reached out and snatched it into his hands. This kid really has a lot of divine taboo items. Song Hizzy narrowed her eyes. If she killed him, she would hit the jackpot. However, now was not the time to act. She would wait until they left this divine ruin. Song Hizzy also sensed that something was wrong. Because there was no impact from a falling meteor, she felt that they might have encountered a legendary god this time. Therefore, she had to keep this Lin Baici alive. With him around, the probability of breaking through this divine rune was much higher. Lin Baici did not know that his performance along the way had conquered Song Hizzy. Cat God Scale. After the rule pollution is unleashed, it will ask random questions. If you answer incorrectly, you will turn into a cat person statue. Yippee. There is divine grace on this. Hurry up and eat, the gluttonous god urged. Chapter 173 Divine Grace Obtained. Cat-like agility. How many portions are there? The cat god scale felt heavy in his hand. Lin Baici weighed it and estimated it to be over 30 pounds. 5 portions. The gluttonous god thought it was very reasonable. This is a divine taboo item from a place polluted by a god's radiation. How can it be compared to those inferior goods radiated by divine remains? Lin Baici thought that made sense. A piece of divine remains was only so big, yet it was so powerful. If it were a living god, does this not mean that gods are even harder to kill? Lin Baici's scalp tingled. Find an opportunity to take a shot at it. If you can eat it, eat it. If you cannot, the gluttonous god urged, start the meal. To slender arms, seemingly condensed from starlight, extended from Lin Baici's shoulders. They brushed over the cat god scale and grabbed into the air, easily pulling out 2 balls of light. The light orbs looked like soap bubbles under the sun, colorful and iridescent, with a pale golden ball wrapped inside, resembling a small sun. Song Hizzy saw this scene, and her pupils constricted sharply. Divine grace, what is this? When she was curious, as it looked like something good. Are all 5 divine graces the same? Lin Baici had read quite a few posts on the Origin forum and had gained some experience. Basically, the divine graces appearing on a single divine relic, no matter how many there were mostly the same. Only in very rare cases would different divine graces appear. The divine graces appearing on divine remains could be as few as 1 or 2, or as many as 3 or 4. Lin Baici did not know how the large organizations that studied divine remains used them, but in any case, the forum said that this thing could not be consumed directly. Even dragon-level god hunters could not do it. Lin Baici guessed that he could eat it and directly obtain the divine grace upon it, which should be related to the God Eater. The question was to moronic, and the God Eater did not want to answer. Thanks for the divine gift. Lin Baici heard the God Eater reciting the pre-meal prayer and hurriedly opened his mouth. The arms held the ball of light and stuffed it into Lin Baici's mouth. The ball of light entered his mouth and burst. As soon as the golden little ball touched his tongue, it immediately melted, turning into a stream of heat that surged into Lin Baici's stomach. Lin Baici's head felt as if it had been pierced by 10,000 arrows. A violent pain struck. lasting for about 7 or 8 seconds before disappearing. Then, some mysterious knowledge emerged in his mind, branded onto his neurons. Cat-like agility. Once this divine grace is activated, your posture and movements will become as light, agile, and elegant as a wild cat. None of your actions will ever produce noise again. At night, your neural sensitivity will greatly increase. Your predatory instincts will be enhanced, and your vision will also be improved. If you do not overeat and only eat until you are 70% full at each meal, your body lines will be as slender and delicate as a wild cat, and you will never have to worry about gaining weight. This information felt as if Lin Baici had been born knowing it. After analyzing it, he was overjoyed. This divine grace was super awesome. Hong Yao, open your mouth. Lin Baici pulled Jia Hong Yao to his side. What are you doing? After the girl with the high ponytail finished speaking, before she could react, Lin Baici's two slender arms were already holding the ball of light and shoving it into her mouth. It was too deep, and Jia Hong Yao instinctively gagged. Don't spit it out. Lin Baici was startled. It would be a huge waste if she spat it out. With the God Eater around, it was impossible to let Jia Hong Yao spit out the divine grace. What kind of divine grace is it? Hu Yu had experience now. I knew what was going on. She watched Jia Hong Yao eat the divine grace, feeling curious and envious, though not jealous. In any case, under these circumstances, giving the divine grace to Jia Hong Yao was the most cost-effective choice. It was impossible to give it to a small fry like her anyway. Jin Yingxin's expression was slightly dim. She knew she was an ordinary person and a Korean, so her chances of being assigned a divine grace were not high. But who could not have a wishful thought? The Korean girl had once hoped that she was the most special one in Lin Baici's heart. But I will not give up, as long as he is not married. No, even if he is married and has a bunch of children, I still have a chance. Jin Yingxin, you must work hard. The Korean girl cheered herself on. When it came to her figure, she was very confident. Although this Jia Hong Yao was even more well-endowed than her, her IQ was not up to par. And there was no need to mention that ribbonfish girl, Hu Yu. Touching her felt like touching bones. When it came to attitude, this Jia Hong Yao was left in the dust. Her head was full of women challenging divine runes. What did she know about love? Cat-like agility. Jia Hong Yao said it as soon as she opened her mouth, with no intention of hiding it at all. Lin Baici reached out and tapped the high ponytail's head. What are you doing? Don't you see so many strangers here, especially that Song Hizi, the enemy? Yu Yingxin, come over, Lin Baici urged. After the God Eater finished feeding Jia Hong Yao, it grabbed to more balls of light from above. Even we have some. Hu Yu was excited. Jin Yingxin pursed her lips. Damn it, I want to offer myself out if Appa agrees. I can do it right now. There are so many people watching. As long as Appa doesn't mind, I don't care. Song Hizi did not expect that there were actually 4 divine graces on this cat god scale. She suddenly felt a little regretful. She should have cooperated with the white pufferfish just now and joined forces to kill Lin Baici. If this divine grace was powerful, it would definitely make a fortune on the black market. But it was too late for regrets. The divine grace had already been taken out. There was no way to preserve this thing. It had to be consumed as soon as possible, or it would dissipate into the air. Great God Lin, can you sell one to me? Song Hizi asked with a smiling face and an excellent attitude. How many meteor coins are you offering? As Lin Baici spoke, his 2 arms had already stuffed the balls of light into the mouths of Jin Yingxin and Hu Yu. Song Hizi frowned, feeling a bit unhappy. Are you playing me? If she wasn't still planning to borrow Lin Baici to purify the rule pollution, she would really want to kill this guy, give him some pressure, and let him know that the jungle law was practiced in the God Hunter circle. Don't be impatient. Lin Baici smiled slightly and shook the cat god scale in his hand. There is still 1 divine grace on this. There is more. Song Hizi was shocked. Looking at this scale, was this a pregnant mother cat, giving birth to a whole litter at once? Yes, as long as you can afford the meteor coins, this scale, as well as the divine relics on me that I don't use, can all be sold to you. Lin Baici appeased Song Hizi, hoping she would not take risks. Judging from the white pufferfish's combat power, this woman should not be bad either. Lin Baici was worried that if a fight broke out, it would hurt Huo Yuyu and Jin Yingjin. Wow, this divine grace is so powerful. After the headache subsided and Huo Yuyu understood the effects of the divine favor, she excitedly grabbed one of Lin Baici's arms and shook it vigorously. How am I supposed to repay such a huge favor? I guess I can only be a beast of burden for you. Huo Yuyu decided that once she got back, she would immediately buy a cow print outfit and a bell, put them on, and go to Lin Baici's place to serve him. It's alright, I guess. Jiu Hongyao had been hoping for a combat-oriented divine favor, the kind that, once activated, could instantly wipe out a large area like Lin Baici's floating life night rain or wild Buddha blowing out the lamp. This cat-like agility seemed more suited for reconnaissance and escaping. It's alright. Huo Yuyu was shocked. Sister Yao, what kind of evaluation standard is that? This divine favor can make your posture and movements elegant. Do you know how much physical training many people have to go through just to stand in front of a camera? Besides being pretty, a woman also needs charisma. Huo Yuyu glanced at Lin Baici, too embarrassed to mention that this divine favor could also make one's body as supple as a wild cat. Isn't this just a cat girl? If I just lie down like that, what man could resist this? Oh right, there is also the effect of not having to worry about gaining weight. That is simply super amazing, isn't it? Kai Wenqi listened to Huo Yuyu's words, dying of envy. Is it too late for me to become Lin Baici's childhood friend's girlfriend now? Could I manage to snag a divine favor? I don't do live streaming though. Jiu Hongyao's single sentence left Huo Yuyu speechless. Oh right, Sister Hongyao is a die-hard tomboy. Aside from exploring divine runes, she isn't interested in anything else, and she hasn't even bothered to manage her figure. Otherwise, who would wear sportswear every single day? The little fish girl looked at Jin Yingjin. You should understand me, right? Jin Yingjin nodded. Maintaining a good figure requires long-term dietary control and exercise. Now that she had this divine favor, it would be so much easier. I don't get it. Jiu Hongyao shook her head. Gu Qingqiu watched these people discuss their newly acquired divine favors. She wasn't envious, but she was curious. Appa, thank you. Jin Yingjin bowed deeply. After her brother, Jin Xian, learned that she wanted to become a god hunter, he had found two divine favors for her, but Jin Yingjin felt they were too mediocre and didn't absorb them. In any case, she just needed to have a divine favor before Lin Baici came to Korea during the winter break to enter the Bizen Divine Ruin. She hadn't expected that coming to visit Lin Baici during the National Day holiday would lead her to encounter a divine ruin. Now that she had received a divine favor gifted by Lin Baici, she felt it was very commemorative. What kind of relationship do we have now? Why are you saying things like that? After distributing the divine favors, Lin Baici ran over to the corpse of the white pufferfish. He started looting the body. This guy is from the Lost Coast, right? Jiu Hongyao speculated, counting this one. Lin Baici had already slaughtered 5 members of this organization. The grudge was getting a bit deep. Who cares whose person he is? Lin Baici chuckled as his strength increased. He was becoming more and more confident. The white pufferfish didn't have any space-type divine taboo items, so besides a wallet, the most conspicuous things on him were a tooth the size of a red date hanging around his neck and a rusty military dagger. White pufferfish tooth. If a person holds it in their mouth, they can stay underwater for about an hour without needing to surface for air. Frequent use will create a craving for water, making the user want to stay submerged until they can no longer function on land. Good stuff. Hearing the gourmet god's commentary, Lin Baici raised an eyebrow. His physical fitness had been enhanced, but if he held his breath, he could only last about 10 minutes. And the more strenuous the activity, the less time he could stay under. After all, humans rely on oxygen to survive, so underwater remains a forbidden zone for them. But with this white pufferfish tooth, Lin Baici could stay in the water for nearly an hour, which meant he could drag enemies into the water to kill them. It could be considered gaining an extra home field advantage. Seeing Lin Baici take the white pufferfish's necklace, Song Hizzy couldn't help but clench her fists. The white pufferfish was able to rank among the Lost Coast mainly because of this divine taboo item. Underwater, his combat power could multiply several times over. The white pufferfish was also the type to operate mostly in coastal areas or places with abundant water. If it hadn't been for the leader, Black Sea God, summoning the entire group, he definitely wouldn't have come. What a waste to die like this. Black Death Military Dagger. Anyone stabbed by this dagger will immediately be infected with the plague and become a source of contagion. Once the rule pollution unfolds, it will form a Black Death domain. People within a 2-kilometer radius will quickly contract the plague. Lin Baici had been examining the dagger and was just about to test its sharpness when he heard this commentary. He was instantly startled and nearly threw it away. The plague is a class infectious disease that once killed tens of millions of people in medieval Europe. Known as the Black Death. What's wrong? Seeing Lin Baici so tense, Jiu Hongyao immediately became cautious as well. A military dagger that can spread the plague. Lin Baici took a box out of his black altar bowl and placed the dagger inside. When we go back this time, can you prepare 10 or 20 black coffins for me? Divine taboo items like the pine torch and vanilla perthurb wouldn't have a very large impact even if rule pollution erupted, and they wouldn't cause too much harm. But this dagger of Lin Baici mismanaged it or had malicious intent. He could single-handedly trigger a plague among the general population. Okay. Jiu Hongyao made an okay gesture. Lin Baici took out some bread and bottled water and distributed them to everyone. Let's rest for a bit first. It looked like it was going to be a long battle today. This museum divine ruin hadn't been formed for long, yet Lin Baici's group had already encountered 4 types of rule pollution in succession. Death Rolling Stones, the Mummy Returns, Flesh Curse, and the Ket Girl's Deadly Riddle. Who knew what they would encounter next? Gods, they are truly terrifying. After Jin Yingshan absorbed the divine grace and became a god hunter, her physique was enhanced, and her resistance to the radiation within the god ruins increased significantly. Ordinary people, however, were not so fortunate. Lin Baici had originally intended to rest for a quarter of an hour, but among the ordinary people, those with mild symptoms were already dizzy and vomiting, while several with severe symptoms had developed swelling on their skin. If they did not leave the god ruins soon, even without the rule-based contamination, they would turn into walking corpses under the effects of the radiation. Let us go. Lin Baici stood up. Those of you who are feeling unwell, find a place to hide. No, we will follow you. Great God Lin, do not leave us behind, I beg you. Those who were feeling unwell thought Lin Baici considered them a burden and wanted to abandon them. So they were all thrown into a panic. Suit yourselves. Lin Baici led the group, following the sensation of hunger to continue searching for the god. 2 kilometers away from the museum, Jiu Hongyao stood on the main street, looking at the building shrouded in black fog. Director, the mirage system has been deployed, and traffic in the vicinity has been controlled. Preliminary assessment indicates that someone has activated a divine remains within the museum. The current contamination intensity is 9.0. Should we evacuate the nearby residents? The head of the intelligence division was sweating profusely. When the rule-based contamination first broke out, everyone thought it was caused by some forbidden divine item, as no meteor impact had been detected. However, the intelligence division soon realized something was wrong. The radiation from this museum was too intense, and there were multiple sources of contamination. It was certainly some terrorist organization trying to stir up trouble. No need to evacuate. After saying this, Jiu Hongyao walked toward the black fog. The nearby staff members felt a sudden surge of morale upon seeing this. Director Jia is going to take action. One must know that she was hailed as the strongest god hunter in the Chuzhou Security Bureau since the appearance of the god ruins. Some even said that Jiu Hongyao had already surpassed the dragon level. In any case, since her debut battle, Jiu Hongyao had never suffered a defeat, and had even single-handedly cleared a great god ruin that had existed for 15 years. Jiu Hongyao walked a few steps, and when she heard no further reports, she frowned slightly. What about the other situations? The head of the intelligence division felt his scalp tighten and hurriedly followed. The 9th Division has already entered the god ruins. Captain Jiu Hongyao is also inside, as she was responsible for the museum's security. Also, that Lin Baici you told us to pay special attention to is at the museum today with 2 female friends to see the exhibition. Jiu Hongyao knew her sister was in the museum because she had assigned her the task. She had originally wanted to remark on whether her sister had been having particularly bad luck lately, but after hearing the name Lin Baici, She suddenly felt that this probably was not her sister's fault. The 6th Division and the 5th Division have already arrived. The head of the Intelligence Division was middle-aged and somewhat bald. Tell them to stand by. Urge the 2nd and 3rd Divisions to get here quickly, Jiao Hongmian ordered. In a god ruin like this, if the personnel from the top 3 divisions did not go in, it would be no different from sending people to their deaths. Jiao Hongmian walked with steady steps into the dark fog, and the view before her suddenly changed. She activated a divine grace. An invisible ripple immediately spread outward from her as the center, mirror-like stillness. Everywhere the ripple reached, the situation there was fed back to her. At the 10 o'clock direction, the radiation is very strong. Jiao Hongyao lifted her foot, preparing to head over, but after 2 steps, she stopped, then turned and walked toward the right. There, a group of citizens was suffering from rule-based contamination. The contamination radiation was not strong, and according to Jiao Hongmian's past personality, she certainly would not have bothered with it. Jiao Hongmian appeared to be walking step by step, but with every step she took, she would appear a great distance away. What the hell are these stones? Mom, I do not want to be crushed to death. The crowd was in utter chaos. They dared not run, because whoever ran would be hunted down by those giant stones. But if they did not run, every few minutes, these giant stones would roll, and whoever was crushed by them would be left on the ground like a mural. Only a face would remain on the giant stone. Soon, the rest period ended, and the giant stones began to roll again. A little girl screamed, "It is coming. Do not be afraid, Mom will protect you." The woman hugged her daughter and ran wildly, but the giant stones were too fast, and everyone was too panicked. She was knocked down by a man who was running blindly. Just as the giant stone was about to crush her, a young woman with a light red ponytail and 2 dark circles under her eyes suddenly appeared in front of the mother and daughter. The young mother saw the woman snap her fingers with her right hand. The giant stone that was rolling at high speed was hit as if by a nuclear bomb, and with a bang, it exploded into stone dust. Jiao Hongmian looked down at the small stones on the ground, which were mixed with a few coins. It seems the way to clear this rule-based contamination is to grab the coins. Jiao Hongmian did not have the leisure to pick up items. She looked around, swept her gaze over the rolling giant stones, and snapped her fingers. Those rolling giant stones all exploded into powder with a series of bangs, shattered completely. Chapter 174, The Scorpion Beauty Inside the Museum. The dark fog became thinner, and visibility increased significantly. But the terrain had long since changed under the radiation contamination. Unless the god was killed, it would be impossible to leave. The god ruin today was caused by a god, so the radiation intensity was very high, causing more severe damage to ordinary people. If they could stay in an ordinary god ruin for 12 hours, they could stay here for at most 4. The duration depended on their physique. After Lin Baici led the team to set off again, those among them with underlying conditions, poor physics, or weak immune systems began to be contaminated one after another, turning into walking corpses. There is no saving people like this. To prevent them from causing greater harm, the only option is to kill them. How much longer do we have to walk? A young man wearing black-rimmed glasses asked, emboldened by his fear. He felt that if things continued like this, he would lose his mind. Until we contain the divine remains. Jiao Hongyao provided a casual explanation. Lin Baici looked back, his gaze sweeping over the group. He always felt like someone was watching him. A prickling sensation of discomfort like needles on his back. Once Lin Baici turned his head back, Gu Qingqiu, who was trailing slightly behind, continued to stare at his back. His head shape is quite regular. A shaved head probably wouldn't look bad on him. His neck is slender, his skin is good, and with his broad shoulders and narrow waist, his physique is excellent. That butt, though, it's not quite perky enough. He is wearing jeans, so it is hard to tell what his legs look like, but they seem quite long. When there is an opportunity, I should see what he looks like in swimwear. Gu Qingqiu pondered a plan. She could have Jiao Hongyao invite Lin Baici to go swimming, while she follows secretly. Qingqiu, what are you doing back there? The girl with the high ponytail turned around. Come over here. She wanted Lin Baici and Gu Qingqiu to get familiar with each other quickly. She never expected that coming to the provincial museum would allow her to find a second team member, and one with such high intelligence. How wonderful! Jiu Hongyao had a strong bias toward people with high IQs. If it were possible, she hoped her entire team would be at the level of Sherlock Holmes. Any one of them could be a great detective if sent out into the field. Ugh! Another middle-aged woman suddenly bent over and began to vomit. Aside from undigested food, there were also bits of flesh and clotted blood falling from her esophagus and stomach lining. Mixed together, they emitted a foul stench. The expressions of the group changed, and with a sudden movement, they scrambled to the side. After the previous few incidents, they had gained experience. Anyone who vomited things like this was essentially about to turn into a monster. "I don't want to die, save me," the woman wailed, her face covered in tears. As she stumbled toward Lin Baici, "I beg you, save me." Squish, squish. The flesh on the woman's body began to writhe and swell. Gu Qingqiu widened her eyes, carefully observing the process. "Hongyao," Lin Baici commanded, "everyone, stay back." After saying this, Jiu Hongyao gripped her short blade and charged at the woman. The girl with the high ponytail first kicked the woman in the stomach, knocking her away from the crowd. And then a flash of black blade light followed. Swish. The woman's head was severed. Sizzle. Blood sprayed wildly toward the rear, not splashing onto anyone, as the radiation carried in the blood would have contaminated the others. "Done?" Jiu Hongyao made an okay gesture. Gu Qingqiu couldn't help but chuckle. "Aren't you the team leader? Why does it feel like you are Lin Baiqi's dog? Whatever he says, you do?" And without even a hint of doubt, the group walked for a while longer. And the surrounding environment suddenly changed. It was as if everyone had entered a palace. The walls were not only covered in murals but also adorned with gold leaf, making everything look golden and shimmering. The light suddenly became much brighter. A new rule-based contamination. Gu Qingqiu's eyes lit up. The others were terrified, staring at their surroundings with trembling hearts. Soon, they saw some women appear. Their skin was a wheat-colored tone, very healthy, smooth, and delicate, as if made of silk. Furthermore, their curves were graceful, clearly the result of long-term physical training. Some wore their hair in braids, some wore it long and loose, and some even had buzz cuts. But no matter the hairstyle, they were all incredibly beautiful. These women were simply too stunning. Their facial features were so exquisite that if they just filmed a video and posted it on TikTok, they would gain tens of millions of followers. The man in the hoodie was dumbstruck. It wasn't just him. Aside from Lin Baici, the other men on the scene were no better, each of them staring at the women with greedy eyes, because they wore no clothing on their upper bodies. Only various gold ornaments, earrings, pendants, and gold plates covering their chests. They looked extremely seductive. Lin Baici looked at Huo Yu and Jin Yingxin, then looked at these women, and suddenly sighed. "I finally understand the meaning of the phrase "a beauty that can topple a kingdom." Huo Yu and Jin Yingxin were girls with their own unique charms, but in front of these women, they were still a notch below. These women were worth men starting wars over. However, beautiful as they were, these women had one major issue: below their waists. They had the bodies of scorpions. That's right, they had no legs. But the man in the hoodie and the others seemed not to see these abdominal segments. Or perhaps they simply didn't care. They all stared at these women with infatuated eyes, golden scorpion beauties. Their bodies emit a scent with anesthetic properties, causing people to unknowingly become addicted to them and fall in love with them. When a person begins to express their love for them, the golden scorpion beauties consider the food to be fully cooked. Wrapped completely in the honey-like sweetness of love, they will devour him. These golden scorpion beauties held torches in their left hands and curved blades in their right. Surrounding the group, "My queen invites you all to attend the banquet," a tall, brown-haired golden scorpion beauty announced to Lin Baiqi's group before turning to lead the way. "What should we do?" Huo Yu looked at these literal snake and scorpion beauties. "Should we fight our way out?" She was worried that once they entered the scorpion's nest, it would be difficult to fight their way back out. "Of course we follow them and take a look," Gu Qingqiu interjected. She certainly couldn't miss out on something this interesting. Follow them. Since that monster dares to call herself a queen, the quality of the divine relic must be very high. Since he couldn't find the deity right away anyway, Lin Baici prepared to purify his way through. Let's go. As a god hunter, one cannot be timid. Jia Hongyao was full of excitement, eager to show off her skills and clear this divine ruin as quickly as possible. When that time came, it would be incredibly satisfying to brag about it in the group chat in front of those dragon-level big shots. Since Lin Baici had already decided to leave, the suggestions of others were of little consequence, and they could only follow. About 10 minutes later, the group followed these scorpion beauties into a grand hall. The hall was furnished with several round tables, upon which were placed fruits, delicacies, and fine wines. At every seat, there was also a glazed golden goblet. Are ancient Egyptians always this ostentatious? Jia Hongyao noticed that the plates holding the food were all made of gold. At the head of the hall, there was a round table crafted from gold, behind which sat a queen. She wore a veil, and beneath her eyelids, curved golden flakes were attached. Her hair was coiled up, resembling the tail of a scorpion. Distinguished guests, please take your seats. The Scorpion Queen smiled, and it was a beautiful sight. Lin Baici observed these round tables, wanting to find a seat that was neither too close nor too far. When the others heard this, they immediately crowded toward him, because each round table could only seat 12 people. At a time like this, being as close to Lin Baici as possible was undoubtedly safer. Go to the very front. It will be easier to assassinate her. Jia Hongyao muttered in a low voice. Song Hizzy looked at Jia Hongyao with a stunned expression. Does this girl have a serious mental illness? Getting that close to the boss, is she afraid of not dying fast enough? Not going, Lin Baici refused. Just as he was pondering whether to use the tortoise shell of divination to perform a reading, the Scorpion Queen had already begun to urge them. Take your seats. The queen's voice was stern, and those scorpion beauties even brandished their scimitars as they closed in. Let's just take this one. Lin Baici picked a seat at random. The moment he sat down, everyone began scrambling for the remaining seats, not even sparing the 2 spots right next to Lin Baici. Get lost. Song Hizzy snapped. She wanted to curse. Did these people have no self-awareness at all? Are the seats next to Lin Baici something you people are qualified to occupy? No one moved. Get lost. Song Hizzy's expression turned ferocious. Don't make me say it a third time. Some people dawdled, and willing to leave. But there were also clever ones who realized there was no room for them at this table and moved to the adjacent round tables. In any case, there was only one principle. The closer to Lin Baici, the better. Huo Yu and Jin Yingchen sat on either side of Lin Baici. Jia Hongyao intended to sit wherever, but was glared at by Lin Baici. Come over here. Sit next to Yu. Lin Baici was speechless. Jia Hongyao could be incredibly carefree at times. Gu Qingqiu sat next to Jia Hongyao, followed by Song Hizzy. Lin. Kai Wenqi looked at Lin Baici with pleading eyes, tears streaming down her face. She hadn't managed to grab a seat. You. Lin Baici looked at a young man. Move aside. The young man who was singled out saw his face instantly twist into a bitter expression. He pleaded in a low, servile voice. Great God, Lin, I beg you, move aside. Lin Baici remained unmoved. Naturally, he would prioritize his own people first. The young man had no choice but to stand up. Otherwise, even if he forcibly sat there, if Lin Baici refused to help him, he would be dead anyway. Thank you. Kai Wenqi sat down, patted her chest, and let out a sigh of relief. Great God, Lin. The man in the hoodie also looked at Lin Baici. He hadn't managed to grab a seat either. Just sit anyway. Lin Baici couldn't be bothered to care. The man in the hoodie wanted to cry. Could you not be like this? You save the women, but you don't care about the men. However, upon closer reflection, the man had already given him canned ham as an offering in the previous round, which had already allowed him to pass a trial. He already owed a massive favor. Kai Wenqi saw the man in the hoodie walk away and saw that everyone else wanted to sit next to Lin Baici. She suddenly felt very lucky. Thank heavens I became the class monitor for Lin Baici's childhood friend. Without that connection, he wouldn't have looked after her at all. With the threat of the Scorpion Beauty's scimitars, everyone moved quickly. In less than a minute, everyone was seated. Welcome, everyone, to my banquet. Serve the wine. At the Scorpion Queen's command, Scorpion Beauties carrying clay jars emerged from behind the thin gauze curtains draped around the hall. These clay jars were 1/2 meter tall with long necks and round bellies, adorned with lifelike, colorful patterns, they were very beautiful. Each round table was assigned a scorpion beauty holding a clay jar. The juju-bred wine was poured into every golden goblet, the fragrance overflowing and refreshing the heart and mind. Soon, the entire room was filled with aroma, scorpion wine. Wine infused with scorpion venom. After drinking, it will numb the nerves and cause the loss of pain sensation. Once a certain amount is consumed, all sensations will be converted into excitement, producing intense pleasure. Lin Baici saw that the Scorpion Queen wasn't paying attention to his side, so he quickly poured the wine into his black altar bowl. He waited for 2 seconds before pouring it back out. Hong Yao, pour the wine. Lin Baici would definitely help the high ponytail girl first, because if a fight broke out, she would be a great helper. Is there something wrong with this wine? Song Hizzy asked with concern. She looked at Lin Baici's black altar bowl. This item should be able to neutralize the poison. Right, I don't know. Lin Baici concealed the truth. Regardless, it never hurts to be careful. Come, drink up. The Scorpion Queen raised her glass and downed it in one gulp. The wine smelled quite fragrant, but who knew if there was a problem with it? No one wanted to drink, but the Scorpion beauties brandished their scimitars. There was no choice, they had to drink. Gulp, gulp. As the wine entered their mouths, a fragrance immediately permeated their palates. Once the wine slid down their throats, their bellies were filled with a rich, mellow aroma. Everyone felt instantly excited, believing that there was nothing more beautiful in the world than this. Now, there was no need for the Scorpion Queen to urge them. They drank it all in one go. The Scorpion Queen was very satisfied. But when her gaze fell upon Lin Baici's side, her expression darkened. What are you doing? The Scorpion Queen scolded. Huo Yuyu was watching Lin Baici use the black altar bowl to cleanse her wine. Upon hearing this, her face stiffened. My respected queen. Lin Baici stood up. I am a monk. In our Orient, when a monk partakes in a meal, the food must be placed in this black alms bowl to remove the worldly dust from the sustenance and avoid becoming entangled in karma. Guqinkyu lowered her head and covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. I really have to hand it to you for coming up with such an excuse. You must have used this line to deceive plenty of girls, haven't you, worldly dust? Karma? There is some logic to what you say. The Scorpion Queen nodded, then stared at Lin Baici, her tone turning stern. However, this is my kingdom. All laws and rules must be followed according to my word. Do not use this thing again, or I will have you executed immediately. Come, raise your cups, and drink to your heart's content. The Scorpion Queen's gaze, sharp as a scorpion's stinger, swept over the people at Lin Baici's table. Xiao Bai, Huo Yuyu held her golden goblet, stealing a glance at Lin Baici. Just drink it. Don't cause trouble for Appa. Jin Yingxin tilted her head back and down the wine in one gulp. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lin Baici had no way to continue purifying the wine. Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao finished their drinks and felt nothing, but they could tell that the others were starting to act strangely. Are you feeling any discomfort? The girl with the high ponytail leaned toward Huo Yuyu and asked in a low voice. The streamer shook her head and smacked her lips. I just think it tastes good. I want more. Everyone's eyes turned toward the beautiful scorpion women holding the pottery jars nearby, waiting for them to pour more wine. Their expressions filled with impatience. The second cup, a toast to the gods. After the Scorpion Queen finished speaking, she downed her drink in one go. This time, she didn't need to urge them. Everyone drank heartily, looking as if they wished the wine in their golden goblets would never run out. Gulp, gulp. 5 cups in a row. The Scorpion Queen found all sorts of flowery excuses to make everyone drink. Do you have any ideas? Hurry up and use them. Song Hizzy urged in a low voice. She was beginning to realize the power of this wine. It was causing her other senses to fade, leaving only a sense of excitement behind. Little Lindsay, I really want to explore the god ruins with you. If you become my vice captain, I will agree to any request you have, Jia Hongyao pleaded, including having children and taking care of your parents. Lin Baici thought to himself, are you already drunk? Why are you starting to talk nonsense? Jin Yingxin and Huo Yuyu leaned against Lin Baici, looking at him with affectionate eyes. Guqinkyu, on the other hand, looked excited, sipping the wine in small mouthfuls while observing the Scorpion Queen at other round tables. Several people were even more intoxicated, including the man in the hoodie. How can a banquet be without a dance to liven things up? The Scorpion Queen laughed loudly. Come, let's dance. Several people stood up subconsciously. The three beautiful scorpion women standing by the side immediately walked over on their abdominal feet, grabbed their hands, and led them toward the center of the great hall. That was the dance floor. The man in the hoodie was also grabbed by the waist by a beautiful scorpion woman and pulled onto the dance floor. The two embraced, and as the music began, they started to dance. There were no elegant steps. They simply held each other and swayed slowly. What is the death condition of this rule-based pollution? Lin Baici pondered, observing his surroundings, trying not to miss a single detail. Whether it was the effect of the wine pool and meat forest or his superior constitution, Lin Baici felt no reaction after drinking the wine laced with scorpion venom. The man in the hoodie was completely gone. Looking at the beauty in front of him, he felt love surging within him. He couldn't help but lean his head forward, wanting to kiss her. Lin Baici saw the beautiful scorpion woman the man in the hoodie was holding also lower her head to meet him. But the moment they kissed, the beautiful scorpion woman suddenly split her mouth wide open and bit into the man's shoulder. Crunch! The cheeks of the beautiful scorpion woman split open as well, revealing rows of teeth. And her bite force was astonishing. With that one bite, a large chunk of the man's shoulder was gone. Crunch! Crunch! The beautiful scorpion woman chewed, and bits of flesh and blood flowed down the corners of her mouth, dripping onto her chest, giving her wheat-colored skin a bizarre, eerie beauty. Lin Baici was startled, his scalp tingling. What was worse than being eaten alive was seeing that the man in the hoodie didn't seem to notice at all, still wearing an expression of enjoyment on his face. The beautiful scorpion woman took a second bite, this time at his left cheek. Crunch! The man in the hoodie was still smiling. And despite such a massive wound, he wasn't bleeding. This must have been the effect of the wine. Come on, keep going, the man in the hoodie urged, wanting the beautiful scorpion woman to bite faster and harder. The other beautiful scorpion women dancing also began to take bites. Crunch! Crunch! The sound of chewing was bone-chilling. The start of the dance also meant that it was time for the beautiful scorpion women to eat. Lin Baici turned his head to observe and saw those beautiful scorpion women staring straight at the humans sitting at the round tables, constantly flicking their scarlet tongues and licking their lips, waiting for them to get dead drunk so they could take them to dance. Only those who were thoroughly intoxicated by the wine, but not yet completely passed out, were the most delicious food. Lin Baici saw a beautiful scorpion woman with large eyes and a pointed chin staring at him. There was no need to ask. He was that monster's lunch. Chapter 175. The Oscars. Lin Baici and Academy Award. Inside the Great Hall, the banquet was in full swing. Distinguished guests, drink up. The Scorpion Queen continued to toast. Soon, a second batch of about 20 people, completely drunk, were pulled out by some of the beautiful scorpion women to start dancing. It was time for them to eat. Whenever everyone finished their drinks, the beautiful scorpion women would immediately refill their golden goblets. Lin Baici noticed that Jin Yingzhen's alcohol tolerance was actually worse than Huo Yuyu's. Her eyes were already hazy. He grabbed the Korean girl's wrist. What are you doing? The Scorpion Queen immediately stared over, her voice stern. The scorpion beauties waiting around like hyenas also instantly fixed their gazes on Lin Baici, ready to tear him apart and feast on him the moment the Scorpion Queen gave the order. Not enough wine to drink. Lin Baici snatched the wine cup from the Korean girl and poured it into his mouth. Just one jar. Who is that supposed to be enough for? If others see this, they will think I cannot hold my liquor. Bring me another jar, little Lin. Jiu Hongyao was anxious. You need to take it easy. There is clearly something wrong with this wine. Song Hizzy was dumbfounded. Are you stupid? She knew this young man was trying to save that girl. But was it really worth it? She is beautiful and has a hot figure. But you are a god hunter. As long as you are alive, what woman can you not sleep with? Having said that, deep down, Song Hizzy felt a bit envious of Jin Yingzhen and Huo Yuyu. Is this what friendship is? She also wanted a man to care about her, generous. The Scorpion Queen's furious expression cleared up, and she waved her hand. Someone, bring wine. Give him 10 jars. The scorpion beauty with the big eyes and pointed chin immediately walked on her terrifying abdominal feet behind the thin gauze curtains. She returned carrying a long neck pottery jar in each hand, with a third one curled in her tail hook. 4 times in a row, 12 jars in total. With a thud, the pointed chin monster woman placed the wine jar in front of Lin Baici and looked at him seductively. Warrior, using a golden goblet is too slow. Why not drink directly from the wine jar? Lin Baici looked at this monster woman. Are you hoping I die sooner? Ha! If you cannot finish all this wine within half an hour, I will tear your mouth open and pour it directly into your stomach. The Scorpion Queen smiled very gently, but the words she spoke were the most terrifying. No problem. Lin Baici smiled faintly, picked up the wine jar, tilted his head back, and gulped down several large mouthfuls. He did not intentionally spill the wine because there was no need. Even if it was poisoned wine, it was still wine, and within the effective range of the pool of wine and forest of meat. Lin Baici could only be poisoned to death, not drunk. Moreover, the biggest problem with this wine was its anesthetic effect, which would not kill him directly. This reminded Lin Baici of the videos he used to see on Bilibili of people eating drunken shrimp and drunken crabs alive. Now that he thought about it, the drunken crabs had simply been replaced by drunken people. The Scorpion Queen was very satisfied with Lin Baici's response, so she prepared to eat a person to liven things up. That one. Bring him to me. The Scorpion Queen chose a delicate-looking young man. Lin Baici glanced at him and guessed he was also a college student who had not gone home for the National Day holiday and had come to the museum to play, never expecting to encounter a rule contamination. Lin Baici, you had better be careful. This Scorpion Queen likes them tender. Song Hizzy quietly breathed a sigh of relief. At least for now. It seemed this scorpion monster that called itself a queen only ate men. Little Lin, what is your plan? Jia Hongniao looked at the wine jars in front of Lin Baici and felt worried for him. Lin Baici suddenly raised his hand and slapped the pointed chin scorpion beauty beside him across the face. Get lost. Do not disturb my drinking mood. Lin Baici scolded and took another sip of wine. The Scorpion Queen had already turned her gaze toward Lin Baici, but upon hearing this, she smiled slightly and stopped paying attention to him. She grabbed the boy the servants had brought over. The Scorpion Queen's cheeks split open, turning into a bloody maw, and she bit into the boy's left cheek. She liked eating human head meat the most. Crunch, crunch. The Scorpion Queen chewed while exerting force, as if tearing the leg off a salt-baked chicken. She ripped the boy's left arm off and began to gnaw on it. The boy was being eaten, but because of the anesthetic effect of the wine and the Scorpion Beauty's body odor, he had no reaction at all, and his blood barely flowed. Seeing Lin Baici suddenly slap the Scorpion Beauty's face, Song Hizzy gasped. Is this guy a lunatic? Making such an extreme reaction and angering these monsters. What if he gets eaten alive? Song Hizzy knew that Lin Baici was testing these monsters to gather information, but doing so really required taking a huge risk. Ordinary people would not dare to do this. Song Hizzy suddenly felt that if Lost Coast had offended such a person, they must cut the weeds and pull up the roots. Otherwise, if he were allowed to grow, Lost Coast would suffer. Lost Coast had already suffered. Song Hizzy recalled the intelligence provided by the team leader, including the White Dolphin. This young man had already killed 5 team members. Little Lin. Jia Hongniao was also startled. Do not panic. Lin Baici was very calm. He had almost figured out the rules. As long as a person is drinking, even if they do something slightly out of line, the Scorpion Queen can tolerate it. After all, in her eyes, these Scorpion Beauties are just servants and tools. If getting drunk means being eaten, then as long as I do not get drunk, will I not be fine? Lin Baici analyzed. This wine was problematic, and combined with the anesthetic body scent emitted by the Scorpion Beauties. Under this dual stimulation, people like Jin Yingxian and Gu Qingqiu, who had just become god hunters, could not hold out at all and were already drunk. Huo Yuyu was slightly better off, but her eyes were also blurry with intoxication, and her hands were constantly groping Lin Baici. Xiao Bai, your ups are so hard. The little fish girl extended a fair index finger and poked Lin Baici's stomach, then lifted his shirt and wanted to crawl inside. Seeing this, the Korean girl grabbed Huo Yuyu's head. Not letting her do it. OPP is mine. Jin Yingxin stared at Huo Yuyu, fiercely asserting her ownership. If you do not think of a way quickly, once they are this drunk, they will be dragged away by those scorpion monsters to dance. Song Hezi also realized that those who passed out from drunkenness would be taken away and eaten. Her constitution was good, and she could still hold on. But if she could not find the key to breaking this, if things continued like this, she would be finished too. Taking advantage of the Scorpion Queen being occupied with her meal and no longer paying attention to his side, Lin Baici quickly used his backpack as cover to pull a bag of shredded squid from his black altar bowl. Hong Yao. Lin Baici handed some to the girl with the high ponytail, then grabbed a handful, preparing to stuff it into the mouths of Jin Yingxin and Huo Yuyu. What are you doing? The scorpion beauty with the sharp chin stood not far away, staring fixedly at Lin Baici. It is a delicacy from our east, shredded squid. Would you like some? Lin Baici showed the bag in his hand to the scorpion beauty. To be honest, I am not quite used to eating your ancient Egyptian delicacies. The scorpion beauty walked over, looked at the air-dried, dehydrated meat strips in Lin Baici's hand, took a few, and tossed them into her mouth. Crunch, crunch, the scorpion beauty chewed. It tasted fishy and was very salty. It was just ordinary snacks. Satisfied that there was nothing wrong with these meat strips, the scorpion beauty walked away. Delicious, right? I usually drink with this stuff. Lin Baici ate a handful, then quickly pried open the mouths of Jin Yingxin and Huo Yuyu and stuffed the shredded squid inside. Come on, drink up. Lin Baici picked up a wine glass and began to force-feed the Korean girl and the streamer. His goal was twofold: first, to numb the scorpion beauty, and second, because both girls were somewhat drunk and not swallowing, he had to use the wine to wash the shredded squid down their throats. The Scorpion Queen stole a glance at Lin Baici, seeing that he was not only drinking himself but also forcing his companions to drink. She was very satisfied. Drink, once you are drunk. Let me taste your flavor. I hope your meat is a bit chewy. After Xiao Hongyao ate the shredded squid, she felt her body heat up within seconds. She broke into a heavy sweat, and the slight drunkenness she had felt earlier dissipated significantly. Little Lindsay, this is... The corners of Xiao Hongyao's mouth twitched because she suddenly realized what this stuff was. Except for the debut battle at the Longchen Temple God Ruins, Xiao Hongyao had been with Lin Baici for every other mission. Whether it was clearing God Ruins or purifying rule-based pollution in daily life. So she was very clear about his spoils of war. This fish meat. Could it be the meat from that mummified corpse Lin Baici picked up at the Palm Harbor God Ruins? Xiao Hongyao had been curious at the time why Lin Baici would pick up that monster corpse. After all, the thing looked creepy and seemed useless. Lin Baici had said that the meat was edible and could detoxify hundreds of poisons. Xiao Hongyao covered her mouth, quickly trying to think of something else to distract herself. Otherwise, she was afraid she would throw up. The girl with the high ponytail had guessed correctly. The meat of that air-dried monster corpse possessed powerful detoxifying effects, as long as it was not an instantly lethal poison. Anyone who had been poisoned could be cured by eating its meat. When drinking tea, adding a few shreds to the cup could cleanse the stomach, eliminate toxins from the body, and improve one's complexion. In any case, eating it regularly meant one would not get acne. It seems that if I want to survive longer in the God Ruins, I need to accumulate more God-forbidden items, hollow tea, and monster corpses. Lin Baici endured the nausea and chewed the meat strips. He could feel his body becoming clear from the inside out as he sweated. This bag of shredded squid was a disguise. The bottom layer was entirely meat from the monster corpse. Huo Yu woke up, her eyes filled with darkness. She struggled a few times and finally poked her head out, her cheeks turning bright red immediately, because she realized she had been crawling out from under Lin Baici's clothes. Damn it, what did I just do? Jin Yingxin's head ached. To prevent the scorpion beauty from noticing anything amiss, Lin Baici quickly leaned into the ears of Huo Yu and Jin Yingxin, pretending to be intimate, and whispered a reminder. Vain drunkenness. Both girls were intelligent and quick-witted. One was a streamer and the other was a chaebol heiress. They were more than familiar with putting on an act. Xiao Hongyao also fed Gu Qingqiu some shredded squid to help her regain her senses. This girl was very sharp, without needing to be told. She continued to feign drunkenness. Great God, Lin. Please give me some of that shredded squid, Song Hizzy pleaded. You are not dizzy yet. Eating too much of this is not good for your body, Lin Baici said dismissively. I do not care about my body. Song Hizzy stared at Lin Baici. You do not want me to report you, do you? Hey, without me. Are you confident you can clear this God-forbidden game? Lin Baici mocked. Would I be afraid of your threats? You are really overthinking it. Do you have any certainty? Song Hizzy's face twitched as she tried to suppress the anger in her chest. Of course. Lin Baici looked at Song Hizzy. That shredded squid of mine is a God-forbidden item and is very precious. We are not related, so why should I give it to you? Song Hizzy had originally been worried that Lin Baici had discovered she was also a member of the Lost Coast. If that were the case, her failure to help the White Dolphin earlier would have made her look too stupid. But now, hearing Lin Baici's words, she felt it was perfectly reasonable. 100 meteor coins. And I will sell you a handful. Lin Baici named his price. Are we not in a cooperative relationship now? Song Hizzy retorted. Hey, are you of any use? Lin Baici curled his lip. This remark was quite a slap in the face. But Song Hizzy thought about it. They had encountered 4 instances of rule-based pollution so far, and all of them had been broken by Lin Baici. He really did not need companions. Damn it, so infuriating. Just as the two were talking, more than 30 other people became completely drunk. The long, impatient scorpion beauties immediately rushed over and dragged them into the dance floor. Before they had even danced a few steps, the creatures began to feed. Crunch, crunch, the meal began. Oh my God! Huo Yuyu was startled, a foul word slipping from her small mouth. And Jin Yingzhen's face turned pale. This was raw consumption. Moreover, those being eaten had expressions of intoxication, as if they were enjoying the sensation. Come, Wenqi, have some snacks. Lin Baici forcibly stuffed some shredded squid into Kai Wenqi's mouth. After Kai Wenqi swallowed them, her muddled consciousness rapidly cleared. Xiaobai. Huo Yu understood that the reason she was still clear-headed was surely because she had also eaten this shredded squid. She had been saved by him again. Feed these to them. Lin Baici divided a large handful of shredded squid and gave it to Song Hizzy. In this situation, some cannon fodder was still necessary. After Song Hizzy received them, she ate half first before distributing the rest to the people beside her. They quickly became clear-headed, and Song Hizzy quietly told them to continue pretending to be asleep. The other companions were all eating, which made the scorpion beauties staring at Lin Baici and his group very anxious. Why weren't they drunk yet? The scorpion queen finished eating a small half of a person, and after patting her stomach, she bestowed the remainder upon her servants, then stared at Lin Baici with a puzzled gaze. Your alcohol tolerance is quite good. I usually get drunk after just a little. Maybe I'm in high spirits today. So, I'm getting drunk slowly. Lin Baici smiled slightly. The scorpion queen turned her head and glanced in the direction of 3 o'clock. Lin Baici also took the opportunity to turn his head and look over. There was a disc placed at an incline, 1 meter in diameter, with markings on it, and a stone pillar as thick as a wrist in the center. Sunlight shone through the wide window and fell onto this object, causing the stone pillar to cast a shadow on the disc. As the sun moved, this shadow also shifted. Is this a sundial? Huo Yu knew this was an ancient tool for calculating time. Yes, Lin Baici pondered. Could it be that the key to clearing the level was related to this sundial? The banquet continued, and people were constantly being eaten, while the scorpion beauties staring at Lin Baici's table became increasingly restless. They began to look at the sundial frequently. It was as if a student were taking a college entrance exam, with many questions left unanswered, constantly checking the clock for fear that there was too little time remaining. Could it be that once a certain time is reached, the banquet ends, and these scorpion beauties can no longer eat? Lin Baici's spirit lifted. The banquet ends, and those who have not been eaten may leave. The golden scorpion beauties are very disciplined in order to maintain their figures and health. Once the dining time has passed, they will not eat anything else. Song Hizzy. I think the key to clearing the level is on that sundial. Go and push it hard to the left. Lin Baici had calculated it, looking at the trajectory of the stone pillar's shadow on the disc. If it were pushed to the left, the shadow would advance by 1/4 of an hour. Why don't you go? Song Hizzy retorted. though she also understood that it would be a waste to let Lin Baici take such a risk. So she looked at a burly man at the same table. "Go, push that sundial to the left," as Song Hizzy spoke. A faint red light shone in her eyes. The burly man had originally intended to refuse, as the task looked dangerous. But before the words could leave his mouth, his mind went blank, and he stood up and walked toward the sundial. A hypnosis-type divine gift. Jiu Hongyao narrowed her eyes. The burly man walked toward the sundial. His movement immediately attracted the attention of the monsters. Without needing the Scorpion Queen's order, several scorpion beauties immediately rushed up, brandishing their scimitars, and hacked him into a puddle of flesh. Ordinary people won't work. Song Hizzy frowned deeply. "I'll go." Jiu Hongyao felt it was time for her to contribute. "Wait." Lin Baici told Jiu Hongyao not to act rashly. With so many scorpion beauties, who knew what their combat strength was like? Besides, the Scorpion Queen looked like someone not to be trifled with. Lin Baici was thinking of a strategy, but the Scorpion Queen was unwilling to wait any longer. "Come, pour them wine." This time, over a dozen golden scorpion beauties came over, and after pouring the wine, they stood by the side and did not leave again. Clearly, they intended to get these people drunk in one go. The sharp-chinned golden scorpion beauty looked at Lin Baici's neck, her saliva dripping down with a pattering sound. After Lin Baici drank 3 cups in a row, he slammed his head onto the table with a thud. Xiao Bai Appa, Huo Yu and Jin Yingshan were startled. The sharp-chinned scorpion beauty had finally waited for this moment. She immediately reached out excitedly, pulled Lin Baici up, and walked toward the dance floor. Lin Baici's footsteps were stumbling and unsteady. "Sister Hongyao, what should we do?" Huo Yu was a bit nervous. Xiao Bai must be pretending, right? Probably. Jiu Hongyao guessed that Lin Baici must have thought of a tactic. "Don't act rashly." Song Hizzy was afraid that these women would cause a slip-up because they were worried about Lin Baici. Gu Qingqiu sipped a little wine and watched Lin Baici. Lin Baici wanted to go to the sundial, but the scorpion beauty was supporting him and heading to the dance floor, and the opponent was quite strong. Damn it. It seemed he would have to make a sacrifice. Lin Baici leaned toward the scorpion beauty, pressing against her, and while using his body as cover and pretending to be a clumsy drunkard taking liberties, he began to punch her lower back and spine. Drunken immortal fist. Bang! Bang! Lin Baici's punches were fast, and he kept shouting and cursing loudly to cover the sound of his fists hitting flesh. "Damn it! What's wrong with touching you? Are you that precious?" Lin Baici acted like a violent man throwing a drunken tantrum and began to strike the golden scorpion beauty. The golden scorpion beauty had originally been very angry and was preparing to bite him right there to eat him. But after taking a few punches, her head felt a bit dizzy. By the time a few more punches landed, she was already drunk. Chapter 176: The Pharaoh's Invitation. One person and one scorpion, seemingly struggling, were actually creating a false impression intentionally manufactured by Lin Baici. After he hugged the golden scorpion beauty and walked to the side of the sundial, he stumbled and fell. Lin Baici used the golden scorpion beauty as a cushion and crashed into the base of the sundial. Screech! The sundial rubbed against the ground, emitting a harsh sound. Its position had shifted. Jiu Hongyao stared intently at the Scorpion Queen, ready to provide immediate support the moment it ordered an attack on Lin Baici. The golden scorpion beauties, who had originally been focused on their respective prey, turned their heads upon hearing the sound. When they saw the shadow of the stone pillar on the sundial move, they immediately let out angry roars. Because the dining time had suddenly ended, especially those golden scorpion beauties who had not yet managed to eat a human, they waved their scimitars one by one, lunging toward Lin Baici, wanting to hack him to death. However, after rushing over, they still did not take action. Because this was their companion's food, if it did not eat, only then would it be someone else's turn. "Does this mean we passed?" Huo Yu was overjoyed. "Don't be happy too soon." Jin Yingshan was worried that there might be other tricks up their sleeves. Great acting. Gu Qingqiu took a small sip of wine. She was starting to like this taste, especially drinking it while watching Lin Baici perform. It was simply a pleasure. "Aren't you supposed to dance? Why are you asleep?" Lin Baici acted as if he didn't know what he had done. He stood up and pulled hard on the sharp-chinned golden scorpion beauty, but it was already completely drunk, lying there like a pile of mud. The drunken immortal fist is truly a divine skill. It can actually knock out even a monster. Lin Baici sighed inwardly. He didn't look at the Scorpion Queen, and after tugging on the golden scorpion beauty a few more times and finding he couldn't move it, he simply leaned against it and lay down. Why hasn't the Scorpion Queen spoken yet? Is it unwilling to give up? Lin Baici pondered. With his back to the Scorpion Queen, he took out the lover's lipstick and applied it to his lips twice. This lipstick would make the wearer emit the scent of roses, making them look fresh and charming. Whether kissing a person or an animal, it would temporarily gain their favor. However, using it too much would result in a strong sense of superiority and narcissism. This was the first time in Lin Baici's life that he had applied lipstick, but he had no choice. In the Great Hall, there was a suffocating and unbearable silence. Hoi Yu and the others were like death row prisoners waiting for their execution after autumn, longing for the emperor to grant amnesty to the world. Finally, the Scorpion Queen spoke. The banquet is over. You have 3 minutes to leave, otherwise, you will be killed without exception. Oh yeah, we succeeded. Hoi Yu was overjoyed. We survived. Song Hizzy let out a sigh of relief. How interesting. Why didn't it attack us? Gu Qingqiu was curious. This is rule-based pollution. They are generated under the radiation of the gods' remains. Just as we are born to follow the natural laws of birth, aging, sickness, and death, they must also follow their own rules after they are born, Xia Hongyao explained. Let's go, Song Hizzy urged. This monster said 3 minutes. Maybe when the time is up, it will continue to hunt us down. Everyone was startled. This was indeed a possibility. So they ran as far as they could. Xiaobai, let's go. Hoi Yu called out to Lin Baici. Little Lin, save these people, won't you? Jia Hongyao pleaded. As a god hunter for the Kyushu Security Bureau, she had to try her best to save citizens whenever it was within her power. All right. Lin Baici wasn't cold-blooded enough to watch so many people die without helping. He divided the shredded squid among Jia Hongyao and the others, telling them to feed it to everyone. The moment you notice something is wrong, run immediately, Lin Baici warned. He would save people, but the prerequisite was to ensure his own safety. He couldn't risk everyone's lives for this. Everyone nodded and immediately began to save the others. So, sticking to morality is such a hassle. Song Hizzy shook her head. Although she wasn't a good person, she wanted to raid the god ruins with someone like Lin Baici who had moral boundaries, because it provided a sense of security. The detoxifying effect of the monster mummy meat was off the charts. These people, who had been drunk to such a state, began to wake up as soon as they ate the meat strips. Am I drunk? What's the situation? Is the banquet over? The crowd was noisy, and some were crawling on the ground, vomiting. If you want to live, get out of here quickly, Lin Baici urged. Can we leave? Will they kill us? The boy who had given up his seat asked worriedly. Lin Baici couldn't be bothered to answer such a pointless question. As if the monsters wouldn't kill them if they didn't run. Lin Baici. It's been 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Song Hizzy reminded him. She had been counting the time. Do you think I don't know? Lin Baici looked at her with disdain. This woman had actually added 30 seconds. Song Hizzy gave a self-deprecating smile. With Lin Baici being so outstanding, how could he not be counting the time silently? It feels like he's someone I can't afford to provoke. Let's go, Lin Baici urged. If you want to live, hurry up and leave. Lin Baici looked at the Scorpion Queen and nodded at it. Politeness costs nothing. Besides, he had nothing to lose. Wait, the Scorpion Queen suddenly spoke. Swish, everyone froze in place, breaking out in a cold sweat instantly. It really went back on its word. Kai Wenqi trembled in fear. I wasn't talking to you lot. Get going. The Scorpion Queen waved its hand impatiently, as if shooing away bedbugs, telling Jia Hongyao and the rest of the riffraff to get lost immediately. Its gaze remained fixed on Lin Baici, and the meaning was self-evident. The wait was meant for Lin Baici. Jia Hongyao immediately walked over, clearly intending to stand with Lin Baici. Hoi Yu and Jin Yingzhen also stopped, but they didn't crowd around Lin Baici because they knew they were too weak and would only be a burden. At this moment, they envied Jia Hongyao for being able to fight side by side with Lin Baici. You guys go first, Lin Baici urged. Hong Yao, you protect them. I'm faster if I run alone. Jiu Hong Yao wasn't a sentimental person. She knew this was the best choice for the moment. Be careful. If I don't see you in half an hour, I'll come back and kill this Scorpion Queen. This is exactly why High Ponytail wanted a group of elite members. That way, everyone could gang up on the monsters instead of leaving Lin Baici behind to cover the retreat like this. Your Majesty, what are your orders? Lin Baici gripped his bronze sword, watching the golden scorpion beauties who were gradually closing in around him. The Scorpion Queen stepped down from her throne and waved her hand. The servants immediately retreated, clearing a path for her. I have been observing you. The Scorpion Queen walked up to Lin Baici, circling him slowly while extending her slender fingers to stroke his body. Lin Baici had never imagined that wheat-colored skin could look so attractive. Honestly, if one were to cover up her lower half, this Scorpion Queen would definitely count as a top-tier beauty. But unfortunately, Lin Baici did not like insects. You are very intelligent. The Scorpion Queen stopped in front of Lin Baici, looking directly into his eyes. And you are also very robust. So the child we bear will become the strongest Scorpion King. What? Lin Baici thought he had misheard. He had never dreamed in his wildest fantasies that the reason the Scorpion Queen kept him behind was for such a purpose. I sense a mysterious and powerful force binding me, preventing me from leaving this place. The Scorpion Queen furrowed her brows. I want freedom. Do you understand? Lin Baici understood. The Scorpion Queen felt that the power came from a terrifying entity. She dared not resist it. So she wanted to give birth to a powerful child to fight on her behalf. How many years will it take for the child to grow up? Can you afford to wait that long? Lin Baici countered. It is still better than having no hope at all. The Scorpion Queen wrapped her arms around Lin Baici's waist and headed toward the back of the curtains. Time is tight. Let us begin. Lin Baici was utterly speechless. If the Scorpion Queen were only human from the waist up, Lin Baici might have actually been able to go through with it. But with these scorpion legs attached, sorry, he just could not bring himself to do it. He had to find a way to save himself. The mere thought of his first child being a scorpion monster made his entire body go numb. Do you know how you were born? Lin Baici prepared to have a talk with the Scorpion Queen. I do not know. I woke up from chaos and found myself here. We rely on instinct to hunt. In the eyes of the Scorpion Queen, humans like Lin Baici were simply food, while the other mummies, scarabs, and dead flesh men were neighbors who kept to themselves. You were born due to the radiation from the god's remains. If this birthplace were in a remote, uninhabited area, you could rest and multiply in peace and raise your children. But this place is the most populous city in the world. Lin Baici deliberately exaggerated the data. Outside this god's ruin, there are over 30 million humans like me. I won't even mention the experts inside. Even if ordinary people launched an attack on you, could you withstand it? A species that gained intelligence under the radiation of a god is different from those other monsters. It can already be considered a life form. As long as they are given time, they can propagate into a race. What is that? Lin Baici frowned. Did the God Eater mean that if these scorpion monsters were left alone, they could become a new species? That was a bit terrifying, wasn't it? Lin Baici knew that some invasive species cause severe damage to local ecosystems. But when he looked at these golden scorpion beauties again, he felt that given the moral standards of certain countries, these scorpion monsters would likely spend their entire lives locked in a laboratory. There was also another problem. In God's ruins that had existed for over a decade, like the Qin Palace or Bizan, new species might have already appeared. The Scorpion Queen looked astonished. Over 30 million. How much was that? The number was so large that she had no concrete concept of it. And that power you mentioned, it should come from the god's remains. If we want to survive and get out, we must contain it. You can come with me and see. Lin Baici looked at the Scorpion Queen and smiled, trying to appear as harmless as possible. This city has the largest branch of the Zhujiu Security Bureau. Inside, there are many god hunters far more powerful than me. To protect this city and its citizens, they will also enter this place and slaughter all the monsters. You are already very strong. The Scorpion Queen shook her head. I do not believe there are many people like you. The number of strong individuals within any race was definitely limited. Look at my age. Lin Baici shrugged his shoulders. The Scorpion Queen looked at Lin Baici's excessively young face and fell silent. Indeed, according to the laws of nature, the mature form should be the strongest. I imagine that among your own kind, there are many who harbor deep malice toward other species, right? Lin Baici pressed his advantage. I am a philanthropist. I can speak on your behalf. The Scorpion Queen remained silent. The humans captured by her servants always looked at them with fear, terror, and disgust. But there was none of that in this young man's eyes. A queen who was about to be persuaded. Prove your sincerity to her. How was he supposed to prove it? Lin Baici thought to himself. Surely he couldn't kneel and propose kiss her. Oh my God, you really are concise. Lin Baici looked at the Scorpion Queen. He had actually considered this possibility when he applied the lipstick. But now that it had come to this, damn it, what was he thinking? Just go for it. Lin Baici suddenly stepped forward, wrapped his arms around the Scorpion Queen's waist, and kissed her on the lips. Presumptuous, how bold. The golden scorpion beauties surged forward in unison, intending to hack Lin Baici to death. The Scorpion Queen raised a hand, stopping her servants. The lover's lipstick had taken effect, causing the already wavering Scorpion Queen to begin trusting Lin Baici. Lin Baici gasped, abruptly pushing the Scorpion Queen away and wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. Damn it, this thing bites. Not a bad taste. The Scorpion Queen licked her red lips. I have decided to go with you to see that divine remains before making any further decisions. A wise choice, Lin Baici praised. If I discover that you are lying to me, I will stuff you into a jar and eat a bite of you every single day. The Scorpion Queen snorted coldly. After Zhao Hongyao led the group about a kilometer away, she dared not move any further, because if they went any further, they might very well fall into other rule-based contaminations. If that happened, they would be separated from Lin Baici. Xiaobai should be fine, right? Huo Yu asked, worried. Jin Yingxin hated this feeling. She wanted to stand by Lin Baici's side as his companion, rather than being protected by him. That Scorpion Queen is not cold-blooded or wise enough. With Lin Baici's intelligence, toying with her is not a problem at all. Gu Qingqiu recalled the Scorpion Queen's words and actions, analyzing its behavioral logic. To put it bluntly, if it did not possess power that surpassed Lin Baici's, then it was nothing to worry about. Just as the group was waiting anxiously, Lin Baici returned, with the gourmet god and the hunger radar. He would never get lost. Little Lindsay, Zhao Hongyao was the first to spot the approaching Lin Baici, but just as she was about to go and greet him, she froze. Because the Scorpion Queen was following right beside him. What was going on here? Let me introduce everyone. This is my friend, the Golden Scorpion Queen. Lin Baici gave everyone a wink, signaling them not to show any signs of disgust. Hello, the three of them. Zhao Hongyao, Huo Yu, and Jin Yingxin gave a simple greeting. But when it came to Gu Qingqiu, she became talkative. Your legs are quite beautiful. Gu Qingqiu even intended to reach out and touch them. Huo Yu and Jin Yingxin were left completely dumbfounded. Are you tired of living? What is a friend? The Golden Scorpion Queen was quite satisfied with Lin Baici's attitude toward her. But after hearing the meaning of a friend, she shook her head. He is not my friend. He is the father of my children. Zhao Hongyao and the others were stunned, looking at Lin Baici. What did you do during the time you were alone with it? The others did not dare to come over, but they were all paying attention to the situation here. Now, hearing these words vaguely, they were all struck with awe toward Lin Baici. You really are the toughest, brother. Let's go. Lin Baici did not want to explain. The Scorpion Queen can sense where that power is located. Let's go and take it out. The group set off. The upcoming operation will be quite dangerous. It would be best if you all stayed behind, Lin Baici suggested. No one listened, because they felt that following Lin Baici gave them a better chance of survival, especially since he could even make friends with monsters. Great God, Lin, thank you. The man who had given up his seat gathered his courage and ran over. Back in the main hall, they had all been drunk and knew nothing, but the fact that they had survived was clearly because Lin Baici had helped them. Others also wanted to express their gratitude, but looking at the Scorpion Queen following beside Lin Baici, they did not dare to approach. Zhao Hongyao was naturally bold, and this being her first time talking to such an intelligent monster, Her curiosity was greatly piqued, and she wanted to ask about everything. The Scorpion Queen was tireless. It also wanted to learn more about this world through its interactions with humans. Suddenly, the Scorpion Queen stopped, her entire body on high alert. Swish, swish, swish. Some mummies wrapped in burial shrouds appeared. They moved like geckos, sticking to the walls and leaping across them. When dozens of mummies appeared, staring at the group with dark red eyes, the scene was terrifying. Run! Someone turned and ran, but soon discovered that those mummies were not attacking. Is it because the Scorpion Queen is here? Lin Baici guessed. The group waited for less than a few minutes when a mummy walked out from the mist opposite them. Compared to the ones that had arrived earlier, this one's burial shroud was very clean, and it was adorned with many gold ornaments. With a golden crown on its head, on its shoulder sat a strangely shaped bird. Our great pharaoh invites you to attend his ceremony. After the mummy finished its announcement, it took out a stone tablet the size of a palm. The strange bird immediately picked up the stone tablet with its long, narrow beak and flew in front of Lin Baici. Great God Lin, don't take it. If we don't take it, won't we be attacked? That ceremony definitely isn't anything good. The crowd whispered among themselves. This takeout isn't very tasty, but there is no other choice. If you don't accept the invitation, these monsters will think their pharaoh is being disrespected, and they will hunt you down until everyone is dead. What is the relationship between this pharaoh and the gods? Lin Baici took the stone tablet. A dark golden light lit up on the stone tablet. Close your eyes, and I will bring you to my ceremony. A majestic and overbearing voice rang in everyone's ears. Lin Baici and his group closed their eyes, and the next moment, their bodies vanished from where they stood. Dozens of people were afraid and did not close their eyes immediately. Now, seeing that Lin Baici was gone, they panicked and hurriedly closed their eyes. But it was already too late. The teleportation had already ended. The mummies roared and lunged at these people. Help, great God Lin, I was wrong. Take me with you. Run. These people fell into chaos. No matter how they cried, screamed, or struggled, death was their only outcome. Lin Baici opened his eyes and saw that he was standing on the deck of a wooden solar boat, which was currently sailing along a clear river. On both banks of the river, there were low-rise dwellings built of mud and tall, dense date palms. It seemed he could even see children running and playing under the trees. The sunlight poured down, making his skin sting a little. What kind of rule-based contamination is this one? Huoyu gripped Lin Baici's lapels and looked around. 1/3 of the people had not followed them. Chapter 177. A Beautiful Soul. This is a solar bark in the style of ancient Egypt. Jin Yingshan walked to the ship's rail and glanced down. The wooden ship was over 70 meters long and 30 meters wide, with 2 decks. At the rear of the upper deck, there was a cabin and some useless sails, as the propulsion for this type of solar bark came from slaves. On the lower deck, there were narrow, cramped quarters where slaves in leg irons sat in rows, rowing with all their might. The numerous oars extending from both sides of the solar bark looked like the legs of a centipede, which was quite disgusting. This kind of ship could no longer be described as crude. It could only be called primitive, compared to the great sailing ships of the Age of Discovery. This solar bark was like a leopard dwarf compared to a breathtaking beauty. It was too ugly. As the oars moved, one could almost hear the rhythmic chanting of the slaves. Everyone, search the whole ship and see if there are any important clues, Zhu Hongyao instructed, then looked at Lin Baici. I have a premonition that we might be about to stage a murder on a lonely ship. If that were the case, this round would be a breeze. With herself, Lin Baici, and Gu Qingqiu present, the 3 great detectives. No murder case could stump their side. Have you been watching too much Sherlock Holmes? Huoyu thought Sister Hong Yao was hilarious. She was obsessed with playing the great detective. Humans, a deep, resonant voice suddenly rang out. Everyone's nerves tightened instantly as they turned to look at the cabin at the stern. The cabin door opened, and a monster stepped out. It was about 2 meters tall with a burly physique, judging by its physical characteristics. It should have been male, but its head was that of a jackal. It had sharp fangs and high, erect ears. Its eyes were like emeralds, flashing with a ferocious and bloody light. Judging by its appearance, it should be Anubis, the ancient Egyptian god of death. Jin Yingshan provided the information. This Anubis was wearing a short white linen skirt, was barefoot, and had several gold rings on its ankles and wrists. Its upper body was bare, adorned only with elaborate gold jewelry, and a golden crown sat atop its head. Lin Baici's gaze fell upon its hands. The jackal-headed monster was holding a 7-foot-long golden scepter. At the top of the scepter was a circular golden ring with a fist-sized orb of light in the center. Emitting a glow dot around the golden ring, 7 metal spikes, each the length of a middle finger, radiated outward. This is a solar bark departing from the land of the dead. Anubis's cold gaze swept over the crowd. It can carry you toward a new life. But to board it, you must possess a pure body and a beautiful soul. Upon hearing this, Huoyu muttered to herself, "Then I qualify." She had been single since birth, and as for her soul, she had donated 200,000 in winter clothes and books to children in impoverished mountain areas. That should count as beautiful, right? Among the crowd, a few people who had done some sleazy or guilty things now turned pale. Damn it! Jin Yingjin cursed under her breath. A pure body, she had, but this soul. Growing up in a chaebol family, Jin Yingjin had learned from a young age how to scheme and how to use money and power, occasionally bullying a school bully, forcing them to drop out, making teachers obedient, and turning a blind eye to her skipping classes. These were not good things, and Jin Yingjin had done her fair share of them. It can't be that simple, can it? Xia Hongyao was puzzled. She felt she was a good person, so according to this monster's requirements, she was set for this round. "Come, show me your beautiful souls," Anubis urged. Everyone looked left and right, noticing that no one moved, and finally, they all looked at Lin Baici. "Great God, Lin, you go first." However, almost everyone felt that Lin Baici did not qualify. So many people looking at Lin Baici naturally drew Anubis's attention. It looked at Lin Baici. "Human, do you want to go first?" The God-Eater's commentary. The god of death is at the helm, and the solar bark travels upon the river Styx. If passengers cannot pay the fare, they will be thrown into the river. This river may look like the banks are not far apart, but those who fall in will never be able to swim to the shore. Once you board a pirate ship, you must be prepared to be beaten by the pirates. The God-Eater's remarks made Lin Baici's heart sink. It seemed this God-forbidden game would not be easy to pass. "I need to prepare a little more." Lin Baici smiled slightly. All this talk about showing a beautiful soul was clearly just a euphemism for demanding a fare. Seeing that even someone as formidable as Lin Baici was so cautious, the others became vigilant as well. The dozen or so people who had been full of confidence that they met the criteria also gave up the idea of clearing the level immediately. Let's wait a bit longer. Together with Great God Lin, they had a nice plan. But Anubis did not give them the time. "My ship will only carry 100 passengers. Any extras will be thrown into the Styx." After Anubis finished speaking, it crossed its legs and floated in the air in a very magical way. Everyone was shocked to hear this. They looked around. Although many people had died since the god ruins appeared, there were still nearly 200 people present. This meant that about half of them would be eliminated. Hiss, a 50% mortality rate. Xia Hongyao leaned into Lin Baici's ear. "Should we just charge in? I advise you to be cautious," Gu Qingqiu interjected. "And regarding the matter of a pure body and a beautiful soul, have you ignored one question? Is this monster's evaluation the same as a human's? What if to it, a promiscuous woman and a villainous bandit king are the ones who meet the standard?" Lin Baici glanced at the girl. Her thinking was truly meticulous. Because of the god of Gluttony's commentary, Lin Baici knew that the condition for passing was to pay the boat fare. So, he did not forget to think in that direction. According to the normal procedure, Gu Qingqiu's deduction was very necessary. "No way, right?" Huoyu felt a headache coming on. "If that's the case, wouldn't that mean no one is qualified?" "Huh, do you think this monster belongs to the lawful good alignment?" Gu Qingqiu retorted. Huoyu could not answer. However, it seemed that none of the monsters in the god ruins were good things, even the golden scorpion queen, who could communicate, "8 people. Your Majesty, what do you think?" Gu Qingqiu looked at the scorpion monster. No comment. The scorpion queen would not say anything. This was an unspoken agreement among neighbors. Whoever broke it and helped an outsider would be attacked by the group. "Great God Lin, what do you say we should do?" Do you have any leads? Should we let someone who meets the conditions go and try? Everyone gathered around Lin Baici, waiting for him to make the call. I think it is asking for boat fare, Lin Baici revealed. Everyone, prepare some valuable items, boat fare. Everyone was bewildered. There were even a few with dark minds who suspected that Lin Baici was hinting that they should offer him a bribe. You have already been riding the boat for free for 5 minutes, Anubis spoke, his expression angry. If you do not show me a beautiful heart soon, I will throw you all off. Everyone still did not move, all looking at Lin Baici. Stop looking at Xiao Bai. Will you stop them? She was worried that the behavior of these people would draw the monster's attention to Lin Baici. That's right, stop looking, Jing Yingjin warned. It was a pity that what they feared most happened. Anubis locked his gaze on Lin Baici. You come first to prove yourself. Otherwise I will throw you off. Lin Baici was just calculating what the bottom line for this monster's boat fare was. Before he could speak, the Golden Scorpion Queen had already spoken up for him. He is the father of my children. This sentence was enough. It meant that Lin Baici and the monsters were on the same side. So what? Don't talk about him. Even you must prove yourself, Anubis sneered. Are you sure? The Scorpion Queen glared back without showing any weakness. The golden scorpion hook on her tail shimmered with a brilliant luster under the afternoon sun. Anubis's face sank because he could see that this neighbor was not joking. Are you going to go against me for the sake of a human? The subtext of this sentence was that if the Scorpion Queen abandoned Lin Baici, he could waive the boat fare and carry the Scorpion Queen across the river Styx to see the pharaoh. I want a group of powerful children. The Golden Scorpion Queen was also a boss and was not afraid of this jackal-headed creature. Fine, for the sake of our neighborly relations. I will spare this human. The jackal had compromised. Holy crap. That actually worked. Everyone was envious. Could it be that great god Lin had slept his way into convincing this scorpion monster? Otherwise, why would it speak up for him? But with this girlfriend, great god Lin probably wouldn't dare to cheat, right? Thank you. Although Lin Baici did not need the Scorpion Queen's help, since she had done it, he still accepted the favor. If you want to thank me, then work hard to make me conceive a few powerful offspring. The Scorpion Queen was expectant. When the time came, her children could conquer the east and west, and carve out a great golden scorpion empire for her. Lin Baici felt a bit troubled in his heart. This was truly difficult to handle. You? Come and prove yourself. The jackal head had suffered a small setback with the Scorpion Queen and was very unhappy. So, he extended his scepter and pointed at a petite girl. He picked the softest persimmon to squeeze. Surely no one would stand up for her this time. Right. I am still a virgin. I once found a mobile phone, returned it to the owner, and didn't keep it for myself. The girl stammered, so scared that she was crying. She was a student at Haijing Normal University, a sophomore this year. She was very glad now that when her boyfriend wanted to take their relationship further, she had not agreed. Otherwise, she would not be pure now. What kind of messy nonsense is this? Anubis's face was gloomy, and qualified. After he finished speaking, he took his scepter and struck the ground with it. A golden ring of light exploded, forming a magic circle for jackals, each the size of a small calf, emerged from the deck of the wooden boat, then barked wildly and charged straight at the girl. Great god Lin, help! The girl cried in terror, scrambling in a panic toward Lin Baici. Give it money, Lin Baici prompted. The girl was stunned for a moment. What did this mean? I said give it money. Give it everything valuable you have on you, Lin Baici repeated. Oh. The girl understood and hurriedly took off her small crossbody bag, pleading with Anubis. I'll give it all to you. My wallet, phone, bank cards, all for you. Everyone was bewildered. Give it money. What kind of operation was this? Wasn't it supposed to be about whether the body was pure and the heart was beautiful? They felt that Lin Baici might be trying to treat a dead horse as if it were still alive. But to their surprise, after Anubis heard the girl's words, he tapped his scepter against the deck. Clack! The 4 jackals rushed to the girl's front and stopped, circling around her. One of them opened its large mouth, bit the small bag in the girl's hand, and then ran back to Anubis's side. The girl looked at these 3 jackals clad in golden armor. Her legs went weak, and she plopped down onto the ground. Anubis opened the small bag and flipped through the items inside. Poor wretch, Anubis muttered. But he still put the bag away and then looked at another young man. Did it just say the words poor wretch? Yu was stunned. This way of clearing the stage was completely different from what she had imagined. Is this considered passing? Jin Yingxin was overjoyed. Paying money. This is my specialty. I may not have anything else, but I have plenty of money. Jin Yingxin let out a sigh of relief. Am I safe now? A girl asked, looking at Lin Baici with a pitiful expression. Yes, Lin Baici nodded, watching the young man who had been targeted by the jackal heads. This is my phone. Ever since mobile payments became available, this young man never carried anything but his phone when going out. So the most valuable thing on him was this device. Are you mocking me? Anubis roared, looking at the phone with disdain. The young man had used it for too long. The phone was covered in scratches, and the screen was even cracked. A scrap collector probably wouldn't even want it. I'd buy. Seeing that he couldn't pass, the young man panicked and looked at the crowd. Can someone lend me some money? I'll pay you back as soon as I get out. No one replied. First, everyone was unsure if lending money to this young man would cause them to be targeted by this monster. Furthermore, who could guarantee that the money they had on them would be enough? It should be said that most people no longer had the habit of carrying a wallet. Everyone was feeling anxious now. Damn it. What about needing a pure body and a beautiful soul? It's all bullshit. It was just an excuse to extort money. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Lin Baici, not expecting him to have guessed correctly again. A god hunter, truly terrifying. Please, lend me some money. The young man was scared to death, looking at its attire and how shabby this thing called a phone is. It must be very poor, right? Queen Scorpion advised Lin Baici, don't lend it anything. It definitely won't be able to pay you back. Jin Yingxin felt that this young man was truly miserable. Even the monster thought he was a loser. The fare cannot be too little. At the final moment, the 10 people who pay the least will be thrown off this solar bark. The fare also cannot be too much, or you will be targeted by this greedy monster. It will kill to take the money, the gluttonous god commented. Lin Baici had urgently wanted to help this boy, as he had plenty of supplies in his black alms bowl, but after hearing this, he gave up. It would only bring trouble upon himself. Jia Hongya opened her backpack, preparing to lend the young man some money. Don't help, Lin Baici stopped her. That's right. We don't even know if we have enough for ourselves. Yu felt depressed. If she had known she would encounter such a greedy monster, she should have brought more valuables today. That's not the reason. Helping others will cause problems, Lin Baici whispered, when giving it things. Watch the amount others are giving and keep yours in the middle range. Definitely don't give too much. Anubis didn't have the patience to wait for the young man to borrow money. It needed to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys anyway. And this one was perfect. It tapped its scepter. The 4-legged jackals immediately rushed toward the young man. Seeing this, the young man turned and ran. But how could he outrun 4-legged jackals? Within 10 meters, he was caught. The 4 jackals began to tear at him. Help! Help! The young man shouted a few times before his throat was bitten, and he could no longer make a sound. In less than a minute, his body was torn to shreds by the 4 jackals, and blood splattered all over the ground. Anubis looked at a middle-aged man wearing glasses. He immediately gave everything he had on him. This belt of mine is Hermes. It's very valuable. The middle-aged man introduced. In reality, it was fake. But he felt that this monster wouldn't know. Anubis was very satisfied with this human's attitude. After the jackals brought the fare over, it specifically picked up the belt, examined it carefully, and then fastened it around its waist. Everyone didn't know what to say. The situation was clear now. Pay up and you live. So, everyone took off their belongings and offered them to the monster. Some people were more meticulous, worrying that if they gave too little, they would be targeted. So they didn't even keep their clothes and stripped them off. Among them were several women who also stripped down to their underwear. This is fucking ridiculous. Do we really have to be this competitive? Kai Wenqi cursed. As a girl from an ordinary family, how much money could she have, other than her phone, which she had just bought during the holidays? The most expensive thing she had was a lipstick worth 150 yuan, which was a gift from someone else. I wonder if this will satisfy the monster's appetite. Kai Wenqi was still worrying when she felt someone stuffing something into her hand. She quickly looked down. It was Lin Baici, handing her a phone. Thank you. Kai Wenqi was moved. SHH. Lin Baici signaled for Kai Wenqi not to talk too much. Everyone had paid their fare. Huoyu gave a phone, a pile of cosmetics, a GoPro action camera, and an iPad. Jin Yingxin didn't have so many trinkets. Her necklace alone was worth millions. And she was still wearing that luxury watch of hers on Lin Baici's wrist. Lin Baici was worried that Jin Yingxin would be too flashy and get targeted by Anubis. But the problem was, Jin Yingxin really didn't own any cheap items. Jiu Hongyao gave things that were average and inconspicuous. Anubis looked at the pile of items in front of it and nodded. I have seen your beautiful souls, but Anubis looked up, its gaze sweeping across the crowd. There are a few people who do not respect me. There are flaws in their souls. Everyone panicked. What did this mean? Did they not pass? Anubis began to call out names. You are not qualified to ride my boat. A total of 10 people were named. Gu Qingqiu had excellent memory and observation skills. She knew that these 10 people had offered the items of the lowest value. Will you jump off the boat yourselves? Or shall I let the jackals tear you to pieces? Anubis asked. The 10 unlucky souls who had been singled out looked utterly desperate. Being torn apart by jackals meant certain death. So they figured they might as well jump into the river and take their chances. The river surface was calm, and the solar bark was not too far from the bank. They could potentially swim across. It seems its claim that it would only take 100 people was just a scare tactic. As long as you pay, you can board this boat. Jiu Hongyao sighed. She could not save these 10 people. Chapter 178. Do you have 12 lives? I am so scared. On the river, a light breeze began to stir. Lin Baici remained silent. He knew that the 10 people singled out by Anubis were doomed. If they jumped into the river, they would undoubtedly die. Go and kill that monster. Forget about the boss itself. They probably could not even defeat the jackals it summoned. Lin Baici abandoned the thought of helping them. He did not know what kind of rule-based contamination they would encounter later. And surely, they would have to fight the deity eventually, right? Therefore, Lin Baici wanted to conserve his strength. 3 people who considered themselves good swimmers jumped into the river. Splash, splash. Amidst the splashing water, they surfaced and began swimming toward the opposite bank. The others hesitated, still hoping to find another way. But the jackals summoned by Anubis were already closing in. They had no choice but to jump off the boat in a panic. After dealing with these people, Anubis, who was hovering 3 meters above the deck with his legs crossed, turned his gaze toward Lin Baici and his group. Everyone's heart tightened instantly. They were all praying that no more trouble would arise. After scanning the group, Anubis's gaze landed on Jin Yingxin. I have doubts about whether you possess a beautiful soul. You must continue to prove it. Jin Yingxin was stunned. Is this never going to end? Jiu Hongyao rolled up her sleeves. Little Lin, shall we take it down? Don't be reckless, stay calm, Song Hizzy advised. In her view, being able to pass the trial by spending some money was quite a bargain. The Korean girl was too wealthy, and the items she gave were not common luxury goods that ordinary people might not recognize, like Hermes belts or Chanel bags, but rather necklaces and earrings that were clearly precious jewelry at a glance. That was why she had been targeted by Anubis. This monster was pathologically greedy. Once it encountered a plump prey, it had to suck out every last drop of blood. After speaking to Jin Yingxin, it looked at Lin Baici. It had intended to speak, but after glancing at the golden scorpion queen standing beside him, it gave up. It then turned its head toward Jiu Hongyao. You, too, must prove yourself. Seeing that the monster had no intention of stopping, a deep sense of worry appeared on everyone's faces. Who knew if it would target them next after extorting those 2 girls? I will only give you 30 seconds, Anubis threatened. Its sense of smell was extremely keen. It could scent the aura of treasures. This male human had the most on him, but with the golden scorpion queen vouching for him, it had no way to strike, which left it very frustrated. However, being able to eat 2 girls was not bad either, especially the girl with the ponytail. She was simply too wealthy. Anubis's gaze swept over Song Hizzy without leaving a trace. It also smelled the scent of treasure on this woman. But at the same time, this woman's life energy was very powerful. This meant she was very strong. Provoking so many people at once might force them to fight back, Anubis thought. So it decided to take it slow, just like slicing a sausage. It would take them down one by one. Lin Baici wanted to curse. He had underestimated the greed of this monster. This was just like making a slave work like an ox or a horse for a lifetime. And then, after they were worked to death, throwing their corpse into the furnace as firewood, it truly would squeeze out every last bit of residual value. Lin Baici gripped his bronze sword tightly and gave Jiahongyao a look. He was preparing to kill. Since this monster refused to show any decency, then it could go to hell. Don't do anything rash, it is very strong. Seeing Lin Baici's murderous intent, the Golden Scorpion Queen immediately warned him. And don't count on me to help you. That's right, don't do anything rash. You will die. Song Hizzy also tried to persuade him. Lin Baici ignored the scorpion woman entirely. As for Song Hizzy, if you annoy me, I will slaughter you along with it. Hey, you want to kill me? Come on then. Anubis looked at the Golden Scorpion Queen. He is the one who wants to make a move. Don't blame me for this. Charge. Jiahongyao launched herself forward. Her speed was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, she appeared in front of Anubis, her short blade flashing as she slashed out 3 dark shadows. Lin Baici threw his bronze sword. Then he charged forward with a pinewood torch in his hand. Whoosh! The bronze sword whistled through the air with a brilliant trail of light, stabbing straight at Anubis. The monster swung its scepter, smashing it toward the bronze sword. Clang! The bronze sword was knocked aside. Lin Baici roared, charging like an angry bull. Anubis sneered. It tapped its scepter against the deck, and a golden ring of light expanded. It intended to summon jackals, but the next instant, a sound of wind being torn came from behind it. Before Anubis could turn around, it took a heavy punch to its back. Anubis, who had been hovering cross-legged in the air, was sent flying, landing on the deck and rolling several times. Thud, thud, something came rushing over. The opponent's massive feet stomped on the deck, making the entire solar bark shake. Anubis turned its head, dumbfounded. What is this thing? A man wearing only tight leather shorts. His muscles knotted and full, radiating such power that it seemed as if every step he took could crush the world. Seeing this scene, Song Hizzy's pupils constricted sharply. Do you submit? Lin Baici sneered. You idiot. That roar from me, the god of hunger, was just a feint to distract you, insidious human. Anubis cursed, keeping its eyes locked on the muscular Buddha. There was no helping it. This thing exerted an immense sense of oppression upon it. Jiahongyao lunged forward again, while Lin Baici was still halfway there. As Anubis was debating which one to kill first, it caught a glimpse of a shadow in the corner of its left eye. The next moment, a sharp pain struck, and something pierced into its eye. It was the champion dart. Once fired, it never missed. Lin Baici's sneers and mockery were all an act, leading this monster to believe his tactics were exhausted. In reality, that statement was also a deception, implying to Anubis that this muscular Buddha was his trump card, thereby creating an opportunity to use the champion dart for a sneak attack. Despicable, shameless, Anubis roared. The next instant, the muscular Buddha closed. And my Buddha is merciful. He only kills. He does not save. Or. The muscular Buddha's fists were invincible, crashing into Anubis's body like a raging tsunami. Bang! Bang! Anubis was beaten like a sieve, its entire defense completely shattered. The survivors were dumbfounded. No one had expected a fight to break out so suddenly, and it seemed that Lin Baici was actually gaining the upper hand. They scrambled backward, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire. Yet their hearts were filled with joy. Fight! Beat it to death! At this moment, they were incredibly envious of Jin Yingzhen, having a man willing to fight a monster for her sake. Jin Yingzhen's eyes were brimming with tears. Moved to the point of death. From this day forward, I am yours. The Golden Scorpion Queen watched with her scalp tingling. Is this man really this strong? And what the hell is that muscular man? Is he his servant? So strong. What the Golden Scorpion Queen feared most was not just the combat power Lin Baici displayed, but his tactical intelligence. He had suppressed his neighbor right from the start, Fortunately, the neighbor was tough to beat. If it had been someone weaker, they would have already been finished here. Holy crap, Song Hizzy was shocked. The attack power Lin Baici displayed in this moment was fierce as hell. She began to hesitate. Should I join in or not? Are all the newcomers from Jujo this strong these days? The muscular Buddha landed another punch on Anubis's face, nearly knocking its eyeball out. Jiu Hongyao and Lin Baici launched a joint assault, giving the opponent no chance to catch its breath. The two of them had never practiced coordinated attacks before, but both were combat geniuses. They naturally knew to let the muscular Buddha take the lead while they provided support from the sides. After a round of fierce attacks, Anubis was sent flying, lying on the ground like a tattered sack. Its head was shattered, but no blood flowed out. Is it dead? Everyone was excited and nervous. Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao seized the time to rest and recover their stamina, preparing to fight again. Damned humans, your souls are dirty, filthy, and foul. I will chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs. Anubis floated up from the ground, the wound on its head healing as if it had never been there. Jia Hongyao and Lin Baici's response was simple. They attacked again. Thump, thump, thump. The muscular Buddha sprinted forward, the wooden deck creaking and groaning under its feet. Song Hizzy glanced over and realized that they had no intention of letting her join in. As if they had forgotten she was a god hunter too. They might actually win. Song Hizzy prepared to strike, but the next moment, a sentence from Anubis made her stop her charge. Come on, I have 12 lives. Let's see who dies first. Anubis grinned hideously, slamming its staff of death hard against the deck. Clack! A golden ring of light exploded outward. Within this range, jackal after jackal sprang out, as if a wolf's den had been poked, and they lunged toward the muscular Buddha. The muscular Buddha swung its fists out so terrifying. Song Hizzy decided to wait a little longer. Even if you have 100 lives, you will die today. Lin Baici's expression was firm and resolute. Since the fight had already begun, he wouldn't look for a way out, just charge until the end. 3 jackals bypassed the muscular Buddha, reached his front, and leaped. Lin Baici swung his pine torch, striking one jackal on the head. Flesh-shattering strike. The jackal's head shattered. Lin Baici clenched his left fist and whipped it out like a steel lash. With a bang, it struck the second jackal's mouth, blowing it to pieces as well. He then quickly transitioned from a punch to a grab, seizing the corpse and using it as a sandbag to smash into the third one. At this moment, Lin Baici was iron-blooded to an extreme degree. The Golden Scorpion Queen watched in a daze, her eyes then misting over with moisture, her hands involuntarily touching her chest. The Sunly Bear will surely be the strongest Scorpion King. That said, if I hadn't wanted to see the outside world and reached a temporary truce with him, would I have suffered this kind of beating too? The Golden Scorpion Queen suddenly felt a lingering fear. Swish! Jiu Hongyao severed Anubis's neck, and a head fell to the ground, but the next instant, golden mist swirled around the monster's broken neck, forming another wolf head. I told you. I have 12 lives. Just as Anubis finished speaking, the Dragon Tooth King's sword shot in from behind, piercing through its chest and tearing its heart. Very good, 9 more to go. Lin Baici bared his teeth in a smile, showing no signs of decadence or helplessness despite the monster having so many lives. You don't need to worry about that. Any child in our Jujo can recite the multiplication table. Jiu Hongyao was equally filled with fighting spirit. The crowd hiding and watching from the surroundings gradually stopped panicking, because the combat power displayed by Lin Baici and Jiu Hongyao was simply too exaggerated. Against ordinary people, they could easily crush 100. You are also a god hunter. Why aren't you attacking? Huai Yu looked at Song Hizzy, trying to provoke her. It is useless, unless you kill the main body. Even if you kill this monster 1,000 times, it will recover as if nothing happened. Lin Baici raised an eyebrow upon hearing this commentary from the food god. His worries had indeed come true. There was a trick to this monster. It claimed to have 12 lives, which seemed like a boast to demoralize their side, but in reality, it was a deception meant to make them misjudge the reason for its immortality. The ore of the solar bark is its true body. Break it to kill it instantly. Hongyao, go search the cabin. Leave this to Baici. I keep feeling like this monster is planning something. Guqingqiu suggested. If a monster is killed, it should die. But one must kill the monster's true body, right? Anubis felt a jolt in his heart upon hearing this. But he did not show any abnormality, nor did he attack Guchinkyu, fearing that an overreaction would only alert the other party. Do you want us to be picked off one by one? Lin Baici frowned and questioned her sternly. Haha, idiots. Anubis was overjoyed. Guchinkyu saw Lin Baici's reaction and instantly realized that he was also suspicious of the monster. Given the courage and spirit this young man had displayed earlier, how could he possibly be afraid of facing the monster alone? He really is more outstanding than I am, Guchinkyu marveled, as he had seen through the problem faster than she had. The girl who liked to observe Lin Baici from the shadows was right in her deduction. Even before the food god's commentary, Lin Baici had already activated the red rolling stone, summoned the little clay figure, and had it sneak into the cabin. It was only because he did not know what the monster's true body was that the little clay figure had not attacked, even after spotting an ore. Now, there was no problem. Jin Yingjin felt that Guchinkyu's words made some sense, but letting Jia Hongyo leave would indeed significantly increase the danger for Lin Baici. So, she gritted her teeth and rushed toward the cabin. Seeing this, Hu Yu followed suit. One more person meant one more chance. As the two girls moved, several jackals immediately lunged at them. Be careful. Lin Baici provided cover. He was pleased by the bravery shown by Jin Yingjin and Hu Yu, but they were too weak. Acting rashly would only add to his troubles. Little Lin. It seems there really is a problem in the cabin. Jia Hongyo also noticed the clues. Otherwise, why would this monster try to stop the two girls from entering? Filthy humans. You want to enter my dwelling, Anubis scolded. Explanation is just concealment. There is definitely something wrong inside. Jin Yingjin confirmed. Anubis felt depressed, regretting his loose tongue. Why are these humans so clever? Just as he was thinking about how to make amends and get these humans to give up their prying into the cabin, his body suddenly stiffened. The muscle Buddha's heavy fist struck him in the face. The monster was sent flying, and as it tumbled across the deck, its entire body split into at the waist without warning. The jackals it had summoned also suddenly burst into wisps of golden smoke, dissipating on the deck. What is going on? Jia Hongyo was stunned. Despicable human. You plotted against me. Anubis was anxious and furious, roaring at Lin Baici. He clawed at the ground with both hands, crawling hard, trying to reach Lin Baici to bite him to death. This scene was somewhat terrifying, but also a bit ridiculous. Whoosh! The bronze sword flew through the air, piercing his head and pinning him to the deck. Anubis struggled with all his might, but it was to no avail. Damn it! I thought I had deceived this human, but he was playing along with my ruse. I have fallen. I have crashed and burned. What happened? The golden scorpion queen was full of confusion. Didn't this monster have 12 lives? Why does it look like it is about to die suddenly? Song Hizzy felt a headache. She seemed to have made the wrong decision. Fortunately, she was in a hostile camp with him. Otherwise, she would be furious at losing the chance to become friends with such a great expert. Lin Baici did not answer and looked toward the cabin. Everyone followed his gaze. And soon, a little clay figure emerged, dragging the broken ore into pieces. Is this the monster's true body? Guchinkyu understood, her gaze falling on the little clay figure. It is actually quite cute. It is over. Lin Baici looked at Anubis and smiled faintly. 12 lives. I am so scared. Everyone discovered that the great god Lin also had a sharp tongue. If it were them, they would be furious to death. The red clay figure returned. Lin Baici picked up the ore, took a look at it, and used his bronze sword to chop it into wood shavings. Anubis's body also crumbled into dust. And as the river wind blew, it drifted onto the water. Great god Lin, you are amazing. Song Hizzy said this with sincere admiration, while simultaneously thinking about how to ease the relationship between the two sides. He is truly amazing, too awesome. God Lin is number one. Everyone cheered, all showing expressions of relief. Take your things back, Lin Baici ordered casually, then walked to the monster's remains and picked up Anubis's scepter. Anubis' golden scepter can summon a pack of golden jackals to fight for you. This scepter carries a divine favor named Dancing with Wolves. Once activated, it allows you to summon a jackal pet. At the same time, when you are fighting alongside others, the morale of the entire group increases by 1, and the combat effectiveness of all members will be boosted to a certain extent. As for you, you will naturally gain the recognition and respect of everyone. Just like a wolf king, the god of food commented. Lin Baici touched the scepter. It felt slightly warm to the touch. And this divine favor, it was quite interesting. Is this a divine relic? Does it have a divine favor on it? Song Hezi leaned in immediately, though she did not dare to act rashly. Not only were the 4 girls, including Jia Hongyao, staring at her, but even the Golden Scorpion Queen looked at her with displeasure. It does. When it came to food, the god of food was always impatient. To slender, starlit arms stretched out from Lin Baici's shoulders, grabbed at the air above the golden scepter, and snatched a fist-sized ball of light. Thanks for nature's gift. Lin Baici opened his mouth. Song Hezi stared at Lin Baici, envious to the core. This guy had absorbed another divine favor. Should I defect from Lost Coast and just become his lackey? I could recruit him into Lost Coast instead. Chapter 179 Captain. Now number 3. After the headache subsided, the detailed content of the divine favor dancing with wolves emerged in Lin Baici's mind. How many divine favors are on this thing? Lin Baici felt that gods were good things. The god runes radiated and polluted by them not only contained a large number of divine relics, but also came with many divine favors. Once purified, it was an absolute windfall. I wonder if it is possible to keep gods in captivity and artificially manufacture divine relics and divine favors. If an organization could achieve that, its power would certainly be immense. There are 2 more, the god of food commented. Ordinary god hunters absorbing them would be meaningless. It would be a waste. Lin Baici thought the same. Hongyao, come here, eat a divine favor. Yu Yingshan. This divine favor does not significantly increase combat power, so I won't give it to you. I'll save it to sell for money. Cat-like agility could increase the chance of survival, which was why he gave it to them. But dancing with wolves was more suitable for a team leader. While Yu nodded repeatedly. She already felt bad enough about getting to divine favors for free. Appa, if you want to sell it, I can help you make the connections. I definitely won't let you suffer a loss, Jin Yingshan promised. What kind of divine favor is it? Jia Hongyao walked to his side, feeling the golden scepter, and felt a bit embarrassed. I've been taking advantage of you too much lately. If this goes on, I'll have to give birth to your children as repayment. And they would have to be twins. Open your mouth. Lin Baici treated the high ponytail girl as a friend and didn't care about such things. Jia Hongyao was still hesitating, but the god of food had already taken action. That starlit arm looked slender, but it had great strength. It held the ball of light and shoved it directly into the high ponytail girl's mouth. Jia Hongyao felt like vomiting from being poked. Although getting a divine favor was nice, could it be a little gentler? Being poked like this every time was very uncomfortable. However, once the divine favor took root and was branded onto her neurons, Jia Hongyao's eyes lit up instantly. Dancing with wolves. This effect was practically tailor-made for a team leader. Morale come 1, boosting the combat power of the entire team, and gaining the natural recognition and respect of team members without having to pay anything. God Lin, I was wrong. You can poke me as hard as you want from now on. Don't worry about whether it hurts. Even if I scream like a slaughtered pig, don't show me any pity. I can endure it. Jia Hongyao looked at Lin Baici and giggled like a fool. There was no help for it. For a team leader who aspired to become the Dragon Wing of Kyushu and lead the #1 team in Kyushu, the divine favor dancing with wolves hit the high ponytail girl's sweet spot perfectly. Little Lin, thank you. Jia Hongyao felt that words could no longer express her gratitude toward Lin Baici. How about this? Since I don't plan on dating, getting married, or having children anyway, and this body has no boyfriend to use it, I'll just let Lin Baici make use of it. I'm definitely more useful than an inflatable doll, right? What kind of divine favor is it? I want to buy it, Song Hezi interjected. It's not a combat type. Lin Baici glanced at Song Hezi. Once Jia Hongyao had digested the divine favor, he handed the golden scepter to the Korean girl. You take this for self-defense. Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao didn't need this weapon, and Huo Yu already had her voodoo staff, so he could only give it to Jin Yingshan. Otherwise, It would be a waste to let it gather dust in the black altar bowl. Is it really okay? Jin Yingxin was flattered. Let's go. Let's go into the cabin and take a look. Lin Baici scanned the deck, and after confirming everything was fine, he walked toward the cabin. His stomach was growling slightly. He felt hungry, which meant there were still good things on the ship. The others quickly followed. God Lin, is it too late for me to become your foot massaging maid? Song Hizzy teased. To say she wasn't envious would be a lie. This guy was truly generous. A divine relic with a divine favor. And he just gave it away like that. Aren't you afraid she'll secretly absorb the divine favor? But anyone with normal intelligence wouldn't do anything to make Lin Baici angry. After all, such a super powerful backer was truly rare. Now that she had finally encountered one, she absolutely had to hold on tight. Lin Baici gave a perfunctory laugh. This sun boat was not very large, and its construction was quite crude. It couldn't compare to the storied ships or treasure ships of ancient Kyushu at all. Lin Baici entered the cabin, and at a glance, he took in everything inside. There was nothing. Lin Baici held his bronze sword, poking here and tapping there, trying to find a hidden room where treasures might be stashed. Seeing this, Jin Yingxin and Huo Yu immediately began to help. Isn't the most precious trophy already in your hands? Song Hizzy felt that Lin Baici was too greedy. He was truly the type to pluck a feather from every passing goose. He didn't even want to leave bird droppings for anyone else. There is a hidden compartment under the table, the food god commented. Lin Baici immediately walked to the low table in the center of the cabin, swung his sword to split it open, and then used the bronze sword like a saw to cut through the deck. Amidst the flying wood shavings, a necklace was revealed. The pendant was a model of a solar bark made of gold, about the size of a silver dollar. Now number 3. After injecting a large amount of divine power into this pendant, you can summon a solar bark. As long as the sun shines on the deck, no matter how turbulent the river or tide, this ship will never capsize or sink. You are the captain, you are the king. Every corner of this ship is your territory, and you have the right to decide who boards, without your permission. No one can board this ship. Hearing the fourth part of the commentary, Lin Baici's heart stirred, and he glanced at Song Hizzy. He did not know how strong this woman's combat power was, so he did not want to rashly start a fight before he was certain. But now, he could deal with her. In reality, Lin Baici was only focused on Song Hizzy and ignored the food god's second point. It would not sink as long as there was sunlight. This was the ship's greatest advantage. Seeing Lin Baici find a necklace, Song Hizzy suddenly felt that this guy must have a divine gift for searching for treasures. Otherwise, why would he be getting rich again? If it were purely based on luck, it would be too infuriating. Lin Baici examined the necklace. The craftsmanship was lifelike, and when he gripped it, he felt a blood-connected sensation with the ship beneath his feet, as if it were an extension of his own limbs. Sail toward the shore. Lin Baici thought to himself. If one were to look down from high above, they would see this solar bark begin to turn after Lin Baici gave the order. Keep looking. Lin Baici put the necklace around his neck. In truth, there were no more divine taboo items. But to cover up the existence of his hunger, he told everyone to keep searching. A minute later, he suddenly saw a group of people appear abruptly on the deck. There were about 100 of them. They were all travel-worn and looked disheveled. One could tell just by looking that they had suffered quite a bit. These people were on high alert, as if facing a formidable enemy. Everyone, be careful. The rule corruption is about to. A middle-aged man stopped mid-sentence because he saw some people on the side of the ship near the cabin. What was important was that these people did not have expressions of panic on their faces. They were very calm. This shouldn't be. Under rule corruption, all beings are equal. Whether one lives or dies depends entirely on individual strength and some luck. Could it be that these people had already resolved the rule corruption? Great God Lin, come quickly. Someone has arrived. The cabin was not large and could not hold everyone, so some people were still staying on the deck. Seeing a group of people teleport over, they immediately shouted. Lin Baici walked out. Swish. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Lin Baici, because he was surrounded by a group of people and walking at the front. No matter how one looked at it, he was the leader. Team leader. It's team leader Jia. Behind the middle-aged man, A young man with sharp eyes pointed at Zhao Hongyao and immediately shouted, "Why are you shouting so loudly? I can hear you." The middle-aged man roared back. He didn't do it on purpose. But in his early years, he had damaged his hearing due to rule corruption. Although it was later cured, he had been left with this habit. Team leader Jia. The young man waved and immediately ran toward Zhao Hongyao. But after only a few steps, he stopped, looking at the golden scorpion queen with a stunned expression. Because someone had been blocking his view earlier, he hadn't noticed that this beautiful woman actually had the body of a scorpion from the waist down. A monster. The middle-aged man was horrified. Among the people who came with them, the timid women had already started screaming. "Don't panic." Zhao Hongyao quickly reassured them. "This is my friend." Because of the word friend, the golden scorpion queen glanced at Zhao Hongyao. The young man gathered his courage and walked up to Zhao Hongyao. "Team leader Zhao, have you already purified the rule corruption on this ship?" The young man was quite tall, about 1.85 meters, and looked very sturdy. He wore his hair short, which made him look energetic, and he had a slightly long face that was quite handsome. Looking at his enthusiasm, it was clear he had some interest in Zhao Hongyao. As he spoke, he kept glancing at the golden scorpion queen, Tianhua. Zhao Hongyao greeted him, and seeing the middle-aged man there as well, she waved her hand. "Team leader Fei, has your 9th division all arrived?" "Yes, we were the first to arrive." The middle-aged man, named Fei Xiao, felt a bit awkward seeing Zhao Hongyao. Because their performance had been relatively poor, not only had they failed to contain the divine remains so far, but they had also lost 3 team members, and the rest were scattered, forcing them to fight on their own. Upon returning this time, Fei Xiao would definitely be scolded by Minister Zhao, and he might even lose his position as team leader. "Have you discovered anything?" Fei Xiao pressed, his eyes falling on the golden scorpion queen, waiting for an explanation from Zhao Hongyao. "Not yet. We are also looking for the divine remains," Zhao Hongyao analyzed. "According to my speculation, a terrorist organization must have taken advantage of this festival to cause trouble and activated a piece of divine remains in the museum." "I think so too," Fei Xiao nodded, thinking to himself, "Are you not planning to introduce the origin of this monster?" "Hello." The young man looked at Lin Baici and extended his right hand. "My name is Fang Tianhua, a god hunter from the Haijing branch of the Kyushu Security Bureau." What was the relationship between Zhao Hongyao and this young man? And looking at his calm demeanor, he must be a god hunter too, right? Lin Baici. Lin Baici shook the young man's hand. Because of his name, he took a few extra looks at him, even wanting to ask, "Are you sure your name is written correctly? Is there not a missing character for Halberd? He is a newcomer. 3 months ago, due to an accidental contamination event, he absorbed divine grace and became a god hunter," Zhao Hongyao introduced. "This is team leader Fei Xiao. He is very popular in the department." "Team leader Fei." Lin Baici reached out his hand. "I dare not accept such a title." Fei Xiao looked at Lin Baici. "I have heard of your name." The young man was stunned. "Why haven't I heard of it? Can you say a little less?" Team leader Fei was truly afraid of this chatterbox and naturally optimistic Fang Tianhua. The news that Lin Baici had broken the Palm Harbor God ruins and successfully purified the stray dog contamination, leading the minister to issue special genius terms to recruit him, was circulating among the middle and high-level members of the department. A newcomer like Fang Tianhua was not yet qualified to hear about it, or rather, the time was still too short. And these rumors had not yet fermented to the point where even the cleaning ladies in the department knew about them. Where is this ship heading? Fei Xiao looked at the relaxed attitude of these people and guessed that the rule contamination should have already been resolved. As for this monster, could it be a domesticated battle pet? It will dock soon, Lin Baici explained. We were teleported here after receiving the invitation letter. We were too, Fang Tianhua interjected. Lin Baici chatted with Fei Xiao for a few sentences and then looked at Song Hizzy. Ms. Song, did you come to Haijing this time to take revenge on me? When Song Hizzy heard Lin Baichi's words, her heart skipped a beat. Damn it, is this guy bluffing me? Or does he already know that I am a member of the Lost Coast? Although she was anxious, as an experienced god hunter, she wore a look of confusion at the right time. Lin Baici smiled slightly. picked up the necklace hanging around his neck, and shook it at Song Hizzy. "Now, I am the master of this ship. As long as I have a thought, you will be thrown off immediately. Great God Lin. This joke is not funny." Song Hizzy looked bitter. "Don't think that you can survive if you fall into this river. I will tell you quietly. Those who fall in can never swim to the shore." Lin Baici chuckled. "You will only die of exhaustion in the water." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Does this not mean that everyone's life and death are in Lin Baici's hands? Is she a member of the Lost Coast? Jiu Hongyao was startled, as if facing a formidable enemy. Fang Tianhua was looking at Jin Yingxin, Huo Yuyu, and Gu Qingqiu, because they were truly too beautiful, each with their own merits. As a result, when he heard Jiu Hongyao's words and saw her take a defensive stance, he also immediately held his blade, staring at Song Hizzy. This kid had no fear at all. Instead, he was eager to try, wanting to kill Song Hizzy to make a name for himself. "Get out of the way." Fei Xiao grabbed Fang Tianhua's arm and pulled him behind him with force. "Facing such a strong enemy, you stand in front. Are you in a hurry to die, team leader?" Fang Tianhua felt that Fei Xiao underestimated him too much. "Great God Lin. I ask myself that I haven't offended you along the way, right? Also, if I were a member of the Lost Coast, why didn't I help that man when you killed him earlier?" Song Hizzy defended herself. "That's right." Jiu Hongyao nodded and looked at Lin Baici in confusion. "Sister Hongyao, sometimes personal interests are above team friendship," Gu Qingqiu explained. Fei Xiao was concerned about another matter. "Lin, God Lin, you killed a member of the Lost Coast. This is truly awesome." "No, being able to have such a scorpion monster follow him is already very awesome." Fei Xiao did not know how to address Lin Baici, so he quickly called him God Lin to flatter him. There was nothing wrong with that. "If you confess honestly, we can still talk. If you continue like this, then I am sorry. I would rather kill the wrong person than let one go." Lin Baici shrugged his shoulders. "Anyway, you are not contributing, so keeping you is useless." These words were somewhat domineering. Fei Xiao was stunned. Fang Tianhua and the others did not know how terrifying the Lost Coast was, but he knew, if the woman in front of him really was one, for Lin Baici to speak to her like that, he has guts. "But I admire your courage. Under normal circumstances, Fei Xiao might have recruited Lin Baici, but now, he would not dream of it. This is someone valued by Minister Jia." Song Hizzy looked into Lin Baici's eyes, put away the bitterness on her face, and became calm. "Did you see it from the beginning?" At this moment, Song Hizzy, facing several members of the Juzhou Security Bureau without panic, had quite the demeanor of a top-tier terrorist. Fei Xiao and Fang Tianhua heard this, their expressions tightened, and they immediately retreated. Then they saw that Lin Baici did not move, and the girls beside him did not move either. This made the two of them embarrassed. For the sake of face, Fang Tianhua walked back. Fei Xiao did not, because he might die. "Yes, I originally kept you, wanting you to contribute. But you are too selfish," Lin Baici said with disdain. "What do you want to do?" Lin Baici did not step back after learning her identity, nor did he open a safe distance, which made Song Hizzy very angry. "This guy is too arrogant. Does he think I am small fry?" However, following that, she was somewhat happy. "The more arrogant you are, the greater my chance of winning. Tell me your team leader's divine grace and divine taboo items, and I will spare your life." Lin Baici did not say anything about having Song Hizzy hand over the divine taboo items, because it was unrealistic. "Only asking about my team leaders," Song Hizzy teased. "I can tell you everything, no need." Lin Baici shook his head. "I have no interest in knowing intelligence about some stinking fish or rotten shrimp. They are not my opponents anyway." "Damn it," Fang Tianhua was shocked, thinking this guy was really putting on an act. He was bragging so hard, he wasn't even afraid of tiring himself to death. "I will not say it. Ask for something else." Song Hizzy refused. She still held a great deal of respect for her team leader. "Oh, then there is nothing to talk about." Lin Baici decided to teach this woman a lesson. With a thought, he exercised his authority as the captain and expelled Song Hizzy. Song Hizzy suddenly made a move, lunging toward Lin Baici. Jiu Hongyao and the Golden Scorpion Queen immediately took a long stride, rushing in front of Lin Baici to protect him. Huo Yu and Jin Yingxian did not crowd in to join the fray, but they both raised their staffs, ready to attack. However, the very next instant, Song Hizzy vanished from the deck and appeared above the river water. Song Hizzy could not fly, so she went into free fall. Splash. Song Hizzy hit the water, kicking up a massive spray. Fei Xiao immediately looked at Lin Baici. So, his words from just a moment ago were not bragging. Then, he felt envious. This god Lin had been a god hunter for less than 3 months. Yet he already possessed a ship. Lin Baici walked toward the ship's rail. He hoped this woman would be sensible and voluntarily hand over some ransom or the like. Chapter 180 Danger, Danger, Danger. The sunlight shone on the river, making the water temperature very pleasant. As soon as Song Hizzy hit the water, she did not panic, nor did she surface immediately. Instead, she used her hands and feet to swim toward the distance like a dolphin. In the river, physical movement was restricted, and combat effectiveness was greatly reduced. Song Hizzy was worried about being targeted by long-range attacks, which was why she needed to get away quickly. Fang Tianhua hurried to the ship's rail. Where is she? The river surface was very calm. He cupped his hands over his eyes and peered into the distance. As expected of an old hand, her reaction is truly fast. Fei Xiao glanced at Lin Baici. He feared that his own intention to extort someone was going to fall through. Hey, Ms. Song, I was not lying to you. You cannot swim to the shore, Lin Baici shouted. People these days are too guarded. Why does no one believe the truth when it is spoken? What do we do now? Jia Hongyao looked at the vast river surface, feeling that trying to find someone would be too much of a hassle. Go ashore and collect the divine remains. Because there were outsiders like Fei Xiao and Fang Tianhua present, Lin Baici did not want to mention words like gods. Furthermore, even if he did, they probably would not believe him. Under Lin Baici's helm, the Nile 3 continued to sail toward the shore. If that person is a core member of Lost Coast, killing her would greatly increase your fame. Fang Tianhua kindly reminded him, feeling that Lin Baici should not give up so easily. Fei Xiao thought to himself, that is an understatement. Fame is irrelevant. The important thing is the divine taboo items on her. If he could kill her, he would definitely make a huge profit. Moreover, the situation was now clear. On the great river, Lin Baici, who possessed a ship, was already in an invincible position. Seeing Lin Baici give up on this piece of fat meat that had reached his mouth, Fei Xiao admired him to death. If it were him, he would have chased her to the ends of the earth. Perhaps this is the style of someone who is wealthy and doesn't care about divine taboo items. Fei Xiao sighed with emotion. Jia Hongyao laughed. For little Lin, he has already killed several core members like this. It has no meaning. Only by killing the leader of Lost Coast, Black Sea Emperor. Would it be worth showing off? Hongyao, can you introduce the divine remains? Gu Qingqiu wanted to know more intelligence. Song Hizzy swam for 2 miles in one breath before surfacing. She gasped for air, then discovered in astonishment that the shadow of that solar ship was nowhere to be seen behind her. Hag gave up, Song Hizzy sneered. Did he really think I was made of clay? Want to threaten me? Keep dreaming. And what was that about never being able to reach the shore without a boat? It was all bullshit lies. Lin Baici not coming to chase her clearly meant he could not determine where she would land and did not want to waste time. So, he simply gave up. Song Hizzy was full of confidence, moving forward at high speed with the smooth posture of a freestyle swimmer. But 5 minutes later, she stopped, her expression grave. Why does it feel like the distance to the shore has not closed at all? Song Hizzy felt a bit panicked. She swam even harder, this time keeping her eyes fixed directly on the shore. And then she discovered in despair, there was no sign of the distance closing. Lin Baici was not lying. She really could not swim to the shore. Damn it. Song Hizzy looked back. The solar ship was already invisible, which terrified her. She dared not hesitate any longer and used the same strength she used when beating her husband to swim at full speed in pursuit of the solar ship. She only prayed now that Lin Baici's ship was not moving too fast. And this time, she was likely going to be heavily extorted and suffer a massive loss. But as long as she could survive, there would still be a chance for a comeback. Song Hizzy decided to concede, but she swam, and 20 minutes passed. Yet she did not even see a shadow of the solar ship. Damn it. Lin Baici, are you really not going to wait for me? Song Hizzy cursed out loud, nearly crying in anger. She could not understand it. She was a core member of Lost Coast, a god hunter. If he killed her, he would instantly become famous. Could Lin Baici not care about that, even if he did not want the fame? What about the spoils of war? Did the 3 divine taboo items on her body not have any appeal at all? Could it be that he is so wealthy that he simply looks down on this little bit of wealth of mine? After Song Hizzy swam for another half hour, she fell into complete despair. The solar ship was completely gone from sight. The riverbank could be seen, but it was like being separated by mountains and seas. It was a shore that was simply impossible to reach. I do not want to die, Lin Baici. Come back. I will tell you all the intelligence I have on the Black Sea Emperor. Song Hizzy screamed and shouted. But it was to no avail. Her voice was scattered across the river surface, failing to stir up even the slightest ripple. After persisting for 3 hours, Song Hizzy exhausted her physical strength and sank into the river. The Nile No. 3. After everyone disembarked, this ancient Egyptian ship transformed into a golden light and flew into the pendant hanging around Lin Baici's neck. Fei Xiao was incredibly envious. Lin Baici checked his condition and felt no hunger. So, he took out the god-asking tortoise shell to perform divination. God-asking divination. The tortoise shell is psychic. Today, disasters are rampant. Avoid travel, avoid snakes and insects. Avoid sandstorms. Detour. The tortoise shell elongated its tone, sounding rather mystical and eccentric. Damn, how many good things does this kid have on him? Fei Xiao felt that as a section chief, he shouldn't be so ignorant. But seeing Lin Baici actually pull out a talking tortoise shell, he really couldn't remain calm. This kind of god-forbidden item with self-awareness must be a top-tier treasure. If placed on the black market, it would fetch a sky-high price. Avoid sandstorms. Jia Hongya looked up. Everywhere she looked was filled with yellow sand. No matter which direction they chose, they would be entering the desert. Can you point out a direction? Lin Baici asked. In all directions. Up to the heavens or down into the earth. Danger. The tortoise shell's answer was chilling. Seeing that he couldn't get any more information, Lin Baici chose a direction at random. Let's go. Once they entered the desert, it should be a bit better. Should we prepare a bit before going in? A man in a suit suggested. Before entering the desert, one must certainly prepare enough supplies, at the very least. Some water should be prepared. Lin Baici glanced over. We could search these houses. We might be able to find containers. The man in the suit spoke eloquently, trying his best to demonstrate his value so that if they encountered a crisis, Lin Baici might take care of him a little more. There is a high probability that you will find nothing, and even if there were supplies, I would not waste time on this. After Lin Baici finished speaking to the man in the suit, he swept his gaze over the crowd. Those who do not wish to continue, stay here. In Lin Baici's black altar bowl, many supplies were stored. Even if he stayed in the desert for 3 months, he would not starve or freeze. Some people with poor physical constitutions had already seen their physical states deteriorate significantly under the radiation pollution. They wanted to follow Lin Baici, but they no longer had the strength. Others simply gave up, feeling that dying comfortably wasn't such a bad thing. There were date palms here. At least the shade could block the sunlight. There was also river water, so they didn't have to worry about dying of thirst. And perhaps they could even catch some small fish or shrimp. In the end, 2/3 of the people continued to follow Lin Baici. A total of 120 people entered the desert. Those who stayed behind, while they still had strength, began to search the dilapidated, low-lying houses built of adobe. 2 people found a water well. They peered inside. The bottom of the well was dry. There was nothing there. Damn it. A man cursed in frustration and picked up a stone, throwing it into the well as if to vent his anger. Suddenly, he felt a bit of regret. Should he go and chase after Lin Baici? While he was still hesitating, he suddenly heard a rustling sound, as if it were coming from inside the well. He leaned over and took a look. Inside the well, a massive number of fist-sized scarabs surged out from the ground, like a fountain. They rushed out of the well, scattered onto the ground, and spread rapidly. Damn. Run! There are monsters! The man shouted and ran for his life like a madman. But the scarabs were faster. He hadn't even run 20 meters before the scarabs caught up and engulfed him. Help! Help! Dozens of scarabs squeezed into his mouth, blocking his voice. When the swarm of scarabs passed, only a white skeleton remained on the ground, clean to an extreme degree, without even a trace of blood or flesh. The people who had stayed behind suffered. Some tried to chase in the direction Lin Baici had left, but they didn't get far before they were caught up by the scarabs. At this moment, everyone regretted not following Lin Baici in the divine ruins. No one knew what dangers they would encounter next. So being by the side of a god hunter was the safest place to be. 10 minutes later, these scarabs had eaten everyone there and crawled back into the well. After entering the desert, time seemed to slow down, and the rate at which everyone grew tired accelerated. This was not just a physical drain, but also the immense mental pressure ravaging their sanity. Everyone wanted to get out as quickly as possible. Xiaobai, how long have we been walking? Hu Yu panted, feeling quite tired. If she hadn't become a god hunter and had her physical constitution enhanced, she would have collapsed by now. You just asked that 10 minutes ago. Lin Baici glanced at the female streamer. Talk less and conserve your energy. It's only been 10 minutes. Hu Yu felt terrible. The sun is scorching, and all you can see are undulating sand dunes. There are no effective reference points, so everyone feels very tired, Gu Qingqiu explained. She raised her right hand and wiped her forehead with the back of her hand. After entering the desert, the sunlight suddenly became violently hot and harsh. In just a few minutes, she felt like she was going to get sunburned. Her skin was hot, itchy, and painful. Her whole body was soaked with sweat, and her clothes sticking to her skin felt very uncomfortable. I want to go swimming, sit in air conditioning, eat chilled watermelon, and drink soda right now. Hu Yu licked her dry, cracked lips. I want to play cards with opera in an air-conditioned room. Jin Yingzhen felt that the job of a god hunter was truly not something a human could do. Fang Tianhua glanced at this Korean woman with the explosive figure. The card game you were talking about, is it decent? Lin Baici stopped in his tracks, and the group acted as if they had been granted a reprieve. One by one, they hurriedly sat down, though they stood back up just as quickly because the ground was far too hot. It was enough to roast their backsides. As for a while, Lin Baici took out the black clay bowl and brought it to his lips. Drink porridge, drink porridge. The grain storage opened, and Lin Baici reached inside, pulling out over 50 cases of mineral water in one go. We have something to drink, Hu Yu cheered. Long live God Lin. The streamer didn't call him Xiaobai because that nickname was too personal. Calling him God Lin could build up his reputation and encourage everyone else to address him that way. Fei Xiao and Fang Tianhua both swallowed hard. Having a spatial type divine relic is truly amazing. Fei Xiao was filled with emotion. He realized that ever since he met Lin Baici, he hadn't stopped feeling envious. Come over and get your water yourselves. Lin Baici unscrewed a bottle of mineral water, took 2 gulps, and then poured the rest over his head. Thank you, God Lin, God Lin. You are my Superman. What Superman? He is a god. The crowd chattered, showering Lin Baici with flattery. Fang Tianhua was also hot and tried to follow suit. But before he could even bring the bottle to his head, he received a slap from Fei Xiao. You wasteful brat. Is that how you squander supplies? Fei Xiao scolded him harshly. Fang Tianhua was a bit stunned by the blow, but he understood that his previous action had been inappropriate. This water belonged to Lin Baici. The man could waste it however he pleased. But he himself did not have that luxury. I'm sorry. Fang Tianhua apologized. Fei Xiao nodded. His voice had been loud, which was also a way to remind the others that they were not like Lin Baici. He could afford to pour water over his head, but they could not. Jin Yingzhen had just been about to use some water to wipe her face and neck to cool down, but upon hearing this, she felt embarrassed. It's fine, go ahead and wash. I still have plenty. Lin Baici smiled. Thank you, Appa. Although Lin Baici said that, Jin Yingzhen did not wash her face. Does anyone want something to eat? Lin Baici asked. But almost no one responded because it was too hot, and they had absolutely no appetite. After everyone replenished their fluids, they continued on their way. We have no way back. If we want to survive, we must find the divine remains as soon as possible. Fei Xiao was a competent leader, shouting to boost morale. After walking for another quarter of an hour, Guchinkyu suddenly called out, "Look!" Guchinkyu pointed to the west, on the horizon. A black shadow could be vaguely seen, resembling some kind of tall tower structure. "We found it." The group was excited. Having a destination made things much easier. "Keep it up, everyone." Fang Tianhua cheered everyone on. After walking for a few more minutes, it was Guchinkyu who discovered the problem first. "Look, everyone." At the 3 o'clock position, the horizon was a hazy gray, merging with the sky until they were indistinguishable. It was rushing toward them like a stampede of 10,000 horses. What is this? Damn, is that a sandstorm? It's over. It's all over. Terror appeared on everyone's faces, and some of the more timid ones turned and ran. "Come back! Where do you think you can run to?" Fei Xiao yelled. "Trying to outrun a sandstorm in the desert. Keep dreaming, everyone. Gather around and hold hands." Fei Xiao commanded. Now they could only treat a dead horse as if it were alive. Lin Baici took out the World War II medal he had seized during the Crazy Maid game, shouted Yura, and a tank was summoned. Fei Xiao and Fang Tianhua were once again dumbfounded. "Just how many good things do you have on you? Are you really a newcomer?" Fang Tianhua suddenly felt that Lin Baici must be kept by Jia Hongyao, otherwise he wouldn't be this wealthy. Everyone stared at Lin Baici. At the moment the sandstorm arrived, having such a hiding place was like a blessed grotto, a heavenly luxury. Yingzhen, you to hide under the tank," Lin Baici urged. "At least that way they wouldn't have to worry about being blown away." "Can't we go inside?" Fang Tianhua asked, confused. "This thing can't hold people," Lin Baici explained. Kai Wenshi looked at Lin Baici with longing, hoping for protection. Let Chinkyu and her hide there too, as a god hunter. Jia Hongyao felt she should show some spirit. "You two, come over here," Lin Baici ordered. "Hurry up, you, and you, crawl in there too." Lin Baici selected 3 other young girls who looked like high school students and told them to crawl under the chassis and squeeze in. They were young. They still had a bright future. He would try his best to ensure they didn't die here. Lin Baici began taking more items out of the black clay bowl: bags of flour, cases of canned food, crates of bottled water.